Well, it's drama time. Y'all buckle up. Where are we at here?
What's that's been?
I'm taking Provo off the board. I'm
And
taking
that's the
Robin
red.
off the board.
Anybody that frequents Benton's channel is off the board, so Provo is automatically disqualified.
Mm-hmm. Sorry.
No, Provo's
Nobody's allowed to
okay.
go to my channel.
Provo's okay.
I just
No.
got a notification.
No, I literally
but
just
I'm not
declared, no,
clicking
he's
on it.
disqualified.
I
So
don't think
get
Provo
disqualified?
doesn't like Benton.
Oh,
Provo's
we
like
lost
a
Drew. Thanks
he's a
for
high
joining,
level
Drew.
Oh, he's pretending.
Provo Kid has been disqualified for incompetence, so we're gonna erase him.
disqualified for autism. Let's just say that.
Yes, exactly. For being artistic.
Next question, please. Or can we take an intermission? Because right now it's a tie between
Intermission time? I like intermissions. What's the
Oh, fuck
what's the
you, D.
mission between the inter?
All right. Who was assassinated? This is history question.
JFK.
Who was assassinated the day after Andy
Rasputin.
Warhol was shot?
What's up? Music holds a secret.
Sorry,
It's
I'm
been
gonna shut up and stop interrupting.
It's been a wild stream over
Robert
there.
F. Kennedy Jr.
Yeah,
Correct.
at TBE.
Hey, I said JFK.
What's up, Razvan?
Well, that's the wrong answer.
Well, I guess they're taking time out of their righteous indignation towards me and character assassination to play some trivia. If anybody's seen any of this, I'm not sure if I was taken out of context. I guess let's go back to the clip in question. What's up, man? Apparently, you're the one that kicked off the drama. Music holds a secret. Well done, sir. Well done. I guess we've lost EBT, although it's hard to say. And you know, it's funny since I tend to internalize. Well, let me show you what we're talking about first. Give me just a minute. We'll rewind. And of course, I'm screen capping all of this just in case it were to disappear. But bear with me, and we'll get to the. There's a lot of drama, and here's what my life is about: is that I frequently or regularly wake up at anywhere between 12:30 a.m. and like 3 a.m. and I fire up my YouTube, of course, just after I check to see what time it is. We're going to get to that, and you're not guilty, sir. We're not convicting you, right? But and you know, it's not unusual that I go to my subscriptions and TBE is live or EBT is live or someone's live, and as soon as I click, oh, it's going right now, Razvan. This is live, by the way. But there seem to be going back and forth between playing trivia and then like just talking about me. But you know, so many times I've had this experience of you know, upon my awakening every morning or in the morning, clicking on one of those live streams and they're talking about me. Today they were talking about me as soon as I clicked on TBE stream. The whole live chat was about me, and on some level, yeah, you know. And then they had Talcott in there. Dude, it's wild, man. I encourage anybody to go back, especially because we never know if he's going to leave the stream up or not. And that's why I dug out an old ThinkPad. Actually, let's show you this. That old ThinkPad over there. Oh, I got to get a better webcam. Oh, by the way, shout out to the donators. I now have enough money to buy a new webcam if I'm so inclined. But yeah, we're capping on that over there. Yeah, no, the insanity continues. Yeah. Well, and I did. I could almost regret speaking on EBT's father, and I probably shot my mouth off most likely. And I remember what I remember of it is I went into some kind of jag about how people in the military, particularly officers, you know, okay, career military tend to be hard drinkers, especially officers. Now, whether or not I directly applied that to EBT's dad, I don't remember. I think I misunderstood what Music Holds a Secret typed. And then I don't even really know, honestly. But I know where my mind went to was a connection between alcoholism and the military. I don't know that my intention was to speak on EBT's father directly, but the reality is, over the period of time in which I've engaged with the CBO crew and EBT, it's been a no holds barred environment. So it's like when EBT makes a thumbnail and I was shirtless and I have this gimp shoulder, right? And EBT just somehow picks the one frame in which this looks as bad as it possibly could. You know, we've had this environment in which it's nothing is off limits. So it's not my fault he talked about his dad. It's not my fault he put it on the public internet, sir. You know, just like I put my gimp shoulder with no shirt on the public internet, right? I did that. So, you know, that's on EBT. So because I tend to internalize these things, I started by searching to see, well, what have I done wrong? And if I had it to do over again, I think I would have probably made similar comments, but I would have structured it in such a way that people like TBE would not have been able to take my comments out of context, which appears to most likely be what has happened. Yeah, I misunderstood that, actually, because I got this stuff rattling around in my brain. You know, I'm trying to read the live chat. So I realize that now, because they're of course, TBE is happy to play the clip and, you know, stir up the drama, which is fine. Hey, it is a drama platform to some extent. Well, see, and that's another thing. I don't know that they're going to play the clip in its full context. Music Holds a Secret. And in fact, well, let's just play it, because me telling you about it's not going to work. So give me just a moment and bear with me. I'm still, haven't been up. Me and Music Holds a Secret, I've already been to sleep. And most of you are still up. Not that there's anything wrong with that, right? Although certainly not necessarily normal. But give me a second. We'll find where this happened. It's right about the time EBT shows up on the stream for the first time. Oh, and there's Machine Lies right there on the panel. You know, it's only bad when he comes on my show. It's okay, but here we go.
Is he damning people, or are people damning themselves with their choices? That's my pushback to that. Is because
and if somebody can keep an eye on, if there's anybody around that can keep an eye on the real-time version of this, I'd like to know if they start rebroadcasting me just for my own purposes, if possible. Let's speed this up. I'm going to be called a lot of words here, just so you know. Bear with me. I did not realize I would be live.
because
the
with you
getting equal
instance that large one is list implies I believe in a soteric.
Yeah, I've had a bad night. Can we just do some fucking trivia or some shit?
EBT is the reigning champion.
Or
Trivia. He lost a lot of subscribers because of it. Maybe, I don't know.
I mean, we might lose. The numbers might drop if we do trivia. I mean, they sent one.
You want to do that now?
Broadcast. I'm not in a break. Yeah, making space.
Chris,
There you go. I'm making space. Yeah.
Chris, thank you for being here, Chris. I'm so glad you're here.
Yeah, I appreciate you did join tonight. I was surprised to see you join. I do appreciate that. So, fellow brother in Christ.
Thank you.
Yeah, Chris is there with me, triggering the whole peanut gallery. So I'm really grateful that he's here, because I definitely wanted to talk to him, and he didn't fail in that regard at all. So yeah, we'll do a
drama.
I just want to say, Cam, your fucking profile pic is disturbing.
What is
that one? Looks
white, live on cool about I was
Rustland. The Pope time I stood right
on a stream. You being an alcoholic and your dad. Yeah, you want me to pull it up?
My dad was a fucking.
Oh, here we go. Here's where shit. And of course, my internet's going to give us problems. Why wouldn't it? Or did they take the stream down? I don't know. Of course, I have it capped, so it's not like that will matter, right? Give me just a second. Am I here? My internet is such crap over here at the motel. Come on. All right, hold up. -226. It's probably
man.
that's just a browser.
Well,
I-
this,
I
go-
believe-
this goes into this over psychoanalyzing people based on like very minimal, facts and,
Right.
they think you.
That was the live portion, but let's go to the where was this -226 ish. Yeah.
Oh no, there's just two doggos just hanging out.
No, I don't like it. That one looks dead.
There's a big good boy woof woof.
Oh, it's me. But I'm on a farm.
And that way it sounds.
I'm in a tent.
Got a big hat, 5.
What was up with Benton talking about your dad on a stream?
Who?
Huh?
My dad?
Yeah.
When? I missed that part.
You were talking about you being an alcoholic and your dad was an alcoholic.
My dad never drank a drop, brother. My dad. Well,
Did I
hold
say
up.
his dad
Are
was
you
an
serious?
alcoholic?
Yeah, you want me to pull it up? Hold on,
Are
let me
you
pull it
fucking serious? Yeah, pull that fucking. My
I
dad never
remember
drank
saying that his
drop.
dad was an
Yeah, let me-
alcoholic.
Never
pull
drank
it
a fucking drop. My dad was a fucking command master chief in the fucking United States Navy. Never drank a fucking drop ever.
Yeah, no, I got you, bro. Let me.
Oh my god.
But it's funny how he said my dad was a command master chief in the Navy and never drank a drop. Well, I mean, the one thing doesn't necessarily have to do with the other, does it? Meanwhile, I'll go back and watch the whole clip. Maybe I did misspeak. I don't remember saying that his dad was an alcoholic. Perhaps I was speculating, as many speculations have been made about me, right? Oh, but it's okay to speculate about what Benton may or may not have done, but we can't speculate about how EBT's father may have lived his life, right? That's verboten. Why? I don't know, but it is apparently. I thought we were in a no holds barred environment where there were no topics off limits and we could go anywhere we wanted to go, but apparently not.
Benton. Fuck you, Benton. Fuck
No.
you, Benton. You fucking faggot, fucking ball sucking motherfucker. Get the fuck out of here, you faggot. Get him
Dude,
up. Pull
you're
that shit
right.
up. Pull that fucking shit. He wants to talk shit about my fucking dad. Get that motherfucker up on here.
Yeah,
I like your reactions, fucking Talcott, because that's true. This motherfucker wants to talk shit on my motherfucking dad.
He don't know.
I don't give a fuck if his fucking Arkansas fucking cousin fucking retard fucking dad scored 4 touchdowns in the Bullseye fucking high school.
Exactly. This thing about my famous grandfather, right? It's not like I've never caught a lot of shit for that, right?
Fucking state finals or some shit. He wants to talk shit.
Oh yeah, the state finals. Yeah, see how these people are. Yeah, you mean the NFL, sir? A record in the NFL that stood for 40 years. Is that the one you're talking about? And in fact, I got my dad sending me text messages saying, "Hey, this is the picture we're thinking about using because they're redoing the Arkansas Hall of Honor. They're redoing the football stadium or whatever. So they're trying to decide how are we going to continue to honor my dad's dad for football exploits, which I really don't give a fuck about anymore. But see, that's okay to ridicule and make fun of that. But EBT's dad somehow off limits. Okay.
My fucking dad.
Oh
Pull
no.
this fucking clip up.
Oh,
This
man.
motherfucker-
So EBT and all of these people get to make things up. But if I unintentionally, accidentally, maybe imply that his father, because of being in the military, could possibly have been a hard drinker, even if I did that, and I'm not convinced that I did, that's wrong, right? Somehow. Yeah. Fuck you too, EBT. Fuck you.
Fuck you, Benton, you fucking piece of shit. What a fucking piece of shit. This
Yeah, right
motherfucker
back
is,
at
dude.
you.
I can't believe this fucking dude.
You
Oh my
are
god.
fired up tonight, brother.
No, I am fired up. Why would he?
What do you mean
Dude,
why?
No, you don't.
What
That's
do you
not
mean
even
why?
Cool. That's
We-
not even fucking cool.
Hey,
Yeah,
exactly. That's not even cool.
I have to.
That's not even cool. Exactly. I've thought that about many things that have been directed my way. How about you toughen up there, Bubba? Are you triggered, EBT? See how it works? We just continue to poke it. But see, that's not my style. Okay. But do you see what these people are? It's a sickness, man. It's a sickness. So they get to do whatever they want with their little fucking gang. And that's fine. But Benton can't address something. Yeah, fuck you. You went on the public fucking internet and talked about it. That's your problem, partner. If I mistakenly had some information wrong, it's not my fucking fault. It's a human being making a mistake. If you didn't want people to be able to address these topics, you probably should have kept your motherfucking mouth shut. Just like if I didn't want to be called a fucking faggot at various times repeatedly, I probably would have kept certain things to myself, but I didn't. I chose to put it out there, right? And so now I get to hear that a lot, even though that's pretty much not a thing, or it's not a thing, right? See how it works, EBT? Maybe don't go tell the entire internet a story. I don't know.
Sort through it.
That's not even fucking cool. This fucking faggot. If I mean, like, that's the thing. These motherfuckers come on here and they know that I restrain myself because they know that
All right, here we go.
shit
I found
about
it.
Yeah.
I found it. Here we go. It took me a second, but I got it. Here we are. Let me share the screen. Jack, how are you, sir?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Jack.
Oh, I love this. It took me a second, motherfucker. You know exactly where that is. He's laid his trap, and he's about to play an out of context clip.
I got that harassing you too.
He's got his
You know what I'm
familiar.
saying? You got that good energy.
Jack's got his familiar there with him. Black cat.
Yeah.
Crossing the path. Yep, bad luck. Okay, let's go ahead and go with the stream. There we go.
All right, here we go.
Already fucked at this point, so.
All right, here we go.
Oh, let's go with this motherfucker in the library. Let's go.
Yeah. It is kind of complicated.
Shut the fuck.
What is this? See, this is what I'm saying. We've created an environment in which anything Benton does will be mocked and ridiculed, literally. And same thing with Paul Enslaved. It doesn't matter what he does. He will be mocked and ridiculed. And I've realized this quite some time ago. What I do or don't do has nothing to do with the reality that these people, including EBT, are going to mock and ridicule me. It's just the facts.
Yeah, what is this, dude?
Oh, good God.
Oh, good.
What a mess.
Yeah, you are a mess, sir.
Yeah.
Here we go. So, musical
wait a minute.
secret says.
Yeah. You know what? I have been, and then I get my shit together. So let's take your premise, EBT. I'm less of a mess than you are. And let's go ahead and get into it since I'm getting called all kind of names. We know what's going on in your household. You're living with your family, and you and your wife are just biding your time until the kids are grown and y'all get to go divorce and split up and then actually live your life. See, we all know that. It's obvious, EBT. Meanwhile, so what? Everybody has things they're going through, but I'm not even having this in my brain. I'm not using it for information to try to harm someone or hurt their feelings. Because I'm not like these people. Now, did I potentially? No, I didn't unintentionally hurt EBT's feelings. We have TBE who's intentionally putting this out there in a context when he knows EBT, this is the time of the morning where EBT is going to be fueled up, right? I mean, it's obvious what's happening here. So I don't even care. I don't give a fuck.
EBT's drinking and smoking are probably related to the condition he found his father in.
Dude, this Music Holds a Secret is a complete motherfucking retard, dude. I'm pretty sure that Music Holds a Secret is fucking Benton. I'm pretty sure that Benton is in the backstage typing these fucking comments because anything Music Holds a Secret says, Benton's got to abide to.
Bro. See, do you see how these people think? Because see, this entire live chat, right? This entire stream TBE's doing, I'm muted over there. Well, my principles are I don't make sock accounts. So would I like to have been able to interject some comments here and there? Yeah, I wanted to, but I'm not able to because I'm muted and I don't make sock accounts. So now I'm being accused. Listen to this. I'm being accused of being Music Holds a Secret as if I somehow have the fucking brain power with my very average IQ, right? I can barely do the fucking live stream at this point to some extent. I think y'all have seen that. But I'm some mastermind that has created this Music Holds a Secret alter ego, and I've in fact been interacting with it. Oh, driving a big rig, by the way. So yeah, go back to my very early streams. 4 people in the live stream. One of them's Music Holds a Secret, and as I'm driving a big rig on a phone, I'm also somehow operating Music Holds a Secret. Like, it doesn't even make sense, man. And I missed that part before, but this is nuts, dude. Like, and I do enjoy, I have enjoyed what I've been able to my interactions with EBT, but like, is he serious here? Like, I can't have friends that are this level of paranoid, with enemies like this. Who needs friends? I don't even think this way. So this has been in his mind, presumably all of this time. Meanwhile, here's Benton just living this fucking oblivious, charmed life where I don't think, I don't go into somebody's channel and think, oh, well, the broadcaster might also be this poster in the live chat. What are you talking about? My brain just doesn't work that way. This is insane.
When Music Holds the Secret says that I don't want to hear about Bible talk, well, Benton has to say that, well, this is not a Bible channel. Anybody that's going to talk about the Bible is going to get kicked out.
Yeah.
Unless I'm talking.
Yeah. Well, maybe EBT, possibly I saw the error of my ways, and this person who's been supporting my channel since the very beginning, while EBT to some extent has mocked and ridiculed my channel. Who is this? Who's here? Oh, it's E. I'm gonna get yelled at. All right, let's hear EBT out. E, if you can keep it, I'll let you say whatever you want, man. But if you go straight to the insults, then we're not going to do that. But if you guys can just not call me a bunch of names, I will happily hear what you have to say. Can we agree to that? I don't know. It doesn't look like it based on what I'm seeing down there. That's a no. Okay. Well, if at some point you change your mind and you decide you don't want to come in and call me a bunch of names, just give me a thumbs up and we'll add you to the stream. But I'm not adding you to the stream unless we can have some sort of agreement there. Nope, that's a no. Well, y'all have a good night.
About the Bible, and that's okay. Or unless Paul is talking about the Bible, that's okay. Anybody else wants to come in and kind of defend the tradition of the Bible, kick them the fuck out. They don't
Right. So let's listen to their
Yeah, it's my channel. And the audience who's now sending me money, by the way, shout out to the donators. They don't want to hear that shit. They don't want to hear it. They're not into religious debate. They don't like that shit. And I don't like religious debate. Now I like some of the topics being discussed, right? But I'm not into that shit. Okay. But yeah, EBT probably shouldn't have went on the public internet and told that story if he didn't want to have it brought up. You know, just like I probably shouldn't have put my shirtless gimp shoulder on the internet to be in EBT's thumbnails, right? But it's all fun and games because we're just it's just banter, right? I guess it's just banter when I'm talking about your dad, EBT. It's just banter. See how it works? We've created a game in which I normally won't go there, but if I choose to, well, that's the rules of engagement. So I don't know what to tell you, man. Did TBE end his stream? If somebody could tell me. And I got a lot to say about this. Let me convert the microphone into Benton, assuming somebody's like, I'm the authority now, right? This is how confident I am in what I have to say. No, EBT's drinking and smoking are probably related to the condition he found his father in. And my experience, what little I know of military men, especially lifelong career military, especially officers, as EBT's dad was.
He wasn't a fucking officer, you fucking retard. Master Chief. That's not a fucking officer. That's a senior enlisted, you fucking moron. You have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, well, just like my grandfather wasn't a high school, well, he was, but then he did other things. You see how it works? You see, when you just make things up, we've created an environment in which everybody gets to just make shit up. See? But then, Benton must have created this. I don't see how. Can't I just go and make stuff up? But this is a sensitive topic for us. So Benton should have known that it was a sensitive topic and not to make things up, presumably, or potentially. Yeah. Okay. So y'all can do it, but I can't. See how it works?
Talking about.
They tend to. And hey, everybody's got shit to deal with, man. Everybody's got shit to deal with. Deal with it, partner. Put your big boy pants on and deal with it. Booze all the way through. And it's funny how as men we just a lot of times
hold on. I mean, hold on. Pause this thing. I mean, do you guys realize this motherfucker was a drunk for like 3 fucking years when he came up on like?
You talking about me? Yeah, I drank pretty heavy through most of the pandemic. I'll own that. I don't think it was 3 straight years, but I do engage in hyperbole, so we'll allow that. But E, if you want to come up, man, all you got to do is just lie to me and tell me you're not going to repeatedly call me names that I'd rather not be called. So that's really all that. So all I'm asking here. Other than that, I'll let you say whatever you want.
This guy was sauced and fucking drunk out of his mind nonstop.
That's true.
So much so this motherfucker cannot hold down his job for more than fucking 4 to 5 months at a time.
Not true, actually. Not true at all. In fact, at one point I was working 16 to 18 hours a day in Morrilton, Arkansas, driving from Morrilton to Rogers, Arkansas, and back twice a day, 5 to 6 days a week, except the truck kept breaking down. I can show you the pay stubs if you're interested. And at one point, I remember I called my mother. See again, at some point in this, it was mentioned, about getting my facts straight. Well, y'all don't have y'all's facts straight, so why would I have my facts straight? I mean, is this just you're not observing yourselves? So it's all fun and games when we just, are inaccurate about Benton, see. But now Benton's inaccurate about us. That's a problem. Okay, well, that's not my fucking problem. Oh, I thrive on this, Monel, but thank you. This is my fuel in some way. This is my fuel. I've been like this my whole life. Yeah, and then Toilet Bowl Earth, I'm muted in his live chat. So, but then he goes on stream and he's complaining that he's muted over here. Well, you may notice, sir, I don't come onto your channel with sock accounts. So, yeah. It's believable. I'd like to say it's unbelievable, but it's believable.
You guys realize this? This guy has a gambling addiction. He has a fucking drinking addiction, and now
no, neither one. See EBT, because when I almost died and almost drank myself to death. Well, when then I pulled myself out of that hole after 3 weeks of horrific nightmarish withdrawals, somehow a switch was unlocked in my brain. I haven't touched alcohol, and I could probably help you, right? Because you're destroying your life with alcohol, but that's none of my business. I believe in freedom. Destroy your life with alcohol all you want. That's your choice. It's your life, brother. I ain't got nothing to do with that. But probably old Benton has figured some things out about the alcohol. Oh, but see, Benton has a certain kind of presentment and comes across a certain kind of way. So what could he possibly know about this topic? Well, I don't know. I just drank until my organs couldn't handle alcohol. And now I'm able to function with my illness. Maybe I can't. You're right. I can't hold down a job now. I'm too sick. Okay. Meanwhile, when I was with Balkan, what was that, 9 months, and hit the fucking 12,000 a mile, you get a bonus for 12,000 miles in a month. I hit that motherfucker twice. At a certain point, the dispatcher slipped and let me know I was basically number one in the company based on whatever their metrics are. Right. But I can't hold down a job. Okay. Well, but again, we just make things up and then ignore the reality. See? But then when that comes back to you guys, now it's a problem. But it's not a problem when we do it to Benton, see? And I ain't got time for it. But hey, man, whatever y'all do to me, I'm just going to do it back to you. It's called fight fire with fire. So you can all go fuck yourselves.
He has a fucking marijuana addiction, fucking TCHO.
Who, me?
And all these other fucking hybrid shit. This motherfucker cannot hold down.
Who, me? Let's look at the calendar. An addiction, see? Now, and this, by the way, EBT said that he was addicted to spice for quite some time, K2. But when did I stop? Because see, I'm still in my brain. I still think I can drive a truck, but I really can't. But my last day of consuming cannabis was July 28th, and I stopped to get 30 days off so that I could pass a drug test. So I'm almost 2 weeks off, I believe. What's the date? Oh, it's my birthday, by the way. Yeah, happy birthday to Benton.
A position in his life for more than 5 months at a time. Let's just be fucking honest about this motherfucker. If he's gonna talk shit about my father, let's be honest about this motherfucker, because I would restrain myself normally because I respect Benton to some extent. But he's gonna come at me like this and come at my father like this, dude. Fuck you, motherfucker, you faggot motherfucker. I remember when you were bringing in fucking homeless fucks into your fucking hotel room and fucking them in the ass.
Never happened.
And you admitted it.
Yeah.
No, didn't admit anything.
I mean,
that's
that's
a blatant lie.
You want some fucking? You don't want smoke from EBT. You do not want fucking.
That's
smoke
true.
From
I
EBT.
don't.
I mean, I was just.
I yield. Let it run. Let it run.
Yeah, and a lot of us to sort of confide, or at least just use another man as a sounding board.
Like, how does Music Holds a Secret even know about your father?
Because EBT went on the public internet and told the fucking story, and most of us watched it, right? And what did I say when EBT made the thumbnail? And I was like, damn, dude, look at it's basically found the one screenshot, that showed my physicality in the worst possible light. And I was like, damn, dude. And he was like, hey, you put it out on the public internet. And then, so what goes in Benton's brain is, new rule, new power. Anything that these people put on the public internet is fair motherfucking game. There's no consideration of maybe this person has certain feelings around this thing, right? See, now that's just placed to the side. And whatever y'all do to me, I will do it right back to you. And I've been that way my whole life. If you can't take it, that's not my problem. Okay. And I didn't have nothing to do with what happened to EBT's dad. Okay. Just like y'all didn't have nothing to do with what's going on with me. I don't know what to tell you. Meanwhile, we got TBE just couldn't fucking wait to to drop this one on EBT. I love it. You see what you're doing here?
That's pretty telling about, yeah, you're right. That is probably Benton's sock talking to himself.
I don't have socks, sir. That's
Like-
you. See, y'all think that way. These are people, they have socks. I have no socks, man. I have some narcissistic traits. I want everybody to know when I type a comment, I want everybody to know exactly who in the fuck that is. Yes, there's nothing like that. EBT, are we not going to call me names? That's all I want is just don't directly call me a bunch of names. Do whatever else you want. That's almost an agreement. When we got one of these from him. I wish I was on StreamYard. All I need is a yes, or you can just give me a no. I'm not okay, and I'm just going to let you talk, man. So we're not going to TBE quite yet. We might, but I'm going to put you on, and then I'm going to mute up and just say whatever you got to say.
Why do you got to mute up? You afraid to talk to me?
No, I'll talk to you. I just thought you might.
You're afraid of you're afraid of something that I might say? I ain't gonna say nothing harmful or degrading to you here on your stream. Why would you think that? Why would you not even bring me up on stream while you're talking shit about me? While you're talking shit about my father? You think I'm gonna say something about you? Are you afraid of what I might say about you?
I'm an August
Are you
12th
worried
Leo.
about that?
See, this is why I was
see,
muting up.
you can't
Yeah,
handle
I said one word and you started talking. That's why I muted up. I thought you probably had
Go ahead.
something to say.
Go ahead. I'll sit here and be quiet while you go ahead and continue to talk then, sir.
I'm an August 12th Leo, sir.
I don't give a fuck about your fucking sun sign, motherfucker. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, courage
What does that have
is
to
the
do
easy
with that?
part. Courage is the easy part, sir.
I'm an Aries. Who the fuck cares about it?
I know you are.
What does it matter?
I don't live in a fear space, sir. So no, I'm not scared.
Fear space.
Of-
What the fuck
of
are you even
you.
talking about? I ain't scared about nothing.
You just accuse me of being scared. See, you don't even know what you're saying. You're not tracking.
I don't even know. Yeah, I do. I don't even know what you're saying.
No, you
Please,
don't know what you're
explain to me.
saying. You don't know what you're saying.
I don't
You
know what
just-
I'm saying.
You just accused me of being scared.
That's the way you present yourself, sir.
Well, I'm telling you that is not a thing, sir.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Continue. Tell me to my face the shit that you're going to talk about right now. Then I'll sit here and yield.
Well, what's the point of you being up here if you're going to sit here and listen to me? Like, it doesn't even make sense. I thought
No,
you
it doesn't
might
even
have
make sense.
something to
It
say
doesn't
to
make
me.
sense that you would restream something else after we restream something else about you talking shit. That doesn't make sense to you.
I'm going to do whatever the fuck I want, EBT, and if you don't
Now,
like it,
you're welcome to
problem.
do whatever the fuck you want to, sir.
oh, now I have EBT's permission to do whatever. I want.
Oh yeah,
Great.
that I'm giving
Great.
you permission to do that.
Thank you. Thanks for the permission.
That's what I was saying. That's what
Yeah,
I was saying.
Thanks for
Right.
the permission. Appreciate that.
Okay. Yeah.
See, I can do this all day, brother. This is my wheelhouse.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Go ahead and do it. You have EBT's permission to do it. You got your little cocksuckers in the chat there. We got
See?
fucking Bad Barney in there. We got Tribe in there.
Yeah.
Let these motherfuckers talk for you too. Go ahead. You trying to look good for your daddy?
See, back to the daddy stuff.
Isn't that where you started this with?
I think my father's going to drive up and visit me in a few days.
My
Pretty
father's
sure.
dead. So
I'm aware of that.
What,
I'm sorry that happened. I'm sorry that happened to you. That sucks.
What gives you permission to talk about or psychoanalyze anything that I do based on my father?
Well, I'll say this in retrospect. I would have preferred that I did not say those things in that format. Other
Okay.
than that, I mean,
Okay.
I've wished. Yeah, I mean,
I'm okay
honestly,
with that. I say shit that I shouldn't say on the internet all the time.
And I mean, I don't know, man. I didn't have an intention of causing harm, but obviously I have. So what do I do with that?
Wow, dude, your chat's full of fucking full-fledged fucking retards. I just want to let you know that.
Yeah.
Why don't some of these guys ever come up here and talk to me live on person instead of let me be a Paul here. Why don't y'all motherfuckers come up on the panel and talk this shit to me? Cuckoo Bird fucking 91 gonna make some dumbass fucking video that makes no fucking sense trying to attack me. Well, in the end, it just makes me look fucking good, sir. And fucking Tribe, you're just a fucking Paul fucking dick sucker, dude. Nobody fucking likes you anyways. You're a full-fledged fucking retard, okay? Come up on here, Tribe. I know that you have a camera. I know you have a device that can let you come up on here. Come up on here and challenge me. Challenge fucking EBT right now, okay? So I'm not afraid of any of y'all motherfuckers. I don't give a fuck what you say. Pipe up, fucking slaves. Ain't none of you slaves gonna fucking pipe up. At least Benton pipes up. At least Benton makes some pushback. Oh,
well,
yeah,
and
good Catholic drunk. Yeah, that's right.
Well, let me speak for myself real quick. And as much as I say this, people don't seem to understand that I actually mean this. And I'm not even talking
Come
about...
up here, Tribe, if I don't possess the fucking intellect to debate you. You pathetic fucking loser. You're not standing for your rights. You're not standing for your freedoms. You got fucking yellow circles on you, fucking pathetic slave. Come up here and fucking debate me, you fucking loser. You're just bodying yourself. You're just bodying. I'm just doing what your daddy does. I'm just doing what y'all's daddy does. Same exact thing. And that's what y'all motherfuckers can't even see. Y'all motherfuckers can't even see how pathetic your fucking metaversal daddy is. Come at me. I'm here. Right now. Right here. Right fucking now. Come at me.
This is my favorite EBT, by the way.
Yeah, because nobody can come against me.
Well, I believe that's to be true. Yes. And you may have noticed that it's been only a couple of times that I've even done that. And it's, yeah, see. Oh, Benton knows what he's doing to some extent.
No, because I love Benton. I mean, like, either way. I mean, I feel like me and Benton are brothers. You can talk shit all he wants about me. I'll come up here and I'll I come up on here when he's talking shit about me, right?
Yes.
I don't care.
Well, and
talk EBT, shit to my face right now, and we'll do it. I'm not going to call you a faggot.
Well, EBT, and I do. I want to apologize, and I have to do this specifically because this is my code. I apologize for shooting my mouth off, and in doing so, involving your late father in that. That was wrong of me to do that. I didn't realize what I was doing. But even still, it doesn't matter that I didn't realize it. It was wrong. I apologize, and I would hope you would accept my apology.
I accept your apology. It is what it is.
Thank you.
I apologize for reacting to that at the moment. What you're reviewing earlier. Of
Thank
course,
you, sir. Much appreciated.
Yeah, and I mean, anybody's going to react that way if you're gonna talk.
Of course.
Right. So I mean, like, how I am justified in my reaction, right? I mean, who wouldn't be, right?
Of course. Of course. See, now we squash the drama, and what do we do now?
No. What do we do now? Fuck, dude. Like,
give me a hug. Look it out.
The bit, non-bit, right? I guess it's over with. I mean,
all right. Well,
let's
okay.
I'll leave. I'll leave. Unless Drive wants to come up and talk shit or whatever. But...
No, don't leave. We've got drama incoming. Incoming.
Let's go. Let's go.
Oh, there he is. Finally, little bitch.
I want fucking Tribe to come up because I can't stand that motherfucker.
Little bitch Benton. Little Paul fucking slurp.
Yeah, look, my IQ is IQ is this diminishing.
Let me ask you something.
Oh man.
Yo, Ben, let me ask you something. When you get all triggered about people giving you advice, what was you doing today with Paul?
Will you join us on trivia?
Reviewing my fucking bullshit live stream. that I don't give a shit about. It's funny that you have such these staunch principles about, oh, don't give me advice, don't give me health advice, don't give me directives. But here you are with Paul and Slave's dick in your mouth, telling me about how I should run my stream, or how I need to prepare for streams, or how I need to present myself on the internet. Explain that to me, you fucking hypocrite, fucking gooseneck faggot.
I am disinclined to acquiesce to your request, and we're not going to call Benton names. So anybody that wants to come up here and agree not to call Benton names is welcome.
Wait, what did he call? What did he call you? I missed it.
He dropped an F word on me. He dropped the F bomb.
Oh yeah. TB, we're not gonna do that.
Just don't directly call me names, and I'll let him say whatever he wants.
We're gonna be civil.
We're not doing that.
We're gonna be civil. I mean, the people in the chat can call us as many names as they want. Yeah. That's fine. That's fine.
But yeah, I'm disinclined to acquiesce to your request, sir.
Let's keep it civil. Let's abide by the rules of the.
Explain it to me. Explain it to me.
See, here's the authoritarianism. Did you not hear what I just said? I said no. Well, I'll explain this to you. Since nobody else has in your life, apparently, when you make a request of another man and he says no, you accept that. But a little boy keeps pushing to get his way.
Oh, so basically you're a coward that can account for the
you're a little boy. No, you're a little boy.
So you can't. So you don't have the gumption or the intelligence to account for the things that you say. Is that what?
No, you're a little boy who can't accept that a man told you no.
Mute me. Just mute me because you can't accept the truth.
No, you're a little boy who never grew up in a way, and unfortunately was not socialized properly with respect to masculinity. And I hate to go there because I really don't even like these topics anymore. But as a man who makes a request of another man, I said no. And if you were a man, you would respect that, but you don't because you're not a man in that regard. And it really is that simple.
I'm a man.
Well, I don't know what to tell you.
I'm a man, Benton, and I'm here right now.
Yeah, and if I told you no, you would respect it in the moment. You would.
And I would.
Yes. Yeah. TBE can't.
And I'm not saying he's a little boy. I'm not
in
saying
this
he's
regard.
I mean,
in this regard.
Well, you know, a lot of times you guys kind of bend the knee to like this giant little boy, and everybody is so enamored with this giant little boy that thinks he's awesome, and
that's your perception.
That's my perception. Okay.
That doesn't mean that that's what I'm doing, sir. You have no idea what I'm doing.
No, and did I say that I had any perception what you were doing?
I'm playing a very long game, sir. And if you think Paul doesn't understand that, I don't know what to tell you.
Oh, I don't know what Paul understands.
Exactly.
I don't think he can see past the next day's stream.
That may very well be the case.
He has no vision. He has no insight. He has no plan in his life.
Well, I would tell a story, but I'll just be mocked and ridiculed for it. So
tell me the story, because I would because honestly, I see you up on that fucking panel and I hear the shit that spews out of this motherfucker's mouth, and I know you. I've known you for years, and I've conversed with you for years, and I feel like I know you to some extent as a man. And then I just don't understand how you can sit up on that panel and listen to the bullshit that comes out of this motherfucker's mouth and not give any pushback to him.
Well, let me, I want to respond by saying, how is it that TBE goes up there and does more or less the same thing?
He doesn't.
Yes, he does. I've seen him do it.
I don't see how. I don't see how, but I guess we'll agree to disagree on that. But
and then what is your fear?
I mean, does TBA ever claim that he's fucking Christ?
No, I'm saying based on what you just said, you're implying that I'm not providing pushback to Paul on his broadcast. That's what I'm addressing. And I'm saying that TBE has been up there for extended periods of time, also not doing that. That's what I'm saying. Also not doing that. But
Well,
it's okay when he's not pushing back.
okay. I'll grant some ground on that. Yeah. Maybe perhaps you. Okay. Maybe perhaps you're running some kind of long game, and that makes sense. And that probably would be the way that you would, if you did have an opposing view with Paul, and you really did want to actually the whiteboard went down. I just want everybody to know that. Let me just do a brief intermission here. We were doing trivia on the other channel here. Kim came in tonight as a heavy hitter tonight. Kim was doing really well. Unfortunately, still again, EBT won again the second night of trivia. That's right, EBT won again. The smartest motherfucker here on the YouTube streets. Anybody that wants to challenge that, go ahead and join us next Friday night when we do trivia again. If you think that you're smarter than EBT, that's right. Anyways, grade school. Yeah, Bad Barney is literally the worst fucking troll in the entirety of the internet. I mean, dude, come on, dude. I mean, not even I got a whiteboard. I'm grade school. I got a whiteboard. I'm grade school. Get the fuck out of here, dude. You're fucking pathetic, dude. Anyway, so Bad Barney, you're welcome. Next Friday night we'll do trivia again, and you can come in here and you can embarrass me, EBT. It's welcome to everybody. Come and embarrass me, EBT. Prove to me that you're smarter than me. Prove to me that you're smarter than an EBT, right? A fifth grader. Are you smarter than a fifth grader, right? Barney, you can't do it, sir. Unfortunately, you're going to lose every time. But good showing on Chem tonight. Very smart. Unfortunately,
he's a smart dude. He's the
smartest dude the guy that I thought was the smartest, the machine lies, sucks at fucking trivia. He sucks at fucking trivia. Bernie, look, this guy, Bernie came in late. Bernie came in at the last half and fucking started to smoke us all. So, and then even D in the background, D was doing really good too. Anyways, I'm sorry to geek out.
Right now. What up? Hello.
I love trivia. I love trivia.
I love you all.
Hey, Bernie.
So, people are gonna be mad. I'm not trying to be ecumenical at the moment, but at the same time I am. I actually wasn't super offended though. Actually, after I listened to this, what was going on, I don't know who the fuck Music Holds the Secret is.
I do have a question.
Let's hold up, Bernie. We're talking here, me and Ben. That was kind of a joke when I was saying that maybe Benton is Music Holds the Secret. I don't actually fucking believe that. The same fucking thing when we talked about the other day about the fucking Paul being the psychological
toilet bowl Earth street.
All right, well,
there because I was too in line and it was not working.
I have a lot of regard for Bernie, but sometimes he's not tracking properly, and this is one of those times. No offense, Bernie, but we're trying to get somewhere.
I have huge respect for Bernie, but I mean, we were trying to get somewhere.
Sometimes he's off in left field, which is I like that. I'm also there much of the time myself, but yeah.
You know what's funny because Provo Kid says that he's the most. What did he say? He's the most not incoherent, but the most. What's the word that he uses? Fuck, I can't pinpoint it at the moment. But Provo Kid often goes in these tangents that you don't have any clue what he's talking about. Bernie's kind of similar to some extent. Not that that's a bad thing. Not that it's a bad thing. But read the room, right? Read the fucking room right now is what we're doing. But that being said, I lost where I was going. I lost my point. Bring Bernie back up. He's already gone. You're muted.
Yeah, I am muted. Sorry.
Or bring Tribo. Or bring Jeff Pizer up because that is a good looking motherfucker.
Well,
bring him up.
Well, EBT, if the donos keep rolling in, I'm going to upgrade the StreamYard and we'll have multiple administrators and you can just come on and run. And I know I sound sarcastic, but we'll let you do that. You see what I'm saying?
I mean, I wouldn't necessarily want that or expect that or want that, but I mean, like, it would be honest to know, like, I am a long time fucking Benton listener and chat
Yes.
contributor,
This is very true. Yeah.
and we've never, me and you have never had a breakup, right?
No.
Even though you and CBO have had multiple breakups and gotten back together, right? I think you mentioned that earlier. I was in and
Yeah.
out on the stream today.
Yeah.
Talked about like the D Live, that whole D Live fiasco. And I think that
Yep.
was part of, Drew was going through some life shit. And Drew used to always give me shit early on because when I was having the kids and all that shit, he would get mad at me because I couldn't give a certain time that I would be able to do a live, or we would plan a live and I wouldn't be able to make it and all this kind of shit. And I think Drew's kind of going through that kind of shit too, and he's
Sure.
also going through some kind of male post maternal kind of situations that kind of fuck with your brain. I mean,
makes
this
sense.
is just, this really is it, this really does happen to the male after you have children. Like, your brain is really fucked up. You're dealing with, and I have girls. I mean, fuck, boys are even fucking crazier, right? I mean, when they're young, I mean, Jesus Christ, this dude, and he's moved across the country to Florida and he's got a
Yeah.
new wife, and
A lot of pressure, a lot of stress.
all of us were fucking crazy after fucking the pandemic. Everything got weird, and that was one of the things earlier on today that I thought was kind of bullshit when people were in. I don't know if it's your stream or not, but people were talking about Drew is on opiates and all this kind of shit. And
And I made sure to point out that I did not believe that to be true.
right. And you
See,
did.
well, real
You
quick, ABT, I don't personally allow whatever drama or feelings I might be having. I separate that from what I see happening. Like with Kim before the storm, I enjoyed his performance on Truth or Cop, and I made sure to let him know that. It has nothing to do with the fact that I do intensely dislike him at a personal level. But please go ahead.
You did, and I grant you that. I actually don't understand I don't understand why you personally dislike him. I don't know what that drama was that happened between you guys, and I don't really give a fuck what happened between you guys. But yeah, I did realize that. I do know that you dislike Kim, and I do know that I saw you in the chat, and I saw you saying that was a good, and it objectively was a fantastic stream.
Absolutely.
Kim did fantastic. Truth or Cop, as always. He's a fantastic interviewer, a fantastic host on all this stuff. And like, let's just shout out Truth or Cop for him. Like, he gets a lot of shit, but I mean, like, actually that stream to me though was like, wow. Especially that other guy that came on that was getting brought up on the charges from J6, and he's talking about like he's got access to this FBI database now because he's pro se, and there's this thing called baseball where they have cards and all these facial recognition. Like, dude, that was a badass fucking stream. Anybody that didn't watch that, got to go back and watch that one. You're muted again. You're muted, Ben.
That's actual journalism, by the way, which is
he's an actual journalist. Yeah.
It's almost dead. So shout out to Truth or Cop.
Yeah, Truth or Cop's a real motherfucker. Whatever people want to say about him, he's a real dude out here doing real, actual journalistic, investigative work, finding these people, getting them on the stream. I mean, where else was this dude talking about this shit, right? Like, I learned all kinds of new shit just off that one thing, right? Like, as much as that one dude was fucking bullshit. Okay, here we go. We got TB calling me. Bring T. Can you give the link to TB?
I want to say that I'll bring him up, but I think it's.
I just want to talk about ideas. and information and shit is what as much fuck you for trying whatever. We already dealt with the bullshit at this point. I feel like.
Well, and I would like to get into a space where I could at least have TBE around, and maybe he could have me around, and we could do a broadcast without all of this aggression. And the thing is, the key to Benton is you can't dominate me. If you become aggressive against me, I'm either going to do the same thing or I'm just not going to even engage on those levels. But it's this constant going back to this attempting to enforce one's will or impose one's will on me. It cannot be done. It's literally impossible.
I mean, I felt like I didn't.
No, TB. I'm talking about TBE, not you.
No. I'm saying I felt like I stood by whatever I was standing by when I first came on here. I didn't cut to anything. So
you exactly. But this is what I'm saying is when TBE makes a request and I say no, how can he not respect that? I don't understand.
Yeah,
if I made a request of him and he said no, I would respect the no. Right. So why would I want to talk to somebody who's going to try to be aggressive against me? And all it does is bring out my aggression at the worst. At best, I just sit here like, I don't know what to tell you, man.
I mean, and also, I mean, generally, the only reason we're on here is to make content. I mean, if we're just shooting shit, I mean, that would be another thing. I mean, I don't know.
Indeed, but
I gotta get in the frame. I gotta get in the frame.
That's what Ben's done lots of good panels. I'll give you that.
I know. Fuck it. TV's gonna be talking shit about me.
Well. I don't know what your current drama is between Benton and TV.
I didn't yell at no point during this stream. Did I yell to anybody?
You've been down lately. You were talking like you've only got a couple weeks left here or there. Now you're saying you got the long game. Like, is Benton okay? How are you doing in life, Benton? Like, you hearing any of that, Benton? You doing all right in life? Like, you're saying you're not dying. You have no medical issues. You're okay. You're good. The other day,
I'm
you're in a hospice,
physically.
and you're like, yeah, this is my hospice. Like, as if you were actually dying where you were. No, you're actually doing good. Your life is good. You're playing the long game, like you're live, longevity.
Is he gonna let me answer? Is this even real?
Shut up.
No. What even is real?
No, I'm fucked physically, Burn Eye. But where did EBT go? I'm fucked physically, sir. But we're in this so-called truth community where people want to talk about the Kabbalion and everything is mind. Well, if I know that, how can see what I'm saying? It's like I'm fucked physically. Well, so what? This thing's going away anyway, sir.
I feel you, right? You got to make peace with the spiritual realm and the mind, body, and soul, of course, 100%.
And it's what you do with your life's none of my business, but you look fucking wrecked, man.
Well, that's because I'm under a giant red light and I did just smoke a bunch of marijuana. But I got to say, power to you on the not drinking alcohol. I haven't drank alcohol in like 5-6 years now. I was prescribed opiates by doctors for many years. I've been off of them for 4.5 years now. Proud of that. So I haven't done the opiates in 4.5 years, but I do smoke the THC still. So yes, I am a little bit wrecked. I took some blades of some cannabis and just smoked some air. Shout out to Uncle Josh. Uncle Josh, he gave me some new pipe and a bag of weed today that was I was smoking. So yeah, a little bit wrecked on that. I was also out on the river all day today. So on my channel, there's some shorts of me at the river you can see. So yeah, a little bit wrecked at 3 a.m. because I also just finished a 2-hour real science stream. I had Tim Ventura on. He runs the APEC
What I don't know what he's talking about. And I only brought Burn Eye back because EBT said he wanted to talk to him. I don't know what you're talking about, Burn Eye. What are you talking about? I wanted to talk to EBT, and then he left, and Toilet Bowl left. Like, what the fuck is happening? This is crazy. And when Benton is the one who's the least effed up, things have gone awry, right? Berna, I don't know. I just don't know what you're talking about. We were on a topic, and I brought you back up because I thought EBT wanted you up here, and then now we're off talking about your live streams, which are fine, but I mean, I'm just confused. Like, what's happening? I don't know what this is at this point. Perhaps these were strategies to counteract the drama, right? I guess TBE's stream's over. Hang on, let me go stop the screen cap. Oh, I'm still behind. Still behind over there at 1.5x. Yeah, I guess the stream's over. I was gonna talk to EBT. Yeah. Well, that was your fault, EBT. I removed Burn Eye earlier, and then you wanted him back, and I brought him back, and everybody left. Like driving a truck is work. What? Dude, Razvan busts his ass, if that's what you're talking about. Well, and then back to TBE. It's always a bet and a raise. No matter what I say, he's always upping the ante. Yeah. Well, and you did see EBT came up here and we hashed it out, arguably. It seems like we did. But then I've got TBE who makes a request of me, and I'm like, no, and can't respect that. He's not a man in that regard. That's not what a man does in interactions with other men. See? So I can't, how can I respect him or treat him as a man on my level if, like a little child, in the face of being told no, has to continue to persist? I mean, it's not my job to discipline him in this way. I don't know where he went. I have no idea. Maybe Drew probably went live or something. I think maybe Drew was awake. If somebody could figure out what's going on, I would appreciate it. Let's go back to the screen share here. We got to stir up the drama. I mean, that is the title of the stream here. I don't know. Maybe these folks were very skilled in squashing the drama.
Where does this
I'm reading the comment because I'm thinking he probably listened to the story when the night that my dad died. And my dad died in an accident in December, and I found him pinned underneath a piece of heavy equipment, and I had to move that piece of heavy equipment. I had to give CPR to him, and he was frozen. Like, I'm sure he's trying to relate this tragic moment in my life, somehow relating that to me being drinking and smoking, as if somehow these two things connect. Well, motherfucker, let me tell you, I was drinking before that fucking happened, and I've been smoking fucking cigarettes since I was fucking 14 years old. So fuck you. You have no fucking clue what the fuck you're talking about. This music holds a secret. One, never shows his fucking face or her face, whoever the fuck it is. Never been up on panel. Never even spoke faceless on a fucking panel. So how do I know who the fuck this motherfucker is? And why should I give a fuck what this motherfucker has to say?
Exactly. I think the Benton
Machine Lies never, remove a panelist while they're talking, and especially because they bring up questions where it seems like.
Yeah, because now they're talking about me again. So because I wouldn't let Toilet Bowl up here, now they've all got to go over there and talk about me. See, do you see what's happening here, folks? This is just bizarre. Is it going to let me answer? Is this even real?
Yeah, shut up.
Well, and accepting EBT, I will put my psychological health up against any of these people. I mean, look at Burn Eye, man. And I'm an accepting person. I'm very tolerant, especially after living in the streets with nothing. Yes, Music Holds a Secret's been on the channel. That's absolutely correct. But just look at Bernie. He's fucking wrecked, man. And he's not tracking, right? Oh, yeah, panels are trash. That's why increasingly we're going to one-on-ones. But see, TBE he couldn't stand that he wasn't allowed to participate. Meanwhile, if he could behave himself, if TBE could have behaved himself, he would be right there on the fucking panel. But he can't behave himself. Why is that? I don't know.
No.
No,
What are you
I'm-
in Israel?
No, I'm fucked physically, Burn Eye. Fucked physically, sir. But well, and then I see what Burn Eye was trying to do there, right? And I do, Burn Eye. There's no hard feelings or animosity, sir. I'm incapable of holding a grudge. It's all good, man. But I'm going to speak my mind on these topics, and it's almost like an attempt to set a trap to get Benton to admit that he's not ill. If you can't look at me and tell that I'm ill, I don't know what to tell you. I talked to my mom on the phone last night, and the reality is I limit the time that I visit my mother because the way I appear physically is so upsetting to her. And she said that to me on the phone yesterday. And I said, yeah, I know, I can tell. It's very upsetting. Right. So imagine your very physical, countenance causing your mother pain. Right. That's where I'm at. Okay. But then I say things in a specific context, and then we got Burn Eye coming up here wanting to take it out of context. Oh, like you're good. Yeah, I'm never not good, sir. It's called indomitable, right? If this realm could destroy me, it would have done so by now. Now, I almost let it destroy me when I was destroying myself with the poison of alcohol, by the way. And alcohol in any amount is poison. If you want to drink poison, that's your business, partner. Because if I want to drink some poison, I will. If I want to, don't do that. That'll give you the popcorn lung. Well, so far so good, right? And I can't go back to truck driving. But see, that's what I mean about the mind. See, my mind is good because I suffer because I still believe I can go out there and drive 3,000 miles a week. Okay. But realistically, I can't do it. But if it was a matter of life or death, and other people really needed me to drive that truck 12,000 fucking miles in a month, could I do it? Yeah, I could. But what's that do to me? See, what's that do to me? Well, let's face the reality. None of these people, and again, I'm not even talking about EBT, but for the most part, none of these people give a flying fuck what I'm going through, which is fine. It's completely fine. I don't know that I would necessarily expect it. We're in this so-called truth community where people want to talk about the Kabbalion and everything is mind. Well, if I know that, how can see what I'm saying?
Dude, I'm over it, man. I don't even know if I can fucking look at it.
Dude, he's wrecked, man. You guys are wrecked. Okay, I'm not here to tell you not to be wrecked, but he's fucking wrecked. This is not
fucking
good.
EBT anymore. I seriously can't even fucking believe my fucking eyes right now.
I'm right here.
Dude, I can't.
I'm right here.
Dude, I can't.
I'm right here.
believe
I'm right
it,
here.
Dude.
I'm right here. Let's
Dude,
do it.
I can't even fucking believe
I'm
you,
right
dude.
here right now.
Dude,
This is
I'm
wild.
at a fucking loss of words right now, bro.
Me too.
Okay, talk to me.
You
Tell me-
fucking straight up just bent over and fucking cucked out to
Did
that
I?
dude in
No.
real
I?
fucking time.
No, he
dude.
didn't.
Or did he
I'm
bend
so
over to me?
fucking disappointed in you, dude. I can't fucking believe it, dude.
Yeah, because now, and see, this is where I respect EBT a lot, because EBT won't click up with these people, even though he is in their group to some extent. He's not fully clicked up with them, see? So when the gang, and this is how street gangs work, right? And I don't have direct experience with this, but see, like I like to study some of these dynamics, especially the prison gang dynamics. See, whoever's the leader of the gang, when they make an order, the gang members have to follow. So if there's somebody that has to go be physically attacked, the gang members have no choice or they'll be punished. See, so now we got to put EBT back in line. Well, good luck with that. And y'all can poo-poo. Hey, y'all can poo-poo the fucking astrology all you want. Well, Benton knows not to go head to head with a motherfucking Aries. Good luck with that. Meanwhile, you're going to accuse me and August 12th Leo of fucking fear. Well, just go to the library break out your fucking birthday book and go to August 12th and read the motherfucking page. I had screenshots of it. I went and took pictures with my phone at one point. Just read the fucking birthday book for August 12th and then tell me if that's somebody who has issues around fear and fucking courage. Are you serious? Right. So no, that's not. Now, sometimes my kidneys, I've noticed when my kidneys get really in bad shape, I do start to become a little more fearful. But generally speaking, fear has not been an issue for me in my life, right? But maybe these people, again, accepting EBT, are going through these things, right? And what do you think, by the way, TBE, what do you think all this alcohol is doing to your kidneys, Padna?
You went over there, you sat there, you started, yeah, hey, it's all good, dude. No fucking standards at all.
After I apologized to the man. We're definitely not doing flow state. Yeah, flow states, this is never going to happen. So you might as well just you're persona non grata. You're trash, sir. Not interested.
EBT, man. I'm sorry for judging you right now, but I am, man. I just
that's fine. I mean,
like, have some
this is a gang. This is a gang.
Lines, dude. I felt like
he cucked to me. I came in there strong, and he had to bow down to me. That's what happened.
Well, and see, EBT's right in a way, because he is correct, because the reality is I am a bit of a bully, or I can be, right? And the thing about somebody who can be a bully, now I don't identify with that, but in my less evolved state, after reviewing my actions, I realized there's been many times in real life when I bullied people, even though that I wasn't viewing it that way. And the thing about a bully is when you just directly confront the bully aggressively, they really can't do anything but back off. So yeah, when he came at me that type of way, I really have no option, especially because I don't want to completely burn the relationship to the ground. See, in my however much time I have left here, I would like to have frenemies, even Toilet Bowl Earth. I would like to have frenemies who can, again, and EBT said it. He said, I want to talk about ideas. So do I. Okay. But what Toilet Bowl is pushing with this gang mentality and this aggression, you're not going to ever get anywhere with me with aggression. Now, you might get me to back up, but you're not going to get me to, you can get me to halt my march, potentially. You can't get me to then behave in specific ways. It's not possible, man. You cannot impose your will on me or dominate me. It cannot be done. And they can talk about daddy all they want. The reality is my gigantic, scary father got me backed up against the outside wall of our house when I was about 15 years old. I was about $130. Okay. He's gigantic, scary man who could have just literally with one hand could have just grabbed me and thrown me across the fucking yard. Or he could have grabbed me and just smashed me up against the side of the house. Physically, he's capable of this. No bullshit. And because he was trying to impose his will on me and I was done with it, I just stood my ground. I looked at that motherfucker and we were going to fight to the motherfucking death. He would have had to kill me. And if you think that dude couldn't have smashed me out, but the thing is he really the type of person who's going to smash out his son, his firstborn, his only son, by the way, in front of, his wife, his daughters, the people that we were getting in the car to go to a fucking Jehovah's Witness assembly. So we had other Jehovah's Witnesses with us. Is he really going to smash me the fuck out? And I'm not going to stop once I go. Okay. Meanwhile, I don't fight physically, but that told my dad something. And he stopped doing that. He stopped directly trying to impose his will on me. And in some level, he respected me as a man. Now, I would assert that was my rite of passage. That was my passing into manhood in some way. That was my rite of passage. Was no, sir, I'm a man. Even though you're my father, you cannot do this to me. And I feel so strongly about this that I'm willing to die for it. So I did that at age 15, and TBE has clearly never been through anything like this. Not, well, maybe he has, and maybe he didn't stand up to his father. I don't know. I don't know what happened. It's none of my business ultimately. But in that moment when Benton was tested, he passed from boy to man in a rite of passage. Okay. I know what in the fuck I am. I know what in the fuck I've done. So if these people think they're going to come against me, good luck with that. Good luck.
To me,
Dude, I really just like
Benton had to
just
bow
don't
down because
understand
EBT
what
came on
do you-
his stream.
what do you
He had
gain?
to draw
That
it.
is what happened. I agree. I did bow down. There's no question about it. But I didn't submit to him. I stopped my progress and I listened to what he had to say, and we got on the same page. But yeah, I did acquiesce to EBT, right? In a masculine male manhood context. Notice that I'm not able to do that with TBE. Why? Because he's a boy in these regards. And since I'm a man in this regard, which is a higher status, I can't bow down to him in any way, or I can't get on the same page with him in that way. And I don't even view it as bowing down to EBT. I'm trying to sort of take his premise and run with it, right? But only a fool would continue to fight against a strong person like EBT to no effect. But you got TBE, the fool, attempting to have that struggle with me to no effect, by the way. What is he accomplishing?
Everything back.
I
He had to
don't
draw
understand
all
what
his
you
shit
gain
back.
from
He was
being-
going hard on me. I came up on that stream and he had to dial that shit back.
Exactly.
Because
I don't
was up on the
understand
stream.
what you
You don't understand TBE because you're not on this level. EBT's absolutely right. Based on my code and based on EBT's code, I had no choice, right? And it's got nothing to do with EBT. It's got nothing to do with how I appear on a panel. It's my code as a man. And TBE don't know nothing about it because society has done him a great disservice. He never got to pass from boy to man in a rite of passage ritual that used to be present in society, and surprise, surprise, in inverted worlds, been removed. And see, what I went through in the past, in spite of my physical weaknesses, in spite of how ridiculous I may seem, what I went through as a young person in that rite of passage, nobody can undo that. It's always in me. It's a part of me. Good luck, sir. And TBE revealed himself. He made a request of me. I said no, and he continued to persist as if he could dominate and domineer and browbeat me into doing what he wants me to do. And meanwhile, who's trying to find a daddy? Who's got daddy issues? Not me. Because I resolved and I didn't have daddy issues, right? But if I did, I resolved them at the age of 15 by imposing my will on my gigantic, scary father. And then how am I going to be out here in this realm after that and be scared of anything? It makes no fucking sense, man. It really doesn't.
you gain from being.
I don't gain anything. I'm on a fucking.
You was
YouTube
talking
stream.
about your fucking dad, dude.
What a
Yeah,
bitch.
we did. We addressed that.
And you think he's serious? You think he's
What,
sincere?
I mean, what does it matter?
Engage
I mean,
that
what does it matter?
sincerity. They wasn't using your
Of course I am.
father for content on the internet.
We all I heard was what we discussed, and really it was Music Hold a Secret that was the one bringing that up, though. And then I think I addressed the things that he said, unless there's more shit that he said. But I mean, in general, he has no fucking clue what he's talking about. I felt like I addressed that when I came up on there, and he had to yield to me. That's the way that I thought that whole thing went.
Dude,
But
just like I'm floored, man.
he could have easily just kicked me off, right?
I'm seriously floored, man. I didn't expect that from you to come to him like that,
all right.
man.
So, okay, so can we get back to the trivia then?
Well, and see, and I don't think TBE realizes this, but this is very feminine what he's doing here. This I'm floored in all of this, as if now he's experiencing some emotions that we all need to somehow play into. Well, that's your problem, partner. That's your problem. That's very feminine. But yeah, we're done, flow state. So move along, sir. Not interested.
No, man. I don't think we can, man.
Okay, well, I win then. Once again,
I don't know if you win, EBT.
Once
I don't
again,
know if you
EBT
do, man.
wins the night. EBT wins the night. Kim
I don't know
was
if
a
you do,
close
man.
second,
And,
but I win again.
and I'm really fucked. I don't know if you don't. I know you probably don't care. You probably don't care at all. Whatever. Like, I'm nobody.
I mean, I no.
Like, I'm so.
Well, see, and now we're going passive aggressive. Please validate my feelings, right? And again, the disservice that has been done to so many of these males. Hey, man, why didn't they teach you that not only are your feelings not going to be validated, what do they even matter? What does it matter that you're experiencing emotions? It's irrelevant. That's your problem. Fucking deal with it. Put your big boy pants on. But why am I out here? See, I'm not Paul enslaved. I'm not out here trying to turn boys into men to some extent, right? It's not my problem. It's not my problem that he hasn't passed from boyhood to manhood in this way. Now, do I get in my feelings and do I get in emotional states and spurg out and spiral? Yeah, I do. But in no point do I expect my emotions to be placated and honored in some kind of way. Why? Because that's feminine. Now, does Benton have a feminine side? Yeah, I'm very much in touch with my feminine side. Well, meanwhile, what do we have here? What is TBE? This is a sensitive artist. This is a sensitive, creative artist, right? Well, where does a lot of that come from? The feminine, okay? But he's not been given the tools and hasn't developed them on his own to cope with all of this. And that's not my problem. So why is TBE running around finding the strongest, most dig their heels into this ground and hold their position motherfuckers he can? I am the most strongest dig my heels in and hold my position motherfucker you're going to find. And I have an uncle that's a judge, and my uncle who's a judge claims to have studied the genealogy and claims that we're all descended from Davy Crockett. Well, if that's true, what is one of Davy Crockett's famous fucking quotes? It's first, make sure you're right, then go ahead. If I know myself to be right, you can't tell me nothing. You can't move me. You can't you can't intercede or interfere with what I'm doing. And part of my code is once I know myself to be wrong, I must correct. And with EBT, okay, and I don't want to go into a Christian context, but the reality is I have when EBT says that he loves me like a brother, that may or may not be true. But I have no choice but to take him at his word, because what I've known of EBT is, now he is a little flaky in some regard, like he mentioned, like saying he was going to come on a live stream, and then a lot of times he doesn't show up. But overall, my read of EBT is, if it's really important and it really matters and he gives his word, you can stand, like you can trust that and take that to the bank. Not TBE. Not TBE. I haven't seen evidence of it. See, in these younger fellas, it's to their detriment. I'm not suffering because he's this way. He's suffering. But I'm the one getting accused of having a daddy. Yeah, thank God. Thank God, or what? Okay, thank whatever that is. Okay, we're not even going religious. That I had the dad I had, and I thanked him recently. And my dad has a lot of guilt and shame around raising me in that religion that I was raised in. Okay. And on some level, he doesn't understand. He doesn't believe me when I told him that I was grateful and thankful for growing up the way I did with a mother and the father. And my dad came home to my mom every night. And the culture I was socialized in and my father, I would not be accepted in my community unless I passed from boy to man. Well, now we're in an arena where It's almost the opposite. In a lot of ways, I'm not accepted because I'm just out here in public with a strong masculine voice and I stand up for myself when I need to, right? And people can't fucking deal with it. It's not my problem. If TBE can't deal with this, it's not my problem.
So
No,
fucking-
I do care. I do
like,
care.
whatever.
dude.
It doesn't
I
matter.
do.
I'm a nobody to you. It doesn't matter. I'm just sitting in that fucking name. I'm gonna use your name. I'm gonna use your name on a fucking screen.
You are one of my day ones, sir, and you know.
Well, and now we're into the wounded victimhood. See, and now it's the gang mentality because I'm GDI. I'm GDI, goddamned independent, and I will never truly be a part of the Paul Unslaved universe. This is what, see, I know this. Just like I was never truly a part of the CBO universe. But see, how is Benton able to go into all these different spheres? How is Benton able to live in the streets with nothing for years and years and years and move amongst these various diverse groups? It's because I don't belong to none of them. That's why. Meanwhile, if I do temporarily belong to a group, I tend to end up in the leadership position, right? But if you see me in a group and I'm not in the leadership position, which is typically the case, I'm not a member of that group. Now, it's like I'm almost like a mercenary or a consultant, and I'm affiliated in specific ways at specific times. That's how I view my participation in the Paul Enslaved universe from day one. Guess what? That's also how I viewed my participation in the CBO universe from day one. And I can come on here and just give everybody the keys to Benton's personality, and because of what people have going on in their own space, they can't ever grasp it because they can't truly understand that I'm not like them in a lot of these regards. They cannot accept it.
You know this.
If Ben ever said something about my family or my parents or anything like that, guess what I would do? I'd go find that faggot and I'd knock him out.
Well,
regardless. I would send him into another fucking world, bro.
I mean, did you do that? Did you do that? Did you do that to Bakura?
Well, you know, and I'm not interested in fighting people, but before my illness, if we were at the same body weight, I would like my chances in an actual physical contest against Toilet Bowl Earth, especially at his age. How old is, I think he's what, like mid-30s, I think. So, well, number one, a mid-30s Benton was still about 190 pounds, 185, 190 pounds. So we would not have been in the same weight class. The reality is, Toilet Bowl Earth, when I was your age, I could have picked you up off the ground and body slammed you. Okay. Let's go see a picture of Benton in his early 30s, lest we forget. Because I think this is important now that he's taking it to the physical realm. Yeah, wait till let's wait till Benton has lost his physical health, and then let's try to talk about fighting him. But the reality is, this is fairly close to what I would have looked like at your age, TBE. Let me find this picture. All right, here we go. Just to give you some context, TBE. This is probably pretty close to TBE's age. If I can share this screen, give me a second. I got to zoom in. It is high school behavior. I agree, Razvan. But I think this is important, and I want y'all to see this. Because, could he beat up a 48-year-old? Happy birthday, by the way, Benton. This is your birthday present, apparently. But no, my birthday present was the generous donos. Shout out to the donators, by the way. But this is Benton on the left at about TBE's age. Meanwhile, for context, this dude is a big motherfucker. He's actually, I'm at about 185, 190. This dude is rocking about a solid 240, just for context, just so you know. Just, sometimes there's an angle. This is my youngest sister's. She was married to this guy. This was at my youngest sister's house back in the day in Little Rock, Arkansas. Maul Mill, actually, I think. No, it was Little Rock. So, do you see the size of this arm? You can't really tell the size of my lower body. So this guy if Toilet Bowl, now he would not have attempted to physically attack me back then because I was somewhat intimidating at the time. But if for some reason he came at me, you know what that Benton would have. Oh wait, hang on. Sorry, I didn't actually show the picture. My apologies. Sorry, guys, I screwed up. So forgive me, please. So back to the picture now that it's on the screen. So this is Benton at around 185, 190. Look at the size of this arm, by the way. This dude is about, he's over 6 foot and about 240. He's a big guy, right? So for context, so this is what I looked like when I was approximately TBE's age. So we all know there's no way TBE would ever physically attack that Benton. But if he had, you know what I would do? It would either be I would just drop my shoulder on him and smash him. He would just fall on his back, right? Or I would reach out with my right hand and I would literally have picked him up off the ground and thrown him onto the ground, which I was absolutely physically capable of. If you don't think that Benton, who was hitting the gym, doing fucking clean and presses and hanging cleans and fucking front squats and deadlifts, right? And that, look at my arm. I could have literally body slammed TBE when I was TBE's age. So, but meanwhile, you know who almost never talks about physically doing things to people? Me. And you know who never physically did anything to anybody? 190-pound Benton, who probably could have physically done some things to some people, because I'm not a violent person. Even if somebody starts trying to punch me, I don't have a desire to harm them physically. This is a problem, man. Thanks, Razvan. Thank you for the Razvan dropped 50 on me, by the way. Pounds sterling. What is that in US dollars? I don't know. Thank you, sir. Much appreciated. But you see this? This is, I hope Toilet Bowl sees this. Look at Benton, Toilet Bowl Earth. And again, because of the angle, I look like I'm bigger than this guy. This dude at this time was significantly larger than me. It's just I'm closer to the camera, right? Like side by side, this guy's a lot bigger than me. This guy runs about 240. But you see, I look like, you know, I'm somewhere in the ballpark. And just look at that forearm, sir. So you can talk all you want about doing something to me in the physical, but let's go equal to equal. At your age, you wasn't in my weight class, partner. And if for some reason you had physically attacked me, I would have just knocked you to the ground, or I would have picked you up and thrown you onto the ground. And meanwhile, all of my people played football. Benton didn't play football. But you think it don't come naturally to me to knock a motherfucker to the ground? Right? But I ain't into that. I've never been into that. My mind's my weapon, sir. But that's what you would have been dealing with, TBE. You wouldn't have been dealing with Benton, who's most likely ate up with cancer. Let's just call it what it is. Most likely ate up with cancer. It's probably what it is. But that's who you would have been taking on. And that motherfucker would have picked you up and thrown you on the ground, sir. Damn, thank you, Razvan. That's awesome. You are the man.
Master. How am I supposed to find Bokere?
Oh, now they're talking about Boke.
I mean, I don't give a fuck what Ben. That's what I came on. It doesn't matter what any of these fucking abject fucking.
Dude, don't go over there and break bread with this fag. Okay?
Was I breaking bread?
Don't do that, bro.
See, it's a gang. See, the gang tells EBT what to do, but because they don't understand EBT's personality, they don't realize that he's going to do what the fuck he wants to do, and he's going to make you deal with it. See, but this is gang mentality. This is what this is.
Came on there and corrected them.
Share no fellowship with
and showed them that they were wrong, and showed that Benton had to yield to me.
And that's exactly what happened. And you know what that's called? That's called having a code and realizing, in this context, I did bear some blame. Some of the blame was upon me. And because the man came and talked to me about it like a man, what choice do I have? None. There's nothing I can do. I guess I could become a Lumatami evil villain and just go off and be, the heel, but that's not me, man. That's not me.
I mean,
I won. As usual.
never mind.
Just like trivia. Again, 2 nights in a row.
Yes.
Next Friday night,
Yes.
anybody's welcome to come on and challenge
EBTX
me
is
again.
the reigning champ, and I would just like to say, what the fuck, Benton. What wow, like he only lets you on as long as you're praising him. You ask a
Slighted?
single question, he deletes you.
Yeah,
Like,
oh boy, you think that's
like,
that's
my body's
slighted?
back, but my mind, blah, blah, blah. Like, is he dying? Does he have health issues? Like, he plays it off like he does.
See, and again, now I'm playing things off. See, this is projection. I don't operate this way. I tell people what it is like it is, and I let them deal with it. But because most of these people don't live that way, they can't relate to it. So Bernie is processing this based on his own interface into the world. I don't share your interface, Bernie. I'm not plugged into this matrix in the same way that Bernie is, right? As if, we're going to trick Benton into revealing that he actually isn't suffering from these things. If you can't look at me and tell that I'm suffering from these things, I don't know what to tell you. Do I really? Now, we know Ted Bundy supposedly dieted down to like 140 pounds and he was like 6'2", because he thought he would be easier, according to the official fiction, to escape prison, and he had a strong will. So yeah, I guess I could choose to get down to 120 pounds. But meanwhile, what else are Leos? Leos are vain. Do you really think? Look at this. I want to show this. I'm going back to this picture. I mean, this is how sick these people are in a way. And I don't mean EBT. I'm only talking about I'm not talking about EBT. I'm talking about the other people. Oh, but do you see how EBT gets respect? See, EBT came in like a man, and now I have to respect him. Even if I don't want to respect him, I have to. Burnout hasn't come at me on that level. So what is there for me to respect, Bernie? What is there for me to respect? But I'm going back to this picture because I think this is important. So give me a second. Hang on. I can't even click the right buttons. Sorry. Oh, what the hell? Hang on. Something's happened here. What have we done? Stop sharing. Okay. Did I click off the StreamYard? Okay, here we go. Sorry, I'm having problems. We're having technical difficulties. So let's take Bernie's premise and run with it. Why won't this show up? I think maybe my computer's having problems. There it is. So do you really think, Bernie, that I went from this picture on the left to what I look like now so that I could go on the internet and claim to have a serious illness? I mean, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? And now I grew up with a scrawny lower upper body. I can deal with that. Do you really think I would intentionally allow my lower body to atrophy, right? I can take both of my hands and put them around one of my thighs at this point, which, by the way, my sister's talked about that she's because she had the illness, right? The bioweapon. She had the long bioweapon, and it's affected her lower body. Same thing with me, man. And why was I in bed for 4 days with the bioweapon attack, and just my lower body ached at about an 8 or a 9 on the pain scale for fucking 4 straight days. They did something to me, right? So this isn't all Benton's pre-existing illnesses. Part of this is I was attacked by the motherfucking bioweapon, lest we forget, as was the rest of my family. that live in that part of the state. But then I got Bernie who wants to, because it's got to be a LARP, right? It's got to be a LARP because nobody can just have an illness or collection of illnesses and then go on the internet. But I'll do this again. I think this bears repeating. Sorry. I am in semi-starvation. Sorry, I was muted. My apologies, folks. How long have I been muted? Anyway, apologies for that. I'm in semi-starvation. What I was just saying is the only reason I even have this is because I went on a road trip and smoked a bunch of weed and ate a bunch of edibles. And I can't eat candy bars or candy or take in sugar and sweets. Sorry. My apologies. I don't care. See, I don't care, man. Like, I don't care, Razvan. It's not my concern. But the point I'm making is, I remember for like 10 days, I spent over $100 on bubble gum. I'm not even bullshitting because, that's my body trying to get what it needs to try to put a little bit of fat on me because I'm in semi-starvation, but I'm not hungry. So imagine going from that picture. Imagine going from this on the left. This guy ate 5,500 calories a day for almost 4 straight years. Oh, I wonder why his digestion's all fucked up, right? I wonder why. And I'm not naturally this big. I fucking built myself up to this. Okay. So I went from that to this. Okay. I'm not hungry. I make myself eat. I could just not eat the rest of my life. I'm not exaggerating. And that's what I told my mom. I said, I could just not eat and I would just not be hungry. Okay. I make myself eat. And if I make myself eat enough that I do gain a little bit of body weight, my digestion and my intestines are all fucked up and I get bloated like a woman. Right. My stomach becomes, my abdomen becomes distended. Because in order for me to assimilate enough calories to actually gain some weight, I have to eat a whole lot more calories than 120. If I'd had an illness and then my digestion still worked, I could gain, if my digestion worked properly, I could probably gain weight on 2,000 calories a day. So how many do you think I have to eat to assimilate enough of the nutrients and calories to actually put on body weight? And at one point I did go from like 125 to like 140, but now I'm back at 120. Well, at some point I'm going to be 115 and at some point I'm going to be 110. Right. But then I got Bernie on the metaverse fucking implying that I'm just making it up. Fuck you and fuck anybody that doesn't believe me. I don't have time for that. Maybe I'll start recording the fucking phone calls with my mom and I'll play those for you. Where she expresses her anguish and pain at just looking at me. y'all can believe what you want. And by the way, I'm out here in public. When half of these motherfuckers see me, they just assume, because I'm in Arkansas and most 48-year-old white guys that are 120 motherfucking pounds, there's a specific reason why. I've never done that drug one time. But you think half these people just, oh, there's a meth head. That's what they think. And then now I got half the people in the metaverse that don't believe me about my illness. And then I got Bernie coming in here like he's going to catch me in a gotcha moment in his friggin' stupor. This is insane. Thanks, Charlie Brown. Appreciate that. Happy birthday to Benton. This is just nuts. This is just insanity. And EBT is the least insane. Actually, the machine lies is the least insane. But, EBT is the least insane of the ones that are coming at me. Hold up. Hang on. Now Bernie's spiraling in his feels. Excuse me. Now Bernie's going to spiral in his feelers. Where are we at here? Sorry, guys. I'm having trouble operating the live stream.
The long game and but then anybody that asks a question, if you're not kissing his ass.
Anybody that asks a question, dude, I did a 45-minute live stream where I detailed my entire health journey. I will happily send you a link, but the reality is he's not interested in what's going on with my health. See, I know people, and again, shout out to Paul Enslaved. I know these people because I know me. See, and Paul's right there. I know Bernie don't give a flying fuck about my health because I don't give a flying fuck about Bernie's health. But we're going to pretend to be concerned. He doesn't care. He's not concerned with my health, nor should he be, arguably. This is just sick, man. It's sick. I'll be right back. Put my clothes back on. I used to have muscles. You can see I used to have muscles, but not anymore. Look at that. It's almost gone. This used to be out to here, man. This used to be like out to here. This, dude, I was fucking stacked. Not anymore. Crazy.
Yes, he just freaking deletes you right away. Like, I gotta give you props, TBE.
For what?
EBT, unless you're drunk, then you do it all the time. But otherwise, you're really good with
Thanks,
it.
Charlie
And
Brown.
Machine Lies
Appreciate
never, remove a
chats are rolling in.
panelist while they're talking, and especially because they bring up questions where it seems like that's Benton's go-to.
That's not what happened. And by the way, Gary Baxter, Music Holds a Secret. Razvan, even. And good to see you, by the way. So the people who are here on a regular basis, yes or no, does Benton, how frequently does Benton just remove people from the panel? So now I'm being accused of that I'm just regularly drop people off the panel. Yeah, that's fine with me, Razvan. They're already laughing at me. And by the way, Razvan, I want to point this out. And again, thank you for your generous contributions. I appreciate it. Happy birthday to me. But have you not noticed that they laugh and mock and ridicule me no matter what I do? So that's a freedom, right? Freedom's just another word for nothing left to lose. It doesn't matter what I do. They're going to make fun of me. They're going to mock me. They're going to, Gary, I almost never drop somebody off this broadcast. But Rarely, exactly. What the fuck was Burn Eye even talking about? He came in and just started talking, right, in a non sequitur, and then after EBT and TBE left, he just like starts talking about his stream, which is fine, but this is not the place for that. It's like, this is drama time, sir. This is not Bernie tell us about his live stream time. Now, when it's Bernie tell us about his live stream time, again, I bet you music holds a secret. Somebody that's here right now remembers that I've had Burn Eye on, and he's come on and talked about his stream, and it fit in with the show. It was topical. It worked with everything else we were doing. But then another time he was on here, and I didn't know what he was talking about. I just patiently listened. I didn't know. I was like, when he was done, I was like, I don't know what that was.
Move just like that as Paul and Slaves moved, and the
Oh,
rest
see,
of
now,
them
see,
in
now
there
I'm
freaking.
so okay. Let's break this down, folks. Let's break down the psychology of this. So, because Burn Eye is cucking to the gang, because Burn Eye is he's trying to click up with the gang. Well, now it's almost like it's attempting to force me to click up with Paul Enslaved. I'm not clicking up with anybody, sir. I'm a one man, or I used to be. I'm not now. See how the mind works? In my mind, I can still do all of these things. So one man army, motherfucking goddamn independent, sir. And I used to tell people in the streets, Bernie, of America, all of these cities that are supposedly so dangerous, that I've slept on the sidewalks of many of them. And sometimes I would encounter groups of people, and maybe there would be some kind of beef brewing or whatever. And I'd tell them, I say, I ain't got no people. I say, I'm a one-man army, Jack. I say, I'm here by myself. I ain't got no people. I said, y'all got people. I ain't got no people. I ain't from here. So do your motherfucking worst. And I want to tell you another story if you want to learn about Benton. It's Benton story time. Happy birthday to Benton, by the way. This is Benton story time. So I was in Austin, Texas. Oh, see, now I've forgotten the story because of my illness. My fucking brain ain't working right. I can't even remember what I was going to say. Fuck. Lost it. It's gone. Gone. That's true. Yeah. I agree. Music holds a secret. Yeah. Yeah. Believable. Started to say unbelievable. I hope I'm still screen capping. I may not be. Let me double check. Oh yeah, we got. See, we already got 2 hours and 40 minutes over there of a 1.5x. See, this is. I want to show you this. I remember the story now. So when I was homeless in Fayetteville, Arkansas, and because of my extensive experience with flying a sign, holding a cardboard sign, and shout out to JG, I am homeless. But I knew that right around the holidays is the best time, like the Christmas holidays. It's the best time to get donations. We call them kickdowns in the homeless community, right? So I got to the spot early. It was at the shopping center in Fayetteville, and I'm out there with my sign, and I'm getting good donos. It was either Christmas Eve or the day before Christmas Eve. Well, there was a Motel 6 across the street, and so these two drunks, who I guess panhandle there every day so they can buy their booze. Well, I'm up early, so they come wandering over, right? And then some of these homeless people, they think they can aggress. They call it running somebody off the spot. Well, I've never been run off a spot in my life. Meaning, if I'm there panhandling, nobody can make me leave. So here come these two guys, and they just start telling me that it's time for me to go, and I got to get out of here. So I had all my belongings. I had my backpack. I had like stuff I was carrying. This is how out there Benton is. At the time, I had this dry erase board. Actually, I might have been panhandling with the dry erase board now that I think about it, but I had this dry erase board. So I had all these belongings that were just like on the ground. So when they said that, I realized that trouble was brewing because I ain't leaving. Okay. So I went and started gathering all my stuff up. So they saw that and they're telling each other like, oh, he's leaving. Okay. So once I got everything gathered up where now I'm ready, where they can't, take my things and throw them around or destroy them. And I looked at the one who seemed to be in charge. I said, hey, man, whatever you're going to do to me, you might as well go ahead and do it because I ain't leaving. And I just looked at him. And then they went to physically attacking me. Well, I don't respond in kind. Now, I will defend myself. Meanwhile, these guys were drunks. They weren't really physically capable. This was before I understood my illness. I was still in shape. I've got good agility. I knew I felt pretty good, like they weren't going to really be able to hurt me. Right. But I'm not going to have memories in my brain of me just like smashing people out. And I'm a pacifist, really, realistically. I don't want to hurt people. So I'm just doing my best to not get attacked. Meanwhile, one of the guys is like missing a leg, isn't on crutches. So he comes at me, physically comes at me. And I just kind of just moved to the side and just sort of pushed him with his own momentum. Well, he goes and falls down. Now here comes the other one wanting to attack me. Well, because it's Arkansas and a lot of people don't like a 2-on-1, some local guy in a pickup truck comes flying up in his pickup truck. He jumps up and comes to my rescue, comes to my aid. He runs them off. And I said, hey man, thanks. I said, I don't fight. I'm not into fighting. I'm not going to hurt these people. And he said, I know. He said, I just don't like seeing 2-on-1, man. This is bullshit. I said, yeah, it is bullshit. So then these guys weren't smart enough to just fucking leave. They hung around. And of course, somebody called the cops. The fucking cops show up. I tell the cops what's going on. Well, and the cops were not inclined to arrest these guys. Well, because I think only one of them got arrested. I think the guy missing a leg was smart enough to just hobble back to the Motel 6. But the ringleader guy, I'm pretty sure they took him to jail based on my memories. Meanwhile, it was a busy intersection, right? And by then, other people had showed up wanting to panhandle. Like there was it looked to be like a single mom. Okay, so I held the spot and I was done. By then, I had received enough money. I had like $90, which is a lot of money. So then, and it's a big fucking ordeal, man. Cops everywhere and, handling the situation. So once it's all done, as it's winding up, I'm got the lady's attention. I said, hey, because I had the best spot. I said, hey, I'm about to leave. Why don't you come over here? Because I got what I need, and I'm going to go enjoy my holiday, right? And then so she came over and took the spot. So if they had just approached me properly and communicated with me, I would have been like, yeah, man, I'm almost done. Just give me a few more minutes, and see, they would have got the spot instead of that single mom. Meanwhile, they were just going to drink it and do drugs. The single mom probably actually needed the money. See how it works. And what did Benton buy, by the way? I bought a new rucksack, and I bought. I'm trying to remember what I bought. I know I ordered some stuff on Amazon. I think I got some kind of camping gear. I don't even remember. But you see, this is the life I've led, right? See, y'all don't know. They don't know nothing about that. They don't know nothing about that. But that's who you're dealing with. See, if somebody's going to threaten me and become aggressive, I just got all my stuff and got ready. And I said, well, hey, whatever y'all are going to do to me, you might as well go ahead and do it because I'm not leaving. And then just look at them. That's Benton, if you want to know who the fuck I am.
Manipulative drama game.
Shocking. Well, but it is available because I'm screen capping. Bitch. Oh. And that's, folks, why we need screen cappers. Let me go stop the screen cap. I declare victory, folks. That's my victory. That's my victory. That's my victory lap right there. So EBT declared victory. Well, I declare victory. That's my victory. It's right there on the screen. And I know I put my shirt on backwards. But yeah, there's my victory, folks. Yeah. Well, and again, accepting EBT, right? Meaning everything I'm saying doesn't apply to EBT, and Machine Lies was, just sat there like stoic like a man, right? Dude, this shit is wild, man. Bunch of bitches, man. Bunch of bitches. And in EBT, I can't speak for EBT, but you think he's going to click up with you bitches? Now, I don't know what EBT is going to do, but who do you think EBT is going to click up with? Somebody like me, temporarily, if some shit has to get done out here on the map, right? Or is he going to click up with you bitches? What a joke. So I hate to say this, but it's laughable. Trash. And if anybody wants to come up and revel in my victory, they're welcome. If not, it's my birthday. This is my best. Thank you, Music Holds a Secret. Thank you. Yeah. Screen cap that bitch. Screen cap it. Yeah. Yeah. And that laptop over there that's running Linux, anybody can go on. That's an old ass, busted ass laptop. Anybody can go on, Amazon and order a fucking maximum cost $150 used ThinkPad. Put Linux on it because it ain't going to run Windows worth a damn. That thing's running Linux, a lightened version of Linux. Just install the screen capture program. No computer knowledge necessary. Anybody can install something like Ubuntu, light version of Ubuntu onto an old ThinkPad. It requires no technical knowledge of any kind. Yeah. But I screen capped it. Right. We've got it. Now I may not have the whole thing, but I've got 2.5 hours of it in 1.5x. So yeah, I screen capped it. Why? Because my mind's my weapon, Jack. And when I wake up at 12:30 a.m. and I go on my YouTube on my phone and they're talking about me, well, I know it's time to get my ass up and screen cap, baby. You know why? Because I've been on the internet since 94, Jack. This ain't my first rodeo. Hold up. This bears repeating. This is my new this might be my permanent headline. So y'all don't know, some of these people don't know who in the fuck I am. Thank you, Quantum Epic. See, some of these people don't know who in the fuck I am. War Chief. Well, guess what? Until the war comes, I'm just like Crazy Horse or somebody, or not Crazy Horse, I'm sorry, Stonewall Jackson off being made mocked. By the way, anybody read anything about Stonewall Jackson? Y'all read anything about Stonewall Jackson? He was a professor at Virginia Military Institute. First, he was a hero in the Mexican American War, right? For the U.S. Army. Stonewall Jackson was a U.S. Army hero, right? Okay. Then he went and taught at Virginia Military Institute, where he's from, and they mocked and ridiculed him, and he was a joke. But they didn't understand he was a war chief. And when the war came, he rose to the motherfucking top. War chief. Just think about that. But when there ain't no war, I'm just, here I am doing my thing, mocked and ridiculed, made fun of, made a spectacle of. But when the war come, war chief. Just think about that, Bernie. Think about that, TBE. You bunch of bitches. And I got TBE talking about he would smash me out. Yeah. Well, if we could build a time machine and go back and face TBE off against a Benton of his same age, what a joke. Laughable. Laughable. Well, I guess the drama's over for tonight. Thanks for the generous donations. Much appreciated. Hey, look at this. Now, he might be talking to EBT there. I'm not even sure who he's talking about. But I think I'm just gonna go back and I'm gonna. Oh, he was talking to EBT. My bad. But here's what we're gonna do. See, as much as I say that I don't, I don't want to hurt people in the physical. Well, that's true, but I am a bit uncouth when it comes to. I'm a, what do they call, like a bad winner, right? So now I think maybe maybe I'll just load my screen cap up and we'll just go back and watch the whole thing again, right? Yeah. Well, and you know why? Hey, I love that you said that. Music Holds a Secret said, you see how it always turns to violence, even if metaversally? Well, guess who has never become violent or committed violence against people in the physical? Me. Right. Surprise, surprise. Yeah. And guess who's never on here talking about violence unless other people start talking about doing it to me? Me. It is, man. This is the best birthday gift I could have gotten. But hey, the sun's not even up. Who knows what the day portends, right? I love it. Hey, they like it. I love it. Well, and to be fair, Razvan, it's like it was already over 5 hours long. And I've got 49 messages in the private chat. Hey, maybe we'll share the screen and read the private chat. We'll read TBE's communiques. Oh, he's spurging off on EBT too. Yeah, but I'm being called a weak commie. Even EBT calling me a weak commie fuck. I got to screen cap this. This is beautiful. This is beautiful. I love this. Yeah, I'm screen capping the live chat or the private chat. We are right here, bitch. Well, not anymore. You're not. Ah! Oh my God. Look at this. Dude, I wish I could put all of this on the screen at one time. So there we have, this video is unavailable. And then we also have, let me go to my screen cap here from the, from the private chat. Okay. So we got that. Let me get rid of big strapping tough Benton here. Fucking Bernie, what a joke. Jeez. What a friggin' joke, Bernie. Everybody always reveals themselves over time. So we saw where he privated his stream. And then here is the here's some of his commentary from the private chat, maybe. Dude, my internet is so shitty. Is it gonna show up? Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. Oh, there it is. I see what happened. I don't know if y'all can see that, but So juxtapose this spineless punk, I'm a coward, talk shit but can't handle the confrontation. We are right here, talk about people's family, hypocrite douchebag, I'm a coward. But we see the result was my total victory for Benton. This is my total victory. Let's go back to my total victory. Oh shit. Benton's total victory on the screen. That's it. It's my victory. Anyway, I don't know. I don't know how much else I have really. Yeah, this is the TB. That's right. That's what I should have named this, TBE after show. Can I do that while the stream's live? Can I change the name of the stream while it's live? Maybe I can. Nah, it won't let me do it. Oh, yeah, it's not going to work. Yeah, bro, I woke up. I've been waking up earlier and earlier. Yeah, I don't think it's a coincidence either. Razvan says, I don't believe it's a coincidence you tuned into YouTube and they were talking about you. Dude, I woke up and I like to try to guess what time it is. And I was thinking like 1:30, maybe 2. It's fucking 12:38, I think. And then as soon as I went on my phone, they were talking about me. Exactly. Oh, is E live? Okay. Good deal. We'll go check that out. Thank you for the heads up, Truman Matrix. I do appreciate you. Anytime y'all can, and I think sometimes people get an idea that I'm just aware of all these things, but sometimes I'm not. So I do need some help here and there. So thank you. Oh, it's me. I see. I like the thumbnail. Good job with the thumbnail. See, now I'm going to have to worry about copyright, and now I'm monetized, right? See, I got to start remembering these things. Do I still get the super chats if I end up with a copyright claim? See, I don't even know that yet. Not even aware of that yet. Oh, now Slow Boy's going in on me. See how? But by the way, do you see this? See, I see some of you people. Like I see Quantum Epic. I see Jessica Jane. Right. I see Slow Boy Whiteboard. But at least these are actual females, right? At least these are actual females acting this way. But now I got Slow Boy Whiteboard over there saying Benton talking about how he is the Stonewall Jackson of warfare because he has screenshots when people are talking about me. Meanwhile, she'll be over here. Okay. She might go try to click up with them, but she'll be back over here at some point trying to get in my good graces. Same thing with Jessica Jane. Same thing with Quantum Epic. You think I don't see you people coming against me? But then once Benton regains some measure of popularity and starts getting a little bit of shine, here they all come. You think I don't see you? You think I don't see you? That's fine. That's on you. Hey. You do you, partner. You do you, partner. You like it. I love it.
Share my screen real quick, and I'll just give you guys a quick
you like it. I
look
love
through on this. But in the first episode of SEAL Team 666, I did cover basically the foundation of the SEAL teams, how JF Kennedy established all the special operations communities in the military, including the SEAL teams. I talked about SEALs in Vietnam. I talked about Operation Eagle Claw, which is kind of what established what we know as what's called SOCOM.
Hey, set the timer. Let's see how long they can stay on this topic. in their drunken stupors. Let's set the timer, somebody.
Now Special Operations Command. I got in briefly into the founder of SEAL Team 6, who was Dick Marcinko. Dick Marcinko ran this operation called Red Cell, and Red Cell was a bunch of United States Navy SEALs that posed as terrorists to attack military infrastructures, United States federal agencies, Air Force One, anything, nuclear facilities, anything. They were charged with attacking the security agencies or security abilities of all these facilities. I got briefly into the events that led up to the War on Terror. And then eventually I got into one of the big parts of the story is the Battle of Tora Bora. But then mainly the main story that is going to be covered that I got in briefly was Operation Anaconda, the Battle of Tucker Gar, aka Roberts Ridge. This was one of the first major operations in the war. We talked about Neil Roberts, John Chapman, this guy, Britt Slablinski, Master Chief Navy SEAL. He becomes pretty prominent later on, Medal of Honor winner. This guy ends up doing some pretty terrible shit. Still ends up getting the Medal of Honor. We're gonna part 2 picks up really, and I already did some kind of previews on this, but we kind of talk into like the general gist of the SEAL ethos, and one of the big things.
I checked on the screen cap, and it's good. The file's intact. Because that's the first time I've even really used that laptop. I thought it was broken, and I dug it out of my storage. And oh, by the way, when they talked about that, I can't hold down a job. Well, the reality is I was working so much that when that laptop started experiencing problems because of how much I work 7 days a week when I do drive a truck, I just, as soon as it started having problems, I just set it to the side and bought a new computer, right? So I didn't realize when I dug it out of storage, I just assumed it was it couldn't be repaired by me anyway. Well, I broke it out, it booted up, I installed the latest version of Linux on it. Thing works great. Probably going to give it to my dad if he ever gets his ass up here. Now, what's Bernie doing here? What is this?
That comes up that makes it kind of sus is that there is this whole.
Well, and for the record, I don't, whatever people want to do is fine. I don't have an issue with Bernie saying one thing over there and then saying another thing over here. That's not. Show me a human, I'll show you a hypocrite, right? We are dynamic, we can, we don't have to be consistent. Humans, this idea that we're going to be consistent in every realm, but it is kind of interesting to see that.
This whole common thing where they would go to St. Thomas for doing with this hatchet.
Wow, they're still doing it.
Get into this motherfucker, Hugh Wyman Howard the Third. He's a pretty fucked up individual. What these hatchets have to do with this? There's a lot into this guy.
Well, and I want to talk about this because they're still pretending like they're going to do some kind of presentation over there when we know it's going to devolve. I mean, or they're going to pass out. I mean, it's really the only two things that can happen. But realistically, and Toilet Bowl must be away from keyboard. I think he just passed the fuck out. Who knows? But and the reality is, I've talked about my cult upbringing, and I was talking the other morning about being able to that I can fairly easily access a dissociative state, but thankfully I don't have the actual disorder. But the reality is, I can create a fucking face or persona or personality on the fly. I'm able to do that, right? So I can be what I need to be in any given situation. And probably everybody can, right? But I have a high level of ability. It's almost like I'm acting in a way when I do that. And I'd like to think most of the time on these broadcasts, y'all are getting something approximating the true, real, authentic Benton, whatever that is, right? Yeah. Well, and I wonder who this is, but yeah, Toxic Paradise. And if anybody wants to come up here and talk, they're more than welcome. This is all on the fly. This is all ad hoc grassroots, right? This is all, I had no idea I would be doing this. So, in a way, I kind of have things I need to take care of, right? See, my food's already overdue. I've cooked my food too long. Hang on. Yeah, I had to go turn the slow cooker off and let the steam out. Thanks, Name. I appreciate you, brother. He's over. Name, hang on. Now that Name is in the live chat. This is Legend, and let's just do that. For now, let's just forget about whatever they're trying to do. And if somebody could let me know when they devolve, when this devolves and they're no longer trying to do a presentation, if somebody could let me know. But let's share their live chat here. And unfortunately, the unfortunate part of this is I'm waking up the people around me, I'm certain, early on a Saturday morning. So that's regrettable, right? Oh, we can't read that, can we? Can I not resize the window? There we go. We'll put me over here. So we got, this is Legend, who I've talked to a lot on the old CBO Discord. Benton always wins. Indeed, sir, indeed. Thank you for noticing. TBE looking ominously still. There you go, Gary. I like that. I like that, Gary. And I will find my people, and I know, I'm assuming Gary's not trying to click up with people, right? And I know Musical the Secret's not trying to click up with people. See, I will find my people, and my people are the people that won't click up, like EBT. EBT won't click up. Spiritual warfare, indeed. I agree. But you see how I'm rising above this? Do you see how I'm rising above it? Dude, Gary, no shit, bro. Hey, thank God I'm an actual hermit. Imagine having to, imagine not being able to fuck off for weeks at a time like some of us can. Imagine having to interact with people on a fucking near 24-hour day basis. The Battle of Benton. Well, and that's funny, Musical is a Secret, because when EBT first came on, unfortunately, everybody was so drunk that they couldn't shut the fuck up long enough to let me talk. But that's what I was going to say. I was going to say, I've told y'all this. I'm here for entertainment, first and foremost. If it wasn't for my own entertainment, I would not be on here. I am entertaining myself to some extent, right? Now, the fact that maybe I will be able to, earn a portion of my living going forward doing this, that's possible. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm certainly not married to that outcome, right? But if that were to occur, okay. But the reality is, I'm doing this for me, y'all. And if it's for all of us to sort of get in where we fit in and get what we need out of it. But guess what, folks? I found the most, and this is where Paul is right on the money. Okay. And this is not Paul talking, this is me talking. My understanding of what Paul's talked about is in order to receive value, one must give value. So here I am giving value, arguably. And then and only then can I get what I need without it becoming a vampiric or a manipulation or me draining other people, but not giving them anything. See, I'm giving first. So when I go on Paul's panels, I'm not thinking about what am I going to get out of this. I'm thinking, what can I provide to the broadcast? And then I know if I'm able to give, then I will receive, because giving and receiving exist on a spectrum. And in some ways, they're the same thing. Bro, he can't help himself. And again, I need somebody to watch in real time if they would, because I'm just reading the chat. So I don't even have I forgot their stream paused. So let me go to real time and see what's happening. See, they're done with the presentation. I called it. So let's go. Let's share the screen again, since they're going to be talking about yours truly. I mean, how could they not? How could they not? Oh, I popped out the chat. Hang on.
I have to deal with it.
He was going whatever he was saying or whatever he was doing, but at the end of the day, I mean, I have to self-reflect, and I'd have to say that am I equally as guilty as him for doing the same thing? And I would say, yeah, obviously. I mean, it even
is it forgiveness?
Toilet Bowl can't even let EBT is expressing that in the way I was wrong for the way I talked about EBT's dad. EBT is acknowledging that he's also been wrong towards me in that same way. See, and Toilet Bowl can't stand it. Let's rewind this a little bit.
Forgive people that are
Olympic gold medal.
Hey, because the construct is what made me for.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that. All right. Anyways, so that was again another little preview into ST666 Part 2.
That was awesome. I was loving every minute of it. Then I got a notification of Archaics and it came up on my phone and I got distracted.
Yeah.
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 Don't mess with the construct.
Yeah. Let me tell you about. Yeah. No, we know. We went in it. It's not even
Let
worth.
me tell you about how to make a movie with some action figures.
You know, the only way I feel like I really do. As much time as I've been putting into the SEAL Team 666 thing.
That's your Toilet Bowl Earth. That's you. Well, TBE.
Yeah. TBE, you're in here, bro. Let's get into it, please. Let's just call me out.
TBE, want to go over some Archaics or nah?
No, slow boy work, but I'm not. No, I'm not doing it as a panel. It's gonna be a solo thing. I was gonna do it early on this night, but then that Sanity Machine fucking dude was talking shit, and then I was talking to TBE, and I wanted to do that as a panel just to call this dude out, and then I was late, and then it devolved into whatever, and then it ended up being talking shit on Benton, and then it is what it is, and then now TBE says that I'm a pathetic
TBE,
retard.
we love you, TBE. Come back to us, Toilet Bowler.
He says I look like a pathetic loser because I cucked to Benton.
Yeah, muted.
Oh boy.
I mean,
What's up,
I don't know.
What's that, buddy?
I'm just kind of floored by the whole thing. So I mean, I don't even know. I just kind of lost.
Yeah, he's floored because TBE's emotions need to be the center. They need to be center stage. And Benton, I may have a personality where I'm just like Moose. I don't know if y'all have noticed this, who's also a Leo. We are able to effortlessly become the center of attention. Okay. But now I don't do that with whatever I'm feeling. I don't demand that my stupid fucking feelings become the the center of attention. That's what Toilet Bowl's doing. Let's have the entire interaction revolve around TBE's stupid feelings.
That's my spirit when I just see.
I'll go hard. I'll go hard on him right now. Again,
it really hurts. It really hurts me when I see my buddy being manipulated. And I know you're a headstrong dude, but it's just like, I don't know. It's just strange to me, man. I know, it's at some point there has to be some sort of line drawn between like what's right and what's wrong. We can't just like apologize for things and then act like it.
Are you hearing this? The holier than thou Christian Toilet Bowl Earth is saying that apparently forgiveness is conditional. He's like, well, we can't just forgive everything. Well, I'm not going to the book. We all know what the book says about that, right? And I'm not pushing that. I'm not talking about that. I'm saying based on what Toilet Bowl Earth claims to live, based on what Toilet Bowl claims to live, which, by the way, EBT did listen. He did embody the principles because he is actually doing what the book says, which the book says he has to forgive me if I ask for his forgiveness. He has to forgive me if I ask for his forgiveness. He has no choice in the matter. That's submission, Toilet Bowl. But now no, it's conditional. I must meet conditions to be forgiven.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I guess I just have issues with like.
Oh yeah, you do.
Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm the fucking problem because
you are.
I have like weird standards of loyalty and like adherence to standards. I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
Maybe it's just me because I don't understand where
you're more like Jesus than I am, man. I'm sorry.
He can't even shut up and listen to his friend. This is his friend, EBT, who's trying to share, and he can't shut the fuck up long enough to listen. This is female behavior, by the way. His feelings are more important than what his friend EBT has to say. Meanwhile, hey, I understand I'm theatrical and I come across in kind of a cartoonish, expressive way, right? And I'm not really stoic like a man much of the time. But when EBT came in here, did I appear to be in my feelings? Did I react emotionally? Or was I stoic like a man, as EBT was, by the way? You tell me. See, I don't have to embody masculine stoicism 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. As long as it's in there and I can access it, that's all I need, partner. I don't have to live that. Go back 10 seconds. All right, hang on.
Because I have like weird standards of loyalty and like adherence to standards. I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
Maybe it's just me because I don't understand where
you're more like Jesus than I am, man. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry, I was muted again.
I can't forgive people I can't forgive unrepentant people. I can't do that, man. I just
So now EBT is the one. I'm sorry. Now Toilet Bowl Earth decides if I've repented or not. See, he doesn't believe me. He won't take his brother in this context at his word. He represents authority in his own mind, and he will decide if I've truly repented or not. This is sick, man. This is sick.
That's my deficiency in this world. I can't. I have no room for people that don't adherence to standards. I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
Maybe it's just me because I don't understand where
you're more like Jesus than I am, man. I'm sorry. Because I can't forgive people that are. I can't forgive unrepentant people.
Oh, I see. He's admitting his fault. Well, that's good. I misunderstood. Thank you, Razvan. Yes. You're right. He's admitting fault here. He just, the way he did it, I missed it.
I can't do that, man. I just, that's my deficiency in this world. I can't. I have no room for people that don't recognize that they're wrong. And I think that's like something that like Christians don't get correct. That no, you don't have to forget. You forgive people that know that they're wrong, that want forgiveness. Not just we forgive people like we're lobotomized robots. You know, there's a sort of contingency upon us where when people want forgiveness, we forgive them for the things that they do. We don't forgive people that are just fucking manic.
Bro, do you really think that when Toilet Bowl played that clip of me talking about EBT's dad, and I do have a lot of regard for EBT, do you really think that I didn't feel bad about it? Do you really think that I did not at least begin to see that I might have been in error? I mean, is that not how is that not possible? He's literally telling me that I'm faking the funk and that I didn't actually feel bad. I mean, this is sick.
They have to repent, right? They have to show remorse for their sin.
Some people will never ever accept that they're wrong, and will never ever accept.
Yeah, that's you, Toilet Bowl. That's not me. That's you. He's projecting because he's so blinded to what is going on with him. He's so blinded to what he's doing in the realm. He's projecting onto me as if I'm the thing he is. This is sick.
That they're pieces of shit. Do they deserve forgiveness, CBT? What does our faith teach us about things that we've done in our lives? Like, what
am I the one to give them forgiveness? I mean, like, as an individual, am I not to forgive them for their transgressions if they transgress against me?
Sure. But I mean,
bro, there's no but to this. He said he agreed and then said, but there's no but. Oh, they're all drunk. Yeah, they're all fucking shit-faced. They're all faced, every damn one of them.
That's one of the hardest things I have to deal with is people that
you don't have to deal with this, Toilet Bowl. You're choosing to deal with this. What are you talking about? And what did I talk about on a recent live stream? But it was with respect to a female. It was when we were breaking down that financial audit with that delusional woman. And TBE is a delusional woman on some level. He's acting as if life is something being done to him, right? He's acting as if life is something being done to him. And I want to say for the record that just to the audience that I had no idea I'd be broadcasting. And part of my chores that I was planning on doing today was I need to go buy, and thank you for the donations, because your donations do pay for this mixer here. Has it requires 9-volt batteries, which is fairly expensive if one buys them at a store instead of ordering online. And so my batteries are going to die at some point, but I can certainly rig up some kind of backup. I'll be able to rig up a backup mic. So just be aware that that's on the horizon. I got this battery and like another one, and they're both pretty near being tapped out. And let me know if I start sounding strange, because when the battery's close to dying, it doesn't really tell me, but I'll start sounding weird. But yeah. Thanks, Razvan. Yeah, Razvan says any piece of shit deserves forgiveness. As a Christian, he should know this. And again, just so you know, Razvan, we've turned a corner in the channel. We're not really talking about religion and Christianity at all, but in this context anymore. And but we'll give you more leeway. Razvan gets a little more leeway than the rest, but it is topical because I can't really talk about this drama without talking about Christianity, at least in part because TBE is claiming it so hard. Meanwhile, we see that he's not living it fully. He's not fully living it. Now, maybe he will in the future. I don't know. But I'm tapped out, so I don't give a fuck. I'm only mentioning this because he claims to be living by these principles as he doesn't live by them. He does. You're right. See, Razvan says, I feel sad for TBE. I think he goes through something in his personal life and vents on you. And that's right. See, that's the daddy issues. Well, I get accused of having a daddy in Paul, which could not be further from the truth. TBE clearly has daddy issues. So he's looking for somebody like me who actually has, while I don't have kids and I've never been a father, I have some masculine characteristics. And I did earn my status as a man in this realm. I passed from boy to man. So of course he's trying to work out his own bullshit on me. By the way, what is this? This is an example of what I've talked about on the channel. It's person A, which would be Toilet Bowl, attempting to use person B, which is me, for his own gratification. And it's sick. And I've inoculated myself against that. So whatever spaces there was in my energy sphere, if I can get a little new agey, that would allow someone to come in and use me for their own gratification. I plugged all those holes. So he can't do it. No, you're good, Razvan. And it is topical. Razvan says he knows the rule. Thank you, Razvan. I appreciate your respect there. But it is topical because of the drama. So we're going to have a little more, but we're just not going to fully go there, right? We're going to skirt around it as much as possible. But see, and then they were trying to go in on Music Holds a Secret. Well, Music Holds a Secret contributed the broadcast by unintentionally showing me the error of my ways. I've been attempting to play the middle, right? I've been trying to halfway play their game with respect to the religion, but I've simultaneously been halfway trying to balance that out by agreeing, by sometimes placating the people who don't want to talk about Christianity, when in reality I realized, no, this is not what this channel's about. And in fact, Music Holds a Secret has been right all along. And thank you for your patience, sir. I appreciate it.
Antagonistic to you,
bro,
and I have to forgive.
Bro, you're right, Rob. Disgusting. And since Rob probably just got here, I want to show this to him. This might be my permanent, my permanent user text, War Chief. And I just slayed my enemies metaphorically in battle. It was glorious. I would encourage you to go back and watch it. It's a work of art. It's a thing of beauty, sir, if I may say so myself.
Them.
Yeah, you're right. See, Music Holds a Secret says when Toilet Bowl he temporarily gave up drinking. Exactly. He's a whole different person. And alcohol destroys everything, man. And ask me how I know, by the way.
And I don't know what that looks like.
Yeah, it's hard
Because
to do. In my heart,
I got to go start the screen cap. I forgot. Hang on. Got to cap this too. All right, we're capping.
I'm still
Thank you, Rob.
upset with this individual. I don't think that, although I didn't even consume the entirety of his whatever he was.
Well, and you heard that he said he's still upset with me. By the way, that's normal and expected. That's normal and expected. Can he not forgive me and also still be upset about the things that have happened? What do they say? We forgive, but we don't forget. Isn't that what we say?
He's going whatever he was saying or whatever he's doing, but at the end of the day, I mean, I have to self-reflect, and I'd have to say that am I equally as guilty as him for doing the same thing? And I would say, yeah, obviously. I mean, it even shows.
Is it forgiveness given to someone that knows they're sorry? Isn't that implied? Isn't that the presupposition?
Well, I mean,
how forgiveness given to someone that I don't understand that. It's like
I don't think necessarily. I don't think it has to be a two-way. It doesn't have to be a two-way.
I don't know, but
I don't
Fuck.
think it has to be a two-way
Fuck
street.
'em.
You don't think it has to be a two-way street?
No, wouldn't that be the Christ-like thing to do?
If someone raping your daughter, I don't know. That ain't the Christ.
Well, I mean that's
Can't really forget
that's
that.
an
Yeah.
extreme. That's an extreme. I mean, but
Of course,
but
it's
all
extreme. Some shit can't. Yeah.
I mean that's not what was happening though. But I mean I would say even
like,
in
okay,
this,
so
what
EBT,
happened. I
so
mean he
Benji was raping
Ben,
them.
Dude, they can't hear EBT out. See, EBT is righteous in this moment. They can't even hear it. They have to talk. See, they have to talk because they can't consume his righteousness. EBT's righteousness convicts them. So in order to stop that from penetrating, they begin to talk. Have you noticed this? Watch this. Let's go back.
Raping your daughter, I don't know. That ain't the Christ.
well, I mean that's
Can't really forget
that's
that.
an
Yeah.
extreme. That's an extreme. I mean, but
Of course,
but
it's
all
extreme. Some shit can't. Yeah.
I mean that's not what was happening though. But I mean I would say even
like,
in this,
okay, so
what
EBT,
happened. I
so
mean he
Benji was raping
Ben
them.
See, they can't hear him out. They have to talk over him.
did
Mine,
repent
your
for what he
daughter's
was saying,
mine.
I guess. So I mean, like I don't
okay,
know.
so EBT, if I don't apologize to God for who I am, do I still deserve His forgiveness?
Nobody deserves God's forgiveness.
Okay.
If they don't first forgive themselves for their crimes or make up for it, repent for their sin. Repent.
There's
for
nothing.
sin.
There's nothing that you can do that would deserve anything from God.
Well, then, real quick, for the people who may think I'm going back on what I said about, this is not a Bible channel. These are extenuating circumstances. Please give me a little leeway. I'm also turned off by this talk, but I want to see where this goes. This is important, I think.
God.
But is it? I mean, is it forgiveness? Doesn't that involve two parties? One who repents and the other who forgives, right?
Well, no, because the other party, it's between the two parties, like the two human parties, right? But then if one party forgives the other party, and the other party, what does the other party necessarily have to? The other party needs to repent to God.
Someone was. So there's two parties. One was hurt in this exchange. Like, let's say I stole from my brother.
Right.
Okay. Let's say I stole from my brother. Why would my brother forgive me if I was never apologetic?
Yeah,
If I never apologized to him for stealing something, what's the point of the forgiveness? It's into the void.
That's pretty much what's
It's
exactly
almost,
wrong with this lost
it's almost
generation.
done in vain, right? It's
This
almost
lost
done in vain.
generation. They've never repented for any sin. They've never owned up to any responsibility or onus for any mistake or like theft that they've done or crime they've committed.
Christ says you should.
Bro, they're talking about themselves, not EBT. Burn Eye, when he just said what he said, TBE, when he's saying what he's saying, they're talking about themselves. This has nothing to do with me. Nothing.
Forgive your transgressors. What is it?
Listen to this. I'll tell the story now. It's Benton story time. So see, what's going on here has nothing to do with me, the human being. Thank you. Well, no, I don't think it was the apology. It was that EBT accepted my apology. But yeah, you're right. So, fucking A, dude. I lost my story. Same thing. It's just gone. Oh, but I'm not really sick. Fucking morons. Oh, when I first met my mom's then new husband, I was like, living in the streets, living out of the backpack, sleeping rough. And when they got married, my mom moved into his house, right, in Little Rock, this old fucking moldy trailer, moldy manufactured home. which I don't care. I was fine with it. I'm not one of those people that's like, oh, this place sucks or whatever. So they came and picked me up, and I was going to stay the night at their house. Okay. So at a certain point, and I hadn't seen my mom for a while, so I was on their computer, right? So I'm sitting at their computer, and remember, I don't know this dude, right? So me and my mom are sitting at the computer, and I'm showing her stuff. Okay. Well, I guess her husband, I guess he wanted to be included in the thing, right? Which, looking back on it, I was wrong I should have just said, hey man, pull up a chair and check it out. But I really just wanted time with my mom, I guess. I don't know this dude. And he was very intoxicated, right? Very intoxicated. And and one thing about drunks is they miss a lot of social cues. So I believed I was sending him messages non-verbally and verbally to sort of back off and let us have our space. But because he wasn't understanding the dynamic, hey, this is a mother and her son. This really don't have nothing to do with you, buddy. So he kept trying to, and I really don't like when people are like creeping up behind me. So it was almost like he was lurking over me, right? So at a certain point, and again, remember, this is homeless Benton, used to just being able to act out on his agitation. So, and I wasn't right in the situation either. I bared some responsibility too. So I sort of spurred out and spiraled a little bit to where I was like, I started expressing that I didn't like that drunks tend to miss social cues. And I was like, drunks are the worst, which they are, right? And that included me when I was a drunk. So drunks are the worst. Well, because of how forceful I was, and I still had some of my muscle on me, right? And I was somewhat intimidating. And then he was an older guy, right? He was in his 60s at the time, and still is, I guess. So he's probably right around 60 and somewhere in there, and kind of frail, right? So I guess he viewed this as I was threatening him, right? Which I wasn't, but he considered me a threat in this moment. Well, the next thing I know, he's come out of the bedroom with a pistol, and I didn't even notice this. So my mom she kind of shrieks, and then I look, and the dude's pointing a fucking gun at me, right? Well, this is Arkansas, brother. And I know in that moment, I could have and we weren't that far apart. I could have physically closed the distance, taken the weapon away from him. But this is Arkansas. There's no version of me potentially killing this man in his own home without me getting in trouble, right? This is like a man's home is his castle. And I'm aware of this in the moment. So my thing is like, I got to get the fuck out of here without getting shot. So he's continuing to advance towards me, right? And he had this drum set in the living room and we had talked about how I could tell he's very proud of it. I literally went and hid behind the drum kit thinking, well, surely he won't shoot his own drum kit. And then eventually I'm just like, hey man, I'm leaving. And somehow I already knew to have my shit packed. Like my backpack was already packed up because, if I do go in to visit someone, at some point, all of my things are going to end up more or less strewn about because, I might go take a shower. I might need to get this thing. I might need to pull something out. Somehow my stuff I just knew to have my shit packed. And I'm just like, man, I'm leaving. Like, just let me fucking leave. Right. And my mom's freaking the fuck out. And so I just grabbed my fucking shit and left on foot. Meanwhile, from where they lived, it's like a 12-mile fucking ruck march to the Walmart Supercenter, right? On a fucking 2-lane highway with ditches on both sides. Okay. Every time a car came, I had to hike down in the ditch. Meanwhile, it's pitch black. It's like, I don't know, midnight or whatever. And I'm thinking, maybe this dude's coming after me. So every time a car came, I had to dip off into the fucking woods. Turns out he was coming looking for me. He claimed that he was coming to find me to bring me back. That's what he was trying to tell my mom. Right. And then it took me until the next day to actually make it the 12-mile fucking ruck march to Walmart, right? Yeah. Crazy, man. Well, if you want to think Benton can't squash a beef or forgive somebody, this man never apologized to me. We never even really talked about it. But because, and I didn't want nothing to do with him, right? And him and my mom almost broke up over it. Thank God they didn't, because now my mom has, health issues and they're still together. And my mom would have a hard time economically making it. They've moved to where my sister lives. This was like, when the houses got overvalued and stuff, and he was able to get way too much money for his trailer, his manufactured home, I guess, because of the piece of property. They were able to take that money and buy a home in a different part of the state, all of this. And, I, especially once I realized how sick I was, and it was awkward and weird, but I told him, I said, hey man, that stuff that happened, because it was portrayed as if I did nothing wrong and he was in the wrong, right? But the reality was I was also wrong. I just wasn't wrong to the degree he was wrong, if that makes sense. And I told him, I said, hey man, that thing that happened, I said, I was also wrong, meaning like I played a part. And I just wanted to say that. I think it's important for me to recognize that I was also wrong. Meanwhile, this is someone who physically threatened my life. So fuck you, Toilet Bowl Earth. And if you think I can make up a story like that, I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, I was a writer. I wasn't a fiction writer. I write nonfiction. I know.
7 times 70 times, right? Like your forgiveness has to transcend their transgressions. Their repentance is between them and God. So I mean, like,
but do you think that means? Do you think there's some nuance in that conversation where it's not?
Of course.
I mean,
and I hope y'all realize. And again, it's Bible channel, but just please give me a little leeway if the audience would. Just please, permission to speak freely, sir. You know what this is? What TBE represents? TBE is a Pharisee. He's behaving. He's looking for a legal loophole such that I'm wrong. And see what I'm saying? He's trying to find the loophole in the code. It's a fucking Pharisee.
I mean, I go about my day and I run into a lot of unsavory people that I don't run into ever again. And of course, these people do things that, are not, good. And I'm the consequence. I think there are a lot of interactions we have in a day where it's people we don't know that do things to us unconsciously. That
well, and I just remembered another part of the story. So after he debatably, my mom's husband, and they're still married and live together. After he debatably attempted to kill me, or at least, that's at least aggravated assault, right? So eventually, I came to visit my mom, and then he's just sitting in the den, with the TV loud and watching TV with his back to me. So we don't really know what's going to happen, right? Is Benton going to be angry? And I just, walked around to the couch and just kind of stood there and, sort of waited for him to stand up or whatever. And then we squashed it. I just said, hey man, that thing that happened, that's water I think I said that's water under the bridge. I just let it go. Meanwhile, I don't think the man, I don't even remember if he apologized to me. I honestly don't remember. It's not important to me, but I could sense in his spirit that he did regret what he did. Right. I sensed it in him. And I think I might have even given him a hug. I think I might have patted him on the back. I don't really remember. See, but that shit really happened. Thanks, Musical is a secret.
We feel that they violate us. And there are people in our personal lives, our friendships, and our family. I think there's some nuance into what that means of what people do to us that we don't know that we forgive. I think when it's a more personal thing, that there's a little bit more involvement rather than we just blankly forgive people for anything. I think that paints us to be these sort of lobotomized plastic surgeon smile-faced people that we just, we're like, oh, it doesn't matter. You can abuse us, and we can forgive you. Do you not think that that's strange?
I mean, I guess I don't really.
It's part of the snowflake society now. It's fucked up.
I guess I don't really
You're bang on TBE with that. Like, it's literally everywhere, and it's becoming.
Well, what I'm saying is, like, I understand that we forgive transgressions of people. We forgive transgressions of people that we these sort of loose minor encounters. But when it comes to like your family or friends, do you not think that forgiveness is contingent upon?
I don't feel like my forgiveness on somebody should be
at least in the regard that you let them know that they have done something to you. And I think in that regard, you can forgive them, and it's up to or you.
Yeah, I mean, you made their transgressions public to some extent. I guess and that's not really the word I'm looking for, but I mean, it's not like you're not in your closet, not making it known that you were transgressed against, and then forgiving them, and then not making any point of it. I mean, like,
there's no remorse, no repenting. There's no like.
I mean, when my father murdered, my mother and sister, that's a hard.
Did everybody hear what he just said? Did everybody hear what the man just said?
Thing for me to father murdered.
You were transgressed against, and then forgiving them, and then not making any point of it. I mean, like,
there's no remorse, no repenting. There's no like.
I mean, when my father murdered, my mother and sister, that's a hard thing.
I mean, like,
there's no remorse, no repenting. There's no like.
I mean, when my father murdered, my mother and sister, that's a hard thing for me to understand. That's a hard thing for me to go, okay,
you're never gonna understand it.
So, if you heard what he just said, because I used to be on the old CBO Discord, apparently, his father murdered his dad and his sister, but the other part of the story is apparently the dad's intention was to kill all the children. And Toilet Bowl Earth has like a bunch of brothers. He's got a gang of brothers. So if anybody's noticed, every once in a while in the live chat, when TBE's really going at me, I'll say something like, too bad TBE's dad did not have enough of a killer instinct, meaning we know he's a killer. And I'd forgotten the part where he actually murdered TBE's mom and dad and mom and sister. And I mean, that's horrible, right? And I would never want that to happen. But, but I will say something like, if TBE comes at me, I'll use whatever ammo I've got. And I've said that before. I've typed in the live chat, well, too bad his father didn't have more of a killer instinct, implying, well, too bad he didn't also take out TBE. Again, look at the name, War Chief. You bring the war to me, we're going to war, Jack. And in a war, I'm using any and all ordnance I can. In a war, I'm using any and all ordnance at my disposal, sir. Disgusting.
And I went 10 years of not going to the prison where he was at to forgive this man. And I wasn't a Christian then. I wasn't anything. I was out there in the world doing my own fucking thing, dude. Banging chicks, doing drugs, drinking, whatever. And I didn't understand forgiveness at all. I had no idea what that was. And I started dating this chick, this fine chick. Her name was Amanda, and
oh, fucking Amanda's, huh?
Oh yeah, Amanda's are always. But she was, we did our.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I did not know that, brother. I'm sorry for your loss, man. Like, keep turning.
It's a long time ago. It's okay.
Through that.
It's a long time ago. We dated for a while, and what the weirdest part was, we dated and then we like broke up or whatever. And she actually, her and her mom like looked up my story because she thought I was lying.
I want to say this as far as forgiveness in that type of situation. I wouldn't even attempt to forgive somebody. I would burn everything to the motherfucking ground. There would be no forgiveness, and then come what may, there would be no forgiveness in Benton's life, and that just is what it is. So, he's the one that has to reconcile that or not. But I wouldn't. There's no fucking way I would forgive somebody for that, and if that makes me less of a man, that's fine.
Lying. Because I was
No chance.
It was still kind of fresh in my life at that point. I was still kind of talking about it. It was still kind of prevalent in the back of my head. It's always when you go through weird trauma like that, it's like fucked up. And like I guess she thought I was lying, so she like looked it up, and she looked up my father and shit like that. And like one day I'm at the bar being the stupid piece of shit that I am with my buddies, and I see her, and we catch eye contact. She talks to me. She's like, "Hey, I need to talk to you." I'm like, I'm thinking like, she wants to like get back together, do blasey. I'm like, oh, okay, I'm gonna be at the after hours party after this. I'll see you over there. She's like, okay. And I go and I see her over there, and here she comes to me. She's like, hey, your father's dead, by the way. She comes to me and she tells me my father's dead. That he died in prison. And I'm like, okay. Dude, I'm geeked on cocaine. I'm drunk as fuck. And and the idea of forgiveness was something that was like super fucking intense for me to understand, because it's like now I can never look my father in the eye. I can never forgive him. I don't even know what that is. But that's the hardest part of me trying to understand that. I still don't understand it. My fallible human self still doesn't understand that. And I do try to understand where my father came from. But forgiveness it really is a superpower in some regard, because we all go through some sort of fucking trauma, some sort of fucking hang up.
And yeah. And I deal with the same thing with my father's death, whether or not. Yeah, we talked about this many years ago in private on Instagram when we exchanged kind of our stories and stuff, talking about whether or not my sister killed my father or not, and dealing with that
Broken people,
idea
bro.
of somebody that you should love and how you.
Well, and since we're all sharing, right? And I just called them broken people. I've said this before on stream or on podcast. Because of my upbringing, they broke me so thoroughly, so early. I was just thoroughly destroyed in a way from a very young age, right? Which then, thank God, thank whatever we're calling that these days, that I was, had the opportunity and ability to put myself back together, or to put myself together in a way, right? See, that's a bit of an advantage, to be just so thoroughly smashed and shattered, and all the things that were done to me as a very young child with this cult upbringing. And the Jehovah's Witness religion is child abuse, period. I mean, to raise a child in that religion is to abuse that child. That's just, there's no doubt about it. And I'm not a victim of that. I've never been a victim of that. I've never been a victim of anything other than my own self, because there's no power in being a victim. And I'm not powerless. I am powerful. And I always have been. And I always will be. See? But something in my psyche or my psychology or my whatever it is, it was just so thoroughly destroyed and shattered into a million pieces so early on, right? So to the people that are able to form themselves and, you know, without going through some sort of shattering trauma, you know, for that to then happen to them, you know, as more of an adult age, like what EBTs went through with his father and what Toilet Bowl Earths went through with his family, you know, I can't relate to that. And it's got to be horrible in a way. So I had an advantage where, you know, I wasn't formed yet. I was a child and was just completely thoroughly broken. And in a way, I'll never not be broken, right? And that's one of the many, many, many things I was able to figure out only because I took it to the streets for damn near a decade and 6 straight years living, sleeping rough. This is one of the many things that I've necessarily had to figure out about myself in order to put myself together enough to be effective and to be able to function, as dysfunctionally as that may express at times. So I might know a thing or two about some of these dynamics. What do y'all think? Thanks, Rob.
You can forgive them
Good to see you,
for
brother. It's my
possibly
birthday, by the way.
murdering somebody that you love as well.
Let's
And
celebrate
it's,
and his birthday.
Yo, I don't usually drink, but tonight y'all got me with getting the good stuff out, because hot damn, that's some heavy
There's
shit.
probably a
And
drinking
turned
topic.
into
We're probably
beautiful
getting too
souls
far. But I mean,
despite
these
the shit you
these are
Well, and I want to say this. I don't know how I've lived this life, and I've lived a charmed life. Did y'all know that nobody that I've ever been close to has passed away in my entire life? Not a single person. I had a friend from college that, you know, we were friends, and he died. He had a heart attack at age 36. Oh, by the way, to the people who think that everybody that's dropping dead, it has to be the jab. I don't know. I went to college with a guy who dropped motherfucking dead at age 36 12 years ago, because we were the same age and I'm 48. So sometimes people just fucking drop dead. Dude had a widowmaker heart attack and just dropped to the ground and died, 36 years old. Mm-hmm. His name was Sanjeev. We called him Sun Chips. So my best friend in college was an Indian who grew up in Arkansas. So I knew a bunch of Indians from India or from that culture. And dropped dead. Projection. And you know, TBE, whatever needs fixing, I can't fix it. There's only one person that could fix it. That's you.
things that these people that want to come on here and think that they talk about deep things and they've experienced things, and I don't know how much stuff really any of these people that come on here and talk about these things. I mean, should we even be discussing the?
Oh, you want to talk about this? Are you implying that some of us haven't? Look, everybody's had trauma. Okay. The thing is, what they did to me, I was a little fucking child, man. I don't even know what they did to me. I don't even know what they did to me. No idea. I know this. When I was a child, my very young parents sent me to a chain of daycare called KinderCare. And if you want to Google KinderCare and look at all the scandals they've been through, and I don't know what they did to me at KinderCare, but I know this: for pretty much most of my early adult life, my teenage years, or into my early adulthood, anytime I saw, because they have like this particular, all of their daycares have this particular, you know, the front of the daycare it's a corporation, so they have, it all looks the same with like a bell, like let's just show it, because let's show it. Hang on. Yeah, there it is. So for many, many, many years, every time I saw that, I would be consumed with a rage that I cannot describe with words. So I don't know what they did to me. So you guys can come on here and say these things. I don't know what the fuck they did to me. And that's aside from whatever this cult did to me. Okay. So yeah, I've been through some version of what y'all are talking about, except it happened to me from the age of about 2 years old. Who knows what they did to me? I don't know. Couldn't tell you. No idea. I'm sure it wasn't nothing good if I had years and years and years of every time I saw that thing just being filled with a rage that most likely most people will never experience. So you tell me. You tell me what it's all about.
These things live on the internet, I don't know, but I mean, like, you know, the reason I respect some.
Rob, just so you know, I was on a Discord with EBT and Toilet Bowl Earth for several years. I can almost guarantee you that he's not making up a story. But yeah, people do that, but I can almost guarantee you that this really happened.
Somebody like my motherfucker TBE up in here is because I know things that this motherfucker has experienced in his life and things that he's gone through, and he knows things that I've experienced and that I've gone through that I haven't shared with everybody in my entire life. Like there's few people that I have and wow, for TBE to come on here and talk about these things, but it really does bring up the whole concept of forgiveness, and this has been a big thing in my life. Is
I mean,
how do you deal with it? How do you deal with it?
It's a hard thing for people to grasp. It's seriously one of the hardest things. I think it's one of the biggest complaints of people that I've run across when I try to proselytize to people about the faith is the forgiveness aspect. And I think, you know, God communicated to me that through my story that I could communicate that sort of power of forgiveness to others. But it's certainly like
damn Eclair.
Say what?
Nigga machine lies dipping some Eclair into some fucking coffee or some shit right now. I don't know what's going on. You're being really disrespectful, all of you. I'm putting you in the backstage for a minute. Is what I'm doing. Hang out though. Don't get triggered. But no, I'll here with this Eclair.
That's one of the hardest things to communicate to people about forgiveness is.
No, okay. I'm sorry, Bernie. We'll put you back up there. Okay. No. Okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah. There. Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Yeah.
Because people have a very innate want for justice, especially in the modern world. That this sort of bloodthirst for justice.
Yeah. And you might never ever get it.
Yeah, and you know, and dude, I'd say for 10 years, I daydreamed about being killed, and not my mother or sister. I daydreamed about me being shot, literally almost all the time. I was like, I wish it was me. I wish it was me. I wish it was me. And that's how grief. Sometimes grief turns into this sort of there's a great C.S. Lewis.
I can relate to that in like the 10 years of my opiate addiction and how many friends of mine died of opiate addiction or opiate overdoses. And then I was like, why wasn't it me? Why am I still alive and shit? And that's what eventually got me to sober up and get the fuck off of it and be off of it for 4.5 years now, thank God. But that just like I can relate to that aspect of grief causing that feeling. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You hit it on the head. There was a great book that I read, which I put me to tears from.
Hey, Razvan, that's a good comment. Razvan says, Benton, I imagine what they did to you. Your brain hides a memory of a trauma that bad. Hey, I don't remember. I don't remember most of my early childhood. Actually, I would say I have large swaths of time that I have no memories of. So that's probably a protection mechanism built into the human. I couldn't tell you the name of any of my elementary school teachers. Sometimes I would run into somebody and tell them where I'm from, my hometown, and they'd be like, "Oh, you probably know such and such." I never can remember who they're talking about. Never. It's almost like I was in some sort of out of body experience for like years. Bizarre, man. Very fucking bizarre.
Book from one end to the other. It's about
Or I was
Lewis
probably
Gold.
under mind control. Mind control. Mind control.
Brief observed. I literally cried reading that book from end to end when somebody recommended that to me, and it really is one of the most prevalent books. Which C.S. Lewis actually led me to Christianity because I read that book when that happened, and later on I read Mere Christianity, and that awakened me to some hard truths I had to understand. But the thing about grief, it really becomes at some point a very selfish concept. It's not. It becomes not about the people that you lose. It becomes this sort of
no idea, Gary. I have no memories of any of that. I couldn't tell you. I don't know. Gary wants to know if I was diddled or if it was psychological trauma. Now I have talked about certain proclivities that I've experienced at times with respect to the same sex. I don't know. Maybe that's where that came from because I never lived that lifestyle. Right. Almost all of my experiences as an adult or a teenager and adult was with girls and women. So I don't know. Where does that come from? You tell me.
how it affects you now, and how it's like how like what these things like how now it affects you. It's not about their memory anymore. It's about you and how it hurts you. And it's so crazy how like the human mind can just like take something so like a loss of a family member and twist it to something so selfish. And that's something that like I've always sort of understood when dealing with my family and stuff like that. That's something that like always kept with me. I was like, man, my grief turned into something selfish. It turned into me using that as leverage over people, over even my own family members. Like, this is how I feel. You'll never understand how I feel. And I'm going to use that and I'm going to abuse you with it. I'm going to abuse people that I know in my relationships. I'm going to abuse this, that, and the other, even my own family members. I'm going to use that as leverage because it's just so fucked up how humans will take anything to use that as their advantage over others. Even like death and grief of their own family members.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm guilty of that. And it's hard. And it's hard for me to even forgive myself for that. How do you even forgive yourself for being so selfish and being?
But acceptance and then acknowledging, moving forward, and like you said, the whole point of this, repenting, like making up for your past mistakes, being able to be at peace with what's happened, and then move forward, and then make sure anyone that you've done wrong to that you make up for when given a chance to, and that's what gets you that godly or the higher spirit of making up for past mistakes and earns you the forgiveness.
Yeah, I believe that. And now talking about it, yeah, I don't think it's not really. I think when God tells us to forgive others, it means to unburden yourself with hatred, unburden this sort of resentment of people around you, and not carry that around with you. And and it's hard. Isn't it hard? Isn't it hard for you to forgive someone that fucks with, like, literally ruined your life? Isn't that hard?
Yeah.
Isn't that fucking hard when someone attacks you every day and calls you stupid and retarded? Isn't it hard to forgive somebody like that? Isn't that a fucking superpower that Jesus preaches to us and says, don't ever let them fucking usurp the good spirit that I give you and the good love that I'm teaching you. Don't ever let them fucking change your sonship, your adoptive sonship with God by this dominative spirit. Don't ever let them do that to you. Like, it's fucking crazy, man. It's crazy to me. And like, I understand that now. It is hard. It's so fucking hard to forgive people that fuck you over, man. Even the worst fucking people in the world. And it's a possessive thing, a part of your identity to, it's an identity to protect. Like, nobody can fuck with me. I'm never going to let anybody fuck with me. And it's an identity that you have to uphold and
that
protect.
demon within you of wanting revenge, right? You can't feed the demon. You have to let go and be able to make peace and get that angelic ability to forgive and not let yourself be harmed again, sort of thing.
Exactly. This shit tore my family up so fucking much. So, dude, I didn't even talk to my brothers for years and shit like that. I couldn't even look at them because I blamed them for it. When that shit happened with my family, I blamed my brother. I was like, why didn't you house my family when this shit was going on? Why didn't you house my mom? You like kicked her out of which he did. He kicked my mom out of his own house because he wanted to be the bachelor. He kicked my own mom out of his house, and I blamed him for years and years, dude. I got into a fucking fight with him, I'd say 4 or 5 years ago. And then you know, I forgave him. And it's crazy because this guy has never loved me any. I mean, I talk to him all the time now, and it's insane. It's insane what bridge, what fucking barrier I built between my family that I created because I felt like nobody understood my pain. When really all I had to do was just forgive and move on, which is what Christ teaches us, and which is something I really just can't put into words. I'm not a theologian. I don't understand how the Trinity works. I don't understand. I don't know the ecumenical councils. I don't know those things. I don't know the history of those things. But what I do know is the Good Samaritan and the forgiveness aspect of Christ's work, because I lived through it. I lived through it. It's
right. That's an amazing
absolute
story.
nuclear
Like,
effects on
able
my
to
family.
reclaim part of your family through forgiveness, and now build that relationship and some healing with your brother through working past that anger and whatnot and giving the forgiveness, right? And one thing I'm going to say is, like, not like I've always lived with good values, been spiritual, not been overly Christian, but the one thing that I've always with Christ's message was love thy enemy, love everyone. And it's like I always go with like love all of humanity and forgive the mistakes. You know, don't be a part of it, don't encourage it, but always like love what is there, and you know, try to make peace and not kill or harm.
And you know what?
The hardest part, honestly, usually comes down to being able to forgive yourself, and that's why Christ says to love your neighbor as you would love yourself, right? Do unto others as you would have them do unto you.
Yeah, that's the number one I love.
And that's what and that's been the
Okay.
hardest thing for me to deal with for long, whether or not I knew whether or not my sister directly was involved in my dad's death. But I knew directly that if whatever happened, I knew directly that I in some way was responsible, to some extent by neglect, to some extent, or by some kind of extension. And I always felt, always constantly deal with the idea that, well, I could have prevented that from happening, and perhaps that's my, dealing with that responsibility. But then it's also you deal with the guilt of yourself of not
your family today in your own life, right? You have to forgive yourself and let go in that aspect of, you have other responsibilities that you're doing good on, and you can't like beat yourself up on the past.
Yeah, I mean, but I think it's healthy though to be able to maintain that to some extent. But a lot of it does often come down to uh, trying to reconcile your own faults, and to some extent forgiving, or I guess it's the repentance of your own faults. And I think the repentance is what leads to the ability to be able to forgive others for such transgressions. But definitely, it's not an easy path to walk for anybody. And I think. I mean, this is the human condition in general, right? We experience these things in small, in macro to micro levels all the time. I mean, like, and some of
Yeah.
us unfortunately have to go through these extremely traumatic events in our lives. But I think perhaps there's a reason why we have to go through these super traumatic events, because perhaps we're destined for something.
You have to experience hell to then appreciate heaven, right?
Well, yeah, that's the whole thing with Dante's Inferno. That's how he gets to heaven. He goes to the deepest, darkest part of hell to reemerge out of it, which is honestly.
Theologically, I don't know if I necessarily agree with that, but I mean, like,
I mean, it's a book. It's
philosophically, yeah, I mean, that makes.
I mean, it's a novel.
That's a good thought experiment, but I mean,
But
yeah.
but I mean, grief is where shit can go wrong. It can either go wrong for people.
Grief is insane. I mean, like, and it's really, I hate that whole idea that, like, when somebody says, well, unless you never went through it, you don't understand it. But I mean, like, if you never really have gone through any serious grief, there really is no way you can understand it. And it really makes you do insane shit. Like, it really makes you crazy.
It does make you crazy. Before I could really wrap my head around it, when I used to abuse people with it, I didn't understand that, you really can't quantify grief, because I go through a hellish thing. I can't say that someone else who maybe didn't have that same experience isn't being affected even as much. It's can't quantify these sort of things and say, well, you did this. Well, it's like a oppression Olympic sort of thing. Well, you don't understand me because I've been through this. You've had your thing like that. What grief does to people is it really.
Oh, it affects all people differently. But I mean, dude, like, so my dad died in December of 2011, and I had already been a conspiracy theorist for years and years, and then, like, I was deep in grief, and so then I was already like, well, this was a sign from God, and 2012 is going to be the end of the world, and like I got I got all this money from my dad's life insurance, and I was going to buy I was going to prep for the end of the world, and all, like, I was and that was my coping mechanism. Like to some extent, I was like, that's part of the initially how I dealt with it
right away, right? Like,
you know, I went into full delusion, like, well, somehow this is justified by this, and it had to happen so that I could be prepared for the end of the world and all this kind of bullshit. And at the same time, understanding that was totally retarded, but being this heavy, and then I did all kinds of terrible stuff that not going to talk about on the internet. The things that I was doing, and
I agree. Certain things should never.
You know, like it makes you make grief makes you make really terrible decisions to momentarily compensate for. Yeah, it's man, it's and I still feel like I do. I still feel like I deal with it. You know, you always deal with it. You always deal with it.
But yeah. I mean,
I
yeah, you always deal with it. You know, my sister. I mean, this shit came back full force for me, not just 6 months ago. You know, my other sister that caught a bullet. You know, she passed away because she had complications, and you know, that shit resurfaced. You know what I'm saying? That grief resurfaced where violence was enacted upon my family, but now it's resurfaced almost 2 decades later.
Yeah, bro. For me, one of the biggest things, like the house where my dad died, I tried to hold on to that property for as long as I could, and it really came to the point. There was a bunch of issues with the property, and I just didn't want to put the money into it to maintain it. And basically, I was just holding on to it as I would, you know, this is a place where you know, people that know me from back in the IG, this would be what I would call my trap. My trap house. I would go there, and my wife would give me she would let me just go and stay there by myself, you know, because I would just like relive the moments that I was, you know, with my, like, it was just, you know, where I could, you know, be by myself and kind of connect with my feelings and thoughts about my dad and all this kind of stuff. But it got to the point, it's like, well, there's so much going wrong with this house. Like, I don't want to put $100,000 in this house to maintain it, to keep it from falling apart. We've got to sell it. And recently we decided to just get rid of it. And that was a big, like, moving forward moment for me, is like, cause I used to just, you know, cause my dad died in the driveway of the house, and I would just, you know, I'd go there on weekends. We'd go down there to Indianapolis on the weekends, and my wife would do stuff with the kids and her friends and stuff. And she would let me just stay at the house. And like, I would just sit in the fucking driveway where my dad died and just like think about the fucking night that I found my dad dead in that spot. And like,
oh yeah.
You know,
I don't know what it is about what that is. You know, I would drive into the apartment complex where, you know, my father did all those nasty things, and I sat in the parking lot, and I just sort of just imagined what it was like to be up in there, and I would think about myself getting fucking blown apart and reveling in that. I don't know what it is about that, you know.
Yeah.
Well, and here's the thing with the alcohol. Alcohol is obliteration. Alcohol is obliteration. Alcohol is obliteration. Hey, you probably weren't here, Toilet Bowl Earth, but I want to show you, since you were talking about wanting to get physical, I wanted to show you. This is what I looked like when I was approximately your age. Give me a second. I didn't know we were going to be looking at this again. But this is what you would have been contending with if for some insane reason you decided to get physical with Benton, a Benton of your age. Let's find this picture. This is what you would have been dealing with, sir. And this Benton, right here. Let me share this. And remember, you took it to the physical, not me. I got no desire to fight anybody. But if for some reason you were going to physically attack a Benton of your age and smash him out, like you said, this is what you would have been attempting to smash out, sir. Right, y'all. See this guy? And this guy over here is over 6 foot and went about 240 to 245 at the time. This is about 195 pound. Well, not 195. It's about 185 to 190 pound Benton. So this Benton, if for some reason you decided to get physical, he would have either dropped a shoulder on you and, like a football player, knocked you to the ground, or he would have just picked you up and thrown you to the ground. He would have just reached down between your legs, picked you up. Now stop fantasizing. And I would have just thrown you. So Yeah, I'm pretty sure you could beat up the current Benton. I don't think that would be too hard to do. I'm 120 pounds. You know, I can barely pick up my own body weight at this point. But the Benton of your age, that's what you would have been dealing with, sir. That right there. That right there. But see how he still wants to come against me? You see how he still wants to come against me?
It is about this sort of human, this like human, like the sacrifice.
Oh, can I tell you some weird sick shit though? Because like just to try to bring the mood to a different thing, maybe just interesting though at the same time.
Oh,
So like the girl that I was dating this girl at the time when that happened, and she was with me when we found my dad, and she was I don't want to get too much in the story, but like she was there when I was trying to give my dad CPR and when the whatever. But I had this weird inclination for like months afterwards to like randomly put myself in situations like acting like I had like got crushed or like acting like I was dead, like just to like trick her, like just to cause a rise out of her and shit. It was like a really sick like fascination with like trying to get that, because like dude, like it's like this, you go through this major major moment, and it's like somehow you want to recreate it to some extent. Like it was just always, she was always sicked out by it, but like I would all I don't know, maybe I'm super weird or sick, but
no,
I would play dead, or I would act like I got, you know, something happened to me, or I got stuck under a car, or like I would just want her to react to me some way or another, or I guess maybe I was fantasy role playing like I wanted to die. I didn't ever feel like I wanted to die myself necessarily, but it was just like it was like an unconscious decision to like do strange things, and that's what grief does to you. It makes you it makes you do strange things that you have no justification for why you're doing these strange things. It's very strange. Very strange.
You know, I mean, you definitely loved your father, right?
Hey, TBE. Too bad I can't. It wouldn't be a threat, so forget about TBE. Hey, too bad I can't show you the rest on a stream. I'm not allowed. I'm not allowed to show the rest on stream. A fucking mouse, dude. What the fuck? Hey, TBE. Make with the super chat, or you're getting muted again. So I'm charging you money, sir. If you want to post in my live chat over here at Benton channel, I'm going to need you to make with this. It is my birthday too, by the way. Happy birthday to Benton. But yeah, I'm going to need you to make with the super chat, sir. So let's go. I'm thinking Razvan dropped 50 pounds sterling on me earlier. So yeah, you go ahead and match. Go ahead and match $64. I think is what we converted it to in USD. So go ahead and make with the $64, or we're muting you again. So it's up to you. I'll give you 10 minutes. Somebody remind me, or I'll have to set a timer, I guess. Oh, EBT is restreaming the restream. Ha ha. Should we go to real time?
Oh yeah.
Should we go to real time?
My best friend.
Thanks,
like,
Sophia.
Yeah, my hero. Like I love my dad. Like
well, I hated my father. He was
clearly
a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Like,
I wonder if that's why you hate me, TBE.
Literally the worst fucking person. Growing up, I used to be the kid that looked through those. They used to have them at grocery stores. The old, like the home, like you're looking for a new house.
Look,
hotel room, and
there. By the way, who are these people who are triggered by hotel rooms? Hotel rooms are awesome. Are you out of your fucking mind?
I don't.
There's nothing wrong with trailers, weed, hotel rooms. These are not bad things. None of this. Now, at some point, I'm going to need to actually leave and go to the grocery store here.
I'm sorry, Benton. The link is pinned, Benton, if you want to come. But I mean, like,
full state, dude.
That's
why would I want to come over there, bro? Why would I want to come over there? I got my own house. You're welcome. Why would I come over there and talk to some, no offense, drunks?
Fucking creepy.
Drunks are the fucking worst. Yeah, it is creepy that I'm fucking emaciated and I'm in semi-starvation.
Dude, he gets a boner looking at himself. Is really the
That's true. Actually, he's right. He's right. He is right. I do. Not now. I used to. When I was with ex-wife number 2, and I was at the height of my powers, and had the lower body more or less of an NFL running back at the time. Yeah, sometimes I would be. We would be in a hotel room together at a time. I would be doing my thing, and sometimes I would be watching us in the mirror, but I was watching myself as much as I was watching her. So yeah, there is something to that. I'll admit to that.
Does he have?
Hey, ain't no shame in my game.
gets a boner. Look, he says the only reason he likes to do streams is because he likes to look at himself.
That's not quite true. No, that's not the only reason. But if I'm going to do a live stream, I would like to be able to look at myself as I do the live stream. I'm an August 12th Leo, sir. I've never met a mirror that I didn't love. I've been that way my whole life. So yeah. But again, this is this motherfucker knowing I know who and what I am. See. And do you really think y'all don't have certain aspects of your personality that may not manifest in the same way, but are equally as seemingly strange and bizarre? Of course you do. Of course you do. Skin larper. What is that? No, you got 7 minutes, Toilet Bowl. 6:42 my time is when and here's another thing. See, I'm thinking to myself, it's Saturday, it's my birthday. I typically go do my shopping. I get there right when they open 35 minutes ago, right? And see here's just how my mind works is because I don't have an appetite for the most part. Well, if I just choose to continue this stream, which I most likely will, later on, I'm not going to want to go to Walmart when there's a lot of people there. So probably, and I need to get my food today, and I slow cook it overnight, so I'll have it ready for the morning, right? For the next day, I prepare my meals ahead of time. Since I cannot eat processed food, I can't eat fast food, I can't eat fucking candy bars. I have to make my own meals, right? Which is fine. I don't have a problem with it. But so I know in the back of my mind, I can just not eat tomorrow, and I won't be fucking hungry.
The dude is literally getting fucking erected looking at himself.
No, not in this form. That's not attractive. I think we can all agree. And I'm getting a hunchback. See, now I'm starting to get the, what do they call that? The osteoporosis. See, this is the bone loss. So what do you think my bone density is these days? I mean, seriously, this is a real thing. And no, I'm not. Nobody's attracted to this version of it. And I can assure you. Nobody I would want to have anything to do with. You think I don't know what I look like?
Self on the screen. How sick is that?
Sickening, dude.
No, but I'm telling you, like, see this? I used to have a butt, right? Like at one time I would remember when I worked at Outback, they would have the TV screens on, and at a certain point they showed Marshall Falk, and it said he's 5'10", and we weighed the same. Now, obviously, he was more built in his upper body, but yeah, I had the lower body of an NFL running back at one time. That's not an exaggeration. And look, you can't even see a hint of an ass. So no, this is not attractive to anybody. And the person that would be attracted to that, I don't want to meet them. No, this is sick. That's literal sickness. Oh, sorry, it's not on the screen. That's literal sickness on the screen. My apologies. Yeah, see that? See, there used to be a butt. There's no ass. There's no ass at all. And again, literally had the lower body of an NFL running back. That's not an exaggeration. Yeah. It's not an exaggeration. You got 4 minutes, TBE. 4 minutes to make with the super chat. You can negotiate, if you're having trouble with money, you can negotiate a lower fee for yourself if you'd like.
How fucking sick
you're going to have to make with the super chat or you're not going to be welcome around here.
is that?
Really sick.
Yeah, it is sick. But if you think I'm attracted to that, I don't know what to tell you. I didn't even realize I'm getting the hunchback. This is disturbing.
Oh man, I don't know.
It's called semi-starvation, y'all.
I don't even want to be associated with them.
Yeah. Why? Because I look this way, and I'm not embarrassed to show it. Is that why? And meanwhile, you see this thigh here? even when I was in high school, because I was athletic and I played basketball, I've always had pretty big legs for my size. I can literally put both my hands around my thighs now. Bro, I couldn't do that my whole life. Yeah. That's where we're at. And so, yeah, if y'all think this is funny, that's fine. I mean, it's not funny to me, but I mean, it is what it is, right? To go from that picture I showed earlier to go to this. But again, it's like, with enemies like this, who needs friends, right? That the people that would take joy in, you saw what I used to look like, and this is by the way, what do you think I'm going to look like in 6 months from now? I weigh about 120 pounds. What am I going to weigh in 6 months? I'm going to be 100 pounds eventually, right? Like this thing is happening in real time, y'all. Yeah, hilarious.
Yeah, I mean,
Hilarious.
yeah. Welcome to the party.
I did not have sexual relationships.
But you can see, right? You can see that I used to have muscles. Like people who are just like naturally, you can tell that I used to have muscle development. It's just every day that goes by, because my body's having so much trouble taking in proper protein, especially fats and all of these things. My body is breaking down its own lean mass. While I craved bubble gum, because remember, I can't eat anything like a high calorie candy bar because my body wanted sugar so bad. I went into this thing where I was just driving around doing a bunch of cannabis. And at the end of the day, I would typically park at a Walmart and sleep in my car. And I was just obsessively buying packs of fucking bubble yum and just chewing all this gum because it did not make me sick. And what that resulted in is that little bit of fat around my middle that you see, because my body knows it's going to continue to break down this lean mass. But the thing about starvation and semi-starvation is the body still attempts to maintain some fat to survive, right? So my body is preferentially breaking down its own lean mass. That's what's happening to me, sir.
With that man.
That's hilarious. Anyways, so yeah, that's where we're at. I mean, welcome.
How's
now,
Trump
hey,
these days?
Now I'm racist. And why are they bringing up Trump? This guy said, how's Trump these days? Of course, whoever that is talking has no idea that when I first encountered these so-called truth communities in the CBO sphere, that I detected a lot of closeted MAGA, and I was the outspoken one pointing out how ridiculous this was. Now this all of a sudden, Alex Jones has been telling us for 10 years about the left-right paradigm, but now all of a sudden, a blue blood billionaire from Manhattan cares about the common folk. I was the one saying that. These fools weren't. Half of these fools were fucking Trump tards, whether overtly or low key. I voted, by the way. I voted in that election. I'm certainly not dumb enough to vote for Republicans and Democrats, as I never have. And now I don't vote. But I certainly would never vote for a Republican or a Democrat. Why? Because that's who makes all the problems. And it would be insane for me to vote for Republicans and Democrats if I understand that that's the one making the problems. See, that's called logic, y'all. Somebody cracked a beer.
Who knows what he's doing? Did he?
Is he possibly like gonna still like?
We're definitely not talking Trump on this channel.
Hey, guess what?
Ooh,
I've never
bro.
voted in my entire fucking
I didn't
life.
say you voted, EBT. I'm talking about that bozo that brought up Trump. See, I'm bringing up the bozo that brought up Trump. I'm not talking about you. See, they're so drunk, they're not tracking. They're so intoxicated, they're not tracking. And now I'm racist, apparently. Just happened to grow up in the Kingdom Hall in Pine Bluff, Arkansas. Half the church was black, half the church was white. Yeah, but now I'm racist all of a sudden. And by the way, TBE, I've probably been with more black women than you have, sir, just for the record. just so you know, not that that would make one not racist, but I've most likely been with more women of color than you have. In fact, my list includes being married to a dark-skinned Vietnamese, 3 black women that I wasn't married to, but that I had relations with. One for an extensive period of time, and then also a Mexican. That's my that's where I go racially. All ladies, by the way.
Hey, guess what? Benton needs to do.
Oh, sorry. Hang on. We got to mute. He did not make with the live chat, so we got to mute. We got to mute TBE on the channel. And then mods, please take out if any of his if any alter egos show up. Go ahead and take them out if you would, please. But I can't really watch them watch me, so I don't know where we're going to go from here. I'm not a gypsy, but I get offended. That's right. Yeah, they've taken the wind out of my sails here. If they're going to play me, playing them, playing me, right? Oh man. Yeah. See, this is how you win the game here. They refuse to take their L, and now they're trying to make it come back. This is funny. Actually, that was my stream. I just didn't realize I had my own stream going. What a bozo, right? Well, if anything happens over there, let me know. Meanwhile, these people have all been up all night. Like, again, abnormal to just stay up all night, especially at y'all's ages. Especially at these people's ages. This is abnormal. Is this weird? I agree, Sophie. It's quite strange. I'm a strange person, though, just in case you haven't noticed yet. Well, I mean, I do that too. I talk about other people, but yeah, the staying up all night is interesting. You know, for the love of Benton. Well, I guess I still have time to go to the store, so that's the end of the stream, and it certainly won't be taken down, or it's going to, well, not by me anyway. I can't speak for YouTube, but I don't think we did anything. We played just a little few minutes of music when I tuned into, I think, TBE stream. So I'm probably done for the day. I don't know. I'm not exactly sure. I know I'm most likely going to get a set of tires. Tire shop opens at 9, so I got shit to do today. So appreciate y'all being here. I'll wait just a minute and see if anybody has anything I need to cover before we go. Thank you. Yeah, it is my birthday after all. Much appreciated, Capricorn. I might be back, but I doubt it. I'm not exactly sure. I eat, Sophia. Sophia, I do eat. See, and this will revive the stream. Sophia, you've just revived the stream because I want to talk about this. So if you don't mind getting your coffee, I want to get into this. So, but yeah, if y'all feel free to leave, anybody that has other things to do, but thank you. I think I will keep the stream going because I want to talk about this comment. But thank you, everybody. To all the people saying nice things in the chat. Shout out to the people in the chat saying nice things. Thanks, Rob. But yeah, I do want to talk about this here. And I really honestly don't want to go to Walmart, to be honest with you right now. And I can, I can do that when I'm done. I can brave the crowds even after I get my tires done. So But thank you, everybody. Much appreciated. But yeah, I want to talk about this with Sophia. So give me a moment and I'll be right back. Well, the numbers are holding, so I guess we got to keep going, right? We're still above 40, so let's do some crowd work here. By the way, shout out to Mr. Miyagi for his generous donation. Thank you, sir. Much appreciated. Sorry, I'm going to have to interject my opinion. It's not the size of the man or the skill. I have neither, and I've fought 2 minutes 2 different times and twice the victor. Yeah, man, you're right. The thing is, I am experiencing some physical weakness, right? Like historically, like let's go back to when I was working at the pet department at the Walmart Supercenter my freshman year of college, and which mainly involved throwing bags of O'Roy dog food onto the shelf. Well, I could weighed about $1.35 back then, and I could pick up 4 of those 50-pound bags and carry them around. Right. The fact that I can no longer. Last time I was in Walmart, or one of the last times I was in Walmart, I went to the pet department. I got like 4 bags of 30-pound cat litter and put it on the ground. And I could not pick it up. Now, since I got strong hands still, I'm sure I could pick up like 2 60-pound dumbbells or 1 fucking 120, which is my body weight. But historically, I could just I could pick up my body weight off the ground or more pretty much my whole life, except for when I was fat, of course. So yeah, I'm experiencing a lot of weakness, but thank you, Maskless Faceless. Shout out to me, indeed. Appreciate all the well wishes. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Sophia. Well, see, that's the feminine care, right? That's so thank you. I appreciate that. The reality is I have all day to go and buy those things because I have my food for today and I have all day to go, and get what I need. So it's mainly just me preferring to go in at 6 a.m. when not many people are there. Like I'll be okay. And I have plans for the day. I'm going to go to the tire shop. I've got a couple of other things to do. So I'll grab some food while I'm out, but thank you. I appreciate it. All right, off to work with Capricorn. Good to see you. Have a good day. Thank you, RT. Wishing me happy birthday. But yeah, okay. So yeah, I know I need to eat. I know I need groceries. But yeah, and I am indeed taking care of myself to the best of my ability here. But you see the result, right? Just imagine if I was like most folks and just continued to eat a standard American diet, how sick I would be on a daily basis, right? It'd be pretty fucking bad. It would be pretty fucking bad. Am I still being critiqued over there? Just out of curiosity. Enslaved by. Yep, still live. 35 in the house. Now TBE's talking about wanting to smash people in a truth or boxing. Well, and I talked shit on Mitchell recently because I said, hey man, I'm probably the only one in Mitchell's weight class. And I was talking about because I am most likely considerably, as far as my frame, I'm probably considerably physically larger than Mitchell. but Mitchell would probably beat me up at this point. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, I don't. And I said, I'm bigger, stronger, and faster than him at the same body weight. That's probably not true, honestly. That's most likely not true. These are the things that I'm coming to. These are the things that I'm coming to accept about where I'm at in my life. Mitchell could probably beat me up for real.
Are you kidding? You guys quitting already? That's
No,
it.
We're not. Okay, don't peer pressure me. Okay, we're going to the sanity machine. We're reviewing the videos.
Yo, check this out. I have this old life.
Actually, no, we're not. We're just gonna remind everybody.
Check this out. This is an awesome issue. It's an old Life magazine.
Nobody cares. Nobody cares.
From,
the only thing that matters tonight.
This is
earlier. We're in the win TBE on the main screen. Yeah, two weeks in a row. Actually, let's be honest. The Machine Lies won last week because I conceded. We went to a final question. Whoever got the final question right was the winner. Technically, I won though, but we're not gonna go into technicalities. But 2 weeks in a row, I've won the trivia challenge. So, any contenders come on next week?
Oh, I'm quite good at trivia.
If you're so fucking,
I'm quite
king, right?
I'm quite good at trivia. Now, when I was a little mentally sharper, I remember probably the last time I watched an entire show of Jeopardy. I think I got every question right. Now it was just, a once in a lifetime run, right? And my friend was like, my friend who was there, I was visiting him in Fayetteville at his apartment, a guy I knew from homelessness who got put into, city funded housing, right? Warehoused and put on SSI, right? The disability cycle of misery, as it were. But he was looking at me like, did you see this earlier? I'm like, no, man. It was an insane run of luck. And really, trivia in a lot of ways, depending on the format, is just about knowing how to just make an educated guess. And if, that's really what it's all about. But I haven't seen any of their actual trivia games. I'm not sure what format they're doing. So when I'm watching Jeopardy, I'm not having to buzz in and beat people. It's just me answering, right? It's just me answering. But yeah, I'm quite good at things like that.
Come up on here. You don't know nothing, Benton. You don't know nothing, Benton. But yeah, no, we're gonna. I think it'd be a cool thing to maintain if we did trip.
Oh, Kim was smoking your ass. I'm pretty sure he. Yeah.
The whole time.
Too stupid for that, dude.
Back to me.
London man.
Okay, yeah, back to me.
Straight up TBE and EBT, we need Shem Jacobs, Tartarian Truth, and the 4 of us straight stream. 5 of us with Drew and get a full stream on with Shem soon.
Was Drew yelling at us earlier, or was that just a joke?
Who?
That was a joke. Drew loves you.
I know.
Drew is mad at the world. He loves you all.
Drew's an insane individual at this point. I don't know what's going on with Drew.
He hates the demonite, the takeout, the godlessness of America.
I'm waiting for Bub.
I'm waiting for Bub. Society. That's
Bub is going to be the new replacement for Drew.
It's a lost generation. You heard it here first. The term is lost generation.
Allahu Akbar.
That's right.
I mean, if there ever was a, there we go. If there ever was a truth or boxing, I'd be definitely down. I definitely throw $300 in the pot to smash somebody in this community for charity. All that money would be going to charity, and it would be in a safe environment where everybody can get knocked out safely. I would be into that.
I want you to go up against this guy,
bro. I couldn't pass a physical. What are you talking about? Are you talking about a sanctioned charity boxing match? Dude, this guy can't pass a physical. I'm not fit to fight. The war chief is not physically fit to fight. Okay.
That would be abusing the
one punch.
No.
No, I could not pass a physical for a fucking boxing match. No doctor or sanctioning body would allow me to step in the ring. No insurance company would insure me in my current state. to go into a boxing match. You realize this, right? It's literally an impossibility. Now it could be done, unofficially, right? There you go, Sterling Ray.
Imagine, dude. Imagine.
Well, I want to do this on stream since you brought up cannabis. See, I do want to hit the THCO vape, which is I really do like the THCO. And yes, I know it could possibly fuck my lungs up. I'm on top of it. Thank you, everybody. But the thing is, I don't really want to get stoned and then go conduct my affairs at the, I'm able to, but it's, and Yurt's been talking about this to some extent is, sobriety like that. Not even, I don't mean practicing sobriety. I mean, when one is in an unaltered state, although by the way, if Yurt's still around, are we ever truly in an unaltered state in the context of the MK Ultra mind control, right? Are we ever there, right? I don't though, Razvan. That's the thing is I don't look like an MMA featherweight. I really don't. Unfortunately. I did at one time, but I've lost too much of my muscle mass. Now we can go back to 6 months ago when I was doing live streams. I still had enough of my muscle mass on me where I did look like, like a guy who could fight, not in the MMA, obviously, because I don't have the skills, but I did look like somebody who could potentially fight at a low body weight. Not now. Now we're going into skeleton territory now. We're now entering concentration camp territory. Like literally, I'm pretty close to looking like I'm in a concentration camp. It's not going to be much longer.
I want Wizard. I don't want to beat up the elderly. I'll take Wizard.
Please do. CIA spook.
Ben, why do you give us such content? So I mean, like,
you know why, EBT? I'm a content machine, bro. And I got mocked for this. He says, Benton, why do you give us such content? And whenever that was over a year ago, when I declared myself a content machine, they made fun of me for declaring myself a content machine, just like they make fun of me for literally everything I do. But we see EBT because I'm the motherfucking content machine. That's why. And I think we can go back, if you review my channel, the 90-day challenge, although we never officially undertook the 90-day challenge. I'm pretty sure I've got 90 straight days of content on this channel. I'm pretty sure I'd have to go count, but I bet I do. So how about you, Padna?
Why would you give us this? Why would you give us
his birthday and he can cry naked on stream if he wants to, all right?
I mean, I appreciate it.
You look like a geriatric tadpole. You look like an advanced pupa.
Hey, and I've said it for years now. TBE's only saving grace is he's fucking hilarious. So yeah, keep it coming. Just make it funny.
Oh my lord. My lord. That's just in case you guys know how to put the banner on. None of this was actual. This was not financial or medical advice.
Well, and now not only do some people assume I'm skinny because of meth. Now I'm packing on those vegan gains. No, I eat fish every day. I eat eggs every day now. I eat egg yolks every day. Like I've never not eaten meat. There's probably been very few days in my entire life, other than there have been times when I did not eat. If I ate, okay, let's put it to you this way. In a given day, if I ate food, I probably ate meat. There's about a 99.9% chance that in any day that I actually ate food, I did also eat animals. So, just for the record, who is this loser, by the way? This loser, bottom left. I don't even know who that is.
So do not
take thank you
seriously that you may have seen or heard about on the stream here tonight. I really don't want to go to bed. I really shouldn't.
You don't want to get divorced even more so you're
well, the best thing would be to pretend that I sleep somehow.
Sunshine time. But see, he said Bernie's like he doesn't want to get divorced. I think EBT does kind of want to get divorced. He just has to wait till these kids are out of the house and in a stable situation, right? I'm assuming. I don't want to just, that's my read of the situation. So don't assume he doesn't want a divorce. He just doesn't want it yet.
Oh my God, I haven't heard that in a long time.
Thank you, Sunshine Time, for your generous contribution. Much appreciated.
This is Nintendo 64, dude.
That's right.
Wait a minute. I can't play this because they're going to keep playing. They're going to keep playing this music, and I'm not going to be able to get my money. Now, does anybody know? Do I still get the super chats even if it's a copyright claim, or I don't know how that works. But anyway, thank y'all for not you, the audience. Thank those guys for making it all about me to some extent, right? Well, and Sophia, just for the record, I've received some significant pushback in these so-called truth communities, and in fact, me and Pineal had the only time me and Pineal really had an argument, or like I kind of got on his case a little bit, was I asserted that, I was like, the CBD is all well and good, but in my experience, the primary therapeutic benefit of the cannabis plant is the THC. It is the psychoactive compound in my experience. And then Pineal wanted to argue, and I just wasn't having it. But other than that, with me and Pineal, I've always gotten along. But yeah, it's a thing. I wonder if Mr. Unslaved will be. It's earlier where he is though, right? He's on. He's 2 hours behind us, or he's on Mountain Time, right? So 1 hour, I guess, behind us. Yeah, 1 hour. So it's 6 where he's at. Maybe Mr. Unslaved will join us. Well, I'm trying to get put to sleep, Sterling Ray. And this is why this is my favorite so far. And I'm not promoting this. I'm only speaking for myself. Now, if I eat enough edibles, of course I'm put to sleep. Like, of course I am, but or put down, even if I'm not. Thank you again, Razvan. Much appreciated, brother. And thank you, Sunshine Time. But these vapes, no, you can get this. You can find the strongest indica that's just regular Delta 9. I can smoke the strongest indica you can find, even a vape, all day every day. It won't put me down. This, if I hit this all day every day, it will put me down. Period. At some point, I'll just have to tap out and be like, it's a wrap, and I'm just out. But I still have to hit it all day every day, and this will put me down. But again, this can cause popcorn lung. The O means acetate, and that's what fucked up people's lungs in 2018. Was that they were cutting the cannabinoids, the synthetic cannabinoids, with a vitamin E, which is an acetate, and this is also an acetate. So I don't recommend this. If heated to too high of a temperature, the acetate can break down, and a poisonous gas can be released that can directly damage one's lungs. Do your own research. It's interesting. Look, that matches though. That's fucking cool. That's almost the same shade, right? Almost. Yeah, exactly. THC and yes, exactly. I'm just saying that if you have to pick one, it's the THC. It's not the CBD. But obviously, if you get, or not obviously, but yeah, if you have, and by the way, that's why people talk about Rick Simpson oil. It's a full extract. It gets all of the compounds, right? And even if there's a dispensary in your area, please understand that, because people typically eat Rick Simpson oil. Well, now they're having something they called FICO, which is full extract cannabis oil. And that's just extracted in a different process, but it's still a full extract. And I went up to Missouri, I don't know how long ago now, and I bought a 1 milliliter syringe. They say it's a gram, but technically it's 1 milliliter. And I was eating it, here and there. So I had about half of it left. It was probably 400 milliliters left. I ate all of it at once. Now, it didn't actually make me go to sleep, but it put me down for 2 whole days, meaning that every time I stood on my feet, I was so dizzy and disoriented that I had to lay back down immediately. It's all I could do to get to the bathroom. And that's not an exaggeration. And I've never experienced that. So that was I don't know what they're putting in. Like Alex Jones says, he likes to smoke weed every once in a while just to see what George Soros is putting in it. I don't know what George Soros is putting in it these days, but it didn't used to be like that. I think you might be. That's a bit. I don't think that's the case, Sophia. But yeah, thank you, sir, Mr. Razvan. Much appreciated. Showing love. Showing Benton some love. Helen, if I knew this was going to be the birthday stream, surely I would have put that in the title, right? Oh, man. Let's do this. Let's do that. Oh, I got to send Carl an email. I forgot now that I'm on my computer. I got to email Carl today. I need to remember to do that. Let's just look through some of Benton's pictures. Because, I mean, at this point, I've exposed enough of myself, right? Let me make sure there's no, like, nudity or anything in this. Just go through these pictures for the fucking hell of it. And by motherfucking one. Why not? Real quick, just making sure there's no nudity. Why would there be? But, you know. Now, a lot of these pictures I have shown on stream, but not all of them. So we'll go through them one by one, and we'll see if the audience can offer any comment or cares to offer any comment. And I'm not necessarily going to be. We'll see. I already see a couple that I'm not going to show you. So I'm already kind of going against my own deal, right? Okay, that's. Yeah, I think I can show all of it. I don't think I want to show that one. Hang on, let me figure out how to get this. What does that end in? 042. Hang on. View detailed list. 042. Where are you? 042. 042. I got so many friggin' pictures in here. 042. Where are you? This might be worth it. I don't know if y'all want to hang in. Why can I not find this picture, though? Hold up. Hold up. Oh, it crashed. No wonder. Oh, there it is. I found it. So we'll cut that. We'll make a new folder. Cut. Paste. All right. 1 second. Now that doesn't need to be in there, but I guess we'll leave that in there. Yeah, a couple of these. One of them is my actual driver's license picture. Bear with me, folks. We're almost there. There's just a couple of these. I just need to move a couple of these files out of this directory. Yeah, we can do that one. Why not? A trip down Benton memory lane here. My birthday, after all. Why not? That one's got to go. That's my old driver's license. All right. We can show you the censored version, but I can't show you the. Where is it? What the fuck? It's not showing up. IDO1.txt. TIFF. Where the fuck is it? Oh, there it is. Okay. Cut, paste. All right. I think we're there, but let me make 100% sure. It doesn't even need to be. Why is that even in this directory? Some of these, I don't know why I even have them. I guess it's here. Okay. Here we go. I'll still probably accidentally show something I'm not supposed to. Give me a second. We're going to do a little slideshow here. And we're also open paneling if anybody's interested. Okay. All right. Now, here's what I'm trying to figure out is, will it just go to the next picture or not? Let me see. Oh, shit, it does. Awesome. There's a nice homeless meal for you, if anybody's so inclined. Let me move this over here. Hey, there we go. That's better. Oh, weightlifting Benton. Some stupid meme. Yeah, that's a homeless dinner and type of food I used to eat at times. Free meal in Fayetteville, Arkansas. That's at a church. Yeah, the homeless feed there. Yeah, numbers are dropping, but that's okay. It's my birthday, so this is for me at this point. Not everybody wants to give in order to receive, which is fine. There's me hitchhiking in Oregon. Let's see. Let me do this. Oh, I probably ought to go back to the comments. That's the whole point of this, is reading your comments. My bad. I'm on the wrong screen. Yeah, where is Dow? I don't think he comes around till later usually. I'm not even sure. I don't know where he's at. So I don't know. No bikini shots. Indeed, sir. Indeed. Now, this would have been general vicinity of Florence, Oregon, I believe, on the coast. What's up, Christos? It's been a wild one. If you care to rewind, it's been quite an epic stream, I must say. One of the most epic in the history of the channel, I would say. Uh-oh. Jumping ahead. And there's old Benton. All right, next slide. Oh yeah, see, this was when I very first started carrying a big hiking backpack like this. So what had happened is I had been homeless. I had been homeless in Portland, and that's where I bought that gigantic backpack. And as far as I can tell, that's the biggest mountaineering backpack that North Face has ever bought. And there's this really awesome hiking, camping supply store in Portland, and the whole downstairs basement is used gear, right? So when I was homeless, I was able to get day labor, and I bought that backpack, which I guarantee you that thing was $500 brand new. I got it for, I don't know what I paid for it. I honestly don't remember. So part of becoming a person who's now traveling, living out of a backpack, is almost everybody, myself included, when they first transition to that lifestyle, they carry way too much gear. And I eventually put that backpack on a scale, and it weighed 85 pounds, right? And that's how physically fit I was at the time. But you can still see that even with, I was probably 185, 190 there, you can still see that I'm very thin in the shoulders. I've never had big shoulders, but I mean, look at those forearms. No, it was way more than I needed. In reality, once I knew what I was doing, Sophia, my typical rucksack weight was about 35 pounds. And I would carry a jug of water, like a gallon of water, with me in my hand. So yeah, 35 pounds is what I typically carried once I figured out what I was doing. But this is when Benton didn't really know what he was doing yet with the backpacking. Yeah, 85 pounds. It was way too much stuff. But because I'd been homeless in Portland, I had a locker at the day room there, and I had accumulated way too much bullshit, is what happened. And eventually I just gave most of it away. And then through a process of, by learning, by the way, I learned what I could truly live without, right? And then the backpack got a lot smaller. That's my sister, who's closest in age to me. That's my pops, and that's my youngest sister. Well, Sophia, it wasn't heavy to me at the time because I had spent years doing insane workouts and putting on muscle mass and increasing my strength. So actually, it wasn't that bad. It really wasn't that bad, except for how bony I am here. It would hurt where the straps would dig in. And here's another thing. Somebody that doesn't know what they're doing, they don't know where to put the weight in the backpack, and they don't know how to adjust the backpack. So I didn't yet know that you want the heavy items up as high as possible, and the things that are bulkier but don't weigh much, you want them at the bottom. And then you want the weight as close to your back as possible. See, I didn't know any of this. So actually it felt heavy, right? Because I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. So even the same things, the way they're arranged in the backpack, it can feel way heavier. And then you get into how is the backpack actually, adjusted with the straps, and how much weight is on the hips with the hip belt and everything. It's definitely a lot to it. Absolutely. Yep. Well, I would typically go to Oregon and Washington in the summer because it's beautiful there. In July and August, it almost never rains. And let me know if my audio starts glitching because my battery's dying on the mic here. If you would turn the volume down a little bit. Now this is me, right? And I met these guys hitchhiking. They were hitchhiking, and I had a car. And this was when I talked about that I had a top 10 all-time thread on the Joe Rogan Experience message board. And it was called I've Become a Homeless Vagabond Living in My Car. And it had over 8 million views the last time I had checked. Of course, the message board itself doesn't exist. But I picked these guys up hitchhiking, I believe, in Conway, Arkansas. And I ended up, this is Chuck Pukeface. And this is Mission Steve, because most of these people have like traveler names or street names. And in fact, for a long period of time, I had a phone number for Pukeface that I could actually I could text him. And if I went into a new place and I needed to know where to camp, I could say, "Hey man, I'm in such and such area. Do you know anywhere to camp?" And only one time did he say, "No, man, I'm not familiar with that area." This dude traveled the whole motherfucking country for years. And the best part of this is a bunch of his friends where he's from in Pennsylvania also traveled, but his older sister was the one who first started traveling in that way. And she came back to Pennsylvania and then encouraged and inspired everybody else to start doing that. No, I didn't carry weapons. I never carried weapons back then. I never felt like I needed them. I had a Bowie knife, but that was literally for chopping. Because sometimes when I would go make my camp, especially when I started tarp camping, I would find 2 trees that were suitable for stringing, a line and then, making an A-frame tarp. And there's pictures of that. But sometimes I would need to have a chopping tool to chop down some of those branches. But it was never accessible where I could actually do anything with it. No, I never felt like I needed weapons. I really didn't. It was only in the fake pandemic and then the riots is when I really felt like I needed a weapon. Anyway, we've already seen that one. And that's just a screen capture. Now that was my on the Rogan message board. That was the name of my podcast. I started a podcast back then. I don't have the hard drive anymore that had the podcast episodes, but the audience, and this was an early version of live streaming in some extent. The audience was called upon to come up with a name for the podcast, and Hatchback Mountain is the one that won the day because I was living in that little bitty tiny 99 Hyundai Accent hatchback at the time, and also doing podcasts. You may notice that they drew in a microphone because I had a mixing board and a microphone, and I would actually power it off of my car, and I would do podcasts on the road. Dirty Peter Pan crackers everywhere. Shout out to your dude. It's wild, bro. If ever you were going to consume an entire Benton broadcast that's now 4.5 hours long, this is the one. Let me fuck shit. Let me go check in on the screen cap. Yeah. We're still capping. We're still capping. And I want to show this to Yurt real quick. Check this out. And this will probably inspire, this might inspire EBT to private his stream, actually, now that I think about it. So I'm going to keep an eye on it. Shh, let's not tip him off. Yes. And hey, Gary Baxter, this is the best part. This is the best part. So when I talk about that, we have, we necessarily have blind spots because we can't truly see ourselves. So the reason why somebody said Hatchback Mountain is because a significant portion of the very sizable audience was convinced that I was a homo. Think about that. But I was in a state of repression, and I'm not that, by the way. I never have lived that lifestyle, and I'm certainly not involved in those activities. But there was a portion of the audience that was just convinced that I was a gay, right? There you go, Christos. It's not a competition, not for me in that way, right? Not for me anyway. And it's my birthday, Christos, just so you know, if that means anything. And I have no idea why I screenshotted Biden shirtless on the beach, but I did. That's number 2. It's an interesting picture. I really wouldn't be able to describe what's going on in this picture, but you'll see she looks very different in this picture because she's in some of the other ones. I might describe the dynamic later, but I happen to know why she's dressed this way and why her hair is done this way and why her makeup. She typically doesn't look like this. So we might get into that at some point. It's interesting. And there's that's Benton at the zenith of his cockiness right there. The absolute peak zenith of Benton arrogance and cockiness. And if I go too fast, let me know. I'll try to slow down because I've seen all of these, obviously. That's always a good idea. And I would encourage people, anytime you like a broadcast, download it to your computer. And when I played 30 minutes of Crocco's D Live broadcast, that's just because I liked the broadcast and downloaded it to my hard drive. It's the only reason I still have it, right? Now, this is also Benton at the zenith of his cockiness. I mean, just look at that arrogant motherfucker. Oh man, what's up, Samantha Sweet Ann? It is my birthday. I'm one of those people. August 12th, Leo. When it's my birthday, I just go around everywhere telling people it's my birthday, unsolicited, by the way. Which I'm sure I probably won't do that today, but typically I would. What is this? What is this? Oh, this is a bicycle that I bought for like $15, and I'm not a bicycle person historically, but that was a bicycle that I think maybe somebody gave it to me. That was a bicycle I had in Isla Vista. Shout out to Ginger Ridge if Ginger Ridge sees this later. Well, that's true. I was chubby, but I was in a bulking phase. That's when I was putting on all that muscle, Razvan. So I was chubby, but I also had a lot of muscle mass at the time. Yeah, that was number 2, Sophia. That was number 2. I refer to them as ex-wife number 1 and ex-wife number 2. So that was number 2. Thanks. Thank you. I try to tell these people I actually used to be debatably halfway decent looking, arguably, right? But nobody believes me. And that's, I like to take pictures. And this was, although I have no photographic skill, that's in what used to be a car wash in Isla Vista, California, near, just next to the UCSB campus, University of California, Santa Barbara. And I think I just like the colors and then the octopus there. And that's also Isla Vista. And one thing I loved about Isla Vista was the direct sunlight damn near every day, right? It makes for somebody like me who doesn't know how to set the aperture and the fucking ISO and all that. I can actually take decent pictures in the direct sunlight, right? And that's not on a phone. That was on a handheld digital camera that I fluked up on, right? fluked up on. And there's old Benton. And by the way, closed by Isla Vista free box. I found that hat in the free box. I think I already had that that hoodie, but that's also Isla Vista. Is he a Leo? Is that the guy that shares my birthday? But then people want to say that astrology is bullshit. And Sophia, I remind Sophia of her brother apparently in some ways. And if I'm remembering correctly, he also has my birthday, or I have his birthday, although I'm probably older, I'm assuming. Now, this was my best homeless friend. That's Henry Hopper. Henry Hopper graduated with honors in art from UCSB. And hilariously told me a story that even when he was in college, and he's older than me, he's probably dead now. He was an intravenous heroin and meth user. He self-medicated with heroin and meth. Both of his parents killed themselves. I'm sorry. Both of his parents took themselves out in literally in mental institutions. And this was one of the best people that you would ever meet. Oh, there's the old car wash in the background. This is in the park across the street from the, that's Ivy Market across the street. I know Ginger Ridge is going to watch this later, hopefully. GR is going to love this because GR is from that area or at least went to school there. There you go. In the thought experiment. He said, yo, this was fucked up the other day. I think Talcott said it was his birthday. His birthday is the end of July, like July 31st. He's a late July Leo, and I've never truly vibed with the late July Leos fully. Yeah. But yeah, Henry here, he graduated with honors in art from UCSB. So because it was California, they were starting a lot of this intersectionality back then. So all of these commies that he went to college with, they had a perception that there was a bias where, because apparently the art honors were given out based on, people would view the art, and then like I guess the professors would critique it, and then that's how they determined who would get the honors. So these commies, right, started saying, well, it's going to all these white males because y'all have a bias. So the first year they said, okay, we're going to judge the art, but we're not, the people judging it, we're not going to tell them who made the art, right? Which then ensured that Henry was able to graduate with honors in art, because probably by then, if they knew it was his art, they probably would not have given it to him, because they would have been like, well, we're not going to give it to a white male. How about that? So this is who I rock with in the streets. I hope Yert's still here. Yert, this is who I rock with in the streets, is Henry Hopper, honors graduate in art from University of California, Santa Barbara, which I need to remind people, yes, it is the party school, but it's arguably the fourth best public school in California, which absolutely has the best public universities in this country. There's no doubt about it, by state. There's no doubt about it. And I believe, I'm pretty sure Aphrodite went to UCSB. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, hanging out in the park. I've spent many an hour in that park. I've cooked ribeye steak and eggs in a cast iron skillet with my own white gas stove right there on that picnic table, more than once. Thanks. Oh, did that to somebody else? How about you? That's right. There's the Isla Vista Food Co-op, one of my favorite places to frequent there in IV. Certainly. Can I full screen this? I think I can. No, not really. Yes, my inner transient is vibing high, Padna. Indeed, sir. Indeed. Love that yurt. Love that yurt, fella. And that's just something I thought was interesting. That was in Santa Barbara. It's at a gas station. And now, why was Benton at the gas station? Because Benton was on his daily route of taking recycling out of the garbage and then taking it to the recycler in order to make between $10 and $20 a day. And hilariously, there was this crazy Asian woman who was homeless who also collected recycling. And the thing about Asian people, if you meet a homeless Asian woman, that's a truly crazy fucking person, because the Asian community typically doesn't just fully turn their back on their own in that way. So I Well, I said public, by the way. Stanford and USC are private, I believe, right? I'm pretty sure, but anyway, just for the record, Gary. So I ran into her at one of these gas stations, and she was just beside herself and very upset, and she tried to say it was her territory, right? She was trying to imply that people who take recycling out of the garbage have territories, and I reminded her, not only is that the case, lady, if it was territories, it would be mine because I'm bigger and stronger than you. So you're lucky that I'm allowing you to have a territory, lady. Because if it was territories, stay out of my territory, but I'm not possessive. Lady trying to become possessive over the garbage cans. How about you? Yeah, that's art right there, bro. Just like Yurt's bus is art, this is art. That's art. Yeah. Indeed, Gary, indeed. I'm not picking on you. It's just, I become pedantic. Yeah. By the way, everything I'm wearing, shoes, pants, hoodie, hat. I'm not sure about the socks. Directly out of the free box, which is just over here to the left of the Domino's. And the college kids, the items that they don't need, they would take to the free box. So yeah, clothes by free box there. Yep, every bit of clothing there, other than perhaps my underwear and socks. And this was they were having some kind of event in the park there. So somebody had erected this. Ignorance is power. You are brainwashed by cheap media tricks and cyclical logic. You think all is real when you and everyone else is fake. Seek truth and defeat desire. I did not make that, by the way. Someone else did. Probably a student, I'm assuming. And I don't normally wear jeans. This was just what I was able to find, at the time. Not a blue jeans guy as an adult anyway. Now that was a picture I thought was kind of artistic. That was in Santa Barbara. That's near State Street in the ocean. Yeah, no kidding. Bro, when I showed Henry Hopper earlier, this dude used to audit classes. He already had his degree at UCSB. He had taught high school at a certain point, or junior high. And the dude, sometimes I would go with him to a lecture just because I wanted to hang out with him. And we would just go to university lectures sometimes. But yeah, that I like that picture. That's some kind of old mission style building. I love those Spanish style roofs, man. Yeah, that was in Santa Barbara down near, I believe the ocean is, because this might be State Street, I think, or just off of State Street. And you can see it appears to be running just slightly downhill. So I think the ocean is that way, I'm pretty sure, although I'm not certain. And I'm not sure who's responsible for that, but I'm certainly have always been a huge fan of street art in general. So, of course, I had to snap a pic of that. And again, we're back to the I don't know how to take decent pictures. It's the sunlight. They have 300 days of sunlight a year in Santa Barbara. Love it. Love it, man. Great times in SB. That was probably IV though. Same thing, effectively. And that's some gal climbing a wooden fence to go over and join these people, because IV parties motherfucking hard, Jack. IV goes hard. This is a very common occurrence in IV. Of course, some people call it HIV. And that was my camp. And the only time that I received a ticket as a homeless person was for the cops came and caught me on the 1-year anniversary of Elliot Rogers' massacre, if that ever happened, the shooting spree of Elliot Rogers. I think it was Roger, though, right? I forget. But I don't think it was a coincidence that on the 1-year anniversary, the cops came and rousted me. And I actually happened to have a car at the time, believe it or not. And that was my camping spot. And this camp spot was on a bluff called Devereaux. and I could hear the fucking ocean from there. But it was technically the UCSB campus, although it's nowhere near any buildings. And because I got skills in talking to the cops, they let me off with a ticket. I believe Henry Hopper was arrested, or maybe his homeless gal that he was dating. Maybe either he or her was arrested. Henry was arrested many, many times. So honestly can't remember if he was arrested or not. But I was able to, I told the cops, hey, I've got a car here. I will happily just I will happily drive the fuck out of here. But I told him, I said, I have a driver's license. If you guys write me a ticket, I'm going to have to come back here and go to court, which is exactly what I ended up doing. That's the spot before the before the tarp was erected. And I found I always sleep better with something over the top of me, even if it's not going to rain, right? Yeah. So that's how Benton was living. No, I never saw any of that. And by that time, it was the Benton who goes to sleep early, super early. Yeah. And this is a heavy duty tarp, which I'm not, or a medium duty, which I'm not a fan of. I think I actually found this tarp somewhere. And by the way, just say no to blue tarps, because Harbor Freight has green and camo tarps. So there's no reason to ever purchase a blue tarp in my view, unless one just specifically needs a blue tarp. And there's no bugs, so there's no reason to enclose the sleeping quarters. Now this is Alton Baker Park in Eugene, Oregon, and I know all of these folks. Although that's Jim, but I don't remember this guy's name with his back to us. He was mildly retarded with a speech impediment, and don't exactly remember the gal over there. And almost everybody pictured here, at least casually, was a meth user. Well, and by the way, Crumley, shout out to Henry Hopper. I never would have known about that spot. That was one of Henry's old spots, and he literally gave it to me. That's how good a friend he was. He was one of the best people I've ever known. But like I've talked about, every single person I've ever known that's done meth, they've experienced a decline in their morality. And the same thing happened to Henry. Eventually, he became less of a good person. And that's what we call the pavilions at Alton Baker Park. And I've spent many an hour at these pavilions. And in fact, when we talked about my cigarette business, when I used to, cram the, when I used to roll my own cigarettes and sell them, I would typically do it while seated at one of these pavilions. But then sometimes it was so windy, I would have to go to my tent. I would have to, retire to my tent to get out of the wind. And that's the larger pavilion on the left. That's where I would typically be posted up most of the day. And these signs is where somebody has reserved it. So that's letting people know, hey, at this date, at this time, somebody's going to be here. So y'all got to fuck off. And then this is the area in Eugene. It's a bike path, but like all kind of drug addicts would typically be congregated in this area. I never really hung out there much, but I spent enough time there that I knew everybody that hung out there. Certainly. Yep, Alton Baker Park. It was my home for a time, certainly. And I had number two. Me and number two were both homeless there, pitching a tent down by the river. Indeed, indeed. And this is some separate areas that we would also hang out. Now, me and my homeless friends would be on these benches, and some of the locals would drive to the park and just bring us burritos and food and such on a regular basis, which is pretty fucking cool. The pavilions again. And then you see people living in their RVs. And somewhere over here, because we had a car at the time, is a 09 Toyota Corolla parked over there. And shout out to Eugene, Oregon, by the way, because you're technically not supposed to park in this parking lot overnight. And as long as the cops would come through to make sure nobody was sleeping in their cars. For some reason, they didn't like that, but they never, and I had expired Arkansas tags. They never fucked with me, not one time, over that car being parked there. And that's my buddy Dog Dave. That was his bicycle set up there. He had a really nice bicycle setup. Dog Dave. I might have a picture of him. I'm not sure. That was my spot. That was my original spot down by the river in Alton Baker Park. Really good spot to pitch a tent or string up some tarps. Yeah. More UCSB gear. There's Henry again. Shout out to Mr. Hopper. I'm assuming he's passed by now, but I mean, who could really know, right? Hard to know. I'm not in contact with the man anymore. Blessings upon you, Mr. Hopper, wherever you may be. And again, for people who may not have been here, this is a honors graduate in art from UCSB. And both of his parents separately self-deleted in mental institutions. So you can see Henry's going through something there, certainly. That was he was a big bicycle guy. It was one of his many bicycles. He never liked me taking pictures of him, though. He always hated that shit. I kind of had to sort of sneak up on him in a way. He never liked it. Oh yeah, one of my skateboards. I was gifted this deck, and then this is actually trucks off of a longboard, believe it or not. And I rode that skateboard in many different cities. That skateboard's been a lot of places. I no longer have it. I'm actually not even sure what happened to it now that I think about it. No idea. I'm not that attached to my belongings, believe it or not. Even though I am to some extent. Yeah, it was a fucking dope ass board. That was a dope ass deck, partner. Shout out to JG. I've never seen JG with a skateboard, although I've seen him skateboard, of course. Well, and I've said it before, Crumley. Crumley says tomorrow is take food to the local shelter day for me, and God bless you for doing that. You can make a big difference in your community. Well, here's the number one thing: if somebody wants to help the homeless, go buy some brand new in the package socks, and when you see a homeless person, just give them some socks and watch their fucking face light up, because that is one of the hardest things to get is decent socks when somebody's homeless. Oh, nice, Christos. I never was a longboard guy myself, but. Yeah. Well, I got 2 skateboards right now. They're down in my car, but yeah, I'm glad you do. I'm glad to hear you're a skateboarder, Rob. I haven't skateboarded recently. I'm kind of scared to be honest with you, because of my illness. I figure my bone density is probably to the point where if I were to fall, I might be in danger of breaking a bone. So I'm probably not going to be doing any skateboarding, unfortunately. Now here's Benton in Fayetteville, Arkansas, downtown early in the morning. I like that green light for whatever reason. Thought that was kind of an artsy picture. Seemed like it was anyway. I don't know. Is it? Hard to say. This is downtown in Fayetteville, Arkansas, down by there's like this little kind of hidden, like man-made concrete pond. And I like to go. I could just, when I got tired of being around people downtown, I could just kind of dip out and be by myself. That's that little spot. And I think I have a picture of the spot I'll show you. I think that's probably the next picture. No, not quite. Yeah, Benton's going through something. I can see it on my face. I don't know if y'all can, but and this might have been the last version of a somewhat physically healthy Benton, I would think. I had already experienced the unexplained weight loss. I just chose to view it as, oh, I'm no longer like eating a lot of food and working out enough to maintain my muscle mass. But in reality, I was already experiencing the unexplained weight loss, right? And that's me at my camp in Fayetteville, where I'd met this local guy. And this is actually on the other side of that AirSats fence. If you see these poles, and there's a little bit of a a fence there. On the other side, that's a public park. Yeah, socks, man. Socks is the number one thing. Thanks, Sophia. This one or the previous one? I think she probably means that one. But you can make fun of Benton's looks all you want. I had a lot of problems. Historically, looks were not one of them. So just for the record. Not that I mean some looker, but yeah, there's me at my camp. There's a famous grandpappy. That was a picture of him in the at the what they called the Broyles Center at the football stadium at the University of Arkansas. Number 33 in college, Jim Benton. I don't know. Do we favor? Let's go back. Do we look kind of alike? I'll let you decide. My relatives say I'm the one that looks the most like him, but I can't really tell, to be honest with you. Among the grandchildren, other than, his direct sons, they claim I'm the one that favors my famous ancestor to the most, but I don't know. I definitely don't have his chin, but I don't know. Hard to say. Them chins. Yeah, I don't have a chin. I have almost no chin, actually. Yeah. Yep, you got it, Rob. Yep, Tim catches for 303 yards. That's right. In the pros, though. Now he was the leading. See, it says right here, he was his feat of catching 48 passes for 814 yards in 1937 was a Southwest Conference record for years, up until like 64, I want to say. But like EBT said, it was just, it was Polk High. He scored 4 touchdowns in the championship game at Polk High. Benton looking a little rough there. I'll admit to that. Looking a little rough. It was a dead of summer. So I was probably annoyed at being outside most of the day and sleeping outside and I can't sleep when it's hot. So I was getting almost no sleep in the hot ass Arkansas summer. So that explains, and that's his pro jersey. Number 49. That's one of his Rams jerseys. And I was asking my dad recently, because actually where this was housed at the time, they actually remodeled all of this, and none of this is where it was. And I asked my dad, I said, I wonder what happened to his jersey. And he's like, I don't know. It's a good question. Yeah. Well, Polk High is a reference from, that's a Married with Children reference. That's an Al Bundy Married with Children reference. Polk High. But yeah, Jim Benton wore this jersey when the Cleveland Rams won the championship in 1945, which was the best season my grandfather ever had, by the way. And it was up to that point, it was the second best season any pass receiver had ever had. So the number one would have been Don Hudson, who's also from Pine Bluff, Arkansas, interestingly. And this is about my grandfather being involved in beating the Texas Longhorns 6-0 in 1936. My grandfather caught the touchdown pass in 36, beat the Longhorns, and won the first ever conference championship for the Razorbacks. That's my grandpappy, who I apparently favor quite a bit, according to my relatives. And that's my spot in Fayetteville on private property. And the guy who owned it built this, and he was really good at woodworking. Like, he knew how to build structures out of wood. And in fact, he had the house he lived in with his late wife, he had personally built a lot of wood structure onto this house that I really wish I had taken pictures of in retrospect. It was very impressive. Very impressive. Forget his name. He was from Kingsland, Arkansas, which is actually the birthplace of Johnny Cash. Yeah, Johnny grew up at Dyess, which is in northeast Arkansas, but Johnny Cash was born in Kingsland, which is more close to where I'm from in Pine Bluff, although not completely close. But yeah, pretty cool. Pretty cool. There's old Benton at his camp again with a bottle of wine. Got him a cheap bottle of red wine there. Little too fruity for my taste. Yeah, there's old Benton. Never getting tired of looking at himself, right? Although that was on the Digicam, not a phone, so I couldn't actually see myself on the screen at the time. And let me know if I'm going too fast. And now this is clothing by thrift store. I want to say Salvation Army. Yeah, the Sally in Fayetteville. There's old Benton looking rough again. What's it all about, Benton? I can't call it. Again, the unexplained weight loss, in denial about my own unexplained weight loss to an extent, right? The neck already becoming much thinner than what we had seen previously. Yeah. And the cop mustache, right? Which I mainly have a mustache because I think it's funny. I think it's humorous to have such a ridiculous looking mustache, right? And this is at the bus terminal on the University of Arkansas campus. And this would have been, I don't know, 2011 or so, I'm just guessing. And we're already seeing instead of the kids interacting, they're all on their phones. And look, this is before the fake pandemic. Look at them just keeping their distance from one another. Fascinating. And yeah, the gals skew a little thick at the U of A, just so you know. Not that there's anything wrong with that. This might be up EBT's alley to some extent. I do like the thicker gals to some extent myself. Crumley's. Oh, dude, my hair's falling out. Also, I'm starting to have the alopecia from the semi-starvation and the malabsorption. I'm actually starting to have alopecia. You just can't really tell. Like, I never had this. I was never thinning on top. Now I am. Down with the thickness. That's right. Down with the thickness. Come on, get down with the thickness. There's some street art. I appreciate it. I'm pretty sure I know who drew this. I'm not completely sure, but yeah. Pretty cool. We'll leave it up there in case the yurt fellow wants to check it out. I know he likes art, so we'll leave that up for a minute. There's old Benton with this is before Benton understood that he can't drink any brown liquor, even reposado. Even reposado tequila has still, it's aged in whiskey barrels, and whiskey makes me want to fight motherfuckers. I don't want to fight. I may be a pacifist, but white tequila, no problem. It doesn't make me, but something about that brown liquor makes me go fucking crazy. And this was the cheap tequila, but it's 100% agave, right? The trick with tequila is never, thank you, Jimbo Khan. Thank you, Jimbo. Jimbo says I could have been a movie star. But this, if anybody ever wants to know, the key to tequila is if it doesn't say 100% pure agave or 100% puro de agave, do not buy it. So this was one of the things about Northwest Arkansas having a lot of Hispanics is you can actually get 100% agave cheap tequila. That bottle was like not very expensive at all. I don't remember what it cost, but yeah, I used to drink that and howl at the moon, like for real, because I didn't really have neighbors. That was this camp is actually in the backyard of a house that had burned down, and the guy letting me stay there bought it for an investment, and had planned on rebuilding it. And on one side was some kind of charitable organization, and on the other side, I don't think there was a neighbor. So there might have, I could, if I wanted to, I could get drunk and howl at the moon, and nobody was going to come out there and bother me. So that's what I did. Yeah. Fuck your feelings. That was inside the tent on that platform. Yeah. Knob Creek, back when I still thought I could drink dark liquor, is actually pretty good, I have to say, for the price. For the price, Knob Creek is pretty good. But eventually I figured out that I'm unable to, and now I can't drink alcohol at all, but at the time. Now this is Benton in a particularly vulnerable moment. And now this is inside the burned down house, which still some of the structure was existing. Now this is when it was getting cold. It gets cold in Fayetteville, so that it was probably in the single digits. So the guy letting me stay there, me and him actually went and collected some firewood, and so that I could build a fire in the wood stove. And this was Benton in an emotional time. Anyway, not quite sure. This was the holidays. And one thing I noticed about the holidays in my drinking is that even when I didn't really have a drinking problem, I would typically have a lot of personal problems around the holidays. And that might tie in with being raised a Jehovah's Witness, where we didn't have Christmas. And then once my family fell away from the Jehovah's Witnesses, then they started having Christmas. And I noticed that I would tend to isolate around the holidays when I was homeless, and I would typically drink a lot of alcohol. And when I was homeless, I generally didn't drink alcohol a lot because it can be dangerous. I don't like Makers. Rich and Rare actually is a good. Makers is okay. Rich and Rare, but that might be a different kind. I'm no expert in brown liquor, but there's old Benton going through it. This is right about the time that story happened when I told you that the homeless drunks attacked me and tried to run me off the spot. That was that holidays, right? Yeah. Old Benton going through it, Jack. Going through it. All right. Enough crybaby. That's enough of your tears. And that's inside that house I was telling you about. So out that back door is where my camp was. And that was a badass Columbia. I still have that coat. Somebody gave that to me that Christmas season. Oh shit, hang on, I fucked up. Somebody gave that to me, and that's a badass Columbia coat. I still have that. It's a badass coat. Yep, still have it. Although in Arkansas, one rarely needs. So the fact that coat was there shows you how cold it was. Because I was on foot most of the time, other than riding the bus. So to even be able to wear a heavy coat like that, it was probably single digits at that time. Yeah. And I'm still going to put a happy face on in spite of my emotions, right? Still going to put on that happy face. Yeah. Indeed, sir. Indeed. And there's I love a wood stove, man. So there's the wood stove. Now, this was when it was very cold in Fayetteville. This is after I left right after the holidays. I told the guy that owned the property I was leaving after the holidays, and I went and camped out with my homeless friend Alan that I mentioned earlier. He was from not Abilene, Texas, Lubbock, Texas Tech Red Raider, and he had a mental breakdown when he was truck driving, and he had such a mental breakdown that they gave him his SSI right away. And he's now living in a city subsidized housing in Fayetteville. Now this tarp really does nothing. It's just there because it was given to me. And this tarp this was my tent. It's a terrible tent. The local homeless, day room gave it to me. But man, it was cold as fuck out there, man. And this is right before I went on my hitchhiking trip all through the Deep South. I took 3 months hitchhiking all through the Deep South and eventually made it up to Dover, Delaware by March 1st, where it then snowed 6 inches and got cold as fuck. So I got on a Greyhound and went back to Arkansas. I don't know. I guess I'm hanging out as long. I guess I bought the ticket at this point, Yellow Cake Maker. Yeah, bark at the moon. Bark at the moon. Yeah, I bought the ticket, Yellow Cake Maker. We're riding it to the very end today on my birthday. Yeah, this bullshit ass tent. And this is back when I thought I could still eat things like peanuts, by the way, which do fuck me up to some extent. Bullshit ass camp, though. Now, this is something approximating a proper camp. This was one of my first forays into A-frame tent, which I didn't quite do it properly. As you'll see, my technique will evolve over time. But there you have it. And interestingly, I thought there was a house near this, and I thought I was far enough away, but the person who lived on the property actually came out and found me after I set all my gear up. And I was like, hey, man, like, I'm happy to leave, but like, if you could just let me sleep here, like I'm packing all this shit up. I'm hitchhiking and traveling. If you allow me to just sleep here tonight. It's one of the rare times that I was found on private property. And yeah, he agreed to let me stay there on the understanding I would fuck right off early the next morning, which is exactly what I did. Yep. And I loved living that way. I mean, I really did, to an extent. It's getting a little chilly in here, or probably my iron levels are getting low. So let me, I do freeze my ass off sometimes based on what I'm putting in my body. So hang on. All right, I'm back. There's my military. They call that the modular sleep system. That's what I bought with the money I panhandled that day that the drunks attacked me. Oh, it's possible to shower living that way, Sophia. But I will say this, I'm not trying to be a jerk, and I understand why you're saying this, but the thing is, in order for one to transition to this lifestyle, that can't be done if a person says, I have these standards of I won't do, and I don't mean like, I'm not talking about like your morals. I'm saying if somebody's like, yeah, but I have to have a shower. Yeah, but I have to have this. Yeah, but I have to have that. Like that mentality, a person of that mentality can't go and do this. It's not possible. In order to go live that way for any extended period of time, the person has to transcend those limitations, right? It's the only way to do it. It's the only way it can be done. This is me near the previous picture. This is when I first got, I actually walked into my home county. So that's where I'm from, Jefferson County, Arkansas. So of course I had to take a picture with the Jefferson County sign. I sent this to my dad, and he really liked that picture, because that's where we're both from, me and my pops. Jefferson County, Arkansas, 33 in the house, holla. And the numbers are necessarily probably going to drop as people pass out from last night, right? Since we did mostly attract the overnight crew. What's up, Lou? Good to see you, brother. We're paneling, but however, Lou, I'm going to hold off, if you don't mind, until the slideshow's over with. So if you do end up joining the panel, I'm not going to bring you up until the slideshow's over, if that's okay. Because I do have the hypervigilance, and I will lose my focus if you're up here. So just to be aware of that. It's my birthday, Lou. So happy birthday to me. But yeah, it's my birthday. I don't know where that is. Where would 82 be? That might be in Mississippi. It's probably in Mississippi, I'm guessing. Not exactly sure. Jimbo, I would typically I traveled the entire country except for the Northeast. So I would typically go to where the weather was nice. So for me, that meant Santa Barbara, California, or Slab City, California in the winter. And it typically meant San Francisco, Portland, and Seattle in the summer. But then I did spend 2 winters living outdoors. I spent 1 winter sleeping outside almost every night. There were a few nights when I went to the local warming shelter. I will admit to that. It got cold enough, but I spent a winter out of doors in Fayetteville, where one morning I awakened and it was literally 0 degrees Fahrenheit. That was a fun time. and it's not historically, we're not used to that in Arkansas. But generally in the winter in Arkansas, we usually have a few days up to a week in a row where it'll, like, the overnight low will be single digits, and occasionally like the high for the day might be like 8 or 9, right? It does get that cold on occasion. It doesn't last though. But and I also spent a winter outdoors in Austin, Texas also. But I've never spent a winter in a place where it's actually cold in the winter. Because one of the advantages of that lifestyle is typically only being in areas where the weather's nice. But one of the advantages of the Deep South in the winter is no bugs. See, no bugs. So I was able to in the winter in the South, I was able to just sleep under a tarp, but without any sort of tent or net or a bug, mesh bug tent. Eventually the bugs came back, and I ordered a mesh tent on Amazon, and that will show up in the pictures at some point. And I kind of like this picture for whatever reason. I think that's a pretty good picture, if I do say so myself. What's up, Big Drink Tea? Good to see you. Big Drink Tea in the house. And I think you could see it on my face. This lifestyle certainly, it brought out the best of me in certain ways, I think, arguably. Yeah, terrible bugs down south. Oh, it's a fucking nightmare. What a nightmare. What a nightmare. And this was this is one of the reasons why I was such a fan of these mini mag light flashlights, although the quality's gone all to shit, but it has what they call candle mode. So you remove the lens of the flashlight, and then I hung it up. It's got a hole in the base, so I was able to string it up in the middle of the tarp, and it lit up the entire camp at night, which I thought, or this is probably actually early in the morning, since I was early riser, and I went to sleep typically before the sun went down. So yeah, or as the sun was going down, perhaps. Now, this is a trick that, folks, if you've never slept on the ground when it's cold, this is what you need to know. This is the number one key to sleeping on the ground when it's cold. You cannot sleep on the ground when it's cold, because the ground will pull the heat out of your body and you will be fucking miserable. Ask me how I know. So generally, I would be able to collect enough cardboard, and cardboard is an excellent insulator. Cardboard has many uses. So I was relegated to collecting these green branches and foliage to create enough of a barrier between me and the ground that I was able to maintain my body heat in the night. It's just all these things that a person doesn't really know until they go out and learn it for themselves, right? And that was one of the few times I ever was relegated to that. And it's part of this was the old man. I think in the old man's mind, because he was going through something as well. So the old man that I was staying on his property, his investment property. When I did choose to leave, in his mind, I think he thought I was trapped there, like dependent on him. And he was like, "What are you going to do?" I said, I'm going on a hitchhiking trip. I'm going to go up to the Northeast or whatever I was planning on doing. He said, "Well, how are you going to get there?" I said, "I'm going to hitchhike, you fucking bozo. I told you I'm a hitchhiker." And I had a lot of hitchhiking experience by then. I said, "What do you mean? How am I going to get there?" I think in his mind, I was just some destitute piece of garbage. It's like, "What do you mean? How am I going to get there? I'll fucking walk if I have to." And that's a poncho. And this ground was actually quite wet. And in fact, without this space blanket barrier, this was some swampy, wet ground. And I had to kind of hastily, as I recall, I hastily had to pitch this camp because it ended up raining like 3 inches or something. And I don't think it was that cold, probably. And some of this stuff I'm not going to accurately remember, right? Oh, another cold night of gathering the foliage. Yeah, Arkansas also has the brown recluses. Open panel after the slideshow. So let me take this down. Open panel after the slideshow. And what's funny is, as much as I favor my dad's side, I actually, at times, especially if I grow out my beard or my hair, I start to look like my mom's side in ways. I actually kind of look like my grandmother here in a way, which is kind of strange, but I do. For whatever reason, whatever I was doing, it started to bring out, the more feminine, I guess. Or maybe I was just in some sort of spiritual, I don't know, maybe that was a particular place in my spiritual journey, but my facial features don't appear quite as dominant, and I'm not looking quite as much like my dad and his dad as I might have. Strange, huh? How that works. Now we're starting to get now we're starting to get it. But even this is not properly pitched. This would never pass muster nowadays. But at the time I was still learning how to properly. So you can see this, that's a no-go. That should not even be touching the ground. But I live and learn, I was learning. And this shows you that just that, because it rained overnight, and you can see this, I still have dry ground here. And this is damp around there. So just a tarp, and that's a light duty tarp. A light duty tarp is just as waterproof as a medium duty or a heavy duty, just so you know. So, and of course we see the cardboard there, which has many uses as previously mentioned. See, now we're getting to this is a person who's knows how to pack a ruck, although I was still unfamiliar with, this is the USGI large rucksack, I think they call this, and I had just bought this, so I was still learning how to actually. It's all modular, and I wasn't quite adept at properly setting it up yet. And this is the hitchhiking strategy. Eventually, I realized that it's way better to avoid the interstates, and the proper strategy for hitchhiking through these small towns is to stick to the U.S. highways. And it sounds insane, but these country folks who've never left the county, because you'll see a lot of hitchhikers will just hold a sign that says west or east. Yeah, that works on the interstate. If you're going to be out in the country somewhere on a U.S. highway, it sounds insane, but these people don't necessarily know that they're going west or east because they're in their home area. They're not thinking that way, but they do know that they're driving towards Loganville, Monroe, and Athens. And this would have been in Georgia, obviously. And so what would happen is the person might be like, yeah, I can get you to Loganville. And I'm wondering if this was in reverse order. I think eventually I figured out to have the cities listed, but then, so once I got to Athens, I could cut off the bottom part of this, and then it would say Loganville, Monroe. And then once I got to Monroe, I could cut off and just have Loganville, right? So I didn't have to continue to make new signs, right? So what would happen is I would just start walking out of town with my back to traffic, right? And eventually the locals would start to think, once I was 3 or 4 miles out of town, I'm assuming they would think, well, shit, he's going to get there either way, whether we pick him up or not, he's going to get there. So then they would start giving me rides. And other than 3 days in Georgia, when I tried to take a shortcut off of the U.S. interstate, off the U.S. highway, I got rides every day for that entire 3 months, other than 3 straight days in Georgia. And that was my fault for trying to take a shortcut. And that's a whole nother homeless story that I know Dark Glasses Woody would appreciate. So if y'all remind me, I will tell it. And that's a particularly poorly pitched tarp, but some of it was just I probably wasn't carrying a Bowie knife yet, and probably there's branches and shit in the way, but this is not the way. That's not the way. But it worked it worked, right? But yeah, not my best work there. And then I've shown this picture several times. This was in a Home Depot parking lot in Athens, Georgia. And some meth head gal in her 20s took the picture. And eventually I figured out this waist pack will actually go onto the bottom of this rucksack. And then I could, whatever's in the rucksack, I would actually move up to the top here. And then this would go on the bottom. And that was a much better. But I had not yet figured that out at the time. And some people got upset with me and thought I was pretending to be a serviceman or that I was prior military. And I was like, well, I don't know what to tell you because a person who served sold me these pants, right? But and didn't seem to have a problem with me wearing them. However, sometimes people would just stop me and try to give me money and say, thank you for your service. I said, no, I was never in the military. And I said, and I would offer to give the money back. I said, no, I didn't serve. So I never LARPed as a, although the CBO crew will certainly accuse me of that now. But as we know, anything I do, they're going to mock and ridicule. So that's freedom. The fact that I know they're going to mock and ridicule me no matter what I do is freedom. It's some measure of freedom. And this is Benton in his autism. It appeals to me to have some form of a uniform. So I actually had the Dickie shirt and the Dickie pants. And this was in a casino in Vegas with ex-wife with number 2, who I think is next pictured, if I recall. Yeah. This is number 2, looking very much different than the first time we saw her. You can see her makeup, her hair, her choice in clothing is completely different than what we saw initially. But that's number 2. Anybody, not that that's some, oh, Benton, it's, but whatever, just so you know, that's what I was working with. And again, it's Arkansas. So, if anybody would find her to be pretty or attractive, it is Arkansas, meaning it is more impressive on some level, right? Arguably, debatably. And there's me and her in Santa Barbara. And it was before I ever went to the West Coast, I knew enough about this gal. And we'd been together several years by then. And when I went to all of these places on the West Coast for the first time, part of my experience was how much my wife at the time would love to go out there and experience it. And she had, other than one time when she went to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, she had never left Arkansas. And it took me, and you want to talk about a long game? It took me years of just slowly chipping away over time to finally get her to a space where she was willing to come on the road, to join me on the road. It took years of a long game. And you know what? She still lives a vagabond lifestyle. She's doing it with another man, living in an RV, traveling all around the country. Loves it. I left that one better than I found her. 100% left her better than I found her. Actually, way better than I found her. And that's me and her in Golden Gate Park in San Francisco. Not proper lighting. Again, I'm not necessarily a skilled photographer. But yeah, it's in Golden Gate Park in San Francisco. Yeah, I know. She's a pretty gal. Prettiest gal her age in the town, that's for sure. Without question. Yeah. And she's probably going through her own stuff there. And she had a rough transition into that lifestyle. She had a tough time making that transition. It's a harsh transition into that. And then we had a car at the time, by the way. We went out to the West Coast for the first time in an automobile. But yeah, it was a tough transition for her. And that's in SF. Again, big fan of the street art. So I had to have a picture. Yeah. Oh, here we go. Mods. Swarm, if you haven't already. Swarm. Yeah, she had no choice. Yeah, it's not like her father didn't own several small businesses in her hometown. And like she didn't have the option of always going back to her hometown where her father owned rental properties and businesses, right? It's not like it's because no woman would ever choose to join poser, disposer, and homelessness. So obviously, no woman would ever choose to join Benton there. See how it works? Because no woman would ever join them. in their own mind. See, because step number one in accomplishing that is I had to believe it to be possible. I had to be so arrogant that that person would do that. And where are my mods? I got to do this myself. Man, you interrupted my slideshow. What y'all doing to me, mods? Thank you. Thanks, Rob. Much appreciated. I know you're doing other things, Rob. I know you're monitoring other broadcasts, so I get that. Yeah, predator. I'm a predator, they say. Yeah. Go find her and ask her. She's on Facebook. Find her on Facebook, friend her, ask her. Now, she's probably not got a great opinion of me overall based on, how it ended, but I promise you that woman will in some way thank me. All right, we got you, Sterling Ray. That woman will in some way, wait a minute. See, now I'm paranoid that I'm modding the wrong people, but I'm just going to trust that it's you, Sterling Ray. But yeah, this go and ask her. That's what I would say. Oh, now content chaos is posting. This is hilarious. I thought content chaos was deleted, by the way. Well, and she benefited. That woman is now living a lifestyle that she prefers to her previous lifestyle, right? And she may well have never left her hometown. Okay. Yellow cake maker. Yeah. Well, and yellow cake maker, I'm trying to avoid, because sometimes I come across a broadcast, shows up in my feed, and when I go in there and every poster has a wrench, it's a turnoff, right? So I'm trying to maintain a healthy balance between non-wrench and wrench. So, but if it becomes necessary, yellow cake maker, we will do that. So, yeah. And she did truly love me. I mean, there's no doubt about it. Now, what she feels about me now, I couldn't say, but I would say I will bet you money that she has high regard for me based on she understands that I facilitated this for her and it would not have happened otherwise. It would not have happened otherwise. But we'll get there, yellow cake maker. Well, see, now we have to destroy. Now she's clearly not of sound mind, right? Yeah, who would choose to be with me? See how they work? See how they work? You know why? Hey, you know why they choose to be? Or, well, okay, they don't now. Let's be honest. No woman is going to choose to be with me. Well, okay. I am no woman that I would find, again, I have some standards, but no woman that I would find it physically attractive enough would choose that now, clearly. But step number one to getting a beautiful woman to come vagabond with you is you have to believe it's possible. I had to be in love with my own bullshit enough. I had to believe in myself enough. And guess what, TBE? She had to trust me and I'm not talking about a Paul enslaved lead me and guide me. I'm talking about she had to trust me to ensure her physical safety, sir. To go sleep rough at times. She had to trust and know that when it came down to it, I was capable of protecting her. And we had a famous incident, TBE, when I had a camp near the 101 in Goleta, and I'm not able to say that properly. I can't say it like a Californian says it. I can say Goleta or I can say Goleta. I'm not able to pronounce it. So either way, I'm getting made fun of because I can't make that sound. Because I can hear how the locals say it. I can't make that sound. So because she is also intuitive and tapped in spiritually in some way. Well, we went to my camp, right? At night. It's not a permanent camp. We would pitch our camp. And she was feeling insecure And she was correct to feel insecure. She was feeling some type of way. So she started tripping out of motherfucking nowhere. She got into a heightened emotional state at the camp. She started tripping, and we were setting up our sleeping gear. And at a certain point, she was like kneeling on the ground, and I was standing, right? And she started tripping out. And because I can read body language, she exposed her throat to me like an animal. And I said, "What is this?" Instead of reacting, I responded. And I said, "Oh, she needs to make sure she's fearful of that she's in danger. She has to know that I can and will protect her." And I lovingly and gently wrap my gigantic, powerful, strong hand around her throat, gently and lovingly guided her to the ground on her back and looked at her like she was some kind of an animal. And I just looked at her. And in that moment, I believe we both knew what was being communicated. And I was more or less like, did you get what you needed out of this? And then she went right back to normal. And then later that night or the next night, because homeless people used to camp there, and there was like a lot of foliage, and the city or the county came out there and just they like got rid of a bunch of and I can show you exactly on a map where this is or used to be on a satellite view, show you exactly where this was. And although it's probably been developed by now, being so close to the 101, but I could show you this. And that night or a couple of nights later, a local person, younger than me, bigger than me, and stronger than me, with a pit bull off the leash, came out there looking for homeless people by his own admission. And of course, the pit bull found us first, right? So here come this pit bull. Well, and this is why I say my woman, I deserve a sandwich, y'all, because that woman, by the way, I was asleep. So something about me, when I'm asleep and living that way, when a potential enemy enters close enough into my proximity, I wake up and know I'm immediately wide awake and alert immediately. And when I talk about there's some special forces that they either brainwashed into me or comes naturally, I'm like special forces in that moment. And I know I'm going to be mocked and laughed and ridiculed for this, just like everything else I do. That's fine. But here come the pit bull. By the time the pit bull got in the camp, old Benton's out of the sleeping bag, flashlight shining on the pit bull. Here comes the pit bull, and I'm like this. I'm barking at the pit bull. I'm down at the pit bull going, "Ah!" I was ready to physically fight the pit bull. And then here come the owner. And again, I didn't have any weapons. I'm going to physically fight a pit bull to the death. Well, if it's a fight to the death with one pit bull, I could rip its throat out if I have to. It's going to clamp down on my arm. I'm going to rip that motherfucker's throat out. Not now, of course, but I could have at the time, especially to protect my woman. Are you kidding me? Because that's my job. And that's why if I asked her to make me a sandwich or bring me a cup of coffee, she did it. That's why. Because most of the time, there's nothing for old Benton to do. But every once in a while, here comes a pit bull and a 220-pound strapping, man younger than me. And then now he calls the dog off, and I have to talk to this motherfucker and wait for him to leave, right? And meanwhile, she never got out of the sleeping bag. And if he decided he wanted to do something to that woman, he'd had to kill me. And maybe he was capable of that. But the only way he was getting to that woman was by murdering a motherfucker. Jack. That's who in the fuck I am. Don't get it twisted. And that's still in me. And I can shrivel up to nothing as I'm doing. And that, whatever that is, it's still in here, partner. And we're going to get to the reason why in a minute, because one of these pictures is going to show you why I am that. one of these pictures is going to be scientific proof of why I am that. And you're not, by the way. TBE, you piece of garbage. This is at a state park in, I believe this is Beverly Beach State Park in Oregon, and on the coast. And Oregon has just fantastic, accessible, affordable state parks. Lovely, lovely. And look at the size of old Benton's neck back then, by the way. The size of old Benton's neck. That was the size of old Benton's neck when the pit bull and the 220 pounder came. But you can see the muscles aren't quite there like they were, but we still got a little bit of a yoke. I'm still a little fucking yoked up there, but it's my upper back was definitely larger than that at the time. Oh, here he thinks he's going to come up. Look at him. Ha ha. Oh man. Almost open panel. It's an almost open panel. Although we probably should just let him up to Spurg, but perhaps after the slideshow, sir. I'll reconsider after the slideshow. So let's do create a banner. After the slideshow, sir. Your persistence will get you nowhere here. You've been told no yet again, and you're unable to accept it. We're going open panel, and that I can't promise you anything, but that might include TBE. It might be about to get wild, but please let me finish my slideshow, TBE. It's my birthday, sir. Can you let me have my motherfucking slideshow on my birthday? Of course not, because it's all about him. Wait a minute. Open panel after slideshow. But can I please finish my fucking slideshow on my birthday? Is that okay with you? Could you drop off and come back if you don't mind? Are you capable of doing that? Of course not. I'm going to have to look at his ridiculous icon down there. Oh, well. Thank God. Anyway, it doesn't even matter at this point. And like we talked about with my legs, you can tell that I actually see. I used to have some thighs, and there's an ass in there somewhere. I can assure you. And we'll just ignore the white socks and sandals. But yeah, this is part of the reason why a woman would choose to come be homeless with me, because I gave her this experience. And this picture cannot convey how gorgeous that state park is. It's gorgeous. And she fucking loved it, TBE. She loved it. Loved it. Now, this is me and her in Oregon, in near Ashland, Oregon, at what I've referred to as the world's coolest trailer park, but it functions as something of a hippie commune in a way. And a local artist drew on her stomach, and why she was into this, I have no idea. But part of having a woman who's willing to be this open with me is that I'd never judged her for these things. See, and here's a trick to women, guys. And see, I didn't know this with number one. I learned this from number one, and I took this into number two because I wanted all the information, because my pimp hand is strong, or it was. And part of having a strong pimp hand is, as long as I never judge her, and as long as she never feels judged by me, she will tell me everything. So when she's in the alley, at the mall behind her work, and her and the gals are firing up a heater, and here comes some guy who's going to hit on her, and he's one of these pieces of garbage whose way of hitting on her is to find out about me and try to get information to make me look ridiculous and make me look like a piece of garbage. See, when a man treats his woman judgmentally as if this is her fault, oh, well, you must have been giving him a look. Well, what did you do to make him think it was okay to come hit on you? No, I don't do that. So she came home from work and told me all about it. And you know what I told her? Then I'm able to psychologically counter everything that bozo. And I'm just explained it to her. I said, yeah, he's asking you about me because he's trying to find information about me to try to drive a wedge between me and you, so that if we break up, he wants you all for himself. And once explained to her, Then the next time she comes around, so the first time he came around, she is, charming and flirty and easy to hit on in a way. She was probably all smiley. I guarantee you, the next time he came around, she had the bitch face on, and her body language would have been all closed off, and she's just glaring at the motherfucker. Guarantee it. But they don't always know to do that unless a motherfucker like me tells them to do that. And if I can only do that by getting over my own stupid fucking emotions enough to exist with her in a space of non-judgment. So yeah, I think it's kind of ridiculous what she's done here, but so what? That's my opinion. Who cares? And that was our tent, the Tibetan prayer flags. We camped out all summer there, and got to know a lot of the locals there in near Ashland, Oregon, Jackson Wellsprings. Had a lovely time. The lady who was in this tent ended up being a complete crazy person, though, so that wasn't much fun. But anyway, there's old Benton in his uniform and his SF hat. Somehow I screwed up the bill, though. I like to fold my bills up, but I kind of fucked it up a little bit. So, yeah, that was my SF hat. Yeah. Thank you, Sophia. Much appreciated. Happy birthday to me, by the way. And I still have my memories. And see, this is, back when I was. So for some of our relationship, as much as I'm talking about treating her non-judgmentally, I was very possessive. So this was the stage in our relationship where I was teaching myself and learning that I really can't possess another human being. And that even if I can temporarily, it's not appropriate for me to attempt to possess her and treat her as if I have any measure of ownership over her. This was a time in which I was teaching myself to do that. Yeah. Yeah. Gonna have a good time. Na, na, na. Gonna have a good time. Traveling along, here's a song that we're singing. Come on, get happy. A whole lot of loving is what we'll be bringing. We'll make you happy. Thanks, Rob. I had nothing to do with it, but thank you. Well, we had a dream we'd go traveling together. Spread a little loving and we'll keep moving on. Something always happens whenever we're together. I used to know all these lyrics, but this is Pops. Pops actually came out and hung out with us, and this is in where is this? This is in California. Shit, where is this? I'd have to look at the map. It's NorCal, I think. I'd have to look at the map. I don't recall. And it was also my father's first and only time to the West Coast. So old Benton has it seems like there's been a pattern has emerged over old Benton's life where he in some way enriches the lives of the people around him. Certainly, and eventually my father is at an age where he grew up, with the Haight-Ashbury, right? San Francisco, Haight-Ashbury was a big cultural, a lot of the culture came out of there. And I facilitated my father getting to visit the Haight in San Francisco, and he was just amazed by it. Now, unfortunately, the woman was going through something. Maybe it was PMS time, and we didn't. In retrospect, I had a failure in leadership. I should have just told my woman, look, I know you're all cranky and bitchy, but you're just going to have to fucking deal with it because my dad needs to see San Francisco. But we ended up leaving earlier than planned. But that's me and Pops there on the beach. Now here's me in my ex in her hometown in one of her dad's rental properties that he still made us pay rent in, by the way, but we were able to stay there for a month or two without having to, and she took that picture, without having to, first and last months and all that bullshit and credit checks. So But it was a shithole, I can assure you. Oh, I must have been stoned based on that. I'm sure. Yeah, I was fucking. That's baked Alaska right there. Baked Alaska, Jack. Oh, I love it. Yeah, I know. I'm a tad of a romantic, or I could be a tad romantic at times. But what woman would want this, TBE? What woman would have ever been attracted to that guy? I have no idea. Yeah. Can you believe that this gal would ever actually be attracted to that? I mean, and the reality is, I don't even want to go there. It'll sound too arrogant, so I'm not even going to do it. Well, they are in Arkansas too. This one just happened to be 112 pounds or whatever she weighed. 5'7", 112 with a proper waist to hip ratio, I might add. Oh, this is the reason I could do that and you couldn't, TBE. This is scientific proof of why I could do these things and you can't. Thank you, Yurt. Thank you. Do you see what this says? Do I need to break this down for anybody? Lou, I hope you're watching, sir. So I had blood work done and I was about 38. I was somewhere between 36 and 38 years old. And this is my blood work, which says total testosterone 1106, which is literally off the chart. The range is 241 to 827. My lady doctor said, your testosterone levels are abnormally high. She thought I might have some kind of growth on one of my glands. I said, no, lady, it runs in the family. How about you? Oh, Yurt might get the, not Yurt, Lubass might get he might get my war face. I'm feeling my oats today, Jack. Believe that. Yeah, this is I think my phone made this and I took saved it, I guess. I think my phone might have made that. I don't know. And back to the graffiti. This is Cesar Chavez Park in beneath the freeway in San Diego. And when I was there, I looked up at that freeway and I wondered, man, I wonder what would happen if some car went flying off the side of this. And that actually ended up happening after that. I saw a news article where somebody did indeed fly off the freeway into that park. And I think they ran somebody over. I also ran into a very, very elderly Mexican man who was probably had to be 90. And I tried to talk to him in English and he told me to speak Spanish. So anyway, that's how that went. But this is how Benton lived for damn near a decade. Yeah, look at that hair. Oh, yeah, back to me, right? Yeah, look at that hair. Exactly. Well, and I'm not fishing for this, but maybe some of the gals can back up that I'm not ugly. I'm not saying I'm some looker, but I ain't ugly, or I wasn't. Maybe I am now. This is in Tijuana. I crossed into Mexico on foot, drove down, near the border, parked my car on the U.S. side, walked into Mexico. That was before they did any check. They just let the fucking gringos and Americans walk into Mexico. I just walked past a Federale with a machine gun and wandered around Tijuana one Sunday morning on foot and found that. I thought that was pretty cool street art there in Tijuana. It's my only time to Mexico, by the way. So I've technically been to Mexico, but not really, right? And I do like the street art. And I'm not sure, that might have been Tijuana, but I'm not sure. But I am a big graffiti fan, obviously. I think maybe me and Toilet Bowl Earth share that in common, although I never did any bombing myself. Bombing meaning graffiti. Oh my God. Now the stream's going to get taken down, right? I meant graffiti bombing algorithm. This is at the skate park in Santa Barbara. I thought that was an interesting piece of art. Oh. By the way, hey, this is the TBE stream. I'm sorry, the EBT stream. You see what that says? That's the EBT stream. So when it said video is unavailable, that's not strictly true because it's on the hard drive of that laptop at 1.5x the entire broadcast. So it is available. That's why has anybody heard me for months on end saying screen cap, 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 screen cap. Now, this is something she never would have experienced. After I took her out to the West Coast, and there were times when I fucked off and did my own thing, she met some people in Medford, Oregon, and this is literally in their backyard in the city limits of Medford, Oregon. Why she's making these motions, I can't say. I have no idea. I never did figure that out. But this is how they do it in Oregon, by the way. And when people talk about Humboldt, what people think Humboldt is, it's not. It's Southern Oregon is what people think Humboldt is. And I'll put that Southern Oregon bud up against that Humboldt bud any day of the week, Jack. And that's literally a backyard in the city limits. And she loved that shit. She got to go out there and trim. And then we met back up, and she had, I don't know, at least I didn't weigh it. She had like a half a pound of she got, paid in bud some of the time. She showed up with like a half a pound of pot of some of Oregon's finest organic Jack that I sold for $10 a gram. And people tried to, in Southern California, people tried to talk me down. I said, no, man, this is worth every penny. It's worth $10 a gram. And I had people that didn't want to pay the $10 a gram and came back the next day wanting more because they knew that they couldn't get that in Southern California at the time. Or if maybe it was available and they didn't know how to get it. Now, this is Southern Oregon. And the best pot grown in the country, as far as I'm concerned, is Southern Oregon outdoor pot. Yeah, that's Southern Oregon outdoor is what that is. Yes, sir. And as far as I'm concerned, it's the best flower on the continent. It's the best flower on the continent is Southern Oregon outdoor, as far as I'm concerned. Now, maybe I'm wrong. And that was that was what that was whenever it was. So it's been a number of years now, but I'll put that up against anything. Yep. And remember, that's her looking at me taking a picture. So I don't know, TBE, how did we get to this where she's looking at me like this? I have no idea, sir. I must have known a little bit about what I was doing. I must know a thing or two, perhaps. I don't know. You tell me. You tell me, Jack. That's in the slabs. Hopefully Carl sees this later. That's in Slab City. And again, with having people draw on her, I never completely understood, but whatever. That's me getting some kisses. That's in the same house. That's in the house where those plants were. She sent me that picture, and then I came and joined her. Yeah, anyway. See you, Sophia. Yeah, this is in now we'll get to Benton not appearing in such a good light necessarily. So we've seen the best, now we might see some of the worst, right? What do they like to say? If you can't handle me at my worst, you don't deserve me at my best. This is Benton in Seattle, where they had a safer consumption. They were trying to do this needle replacement and safe injection sites, right? So I figured I might as well go take a picture with the safe injection site people. And there's one of the signs I would fly. And yeah, now he's triggered. And now I know TB's triggered because there's Bible verses on my traveling on blessings sign. And people really like that sign. And I'm the one that came up with this. And other people, and eventually I dropped the E and just did it without the E. But I've seen other travelers adopt this since. I would like to think I'm the one that was the first to. There's me writing my name out on cardboard. And this is a list of some of the many places I had been in my travels. I've been to all of these cities, not as a truck driver. I went to all of these cities way before I ever even started learning how to drive a truck, and more. This is just some of the many places I've been. And I tended to stick to the places I enjoy, because some of these, like, I like Fort Worth, right? There's a reason it says Fort Worth and not Dallas, right? Downtown Fort Worth, awesome. Downtown Dallas, trash. In my view, I did like Athens, Georgia, I have to say. I enjoyed Missoula. Denver, see, I have Boulder and Denver on there. In retrospect, this should be Fort Collins is probably my favorite. Fort Collins I like. Tacoma. Didn't even have Seattle on there. Oh, yeah, I did. Seattle's near the top. Yeah, Tacoma. Tijuana, the Slabs, San Diego. My hometown of Pine Bluff, of course, because I did go there as a homeless traveler. And you know what? One of the places where they bless the travelers with money the most is my hometown of Pine Bluff. In fact, I had a water jug. I left it. I was in an Arby's in my hometown, and they don't know I'm from there. I left my jug on the table. I came back from the bathroom. Somebody stuck a $20 bill underneath my jug of water. Very generous folks in my hometown. Very generous. Yep, we were still drinking back then. And that's like the best quality beer available at least. Oh shit, we're fucking up. Hang on. At least available at a Walmart, right? So I might grab a couple of Fosters. Not my first choice, clearly, but ideal what ideal, right? Thanks, Sophia. I am having a wonderful birthday. And now we're getting a little better. That's a little better pitch. That's a little better of a tarp pitch. Now he's starting to learn. Now he's starting to learn his craft, his bushcraft, as it were. Starting to look a little better. Oh, look at that. Now we're coming into fine form. Not too shabby. Yeah, a little bit proud of that one, I must say. Indeed, indeed. Let me go check on my phone. I'm hot spotted off my phone. Since the motel Wi-Fi certainly can't. Oh, and the battery's dying. So let me take a moment. Okay, let me know when my audio starts glitching, because this battery's starting to die. So, and I don't know how long it's going to last. Not too shabby. And you can see that it rained, but obviously I remained dry. And any woman crazy enough to join me in the woods underneath the tarp would have also remained dry, clearly. And there's the tarp, 9x11 from Harbor Freight at the time, running about $10. Don't even go to Walmart for tarps, by the way. Just take your ass to the Harbor Freight. Now we're into bug tent territory. See, eventually, once the bugs came out, I ordered this on Amazon, and you can see this does not have poles. This mesh tent is completely strung up. See, it's completely strung up. Now, after the slideshow, I'm going to bring up TBE, but only if somebody else joins, because it's my birthday, and I'm happy to listen, but I'm not necessarily trying to get involved in a back and forth. Although I may interject at times, just for the record. You may be wasting your time, TBE, but that's up to you. It's your time. You can do with it as you wish. And then you see the tarp actually goes over the bug tent. And this whole setup weighs way less than an actual tent, because there's no poles involved, just stakes and guy lines. And this is actually, since I was on a budget, if you go to the camping section of Walmart, all of their cord is expensive. But if you go to the laundry section, they at the time they had clothesline, like to put in your backyard and hang clothes on for like $1. So buy 2 or 3 of those, and you had plenty of rope. Plenty of rope. I loved living this way. I mean, I really did. And part of me wants to go back to this. A part of me would like to go back to this. But I mean, realistically, I think living that way for the most part is over with. I'm sure some people are still doing it, but for the most part, it seems to be over with from what I can tell. But yeah, particularly proud of that one, I must say. Not too shabby. And there's like a step-by-step, I think, of how to see. There's the underneath, goes underneath to keep me insulated from the ground. There you can see this, the first, the guy line. And then we introduce the mesh tarp, the mesh tent, which then gets connected to the guy line. And then we place because I need access to everything in here, see? So that's placed near the opening. And there's also an opening on one of these sides for me to crawl in. So then the tarp goes over the top of all that. And you see that here's the backpack, crawl in the side, close it real fast because there's mosquitoes everywhere. Then I have access to my backpack, which remains outside of the tent. And nobody taught me to do that. I learned that. That's in Santa Barbara, by the way. That was my camping spot in Santa Barbara, which you don't really need the mesh tent there, but I had it with me. Why not? But that was my spot. Again, Henry Hopper helped me find that spot. Although actually me and number 2 accidentally found that area. We just kind of accidentally found it. Now, this might be at one point I had burned the candle at both ends for so long that eventually I hit the point of actual physical exhaustion. And other than walking from my camp to the local store to get like orange juice every day, I laid in that tent and rested for 7 straight days until my energy levels returned to normal. That's how much I had burnt myself out. So if anybody thinks that they're exhausted, no, you're not. When you feel tired, you're nowhere near physical. I've gotten so exhausted, it took 7 straight days of rest to get back to normal. So that's how the mind is. So when you think you're tired, you're not. Being tired is a state of mind. And when people say, when you ask somebody how they are and they say tired, I never identify with fatigue or tiredness. I will not go into that space. I refuse. But let's wrap up the slideshow and get somebody up here so TBE can tell me what a piece of garbage I am. Yeah, quite comfy, Earl. And the best part, nobody was there with me. I was all alone. As much as I enjoyed spending time with number 2, I definitely had to get the fuck away from her at certain times. And by the way, I would 100% have a woman. The main reason I don't have a woman is there ain't a woman in the realm who can accept me for how awesome I am and then leave me the fuck alone and understand that no matter what happens, I'm fucking off and going to go be by myself for up to weeks at a time. And whatever she thinks about that, I don't give a fuck. That's her problem. Not concerned. Deal with it, honey. Don't care. Legitimately don't care. If what I have to do to take care of me is I need to fuck off by myself for a couple of weeks, but there ain't a woman in the realm who can accept that. There's not. They can't deal with it. They go crazy, man. They imagine all these scenarios of all the bitches that are trying to get with me while I'm gone. Ooh, this is on the one. This is when I walked from Santa Cruz up to, I walked almost all the way up to Davenport, I believe. But a passing Swede picked me up and took me the last few miles. And then from Davenport, one can take a bus to Half Moon Bay. And from Half Moon Bay, it's a short bus ride to Daly City. And Daly City is effectively San Francisco, if you take a look at a map. Connecting buses. I love the West Coast. The West is the best, y'all. In case anybody doesn't know, the West is the best. But yeah, this is when I was walking the one. Yeah. This is when I was walking the one. Hey, Ginger Ridge, thanks for the happy birthday. If you rewind the slideshow, we've got Isla Vista. We've got Benton and Isla Vista content, if you're interested. But this is on the one between Santa Cruz and Davenport. I walked like 12 miles of the coast on foot before a passing Swede offered me a ride with no favors involved. I know where some of y'all's minds go. I certainly wouldn't have offered them in exchange for a ride when I could very easily just walk there. This is Benton in Seattle. That's That's in the Chaz or the Chop. That's in the Chaz. This is in the Chaz/Chop, by the way, also known as Capitol Hill. And yeah, you can make fun of the gays all you want. In most cities, the cool part of town is the gay part of town. I didn't make it that way. It just is. Capitol Hills is the cool part of Seattle, and it's the gay part of town, and that's just how it is. I don't know why. So you think I ain't going to the cool part of town? Of course I am. Why wouldn't I? Teeth looking a little yellow, bent. And I was heavily on the yerba mate back then, which yellowed my teeth to a great extent. See, they're quite a bit whiter now than they were then. Yeah, that's in the Chaz. I'm trying to think where that is exactly. It's some kind of, I think it might be like a community college. I'm not exactly sure. I know where it is on the map, but I can't remember what it's called. Now this, ladies, this is how it's supposed to be done. This is a woman in her proper place, by the way. If you can read this, it says Hattie Caraway, a Tennessee native and an Arkansas daughter, a good Southern wife in the best traditional sense. So this is what we honor her for historically in the South. We don't honor, first and foremost, that she was the first woman elected to be a U.S. senator. And this is from Jonesboro, Arkansas, by the way. We don't honor that she was the first woman to preside over the Senate, or we didn't used to. We didn't honor that she was the first woman chairman of a Senate committee. What's more important than that is that she was a good Southern wife in the best traditional sense. And I guarantee you, the congresswoman from Arkansas waited on her man. I guarantee you she did. Because if she didn't, she could not be a good Southern wife in the best traditional sense. How about she? How about she? Believe that. There's the famous relative again with the 33, the number 33 and the leather helmets. There's a piece of art that I'm particularly fond of. This is a Heidion. In fact, I bought a book that contained this piece of artwork. And eventually, or no, I didn't buy it. I found it at a coffee shop in Seattle, and I took it with me. And in fact, later I looked at purchasing it, and it was like $500. But I found it at this coffee shop and took it with me. Now you can say that I stole it, but it seemed to me like it was more or less, if you want it, take it. But again, in Capitol Hill, and I realized over time that I was not going to be able to continue to carry around this book, this expensive book of Heidi on I'm back. I think old TB passed out. I found a battery. It's not going to last long either, but yeah, TB passed out. Thank you. I am Dow. I would encourage you to rewind the stream. It's been quite epic. It's been epic. I'm going to assume you can hear me, folks. Is everything plugged in properly? It appears to be, as far as I can tell. Oh, Pineal's been restreaming. Fantastic, sir. Thank you. Happy solar return to me. Thank you. Thank you. So back to the slideshow. I guess TBE passed out because I brought him up briefly. I figured he might fill some time. I thought maybe TBE could fill some time while I was looking for batteries, but whatever. There's some more Heidi on art, one of my favorite artists. That was in a recent thumbnail of mine. Heidi on. But good to see you, Dow. Much appreciated, sir. More Heidi on art. Yeah, that one appealing to me. I think you can see the appeal there, right? Oh, there's that famous recent thumbnail. That's well, it's an interesting story behind that. We'll talk about that some other time. And that's the picture that's the actual picture from me in the gym. Yeah. Benton trying to look like a football player. We already saw that one. There's Grandpappy again. 49, so that was in the pros. That's me again. There's some stupid meme. I think we're done. That's the end of the slideshow. And we got TBE riding shotgun. Anybody else want to join the panel? I think TBE passed out, though. Pretty sure it's a passed out TBE. Open panel. Now, will TBE attract people to the panel, or will he or is this just an elaborate porn bomb? Like he's trying to come up here. It's a good question. I'm gonna have to tread lightly there, but it's open panel. It might be an elaborate porn bomb or something. Hard to say. I wouldn't put it past him. Although in his alcohol, in his alcohol-induced state. I guess we're not getting tires today. I think I'll wait till Monday. I don't have to have tires this weekend. Earl, I will say this, as a white boy who played percussion and had listened to rap music starting in about 1983 or 1984 in Pine Bluff, Arkansas, my hometown that's majority black, although it's closer to 50-50 when I grew up. And it was when I played full court basketball, pickup basketball, we played 4-on-4 short court. And it was me and 7 brothers running up and down the court. And so, yeah, as a white boy who could play the drums and was good at basketball, and I was not a shooter, I was a slasher and a passer and a defender and a shot blocker, believe it or not, in spite of my size. Might not surprise you to realize that back then I could dance a little bit. Not really now. I tried recently. I seem to have lost my moves, but thank you. Yeah, the Southern rap. Well, I started out with, oops, what happened here? My first exposure was a bootleg to rap other than the radio, because it was played on the radio, right? I was given my grandmother used to like yard sales, and she ended up married a guy who named Mac, who was a big he did a lot of flea markets. And he gave me a bootleg audio cassette of Run DMC's first album. So that was my first foray. So imagine I don't know, how old was I in 83 or 84, 8 or 9-year-old Benton who couldn't make heads or tails out of the lyrics, but certainly appreciated the music on some level, right? Oh, TBE unmuted. Well, let's get some people up here, because I don't necessarily, although we might just let him spurg. Let's let the audience decide. Do we bring TBE up solo to spurg, or do we wait for somebody else to join? What say you, chat? Because he's unmuted, I noticed. Maybe he was just in the bathroom. I tried to, but I'm going to have to watch him like a hawk, because you never know when the porn bomb's coming. Not that he would do that necessarily, but we don't know what he's capable of at this point. Please, Blue Bass, somebody, anybody. We'll even take you, Lou Bass. Come on, Bubba. All right. we're gonna let the chat vote. All right, but I'm saying, should I bring him on solo and just let him spurg, or do I? 'Cause I don't really want to talk to him, to be honest with you, especially not in whatever state he may be in. Okay, since nobody's answering, we're gonna.
Oh, you're gonna leave, Ben? You're not gonna talk to me?
I'm still here, but I just said I'm not going to talk to you. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Why? Why won't you talk to me?
Why does
Did you not
anybody?
hear me?
Why does anybody do anything?
I don't know. You know, we're here. Might as well make the most of it, right?
Yeah, we're here.
Do you only enjoy talking to people that agree with you, Ben?
You know, I never thought about that.
Does it make it easier for your mind? Does it
Yeah.
does it give you a good night's sleep? Is
I
that
don't
is
know.
that proper for growth? There he goes.
Yeah, I would have to think about it. I have never considered that, so I will spend some time considering what you've asked, but I do not have an answer for you at this time.
Do you think it's appropriate to talk about people's family like you have tonight?
That's a good question. See, I don't keep a list of all the things that have been done to me. So I would say when people treat me in a certain kind of way, I absolutely reserve all rights to respond in kind.
Do you think
And I
I've
always
treated
will.
you? Do you think I've treated you unfairly? And I'm sorry, I'm asking you questions. I know you don't like that.
Well, but I'm trying to give you I'm either not going to answer, or I'm going to give you as truthful of an answer as I can. And it is my birthday, just not that matters.
Happy birthday, Ben.
Well, you don't have to say that. I'm just saying I'm 48. Yeah, you don't have to say that. I'm just mean, you know.
Well,
Be
I
nice
want
if
to
we could
say
have a
that.
nice interaction. What's that? Oh, well, thank you, sir.
You don't tell me what to do, right? Isn't that your
Correct.
mantra?
Well, I don't like to be told what to do, certainly. Although I did say you don't have to, but yeah. Anyway, yeah, I don't want to tell other people what to do if at all possible. Yes, that's correct. So thank you
48
for
years
that.
old, huh?
Yes, sir.
What was the question before? I'm sorry, you were answering me before I interrupted you.
You know what? Honestly don't remember.
I said, I asked you, do you think I've treated you unfairly?
Based on the totality of our interactions, I would have to say no.
Okay. So I've treated you more fairly than unfairly. Would be a proper assessment, right?
Based on the totality of the interactions over time, yes.
Okay, so why aren't we friends, Ben?
It's an excellent question. I would like to find that out myself, if at all possible.
I don't ever try to purport myself to be the smartest person in the room. Do you think that I present myself that way?
No, I don't.
You know, our first cataclysm, that's exactly what it was.
All right. Sorry, I got to cut you off. This is out. Okay. Give me a moment. Okay. I don't remember much of this, but I'm going to do my best to at least apologize in a sincere way. I realized that I treated you very poorly early on in whatever this is, friendship, whatever this is. I snuck up on you. I treated you very harshly and in a way that I'm almost certain was very hurtful in the moment. And I should not have done that. I regret doing that. I have no idea if you did anything, but it doesn't matter because I don't believe that it's even possible for somebody to necessarily deserve whatever that treatment was. And for that, I do apologize, and I am legitimately sorry. And I've never apologized. I've never accepted my responsibility. So it was not your fault. And if you choose to accept my apology, that would be wonderful, but that doesn't have to be done now. So in my view, I'm only speaking for myself. So certainly that should have been said long ago, and solely based on my own stubbornness, it has never been verbalized.
I appreciate that because I never really ever had a problem with you, Ben. I always thought you were, lively guy, I appreciated your gusto. So, this is just, it was just confusing to me. And in my confusion, of course, I have to lash out and try to figure out what the hell this guy's problem is. So, yeah, and that could be toxic. That could be stupid. And it can be immature. And I'm surely guilty of that. But I just wanted to know what I did to you. That's all. That's all I ever, I never had a problem with you, and I was just so confused. And so, yeah, and I sort of projected that in a toxic manner to you because I don't know how to communicate with someone that irrationally hates me.
Yeah.
So I sort of, I don't know. I guess I just I have bad communication skills. And my only means of communication is through confrontation, which is what I'm experienced with, which is what I saw all my life. I had a lot of brothers growing up. I had a lot of family members growing up. Confrontation was just how things were settled, but
sure.
I feel like I didn't sort of keep that sort of thing in my family going. I think I at least recognized that it was a thing. I think that's a step. But, certainly I didn't have a problem with you, Ben. And, I don't wish any ill will against you at all. I never did. Full disclosure, I always thought you were, the first thing this dude comes out, my first interaction with Ben was on Discord. He pops in on the voice cringe. He's like, "Who wants to talk about guns?"
That is not what happened.
I'll never forget that. That shit was funny as fuck.
Thank you, but that's not what happened. But thank you.
Well, at least my recollection. I could be wrong.
Yeah.
So.
But we don't need to. I don't have to go there. But that's not exactly how it went. But I could understand that you may have perceived it that way.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah. Thank you. And I certainly did broach the topic because from my perception in the voice cringe, it was something that was being danced around, but nobody was saying it. So I actually was requesting permission because I was in some way, letting Drew run his whatever he was doing. So I was actually more or less requesting permission to broach the topic. So what I said was, are we going to talk about it or are we not going to talk about it? Because I was annoyed that we were dancing around it, but not actually talking about it, which I think is chicken shit, but that's just my opinion.
I mean, we're all grown men, but you don't think grown men have guns?
No, it was the talking about it. I wasn't saying that people had them or didn't have them. Yeah, it was the topic was there. It was like the elephant in the room, but nobody was verbalizing it.
All right.
From my perspective, right? That's what I was perceiving.
Right.
Yeah, it doesn't make me right. It just means that's what I was experiencing.
What are you gonna do for your birthday today, bro?
I'm doing it, man.
This is it.
Well, I'm gonna do other things certainly, but yeah, this is part of it.
You should go hop on a train, go to the next city.
We'll have a car. Go ahead.
Have you ever done that before?
No.
I just sort of hopped on a moving train and moved to a city wherever it goes.
Nope.
I think you would be into it, man. If you were weaponizing homelessness, man, as you purport yourself to be, I think that's an exciting thing.
Yeah, probably is for some folks. How many people have you personally known that lost limbs riding trains?
I don't know about losing limbs. I've definitely had a lot of friends that rode trains across America for sure.
Yeah.
A lot of them were my graffiti buddies.
Did any of them lose their limbs as a result of riding trains?
No, the only one that ever known that lost their life was through drug abuse.
Because I know at least 3 people personally who've lost limbs from riding trains, and I experienced that early on in my travels, and that made my mind up that I'm not going to be riding trains. But yeah, it is I'm sure people like JG, and if you've done that yourself, you know, the people who've done that, I'm sure it's an awesome experience. And as much as I like to brag about my whatever my gumption is, my balls are big. They ain't that big. That's a whole nother level riding freight, in my view. I respect people who ride it quite a bit. I really do. It's not for me. Yeah.
How many states have you been in America, Ben?
47 of the 48, and I don't give a flying fuck about Alaska and Hawaii. Vermont is the one I haven't been to.
That's pretty impressive. 47.
Thank you. Yep. I
It's
got
almost
40.
all of them. Is
Yes.
that all the continental states? Almost, pretty much.
All of the CONUS except one, and I got 40 of them before I ever drove a truck. Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm pretty proud of that, I will say.
That is pretty cool.
Thanks.
I can't knock on that for sure.
Thanks, man. I appreciate
Some
it.
people
It's a lot of
live.
fun.
Yeah, some people live in an apartment complex their whole life. You know,
Yes.
it's a sad state of affairs. So it's definitely a blessing, for sure.
Thank you, brother.
Well done.
So,
are you
go ahead.
are you monetized now? Is that a thing?
Yeah, we're
Is
getting
that-
super chats.
Is that like 500 subscribers is monetization? That's hilarious.
Yeah, they've Mitchell likes to say that they've changed it to 500, but they haven't. They just let certain people apply early, and for some reason I'm one of those people for whatever reason.
I think because if you have like a lot of viewership, like a lot of views, they'll like sort of streamline you, like expedite the process for you, like whatever. He'll get 1,000 subscribers at some point. Let's just get him on the ball here. So, you know.
And I don't think it was a coincidence. It happened after I've streamed every day for months, and then I stopped streaming for like 3 or 4 weeks, and then they hit me up. I viewed it as like they're trying to get me back, you know, like here's something to come back, right? That was my view, but could have been a
anyway, Ben, I'm so tired because you made me wait to get up on here, dude. I was just waiting forever for this guy to fucking let me on here. You banned all my stock accounts, so you know, I had to like do whatever I could to talk to you, you know, because I feel like, you know, we were talking about forgiveness on my stream or on EBT stream.
Yes,
I feel like that's important. You know, I feel like I don't hate you. I don't hate anyone. I never want to have hate in my heart to anyone. And so I feel like this was important that I talk to you and clear this shit out, man. I feel like there's no need for that anymore. You know, especially now in these days and in our life. Like, no way, man. I have no room for that, and I want to clear the air with people the best I can. You know, so, and I was pissed off at EBT earlier about coming on. I was just like, why are you being nice to him? And then I realized how stupid I was being. You know, I had to collect myself and realize that was a stupid way to behave. It was possessive. And, you know, there's no room for hate in my heart anymore, and I don't want it anymore. And I don't want to hate anyone. I don't want to hurt anyone. I don't do that. Sometimes the way I speak to people is bad, and they take it the worst way. And it's my job to fix that. It's my job to fix my communication with people. It's my job to get my message across to people in a better way. So.
Yes,
I never hated you, Benton. I never had any sort of like really like deep hatred for you at all. No, I never did. I was just confused. Like, well, what's the deal? So, but I'm glad we got through that, and I hopefully we can progress in a more positive manner.
I would love that, sir.
Well, I appreciate that. So, have a great night, Ben. Happy birthday, bro.
Thank you. And it's morning, but have a good day. Get some
Not
rest.
to me.
Yeah, I know.
Not to me.
I know. It's still nighttime. The sun's up.
I've had a few scotch and sodas tonight, so it's okay. I have a weird sleep schedule, and that like this is like sort of morning to me. Not really morning, but this is sort of still my evening. But anyway, don't need to explain myself.
No worries, brother.
Anyway, God bless, brother. Have a great night, man. Happy birthday.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for stopping by. Wow, that was unexpected, and I don't regret finishing up the slideshow, but it's a tad unfortunate that I made the man wait. But I guess that what's funny is people may have an opinion as to his sincerity. I would say the fact that he was willing to wait around so long, because he was backstage for damn near the entire slideshow. The fact that he was willing to wait around so long, I think that probably speaks to his sincerity, most likely. And Ginger Ridge loving TBE, indeed. And and if TBE actually wants to understand, okay, perhaps I can help facilitate. Let me choose my words carefully here. I've lost it. Sorry, I'm back. The battery is not maintaining proper connection without the door. Hang on. Where is the door to the? Where's the friggin' door? So, focus, piece of garbage. Nice. Apparently, Provo Kid attended Santa Barbara City College, by the way. Although he seemed to have trouble remembering what it was called, and I posted in his chat, it's SBCC, City College, not Community College. And I'm not, well, thanks. Yeah, thanks. Appreciate it. It's just mic problems. I got to get new batteries. And I'm going to get new batteries thanks to everyone's generous donations, by the way. Because these, even if you buy them on Amazon in bulk, these ain't cheap. And yeah, I understand I didn't have to choose this mic setup, but I like it because I tried to go live on my phone using this, but I think the problem is my little splitter that goes into the phone is a piece of junk. So once I get a new one of those, the versatility of this will be made known. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, apparently he attended SBCC. It was the first school he went to out of high school from that was my understanding. So, since I've necessarily learned things about my personality, I honestly don't remember, other than I know I was like super fucking horrible to TBE and a voice cringe out of nowhere, like just completely out of left field. And we were developing some sort of mutual regard for one another at the time. We seemed to both be, enjoying certain aspects of each other's personalities at the time. Although he had rubbed me in wrong, he did, and that's back when I could be triggered through the text chat more effectively. So probably it was my own failure. I probably allowed resentment to build up based on being triggered by the live chat, which is part of the reason I'm not that triggered by the live chat. The CBO crew certainly helped me be less triggered than I otherwise would be by text chat. That's absolutely a thing. Oh, awesome. I'm actually low-key a Farrakhan fan, believe it or not. Not in a trying to join their church, which not that they would have me anyway. But, I think he's the. I'll put it this way: when Farrakhan passes, he will not be replaced. But anyway, we're not going religion. Sorry, I almost did it. I do. Yeah. Anyway, no religion. No religion talk. No religion genes. So let me go to Wikipedia, and I think we can. This is where Benton will reveal some things about his character or flaws in character. And this is I'm not going to be looking good in this, but it is what it is. And part of the reason why some people will rock with me, arguably, is that I will just say this bullshit, even though it doesn't make me look good at all. Just like me taking my shirt off and my pants off, it doesn't make me look good. Hang on. Oh, here we go. Apologies. So ultimately, this is what TBE experienced at my hand through no look. I don't know what he did or didn't do. It ultimately doesn't matter. You know, I live in a world in which perhaps, and certainly nobody earns the way I treated him, but in my view, but you know, in my mind, I'm sure I felt justified, but that's an irrational emotion, right? So as much as I accuse TBE of falling into excessive irrational emotionalism, well, I do that also. And I certainly, this is my perception of TBE, is that he's a sensitive artist on some level, right? And that there is some measure of, you know, some sort of creative, what I would refer to as genius in there. And I'm also a sensitive artist type on some level, so I can relate. But antisocial behavior is what. Now, I do not have the disorder. Thank God I have no actual disorders, but I certainly have a decent smattering of what would be referred to by psychology as antisocial behavior. And it says here, very important, not to be confused with antisocial personality disorder. Asociality, which I think is actually someone who just doesn't want to socialize. Yeah, asociality is their lack of motivation to engage in social activity. The antisocial person does a lot of interacting, but they do it in a way that's about to be described. Antisocial behaviors, sometimes called dissocial behaviors, are actions which are considered to violate the rights of others. So really what me and TB are talking about is that in some way I transgressed upon him at the level of his actual humanity, which is always wrong, regardless of what he may or may not have done, regardless of what I may or may not have been experiencing or feeling at the time. And there's always been something about me. And then this also gets into the dark triad, the so-called dark triad of personality, which also men with this dark triad tend to also attract women to some extent for whatever reason. But these are actions which are considered to violate the rights of others by committing crime, which I don't commit crime, or nuisance, such as stealing, and physical attack, which I don't engage, which I did shoplift as a teenager to some extent, or non-criminal behaviors such as lying and manipulation. Now, here we go. Now we'll get into the meat of it. It is considered to be disruptive to others in society. And what you can see is this has caused, I will say, okay, it seems to have resulted in disruptions in others in these so-called truth communities and within TBE specifically, right? But it also it's had a ripple effect onto other people also, right? And that ultimately I can make excuses and attempt to justify the antisocial behavior, but at the end of the day, it's still antisocial behavior. This can be carried out in various ways, which includes, but is not limited to, intentional aggression, which I think is what we're talking about, although not physically. I definitely was extremely aggressive towards him in a non-physical way, obviously. And I am one of the most aggressive people that you're ever going to find, although not physically. So, well, and not in a beat you up context. But if anybody would have ever viewed me on the basketball court, they would have seen that I was perhaps the most aggressive player on the court, as well as covert and overt hostility. So what we saw with my recent awkward and confusing interaction with O'Shea is something that might be referred to as overt hostility. That was just hostility towards him. Antisocial behavior also develops through social interaction within the family and community. It continuously affects a child's temperament, cognitive ability, and their involvement with negative peers, dramatically affecting children's cooperative problem-solving skills. Now it seems to me like most of this behavior did not manifest in me in childhood, probably because, and now we can get into, is Benton actually a lay expert in human psychology like he claims to be? Probably because as the firstborn, my understanding of psychology and child psychology is that each child picks a discrete, meaning unique strategy for achieving and receiving their parents' love and approval. And as the firstborn, I had unlimited choice, right? So such that my way to attempt to gain my parents' approval was by following the rules to the best of my ability, but not following the rules to be seen by them as one who is a good boy who does what he's told and follows the rules perfectly across time, right? So then when my sister comes along 3 years later, well, now she can't choose the same strategy. So now she can't please my parents by being a rule follower. She must develop her own discrete strategy for achieving love and approval from the parents, right? So this was the basis of my motivation as a young person for getting involved in being seen as one who follows the rules. Meanwhile, so as a part of that, these antisocial behaviors never fully expressed, although I'm sure they came out at times in my youth. It was only until, my full testosterone levels kicked in and I really got in love with my own bullshit that I then would engage in antisocial behavior. And for various reasons, most of the time, the people around me were unable to stop me or dissuade me from engaging in antisocial behavior. And this is certainly something when the behaviors of my uncles, my dad's oldest brothers, the twin terrors, based on what I've heard from my family of their interactions as young men, they engaged in a lot of antisocial behavior and nobody could stop them. And to some degree, that was my experience, was that my force of personality and strength of character, how I come across in spite of, and especially once I puffed myself up and built a bunch of muscles and made myself physically stronger and was intimidating to some extent, debatably or arguably, nobody could really make me not be antisocial or engage in antisocial behavior at times. Many people also label behavior which is deemed contrary to the prevailing norms for social conduct as antisocial behavior. However, researchers have stated that it is a difficult term to define, particularly in the UK, where many acts fall into this category. Okay, well, I don't even know anything about that. Anyway, I think y'all are smart enough to pick up what I'm putting down. And, where does that come from? Most likely coming in part from high levels of, trauma from a very young age, which I would tie back to my cult upbringing. And now I do have a memory of, this seems to be the night of sharing, right? Or the morning of sharing now. So one of my earliest memories, and I've stated, and you can see this is uncomfortable. This is uncomfortable for me to talk about, right? And my dad was a very, he was a young parent, right? And I've forgiven my father for all of these things, and I don't hold any of this against him, but I hope my mama's not watching, because my mama's been watching some of the recent broadcasts, but hopefully she's not watching. I hope not, Mama. With I don't know. This might be Benton shedding the tears on stream for the first time, perhaps. And none of this is an excuse, by the way. This is not Benton excusing his behavior. And honestly, I have no explanation for why, other than these general topics. I have no, because he didn't do anything, because it's not his fault. You know, the ways in which I transgressed against Toilet Bowl, I'm going to call him Tinfoil because that's how I first knew him. You know, whatever Tinfoil, whatever I may have decided, ultimately I perceived, rightly or wrongly, a transgression against me in a drunken stupor. Not an excuse, by the way. I'm merely stating the environment in which this occurred. And I have very little memory of this. I was probably in a blackout. Again, not an excuse, but most likely in a blackout. And it was my own inability to deal with the fake pandemic and all of the rapid change in society. And if I am undiagnosed autistic, and you know, again, it's going to sound like excuses. I'm attempting to paint a picture here. I was raised by my domineering, in some ways, domineering father to never make an excuse. Meanwhile, my father is full of nothing but excuses. And I don't hold that against him, but he has never practiced what he preached in that regard. Now, when his father was around, that's probably what his father taught him. And in my dad's interactions with his father, most likely he lived that, but he did not carry it into the rest of his life. My father certainly did not carry that into, you know, his interactions with us kids, you know. And oh, is my mom here? Yeah. Hi, Mrs. Benton. Well, she's a pain now. My mom's, well, now I'm doxing my mom, but yeah, she's not a Benton anymore, but I understand what you meant. Yeah, now I'm doxing my own mama. Let's not do that, sir. But thanks, Gary. Thanks. Appreciate that. But so most likely, I did enter into a fear space, which for me, like I've talked about, August 12th Leo, it's not about the fear and the courage or lack thereof. To me, I'm going to perceive that as I'm perceiving it as aggression, whether it's true aggression or not. And I've always responded to aggression with greater aggression, and it's worked, right? Like, it's like, hey, it works right up until it doesn't, right? So that's always worked for me. It's been almost never that some male has become aggressive against me. I've almost always been able to extinguish their aggression with my ability to become even more aggressive. So probably that's what I thought I was doing in my blackout, which again is no justification. Right. And we've seen that I do have a strong ability to misread in a situation, right? Especially in a blackout, but again, not an excuse, right? And if TBE sees this later and can get something out of it, that's great, you know. And kudos to him for his introspection. See, we see that, you know, almost all humans, indeed, Razvan, break the cycle. And I don't know if you know this, Razvan, and Razvan's talking about his dad. In fact, I'm the only person in my family, both immediate and extended, that never had kids. I'm literally the only one. And furthermore, both my sisters had children at a young age, and to some extent, they did continue what I would view as a cycle of abuse through strict disciplinarianism and being mean to the child, right? Okay. And I recognize, based on these patterns, that had I done what almost everybody from Arkansas did back then, and if I had popped out a kid, you know, by extension, via a woman's womb, via inseminating a woman, although not for a lack of trying, by the way, most likely my stuff's no good. So I can come on here and brag about my testosterone all I want. Well, maybe I might have knocked up one chick once. Maybe. I don't know. She would never tell me either way. She started acting really fucking weird, and I think maybe. Don't know. Anyway, not the point. So what I'd said to my parents what I'd said to my family when I was still dealing with some of the trauma and abuse I went through, although it wasn't intentional, right? The cult did it to me. My parents were preyed upon by a cult that then did this to me as a young person. So again, not an excuse. provided merely for context. So I recognize at a certain point, oh, if I had had kids at their age that my parents did, and at the age my sisters did, I would have continued the cycle of abuse. So in a way, Razvan, I broke the cycle by not having children at the age of 20. Now that I've evolved in many ways, probably I could have children and not continued this cycle of abuse. But between my stuff most likely being no good and I'm probably not fertile, most likely, between that and just my health, and then it's probably not part of my path, in conjunction with now no desire to get into yet another romantic relationship with a woman, although it could happen. God, I hope not. Thanks, thanks, Yurt. Appreciate that. Oh man, appreciate that, brother. And if I go camless soon, it's because my connection is gonna go to shit. But I'm gonna ride this thing till the wheels fall off, or all the batteries are dead. So we're 7 hours in. I am gonna take a break at some point, but not yet. And a lot of abuse, man. A lot of family abuse. TBE seems to have experienced the highest, damn near the highest level possible. Although I don't know how much was done to him directly, and it's ultimately it's none of my business. Now I will say, the reality is when people go on the internet and air their dirty laundry in a way, ultimately it's still none of my business. And the reality is, it doesn't make it right. But I'm the type of person where once somebody unlocks a new rule to the game, meaning, oh, now anything put out publicly on the internet is fair game. Well, now I will go there. Now, that certainly is not to my credit, right? It doesn't make me look good. But then we get into other personality traits, which thank God I don't suffer. I don't have any of these disorders, but if we look at what is sociopathy, what is psychopathy as defined by psychology, well, narcissism. Oh, he's coming back. All right. Yes, sir. Are you here, sir?
Hey, what's up, man? Sorry, a little bit of an insomniac. Can you unban me so I can be in the chat?
Yeah, give me a minute. I'm a boomer, and I tried to do that earlier, and I realized I couldn't do that and the broadcast. But if you'll hang out for 1 second, I'll do that while you're here. Because if you drop off, I'll just forget and start rambling. So 1 moment.
No, that's fine.
Cool. Yeah, but we're doing that now. Doing that now, sir.
I really don't have. I don't have any shame about revealing my family history online. I don't give a shit. It is what it is, and if people want to be demonic about it and attack me with it, that's fine. Like Rob Cleveland did earlier, that's fine. You want to attack me with it, that's fine. I don't care. It really just shows people. It really shows people's character when you reveal information to them like that. Yeah.
Okay. I have you unblocked, so give me a second because I still don't totally know how this works, but I know where to go to unmute you now. Hang on.
It's like in your settings where your community tab or something, and then it's like all those like weird little icons of their pages with the X on it. It's hilarious.
Well, the funniest. Go ahead.
No, mine is literally just Bokere and all his fucking sock accounts. That's the only people I really have blocked on my channel.
Well, bear with me. My connection's going to shit, so we're waiting for all this to load. But I think I know where to go here. It's just going to take a minute because I am a boomer. Let's face the reality.
And that's the thing. I have to forgive Rob Cleveland for being fucking cruel to me about my family. Like I say that out loud, and I shouldn't have, because the world is abusive and manipulative. Anything you tell the world, any sort of information or any personal information you tell the world is going to be up for grabs to manipulate. and diminish and be dominative.
Man will dominate, and we're not going biblical, but man will dominate man to his own injury.
Yeah.
So it's very much a true statement.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, hang on. I'm doing it right now. TBE and Tinfoil are both unmuted on the channel.
I just can't sleep. I'm just like, I'm such a fucking tedious I'm always on Fruity Loops, like doing editing and shit like that. Like I have this weird insomniac spirit that I can't sleep sometimes. So I'm just like, especially on the weekends when I can actually do it, I'm just up for no reason.
I get it. I get it.
It's terrible. It's really not good because I need sleep.
Yes,
I don't know what it is. Some people can function. I've read about people that can function with less sleep.
Yes.
And it makes me feel kind of better about it, but I don't know how I should feel about it. I feel like I should get my sleep. Sometimes I feel manic, because I don't know. I feel like my mind is working overtime when my body wants to shut down. It's a very bad dynamic. It feels flip-flopped. And I think that's why sometimes I drink, because I just want to reset the whole fucking hard drive. Because part of me wants to go to sleep and part of me wants to stay awake. So I'm just like, all right, fuck this. I'm just gonna nuke you both at the same time.
Yep. I get
Which
it.
is a hilarious code to justify drinking yourself to death. But
Woo. Yes, sir.
Do you use any EQs when you're on StreamYard? It's just the mic. Yeah,
Yes.
this fucking mic I got here. Hold on, let me turn my thing on. Yeah, this mic right here is the worst mic of all time. And I got this at a music store. I don't even know what the brand is, but the worst mic of all time. I would rather have bought a mic from Radio Shack. You remember the old boomer mics, the boom mics from Radio Shack? I would have rather have bought that. USB mics are literally the most overrated trash of all time.
Oh, I've never fucked with a USB mic. I never will. Trash.
They're the worst, bro. Like any little thing just like fucking just ruptures the whole thing. And I think they manufacture these on purpose to be fucking awful to use. Does it last? It's like these video games these kids play on PlayStation or Xbox, where it's like these forever microtransactions, where it's like you have to just keep buying and keep buying and keep buying. Nothing's built to last anymore. Just like the stupid Kias. No offense to you, Ben. I know you drive a Kia. Do you drive a Kia?
I now have a 2012 Nissan Versa hatchback, which is
you have a Nissan. Nissans are good. Nissans are great. Never mind. You're good. Isn't Kia the Korean shit?
Yeah, I had a Kia. I had a Kia Sorento briefly.
Yeah, I knew a bunch of thoughts that drove Kias. All the thoughts drive Kias, bro. All the fucking sluts drove Kias.
Well, I had
but Nissan's good.
It's not important now, but yeah.
Yeah. Nissans are good, right? Is that Toyota? Is that a Toyota?
No, it's the same as Infinity, like Infinity Nissan.
Huh.
Yeah, Toyota is Lexus.
Oh, right. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
is that no? Nissan is the Honda, right? That's the Honda company.
No, Honda and Acura Honda. Yeah. I used to love cars, by the way.
How do I not know this about Nissan? Because I used to own one. What the fuck?
You're probably not a car guy. I used to be a car guy.
I'm not a car guy, but I appreciate cars now in my older age. I was so immature about cars in my younger age. My first car was a '82 Volkswagen Rabbit. It was a
Wow.
convertible. Yeah, it was a stick
Oh,
shift.
convertible. Wow.
Yeah, it was awesome. I fell
Yeah.
asleep in that fucking thing going 90 on the highway, and I woke up grinding the left wall of I think it was whatever the highway is going into Brown Summit, North Carolina. I think it was like I-75. I don't know, whatever the fucking highway was, but yeah, I was grinding the fucking wall, and the tire exploded. The front left tire exploded, which is what woke me up. I was listening to like the most insane death metal all the way there. I was surprising my older girlfriend at the time who graduated from Emory. But yeah,
Nice.
that was my first car. I was like 16, 17. Stick shift. It was the hardest. I mean, I feel like I was building muscle, fucking moving from first to second to third and fourth gear. It was insane.
Yeah, man.
But those older cars really teach you how to fucking shift gears, man. I'll tell you that.
Hell yeah, bro.
Were you a stick shift man or were you an automatic man?
Did you say was? The Verse is a 6-speed, baby.
Say what?
It's my car's a manual. I intentionally bought a manual.
Oh, okay. All right. That's what's up. That's what's up.
Yeah. I don't recommend it, by the way, because in the modern age, it's a little more expensive because like the clutch needs replacing. And then just trying to, without me having a way to, elevate the car, I can't even check the level of fluid in the transmission because all these places don't even know what to do anymore.
How much is gas where you are?
330-ish.
Damn, bro, it's fucking awful here. It's like 380 here. Just fucking the worst, bro.
And Razvan dropping a $5 sterling pound, whatever, however you say that. He says, TBE, monetize your channel, bro. I want to buy you a coffee.
I would love donations because I wish I could provide more to the people around me that I see on a day-to-day basis that need help. I feel like I'm not a good enough Christian because I feel like I only provide which protects myself. You know what I mean? Like I'm not like so overly I don't self-expenditure myself as much as I should, and I feel guilty about it. I feel like I only give that which keeps me safe, and I don't know. It's something that like it's a thing that haunts me lately that I don't do enough, and I should be doing enough. I should be doing more, and I do try. I make lunches. I make lunches for the people I see on a day-to-day basis, but I should be I shouldn't be waiting to run into them. I should be going and seeking them out. I feel like it's lazy for me to be like, okay, well, I'll just make them food and I'll see them while I'm on my way to work. It's expedient for me. It's like, and I feel like a shithead for that. I feel like it shouldn't be like, oh, it's just a check mark on my day. I give them a bag of food and I'm good.
1 second.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, bro.
No, not you. Aphrodite's down there. I think she's figured out that I've spent a lot of time in Isla Vista, perhaps, and she wants to come talk about that. So if you care to continue, and if Aphrodite's patient, we will, I'll happily listen to whatever you have to say. I'll kind of leave that up to you, which direction.
Oh, no, you go ahead, man. Do whatever you want, man. It's your channel, bro.
Well, she's very excited down there, so I want to bring her.
She wants to talk to us.
Yeah.
Aphrodite,
hey,
how are you?
Aphrodite. How are you? Can't hear you.
You're muted. You're muted. We can't hear you.
There we go. We'll wait, Shaw, while she figures it out here. She might have to. There we go. Maybe. Hey, lady, are you there? No.
No, we can't hear you, ma'am.
It's been 7.5. It's been 7 hours. We'll wait.
I
think
mean-
you're here now.
I mean, mind you, this woman did graduate medical school, so give her a second, please.
TBE
think-
got jokes. TBE got jokes. No.
We can't hear you, ma'am. Yeah, let me fix my. I'll cam up too.
Nothing. I know.
Ma'am, we cannot hear you, ma'am.
Gotta love the technology.
Yeah.
Is it a phone? Yeah, she'll come back. She'll fix it.
There we go.
How do you do that where you just zoomed around like that? See, I don't even know how to do that.
Well, do you have OBS?
I'm not using it right now, but yeah.
Okay, so when you have OBS, you can set up each different scenes. Like I can change the scene to me being Yakub tinfoil.
Oh, okay.
There's me, and then it's this whatever. So there's different scenes you could use, and using this right here, you add different things like what you're looking at is my my video, my cam, and then there's other things you
Okay.
can add on like green screens and image and whatever. Dude, OBS is awesome, but it's not good for I mean, you can't
Ease of
really
use.
go. Yeah, you need 2 monitors if you're going to do like a streamer thing with OBS.
Hello.
Hey,
There she is.
Ah, okay.
How are you?
All right.
Everybody, how are you, dear?
I'm
Pretty good.
good. How are you guys?
Good. How are you? What are you doing today?
Oh, just chillaxing at my family's house.
Nice.
I heard convertible rabbit, and I just had to call in.
Okay.
Oh yeah, it was. I bought it for $600. Somebody was just trying to give it away.
I thought you were just like stealing my life story or something, because that's my first car.
No, yeah, 1982 Rabbit.
Mine was an 87.
Yeah, I think it was like, man, that car was such a piece of shit. Let me tell you, it was the fucking worst car. The convertible part of it is not a convertible. It's like so much work to put the convertible down. Like you gotta like snap these things together and all this shit. Like, but it was a cool car. The interior was awesome. The clutch was great, but it was these older cars. You really have to like put some fucking muscle into the clutch, not like these newer models you see, which is like not even a clutch. I don't know, they barely even resemble like a manual transmission.
Well, now they don't even really make manual transmissions like on.
I think they're going to pretty much like phase those cars out altogether.
Yeah,
especially
if you could learn to drive a manual, that is a valuable skill to have.
Oh yeah. You know what's funny? I was in traffic, and I don't really like AC, so I have my windows down a lot. And when the light turned green, I swear I heard like 7 cars. You know how electric cars like turn on? They're like, it was like 8 cars at the same time turning on, and it was so jarring to me. I was just like, man, literally everybody has electric cars around me. It's insane. Nobody has like real like gasoline run cars right now.
Is it really fuel efficient to like for the cars, the cars that turn off at lights and then turn back on?
Yeah, I really don't know. I don't know anything about that. I'm not a car guy. It's just weird. It was just such a weird moment for me. I was just like, what the fuck, really? I'm in a German engineered car because I trust Germans with engineering because they're the smartest with it. They're proven smart with engineering. So I'm going to trust them.
So you still drive a Volkswagen?
Oh, yeah.
But they just had a bunch of problems, didn't they, with their motors?
I don't know about the newer models. I have
They had a big recall.
I have a relatively newer, but not super new. Like it's like 10 years old. It's like a 2013 car.
Is
But
it
it's
Benton's
amazing.
birthday?
It is his birthday.
Happy birthday, Benton. There's a balloon for you.
Yeah, we're having some good vibrations out here, making up and having non-confrontational, venomous interactions, which is what YouTube wants you to behave, right?
I don't know. That's the way you treat me.
Well,
I thought that was just your personal nature.
no. Well, Aphrodite, you have to understand, like, I believe a certain thing. Okay.
What, being an
So
asshole?
when you say things and you post things about the Orthodox and the Catholic are going to hell, how do you want me to react to that?
I don't
Do you
know.
want me to be like,
you obviously
you want me to be
do
like,
opiates,
yeah, you're right,
and then
Aphrodite,
you
you're
tell
right.
me I do smack when you're obviously like strung out
Well,
right
well,
now,
I apologize
like with
for
the
that.
biggest
I'm
black
sorry.
circles
I'm sorry
around
if
your eyes.
I'm
Like-
sorry if I called you a smack guy. I mean, but isn't this the game? Isn't this the gladiator
No.
YouTube thing? I don't want to do that.
Why? Because you're paid to do that? Oh yeah, wipe your eye. I don't want to do that. TBE.
What does me wiping my eye have to do with anything?
Because
I'm
you're
talking to you like-
signaling.
I'm talking to you like a real person.
Are you a real person?
Well, yeah, I'm right here, right?
Yeah, but like, are you told what to say and who to pick on and like who to tell, like make videos that they're drug addicts and stuff when you're like,
When
all
you
strung
say, I'm
out
sorry,
yourself?
I'm sorry, Aphrodite. When you say weird fucking blasphemous things, I'm sorry. Sometimes I attack people for saying fucked up things. You say you have the blood of Christ running through your veins. How am I supposed to interpret that?
I don't know. Like, with love and kindness, what would Jesus do?
Yeah, I'm correcting you. That's fucking weird. Aphrodite.
Is that
you know
how
that's
Jesus
weird.
would act?
You
Is that
change
how-
your positions about your worldview literally almost every few months.
Give me an example.
Blood over intent.
I haven't strayed away from blood over intent. I've been like the steadfast freaking
so blood over
one that
intent
hasn't
before-
recanted.
So why would you need the blood of Christ in your body for blood over intent to work to reclaim your identity?
It's reversing the spell
you're-
that's done on you when you're born by the Vatican, and like getting Christ consciousness and like ownership over your DNA. Like it's a ritual that you perform for yourself and for the
For yourself.
universe. Yeah.
Yourself. Okay,
Mhm.
so you believe in salvific.
Have you
means.
watched any episodes
You
of
believe
Black
in
Mirror?
salvific means,
Do you watch
right?
Black Mirror on Netflix?
I've seen some episodes, yeah.
Have you noticed like they all have blood over intent in them? Like every episode, like they like drop a drop of blood and then like something happens.
Well, what do you mean? Like which episodes? I've seen them all.
Like the last 3, like they drop a blood on like a talisman. They like
I mean, they do that a lot in horror movies too.
yeah,
Drop some
because it's
blood.
all about the blood. It's your code. It's your DNA code. It's your computer
So-
code. It's your code in the matrix.
So
unless you,
I'm
like,
supposed to
declare
derive truth from scenes
universe-
from horror movies and Black Mirror about blood.
Or you can go to your whatever little preacher you go to and listen to him. I don't care. You do what you want.
Okay, so I just want to understand something. So Hollywood is telling us the truth by giving us these clues, right?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of disclosure.
Why would they tell you? Why?
Because they have to. It's called the Hegelian dialect. They have to tell
Wait,
you.
wait,
and
wait,
then-
wait. No. That's not Hegelian dialectic. Hegelian dialectic is
In plain
creating
sight.
a problem and introducing the solution so they accept it easily.
That's also part of it is you have to do it in plain sight. You have to tell the
Well, why?
person you're
No,
doing it.
no. So why do they need to tell you? That's what I don't
Because
understand about truth.
that's how the spell works.
What spell?
The spell that's being cast over your DNA. And the mind control.
Which is that? What is that?
What do you mean, what is that?
What spell is being cast over our DNA?
when you're born and your heel is pricked and it's gone unregistered at the Vatican.
So when my
Your
when my
soul
foot
is
touches the ink
spelled.
and touches the paper, that's a spell to you.
Yeah.
Why? How?
It's
How so?
blood on ink.
Blood on ink. A foot, ink, and paper is blood on ink.
Do you believe in the government system?
Well, answer my question. How is that blood?
Answer my
How is
question.
that a blood transaction when it's a foot, ink, paper?
How is it not?
There's no blood involved.
When they stick your heel as a baby, there's no blood involved?
Who's sticking people's heels? What are you talking about?
When a baby's born in the United States, they have a heel prick test. They say it's a test, but your blood it started in 1983, the year I was born, and your DNA is put on a register that no longer becomes your property anymore. It's the property of the government, Vatican, whoever you want to say. And unless you declare to the universe,
DNA is the government owns your DNA.
basically, unless you do blood over intent.
I mean,
Or
in some regards, it is true.
Most Christians give their DNA to the Lord, their Lord, Lord, lead me the way, or whatever.
Absolutely.
So yeah,
because we partake in the Lord's we partake in the Lord's grace.
Give it to Baphomet, who is the actual Lord of that whole thing.
No, he's not.
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense.
We
partake in the Lord's grace because the Lord died and resurrected.
Was the Lord's grace like during
and
the
Lord
Inquisition?
Told us,
what about the Inquisition?
And the Lord told us to partake in his body and blood. And you may say that it's cannibalism, but it's not, because we're talking about God. We're not talking about a creature. We're not talking about a rotting corpse.
So if you have your own blood and it's Christ's blood, you partake in the blood.
Yeah, we partake in God's body.
So you'd rather
eat
blood. So you prefer eating blood as opposed to actually claiming ownership over your own blood? You'd rather eat Jesus's blood like a vampire.
Well, in effect, to sort of have some common ground. In effect, yes, that's happening because I'm partaking. Because I'm communing with the Lord, with God.
So you can live forever like a vampire.
Because I'm communing with God, because I'm submitting and being obedient to God, because God is the ultimate good in this world, not you, not your moral conscience, not your moral compass, but God.
Well, I was born in God's image, so.
Correct, but you reject him. You reject him in your actions.
No, I don't. I own it. I own.
No, you do.
God.
No, you don't. You reject him when you do things like blood over intent. You do when you reject God when you do blood over intent. Did Jesus
reject God when he made fishes for people and wine out of water? Was that rejecting God?
Wait, I'm sorry. Say that again.
When Jesus gave all the fishes to the people and turned the water into wine, was that rejecting God?
Jesus is God. What do you mean by rejecting God?
Oh, I'm God too. Like Jesus. Jesus said, be like me. And I am listening to Jesus. So yeah, there you go. Proof.
Okay, so
proof.
There's also a lot of other things that he said, not just be like me.
Oh, what else did he say?
Maybe we shouldn't just listen to a couple of things and just put your hooks into that and just disregard the rest. Do you think that's irresponsible way of communicating someone's message? By listening to one part and disregarding the rest, do you think that's an honest display of what somebody was about?
The Council of Nicaea disregarded a lot of Jesus's teachings and left it out of the Bible. They left out his whole adolescence. They left out like a lot of crap. So
the Council of Nicaea was about the Trinity. Yeah,
the Trinity is the Father, the Mother, and the Child. That's the Trinity.
No, it's the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
No, you need the woman in there. That's the whole thing, is they cut out the woman.
No, because Mary
Because
was
the woman
human.
is the blood of Christ.
Mary was human. Mary wasn't of the divine essence. Mary was a creature, unfortunately.
Oh, so at least you agree with me that human is a monster.
I never said humans are monsters.
You just said human is not divine.
Of course, they're not of the divine essence.
Man and woman is divine, though.
I mean, that's your opinion.
That's what it says in Genesis.
But what you're implying
you
is
don't agree with me that a man
what you're
and a woman
implying is it's of the divine essence. Like
It is.
they're literally made of
Prove-
God. No, you're
Prove
not.
to me that it isn't.
No,
Prove
you're
to me
not.
that
You're a
it's not.
creature. You're not made of God's essence.
In Genesis, it said God made a creature. Is that what it said?
You're
God made a monster?
You're not made of God's essence. Do you understand what that means?
What
Do you
is
understand what it means to be God?
Do you understand what Genesis says?
Yeah, I do. We are made in his image. Correct.
Okay, so isn't that the essence?
What does made in his image mean? What does image mean to you?
It means that God copied himself.
Image. Does that mean exact duplicate?
We
Or
live
is it
in
a
3D.
depiction?
We live
Or
in a
is it a
3D
depiction
realm.
of his character?
God is your thoughts in your head. It's ethereal. And then we are in physicality. So
It's a
there is
depiction
no
of his
image.
character. It's not a duplicate.
Oh,
Made in his
I think
image
you're putting
isn't
things,
like.
I think you're putting things into Genesis that aren't there.
No, I'm not. I have Genesis.
Yeah,
here.
you are.
Would you like me to read it?
Maybe you could read it on your own time and then come back with your thoughts on it. But
I mean, you're not a Christian, so why does it matter to you?
I think I'm more of a Christian than you are.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
Is Jesus Lord? Is Jesus your Lord and Savior?
I don't have a Lord. I don't have a
Okay, there you go.
Lord.
You're not a Christian.
Lord means loaf giver.
You're not a Christian. That is the literal bare minimum. That is a literal bare minimum.
Did Jesus invent Christianity? Did he? Did he call it Christianity while he was alive? Or did the people that killed him make a religion called Christianity? I think that's what happened. The people that crucified Jesus made a religion called Christianity.
Do you know why Jesus was crucified?
Yeah, from the Pharisees.
Why was he crucified?
For blasphemy. Jesus was crucified for breaking the 10 Commandments. That's what he was, for breaking the Sabbath day. Yeah. Jesus went against the 10 Commandments.
You were right. You were right when he said blasphemy, but you weren't right about
it was blasphemy against the religion of the time, which was Judaism. And he was blasphemous against the 10 Commandments.
So Jesus
and that's why they crucified him. Yeah.
Jesus was crucified.
He was holding church sessions and underground meetings. He was not holding the Sabbath day holy, which was Saturday.
Jesus was crucified because he claimed to be the Son of God, and the Pharisees, the Sanhedrin, the Pharisees and the Sadducees found this to be blasphemous. You were right, but you didn't give me the right explanation.
No, there was also he wasn't holding the Sabbath day.
But this is why the Jews were fucked. This is why the Jews were fucked up, because what happened was they didn't tell Pontius Pilate that. They lied to Pontius Pilate.
You like to listen to fairy tales and like pick and choose, but like when you go deeper,
I'm explaining to you what's happening here.
Jesus broke the 10 Commandments. He didn't live by the 10 Commandments. That's why there's two
let me
sections
explain
of the
to you
Bible.
why he was crucified. It's a little bit nuanced. So the Pharisees and the Sadducees go to Pontius Pilate, and they're like, this guy right here, he's a troublemaker. He wants to usurp the Roman crown. He wants to usurp the Roman monarchy. It was a false charge of sedition. They lied to Pontius Pilate, saying he wants to take over, basically.
I'm glad you got it all figured out. I hope it works out for you.
What do you mean figure it out? I'm explaining to you.
You're not explaining jack shit. No, he broke the 10 Commandments. That's why they put him.
He's God. What are you talking about? What commandment did he break?
He didn't stone the woman. He was working on the Sabbath.
What commandment is stoning the woman?
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife or whatever.
Jesus stole something? Is that what you're saying?
He didn't stone the woman. He didn't punish
What woman should have been stoned?
the adulterous woman.
Okay, so
And Jesus said,
you understand-
do thou without sin cast the first stone. You know that whole scene?
yes, I do understand that. Do you understand the different covenants of laws that were introduced to
That's
humanity?
what Jesus was against. He said that all these laws are fucked up and you don't have to do any laws. You don't have to read
Where did he ever
anything.
say
You
it
don't
was
have
fucked
to go
up?
to church. He said, roll up the
Aphrodite.
scroll in Nazareth. He said, roll up the scroll and just listen with your
Aphrodite,
ears.
where
only
did he
people
say
that
it was
could
fucked up?
read were extremely wealthy people that were sent to like the Pharisees' schools, which
Where did
was
Jesus
sent to.
say the old law was fucked up?
When he said, roll up the scroll and listen with your ears, listen with your heart.
What does
That's
that
where
have
I
to do
speak
with
to you.
the old law is fucked up? Where
When
is he saying that the old law is ridiculous or
they tried to come
unlawful?
they tried to come after him when he was like going through a field with his disciples and they were hungry, so they decided they were like going to harvest some wheat and like have a picnic in this field on a Saturday, and they accused him of not keeping the Sabbath day holy, and he said, no, that's not, like, you guys are hypocrites because you don't hold the same things to yourself because you do circumcisions on the Sabbath. That's working for your priests. So how can you do that on a Sabbath and that's okay? But I can't, harvest some wheat and eat and talk about God with my friends. Like,
What verse is that in the Bible?
I don't quote scripture.
Well, I'd like to look at it if you could tell me. I
I'm
understand
more of a
the part.
Christian than you are. So like, you're like a 3-year
You could say that. That's fine,
fake
Aphrodite.
Mason
You-
G worshiper, worshiping the big G.
You
But,
can say as
you ain't got nothing
you
on
can make
me,
yourself to
G.
believe whatever you want, Aphrodite.
Yeah.
You know,
Well,
what would
there's-
be edifying for you, Aphrodite? Like actual like exegesis and like real
it'd be edifying for you.
real
if
people to
some
help you
naloxone,
understand what these things
some
mean.
Narcan,
Because
get off the opiates and the benzos.
do you understand what
that might help with the like dark eye circle
oh
and
wow,
the
she's
insomnia.
accusing me of using drugs, which we got over
because you
earlier.
accused. Oh, we got over it?
I thought I apologized to you. Did you not hear it? Do you want me to say it again?
Sure.
I'm sorry if I said you were on drugs, Aphrodite.
You did say. Don't say if I said. You said it.
I did. Did I say
you
if
said
I
it multiple times.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry if I accused you of being on drugs.
You just said if you did. You did. So you could
I
say, I'm
just
sorry
corrected
for.
myself. How many times do you want to say it?
Yeah,
How many
you just
times
said
do you
it
want me to say
again.
it?
You said if I did. You did do it. See, like even with your little apologies, you're
If
like
you do
scapegoating.
drugs, if you did it, right?
You said,
All right,
if
Aphrodite, I'm going to say
sorry
this
if
one more
I
fucking
accused you.
time. Aphrodite, I'm sorry that I accused you of doing drugs. Is that good?
Thank you. That's good.
All right. Sheesh. What a diva. You're such a diva. You only have 2,000
What would Jesus
subscribers.
do? I don't.
Forgive you?
I just complained that they took away 3 and then it went down to 1.98. So I get punished every time I like expose.
Aphrodite, why are you crying about
shadow
one
banning.
view getting? Why are you crying about one view getting cut off from you? It's not a conspiracy. It's a glitch.
It's not one view, and it's not a glitch. I actually talked to the content creator support or whatever bot they had me talking to, and I screen recorded the whole conversation, and they totally discriminated against me.
2 views.
And they said
1 view.
no, it was like 22 views overnight that were taken off of my video, which is like actually a lot of money. But they said that
22 views is a lot of money. How much money is that?
Well, it's whatever YouTube wants to give you. Is that vodka?
No. It's scotch.
Clear?
How's it clear, woman?
Oh, it looked clear to me. So scotch at 11:30 in the morning.
Yeah, I have a weird sleep
Yeah.
schedule.
It's
I'm
funny,
not
these
ashamed.
guys, like
I can
you
say
guys
it
that
out
like
loud.
come
I
and
don't
make
care. I'm kind
content
of
about
ashamed.
me, like
You can't shame me,
I'm like the
Aphrodite.
cleanest of the clean compared to these peeps.
It looks like you're doing well at your parents' house. Your skin is clearing up. Yeah, it looks like
Maybe I just
on
have
the
better
road.
lighting.
I think on the road doesn't serve your dermatology all that great. See my skin? See that?
I see your unhealthy skin that like in your toxicity.
You don't have to be rude, Aphrodite. Do you have is that
What?
that wasn't an
When you're
invitation to
drinking
be rude?
drinking scotch, you think that's healthy?
Is that an invitation to be rude?
How am I being rude? You told me I'm blasphemous.
Yeah,
When
I
I'm
care
more
about
like
your
how
Aphrodite.
about
I care about your
you?
soul. I care about where you end up after you die.
So where do you think my soul's going if you believe in Jesus? If you believe Jesus saved everybody, do you
Not
think you
not
ask,
where you
do
think
you,
it's going, honey. Your
do
soul's
you, do
going
you
to
think,
Gehenna.
do you think that Jesus wanted you to ask for forgiveness every day?
Yes.
When he died on the cross for your sins, so you're like questioning if Jesus actually died on the cross for your
every day,
sins.
Aphrodite. I confess
Well,
every day.
why?
The
If
shitty
you
things I
confess
think
every day,
about,
then
the
you
shitty
don't
things that
you
I
don't believe in
do.
Jesus. If you're confessing every day, then you're actually questioning Jesus's miracle.
No, that's not
Yeah,
true.
you are.
That's a different school of thought, Aphrodite. You believe
No, that's questioning his
that's the eternal
actual
security doctrine.
his actual word.
Where after his crucifixion, it's over. Nobody has to do anything. That's eternal security. That's heresy.
Well, that's what he did it
where
for.
I come
That's
from.
what he did it. Why did he do it? He did it so that everybody has to keep on everybody just he did it so that people just continually do what they did before. No, he did it for a reason, to stop it, to end the law. He fulfilled the law. So when he fulfilled the law ends. Yeah. That's the ultimate sacrifice. The ultimate sacrifice. So you don't have to keep sacrificing. He saved all the people in hell, all the people in limbo, all the future people in hell, all the future people in limbo. That's why he did it.
No.
Yeah.
Have you read the book of John?
Have you read the Gospel of Thomas?
No, because the Gospel of Thomas is not canonical in our church because it's contradictory to the Gospels of everything else that was written about Jesus. Don't you understand that? When something is an aberration, when something is an aberration that isn't consistent, that's written in the 2nd century as opposed to the 1st, that's a problem. That's unreliable.
I think the whole Bible is unreliable.
Okay, so now we're going to the Bible's unreal. We gone from theology. You understand, you accept theology, but now you reject theology. Now it's the Bible's not real.
Okay, can you like explain Krishna? Can you explain Mithra? All of the deities that came before Jesus that have the exact same resurrection story. Horus.
I believe those are false gods influenced by satanic power, trying to drive men away.
It was the same Christ story before Christ existed,
or
it was made up after Christ existed.
Wrong. Soft similarities doesn't make it identical.
It's not soft. It's like they're identical stories. Like
they're bad. They're bad copycats. And this
how is it a copy if it's before?
This is zeitgeist fucking garbage propaganda that you believe wholesale. They're not the same. Mithra is
I'm
not
asking you a question. I didn't even say what I believe.
Cyrus is not the same as Jesus. I'm sorry. Go ahead. What were you asking me?
How can these stories exist before Jesus?
What story exactly in particular?
These resurrection stories. It's the same story.
I think that's sort of common in mythological mythology. It's very common that gods resurrect and this.
Oh, so Jesus is just 1 in a million. It's So then Jesus isn't special. You just admitted Jesus isn't special. It's not the
No,
only
Jesus
Christ.
is very special because
but
actually
in
Jesus.
past, all they did do it. Like it was just
Okay.
a common thing.
Okay.
That the prince died and then resurrected, went up to heaven and came back
Yeah,
with special
Jesus
powers.
is special because unlike all these other characters like Zeus or the Roman gods or all the pantheon and stuff like that, Jesus is
That's
man
not those.
and God. That's
Yeah,
the
so is
special
Krishna.
part about Jesus. He's man and God.
So
He's
was
not
Krishna.
just this lofty character. He's actually a person that walked among us and lived among us, serving and teaching in the flesh.
And so
Not
am
just some
I.
not just some lofty
I'm in the
concept.
flesh too. And I don't have to eat the flesh of Jesus. I can just claim that I am.
Well, I'm
the
not
blood
going
of
to follow
Christ.
you, Aphrodite. I'm sorry.
You don't have
You're
to. You can
confu- you're
follow this
confusing-
globe here. You can follow
Aphrodite,
this
you're
globe
confused and you live in a
with
bread
the
truck.
big G. You can
You live in a
follow
truck.
the big
No.
G since you worship it, you Mason.
Big G. You know who the Masons worship?
What? Why don't you tell
You know
me?
what Jobulon is?
Gobula?
Jobulon. That's who the Masons worship. The more
that with a
spiritual,
J or a
theistic
G?
Masons. It's a weird chimera, this homogenation of different gods together. Jobulon. It's satanic as fuck and retarded. So no, we're not Masons.
That's the first time
Hey, is
I've
my
heard
mic
that
okay?
term.
Yeah,
My mic
Lou.
okay?
Yes.
Yeah,
Thank
Lou.
you. How's it going, buddy?
How are you, Lou?
Are you still up? Like you haven't slept yet? I caught a little bit of your live stream last night. I don't know. I woke up around 3 o'clock or something like that.
Yeah.
And caught you guys, you and what's his name?
My work day starts at about 2 o'clock every day, so this isn't like weird. So
You go to work drunk?
no, I don't go to work drunk, Aphrodite.
What
This
do you
is
do, bro?
my sleep schedule.
What do you do,
You're
bro?
gonna start work at 2.
I'm a truck driver. I'm a distributor.
Holy shit.
Well, you definitely can't work
And I'm
drunk,
the one
for
that's
sure.
delusional. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, you claim to be a surgeon. I don't claim to be
I
anything
am.
else than what I am. You're not. Why are you on food stamps, Aphrodite?
Hey, why are you guys like butting heads and arguing? Why can't you guys just have a decent discussion of exchange of
Because he's
ideas?
a Mason and he's like been put out.
Well, you're not
Mason?
helping. You're not helping. You're not helping. I don't know you,
I'm a
lady.
Mason
Sorry,
now.
but you're not helping by accusing him of anything or whatever you feel. Just have an honest discussion. Like, let me
I
put
get my
out a
Dale
question.
Earnhardt shirt on today. You know, I'm in a good mood, man.
Can I put out a question to both of you, if you don't mind?
Demonic.
Can I put out a
What's
question?
demonic about my shirt?
Oh boy, you guys are
No,
wow.
it's demonic that you're drinking scotch in the middle of the day before noon. It's called spirits for a reason. You're like channeling spirits, literally.
Come on, children, let's get together now. Let's be adults.
Well,
Come on
it's
now.
amazing. It's amazing that I can dumpster you drinking scotch at 11 in
I
the
don't
morning.
think you've proven anything other than you're just like unintelligent.
I've dumpstered you. I've dumpstered every fucking point you've had. It's retarded what
Dumpstered?
you're talking about.
You live in a dumpster.
Yeah. Okay, that's real.
Are you guys done? Like, are you guys done?
Real creative, Aphrodite.
Come on.
Real creative. He is going to sort this all out. I have full faith in you guys.
Listen, can I ask just a simple question and let's talk like adults if you want. If you don't, whatever, I'll go.
I have
It's
been
okay.
talking like an
Can I
adult.
just ask a simple question? What is the image? What is, in your view, the image of God? Like they say, the Bible says at some point it says that we were created in the image of God. So I'm asking you individually, both can answer, whatever. In your mind, what is the image of God? What does God look like in your mind?
Well, the the Father, which is who we believe in the Orthodox Church, is the fountainhead of all life. He is the ineffable and unknowable source of all life. We will never know what that looks like. We are
That
only
sounds feminine.
We are only creatures.
Let him answer. Come on,
A
lady. What's
feminine
your name?
fountain? A fountain source? That sounds like
Aphrodite Rose. Be a grown up. Let him finish, and then you
I
can
am
go.
a grown up.
Then be quiet like one for a second.
You be quiet. Who
go ahead.
made you moderator?
Toilet bowl.
Papa Luigi.
Hey, I'm
Where's
here,
you
so
look
I
more like
decided to
Mario.
take on that role. You guys
Mario
are talking like
Bros.
children, so somebody's got to fucking straighten this shit out. Let him answer,
like
then
his
you
Mason
answer.
buddy?
What is the image of God? What
Where's
does it look like?
Benton?
What does God look like?
I was trying to explain that to you. So
it's a woman fountain.
Here we go. Fuck. Can you let him finish and then
Aphrodite
you
coming
go?
from the waves. A
she won't
fountain.
let me answer. She won't let me
Life,
answer.
evolution.
What are you drinking, lady? Because you look high on
runs
something.
through my veins. It's called
Okay,
life.
okay, let her go
I'm not a
first.
drug
Then if she's
addict,
too,
alcoholic.
if
Like,
she's too much of a, if she's too much of a child to let you finish, let her go first, and then you go. So what does God look like?
You go. I'll shut up.
Okay, after you fucked up his answer, then he goes. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So in the Orthodox Church, we believe in the monarchia of the Father. The Father is the fountainhead of all life, where the Son is proceeded from. The Son that becomes the God that becomes flesh is the procession of God's energy into the world. That's what we believe.
So what does he look like when you picture God in your mind? What do you see? Because we all visualize.
I don't know. I don't know. I can't picture something that what I believe is what is revealed to me. I can't speak about God's image, the Father, because I can't know that. I can never know that because I'm His creation. I'm a creature. I'm on the low part of that. I can never look the Father in the face. I can never see His energy. I would be dead.
Okay, fine. What about you, Miss?
But this is the thing about Christ. This is who Moses was talking to in the burning bush.
Yeah, well, never mind that right now. Let her answer first, and then I'll get to what I believe is my point.
Okay.
What do you picture when you think of God? What do I call you? Rose?
Me. No, you call me Aphrodite. No,
okay, Aphrodite.
You call her Kimberly.
Go ahead, Aphrodite. What do you see when you picture God in your mind? What is it? What's the vision that comes to you?
Me.
You see yourself.
Yeah.
You see yourself.
God made me in His image.
It's interesting.
So that's myself. If God made you in His image, that's you.
Yeah, but
yeah.
Okay, but
that's how simple it is.
No, but hold on. Okay, I understand your question. So
you guys
what
want to
you're
make it
saying?
Complicated.
No, I'm not trying to complicate. I'm just trying to understand for myself.
It was a source fountain where the man's son was birthed out of the God, and I can't tell you the image because God was made in. I'm made in God's image, but I can't look at myself and say that because that would be like calling myself God. But that's kind of what it says in the Bible, doesn't it? But we want to.
If you were to take your eyes out right now and look at the way you're behaving, is that God's image? The way you're behaving right now, is that God's image? Is that what God looks like? You're behaving like a child.
Oh, I'm not. I don't have a glass of scotch next to me.
This is the Adderall prescription. This is the Adderall prescription made flesh.
And I have emotions, or like you just want to label me as like unstable, or because I have, I talk.
I'm not labeling you. I'm just saying. I'm just saying that you're acting.
Myself right now. That's unreasonable to you, Luigi, Mario brothers.
None of what you said made any sense.
All I'm saying is you're acting like a child. That's all. You know when a child, nana boo boo, you drink scotch and I don't.
It's a bunch of BS garbage. He thinks he's quoting scripture. He doesn't even understand the first paragraphs of Genesis. Like you guys are like the blind leading the blind.
What do I not understand about Genesis?
That God created you in His image. Yeah, have another.
Yeah, and this is what we were unpacking.
that
So
Jinn spirit demon.
your idea, Aphrodite, is that we are all
gods.
I can give you something to do with those lips instead of what you're doing right now. But anyways, your idea is that God is
I wouldn't
each
lick
and
you
every
near my
one of
lips.
us. I actually like that idea, but that's
It's
besides the
very
point.
Are you
comforting,
are
right?
you a
And his
Christian, Luigi? Are you Christian?
I don't know what the word Christian means.
It means
Okay, so
follower,
what are you
right.
talking about? What are you?
It
I'm
literally
just
means
trying
follower,
to
right.
I'm just trying to
What do you
understand
want to label yourself?
both of your ideas so that I can
What
either
box should
incorporate
we
them
put
into
you
mine
in?
or alter mine or leave mine the same just by asking questions and learning about other people, right? I'm trying to do it in an adult way or
Do you usually call into
whatever
Benton's
kind of way.
channel?
Sorry?
Do you usually
What?
call into Benton's live streams?
I come
I've
in
never seen
whenever
you
I get a
before.
chance. I come in whenever I get a chance, not often, but yeah, I do.
I just feel
I've
like
been here before.
the Masonic butt boys, they all like, hey, have to get their like team together when they're floundering, like this guy.
Well, I'm not
over
on
here.
Toilet Bowl Earth's side or your side. I'm just discussing
Yeah,
something
you
that's
just come
interesting.
on here to like
I
label
mean,
me on the table.
All I can tell you about
and
how I feel,
unreasonable.
all I can tell you about the question that you asked me, if you would like an answer, is that
I all she wants. Like nothing she said was coherent at all. So
I think
she
nothing
can
you said
perform
was
and
coherent.
you can act out all you want.
You said,
but nothing you
God
said.
is the sun birthed in
So who is God? Who is God, Aphrodite? Aphrodite, who is God?
Love.
I thought you said God was you.
Yeah, it's that feeling inside of yourself when you want to help somebody, you have empathy. That's God.
I'm into that. That's an aspect of God. But who is God?
God is you if you accept it. If you put God outside of yourself,
I'm the creator and the creature at the same time.
Fracturing yourself. It's MK Ultra. It's putting
So
the God
I'm the
outside
creator
of
and the
yourself
creature at the same
so
time.
that you have the polar dynamic where you don't have responsibilities for your actions. But you can
Am I the
internalize
creator
God
and the
take
creature at the same
responsibility.
time? How can I be both creator and creature at the same time?
You have a baby, you create art, you can create lots of things. You can create a whole universe if you want to.
Creatures reproduce, that's correct, but that does not make us gods, right?
I'm not a creature. You want to label yourself a creature while you're drinking scotch, I get it.
Well, you are a creature.
No, I'm not.
Were you created?
I'm a woman.
Were you created, Aphrodite? If you weren't created, what are you?
Divine.
Okay. So you weren't created, you're just divine. Okay. How does that make any fucking sense?
I think I've always existed.
Oh wow, so you've just been around forever, like a vampire?
In different incarnations, I have past memories.
Oh, so you're a god. So God has to reincarnate. Is that what you're telling me?
I think God is in most people. I think God is not in a singular. Can you still hear me?
Most people? Hold on, most people? Didn't you say that we all look like God?
Most people denounce God. I mean, there's a lot of people that denounce.
But even
God
if they
inside of
denounce
them.
him, don't they still look like him? Aren't they made in his image? Even though they don't accept him
Not
in
if
their
they
heart,
don't believe
in their
it.
hearts. Oh, so if you only to be made like God, you have to believe in God. To be in his image.
I don't think I necessarily agree with that. I think you're made in God's image, whether or not you believe in him or not. That's up to you to accept or deny. That really has no bearing on it. But clearly, Aphrodite denies that because she's skipping a step and she's saying she is God. I don't know how she's justifying it because God made you. You think you're part of God?
So you're not. You don't see yourself as God.
Are you part of your mother? Aren't you related to your mother? Didn't she make you?
No, I'm not. I'm my own individual person, separate from my mother.
Really? Because I think the same mitochondria.
I'm not my
that are in
mother.
your
I
mom
don't.
Are in you. Exactly.
How does that make any sense? Do you think that doesn't make any sense, Aphrodite?
It doesn't. I know you don't understand biology, but there's called maternal
Are we not?
mitochondrial DNA.
Are we not different, unique individuals with our own DNA?
Not your mitochondria.
Are you fucking serious?
Yeah, your mitochondria has different DNA, and it doesn't come
No,
from your dad.
exactly. We are different. Different, unique. There's nobody else like me in the DNA code. Period.
But part of your mother is
You're not a genetic. You're not a genetic scientist. You're a surgeon, ma'am.
What?
Toilet bowl. What's a white N-word?
You want to put labels on things and think that you're like saying
You
something
white
significant,
niggers?
and you're not saying.
What's
anything.
a white N-word? Yeah, can you give me a definition on that?
Well, I mean the N-word.
Don't say the actual word. You don't need to say the word.
Well, the N-word applies to.
Yeah.
The
Okay,
N-word
we know.
applies to any person that fits the description.
And what is it? What's this? Can you describe that? What's an N-word?
Ignorant, psyoped, media driven, media fucking controlled, mainstream, pop loving, seed oil guzzling retard. That's an N-word. Anybody that falls for the ploys of the mainstream
Why
world,
do you
yeah,
need to
you're a retard.
self-medicate yourself all day, TBE?
And you see Benton is that?
I'm sorry, what'd you say, Aphrodite?
Why do you need to self-medicate yourself all day, every day?
What do you mean all day, every day? What do you mean? Because
You're
I'm
drunk and
drinking
high,
scotch
like, every
at this juncture, that means I do it all the time. Is that how you hyperbolize everybody you view in your life?
No, you slur your words in every video I see you do. So you're on something and you're visibly drinking scotch at 11 something in the morning on a Saturday.
No doubt.
After being up all night. So I'm asking you why you have to medicate yourself if you believe in Jesus so much.
Hey, silence. I need to tell Lou something. Lou, I'm half black culturally, sir. I'm from one of the few places on the continent that's majority black. I grew up in a church that was half black, half white. Culturally, I am half black, sir. So I'm different than some of these folks. But please continue, and my apologies for the interruption. I shall return after I'm done eating. Thank you.
Lou, my wife is black. I don't give a shit about two syllables. Okay. She's I don't really care. I don't care what.
How does she feel about you using that word, the N-word?
Oh, she doesn't care. She uses it herself.
Hi, Nachita.
Hi, what's up? Interesting conversation. I thought I'd join in. But like I think, generally speaking, speaking about God and religion, especially people coming from different, backgrounds and cultures and different understanding of scriptures, is not going to be very conducive to a coherent conversation, to be honest.
I mean, it's really, I hate to make it a dialectic, but unfortunately, when you're using scripture, which is part of our holy tradition, it's either you accept it or you don't. It's not the produce section at the grocery store for you to use for your own liking and for your own confirmation bias and lifestyle. I take great offense to that. And so that's why when Paul gets all surprised when it comes to his show and I express that, that's the only reason why I'm ever there. Because I'm like, dude, why are you doing that?
How should I call you, Toilet Bowl Earth, or can I call you TBE? How should I? What's the most respectful way?
Just call him Toilet Bowl.
You can call me
One second, sir.
I love it.
No. I just no. It's okay. Like I don't have any. I don't want to be disrespectful. TBE. So TBE. So like you would agree that within quote unquote Christianity, there are many denominations who interpret the Bible in different ways. Correct?
Correct. Yeah, that's exactly the reason why we have a church. We have a church. The Holy Spirit.
There are many churches, no?
Pentecost. Okay, the Holy Spirit drives the church. The Holy Spirit is what keeps men in line away from heresy and blasphemy. This is exactly.
So who has the monopoly on that?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
My question is, so according to you, the Holy Spirit is the one who is the authority of the Scripture and the way in which the people interpret the Bible, right? So what you're saying is, and correct me if I'm misunderstanding you, that there are some people who can interpret the Bible in the correct way, and there are some people who are interpreting the Bible in the wrong way. Correct?
Okay, so not necessarily. There's some nuance here. So what the church provides, and is basically with the Nicene Creed. The Nicene Creed, there's a long history before the Nicene Creed was actually established. The Nicene Creed basically establishes some boundaries about that's biblically backed about what we believe about Jesus and about our salvation. We don't. The Orthodox Church doesn't necessarily shun people for kind of having their own interpretations about this verse or that verse or Galatians or Ecclesiastes or this, that, and the other. But when we start hitting the boundaries, when we start hitting stuff that's sort of heretical, that's the only reason why the church is there to protect the faith.
Yeah. Okay. May I interrupt you?
It's supposed to keep
what church? What church is it? What church is it?
1 second, sir.
No, I just want to clarify something. What church is it? Greek Orthodox? Are you Catholic? Are you Russian Orthodox? What orthodoxy do you fall under? I'm just curious.
Well, all the Orthodox churches are in communion, except some Ukrainian ones. The Ethiopian ones are just Orthodox in name. The Orientals they just use the name, but we're not in communion with them. The Orthodox Church is the true church before the papal state took over in the West. This is my belief. EBT would tell me otherwise. EBT would say, the Pope is the successor and he should be the one leading the church in universal truth and doctrine and teachings and that, and the other. Okay, that's what the West believes. The West believes that.
What about the black Pope?
The West believes that the Roman Pope has supremacy. Excuse me, not primacy. We believe the Roman Pope has primacy, but not supremacy. He doesn't have universal jurisdiction over all churches in Christendom. I hope I answered your question. Maybe I left something out.
Kind of. I was just kind of like, did you grow up in it or did you fall?
No.
Sorry, not Chiquetta. I'll let you go. I really want to understand this man. For some reason, he fascinates me.
No. My I was never religious. My father. I think when I was growing up as a young child, I would see my father praying as a Muslim. I didn't understand what he was doing, but he was doing those things. So I was like, oh, okay, he's kind of kneeling and doing these things with his hat on. But no, I was never Christian. I became Orthodox 4 years, almost 4 years now.
What makes you think you can come in and tell people what Christianity is when you've only been studying it for 3 to 4 years? Like, who do you think you are? Like pointing fingers,
I'm not
like
anybody, but
stones. Those who live in glass houses shouldn't cast stones. Like, you're freaking sipping
How
on
did I cast
and trying
stones?
to tell people about Jesus. Like, are you for
How
real?
did I cast stones, ma'am?
Calling me blasphemous? Like, you don't even know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you're saying blasphemous
Literally.
things, ma'am. You're saying
I
blasphemous
grew up
things, ma'am.
in a Presbyterian church. Like,
You're
you don't
saying
know
blasphemous
jack
things,
shit.
ma'am. You
don't
said
even
you
know what
have the blood
blasphemy
of Christ running through your veins. Did you not say that?
Yeah.
Okay, that's blasphemous. Sorry.
No, it's not.
I'm
What
sorry
is
if
it
that's
when you take
offensive to
Holy
you.
Communion? What is it when you take Holy Communion?
That's the body and blood of Christ.
Oh, so it's not running through your veins when you eat it and you drink it?
That's the difference between you
Oh,
believing
it's
you
different.
have.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
how
man.
is it different when you're actually
Ma'am.
ingesting
Okay, so
something
here's
you
how
did a
it's
ritual
different,
over?
Aphrodite. Here's how it's different, Aphrodite. I'm baptized in the church. I'm catechized in the church. I partake in prayers in the church and confession.
And it's obviously
You don't do
comforting
any
for
of
you.
that. You're not part of the
during
church.
the day.
You just
after
make an
you're staying up
assertion
all night.
that you are. Do you understand the difference? You
If you're
understand the
so
difference between
saved, why are you so troubled?
praxis and someone just claiming a bunch of bullshit like you?
What about priests and stuff and that commit
What
horrible
about
abuses
priests
in the
and
name of
stuff?
God?
What are you talking about?
What do you mean? What am I talking about?
People do bad things. So orthodoxy is incorrect, y'all. Amazing logic.
So TBE. So basically what you're saying is that because you've been ordained by your church, that it gives you the authority to basically tell people that they're, you know, being blasphemous according to your understanding of the Bible and your teachings, correct? Because like you were brought up in a certain culture, right? And then within that culture, right, you have authorities within that culture that has brought you into the fold, and so you got some kind of authority now, correct?
You're sort of hyperbolizing things and saying you're giving me authority. I'm simply defending what I believe. You can hyperbolize it and say, "Oh, Mr."
You're
No.
breaking the
Marvel's got authority,
right
y'all.
now
He's a
by
big
words on
badass
Sabbath.
because he's defending himself. Okay, no.
No. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, Toilet Bowl or
fine.
TBE.
You can say that. That's fine. That's fine. You can say that.
No. Well, how would you consider it then? Because like if you are saying that somebody's being blasphemous, you can explain to. So the loving thing to do, in my opinion, and I'm not trying to dictate to you what the loving thing is or not, but what I'm trying to say is that if you do believe that Aphrodite is being blasphemous, maybe you can explain to her what it is. What is it about her behavior?
Have you not been paying attention to what's been going on here, Nacho?
I have. I have been paying attention.
I've been deficient in trying to communicate myself to this woman?
I think there's been a little bit of a miscommunication.
Have I yelled at this woman? Have I called her
Not necessarily, no.
Have I called her names?
Yes.
Well, I guess
she
that's
is
depending
acting
on.
a little bit like a broken hole. She is acting like a childish broken hole. Let's be real.
I've been very fucking patient, and all these little retard Pauline grovelers in the chat can say whatever they want. I've been extremely patient with you. I've been trying to answer you, Aphrodite, as best as I can. But when you say slanderous things, I'm sorry. You want a reaction out of me. I mean, what is that? What is that?
That's
Are you a lizard?
All right.
Slanderous.
Are you a lizard?
Slithering snake drinking your scotch.
Are you a lizard?
You are.
This lady's crazy.
Come on, Rose.
Okay, so let me.
You can be a big girl.
Okay,
let's be a big girl.
Yeah,
ahead,
I don't care who likes me or dislikes me. I'm still gonna defend my shit. You have no idea.
That's fine. You have you have the right to defend your beliefs. It's fine. We're just having a discussion. No problem. You know, we're just trying to get along here as much as possible. So, like, what makes her blasphemous, in your opinion, TBE, is that she says that she's got the blood of Christ going through her. And then you're saying that that's blasphemous, but when she says that when you eat, you know, like when you consume the blood of Christ and the body of Christ in the form of wine and bread, right? That is not exactly the same. Okay,
there's a little bit of difference.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
So when we engage in the sacraments, we engage in, there's a process. If you're not Orthodox, you're not Christian.
Yeah, please. Yeah, please explain.
Right. You get baptized, and then you get chrismated in the church, and you're now entered in the church because you're now fully committed to the church. And then you get communion.
Okay.
It's not the same as someone just saying, I believe I have the blood of Christ in me. That's weird, and yeah, that's blasphemous. because no priest is going to sign off on that and say, yeah, you know what? If she said so, it's cool. Yeah, nobody's going to sign off on that ever.
So she should not be allowed to say such things.
I mean, obviously she's free to say it, but it's bad for her spiritual health to say these things if she ever wants to be a Christian and give her life to Jesus. That would be
Christian like yourself, right?
Correct.
But let me ask you another question, because this is one of the things. I don't belong to any religion. I do have a picture of Buddha up here. It's a painting that my friend did for me a long time ago. That's why I honor it. But I don't really belong to any religion myself. But one of the issues that I've always had with many different religions is that people always say, well, like my faith and my religion is the true faith and stuff like this, and then they claim themselves to be so-called Christian as an example. And I would ask them a simple question like, what percentage of the Christians do you believe are true Christians, while everybody is like fake Christian? And you would get different percentages. Some people say 5% or 10%, 20%. Right? So do you have any feelings about that?
If you want the yellow skin with the dark circles around your eyes, you have to.
Paul, please. Let me ask him this question.
If you want to be a drunk with yellow skin and dark circles around your eyes, you have to listen to what TBE says, or it's bad for your spiritual growth. Please listen up.
This guy's question. Shut the fuck up, Paul.
You want to get thrown out of here, Slave? You shut your stream down last night. You had such the blood of Christ. Just me restreaming it got you so shook you ran off and made it private. Goodbye. Daddy's home now. All right, we're going to take it down. Take the energy down. We're going to relax.
Damn it, Paul. I was trying to have a conversation.
Damn it, Paul. We're going to take the energy down a bit, okay? Don't get too excited.
You're not
ran
my
off
daddy.
Your stream last night. I didn't say anything to you, ma'am. Don't get me started, okay?
You just
might
said
be surprised at what you find. Daddy's here. Well, you're bucking up quick, so you may need a daddy. Do you need a man in your life? Because I might be the one.
I got plenty.
Right.
Thanks
Do you
for the
need to
offer,
go
though.
too, ma'am? Do I have to silence you too?
You don't gotta silence shit. Maybe yourself.
Okay, just relax. Just relax.
Don't
Every
tell me to
time daddy
relax.
comes in, I can't say anything without getting jumped on and attacked.
Calm down.
Just relax, ma'am. It's going to be
down,
okay.
little one.
I know you probably don't have any alpha males in your life.
Why don't
They're
you
all
show
beta
your
males
face?
like TBE. Just relax. Just
No,
relax.
he doesn't show his face.
It's okay.
Calm
He doesn't show his
down.
face.
It's
He's too
okay.
ugly.
You're going to
Calm
be okay.
down. Relax.
Why are you gonna be a fucking coward and kick me, bro?
You mean
Just
like when you
accept
shut your
it.
stream down last night because I was restreaming it, a coward like that when you ran?
Stop changing the fucking subject. Why you gotta kick me?
Yeah, why change the subject to hold you accountable when you can bullshit
why you
everyone,
gotta
right?
why you gotta kick me like a fucking
Paul,
retard?
Paul, you can address this after I finish speaking with TBE. Please. Please.
Yeah, why don't you just leave? So I mean, I'll get out of here once he's done
TBE,
this.
don't worry about him. He's
You're
going to be
fucking-
here.
You're a little bitch, Paul. You're such a little punk, dude.
TBE,
Okay,
please,
what
sir.
are you going to do about it? Nothing. So keep talking.
Oh, you're just gonna click a button and kick me out. You're
What
so
are you going to do
powerful,
about it?
dude.
Nothing. So just
Wow.
keep talking.
You fucking punk ass bitch. I'm right
What are you
here.
going to do about it? Nothing. So just keep talking.
You're such a fat
Well,
fuck.
you know,
don't
here's
even
the thing.
do- What
What
could
are you
you
going to do
possibly
about
do
it?
to me?
Nothing. So just keep talking.
You're a fat fuck that doesn't
We
move.
got it,
literally.
but you got
Doesn't
15
physically
viewers
move.
last night and
From
ran to go
A
drink
to
more.
B.
Just keep
You
talking.
can't move from A to B, Paul.
Got
You're
it.
a fat
Got
fucking
it.
loser.
Are you angry now, little boy? Are you
Bro,
upset?
I got you, bro. You're a fucking coward.
You got me.
Toilet,
Yeah.
are you working today?
Of course I'm not working. It's the fucking weekend.
TBE.
Yeah, who works on the weekend when you're a loser failure, right? Am I right? Who works on the weekend? We're still in high school. It's weekend. I get to drink and party.
Well, that's a 50-year-old.
You're a loser failure who's never grown up and you want to talk about being Christed. You're a joke.
Yeah, you don't
Continue to talk. Why are you focusing on me? I said what I had to say. Talk to Nacho Keto. You have no power or influence. What's that? What's that? Can't hear you because you have no power and influence. Now keep talking to Nacho Keto, please.
Oh my goodness.
Clown, bro.
I can't hear you. Now talk to Nacho Keto. Stop
I just want to
focusing
say
on me.
You're not.
Yeah, I just want to say happy
Stop
birthday to
addressing
Benton.
me. Talk
first
to
of all.
Nacho Keto. He wants to talk to you.
That's fine. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Okay, TBE, eyes over here, sir. Okay, so let's just have a pleasant conversation. One sec. So you have issues with Paul. We get it, and Paul doesn't like you. Okay, whatever. But the thing is,
that's not true.
Calling him a fat.
That's not true.
I don't hate
Paul.
Paul, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Don't tell me what to do, bitch. You ain't gonna tell me what to do. You shut the fuck up. Get out. Now what? I'm sick of these women who act like they're around men all day. You ain't got a man around you. You wouldn't talk to me like that if you did. So you get the fuck out. How about that?
I apologize. I apologize for being inaccurate. Please correct the record.
Listen, I don't hate Paul. I just disagree with him. Why is that a fucking problem for you people? Why is that such an issue?
There's no problem. There's no problem disagreeing with people. Nobody's saying there's any. There's no issue.
That's such an issue.
1 second, sir. TBE, 1 second. There's no problem disagreeing with people, right? Right?
I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
No problem. Let's just take it down a notch or two, right? And then let's just have a pleasant conversation if we can, right? So I do apologize. I didn't mean that Paul didn't like you. I think he probably does like you, but obviously you guys do have some disagreements, and there's some things to kind of iron out there. But I just want to say that you know
what the issue is like people are so two-dimensional that they can't separate the argument from the person. I do not hate Paul. I have an argument I have with him that I have disagreements with.
Which is
you're definitely jealous and envious of me. That looks like hate, but I don't think that you have it.
Well, let's go through them. Let's go through them.
Stop projecting.
Let's go through them.
Stop projecting.
Let's go through them. 12 people yesterday. How could you not be jealous and envious? It was an embarrassment.
Do you think I care about that, Paul?
Wait, so you don't care about your life and your broadcast? Okay, even more evidence of why you'd be jealous of me. You have no care in yourself. Go ahead.
What issue?
Did I say I don't care about my life?
No, let's go through them. Let's go through them one by one. Okay.
Mouths and talk for them and speak for them.
You have no argument. That's the point. We've debated before. You lost. You have no argument. You're a dogmatic freak. You have no actual explanation for what you believe. You're mind controlled. Simple. Move on.
Okay, what issues do you have, TB? Let's address them. Let's put them out there.
Because I'm co-hosting for Benton. He had to take a break, and I wanted to fill in the gap.
But you're the one with an issue with me now.
I don't have an issue with you. I think you're a coward, and I think you don't know what you're talking about. Simple. Is that an issue? It's an issue for you, not me. You're the coward who doesn't know what you're talking about. I'm not.
It seems like my presence triggers you, bro.
I seem triggered to you?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Well, more discernment, I guess. Great discernment, huh?
I don't give a fuck about optics. It's about actions. What you do shows the most.
Right. Okay. What did I do exactly?
Let's go through the list.
Is that what you speak about all the time? Actions, results. What you do?
You're screaming and yelling. I'm fucking with you, putting you back and forth, and then continuing to talk to you. How am I triggered?
You fucking fat fuck hypocrite.
But I'm triggered, right? But I'm triggered.
You're a fat hypocrite.
Does that bother you?
I'm gonna go eat something. You just keep cycling and spinning in nonsense with your yellow skin.
Let me try to handle this, Paul. Please, if I may.
Yeah, let your fucking ball handler.
TBE, 1 second. No. I was originally having TBE, please.
You need grovelers to validate you. Paul.
No.
You would never talk to me like this in a room, bro. You would never in your life.
People have made those claims.
Dude, do you want to bet?
People have made those same claims.
Do you want to bet that I wouldn't talk to you like this in a room?
Yeah, TBE, let me ask you.
I'm scared of TBE. I'll talk to the state of Colorado police, DHS, everyone else. I'm scared of
here, but you don't have a license.
I'm so scared of you.
TBE.
I would ask you to
do you genuinely think
another guy is going to ask me to come to his house so I can tell him in front of everyone that he's a punk ass coward? Like he's going to do something back to me, right?
Bro, you wouldn't ever come near.
What are you going to do if I come there and tell you what I just said? What exactly are you going to do? Nothing. So cut the bullshit.
bro, you would be fucking knocked the fuck out.
Oh yeah, I'd be knocked the fuck out, bro.
TBE, please.
Yeah, you'd be
You've never
really
known me on high school. You're a clown. You're not going to do anything to me. We know it.
A day later, Paul.
How are you going to knock me out?
Wake up a day later.
I've never been knocked out in my life, and the first person who's going to do it's going to be TBE. I doubt it. I highly doubt it.
Please, I'm inviting you. Come, I'll give you my.
Why do I always have to come there to get knocked out?
Because you don't.
Why do I have to come there to get knocked out? Why don't you come here?
Because you're a dependent fucking loser.
So I'm a loser, but I have to come there for you to knock me out.
Yeah,
you won't ever come here, you people online.
You don't have any means to get here. You're a fucking loser.
I think that alcohol is talking, TBE.
Are you really believing that?
This online, this aggressiveness is...
If we're going to do the ego next ego game, which chimpanzee has more shiny objects? Which chimpanzee has more objects? I do.
You're gonna sit around and cry, or you're gonna come over here.
Are you done with the false competition?
Okay.
I'm so tired of this every day. You guys are so predictable.
Well, let's see how realistic it is. How realistic?
Dude, you would never talk to
are you as big?
I absolutely would.
Are you as big as TBE? Are you as big as Paul?
I'm not scared of you or intimidated by you.
You're an internet personality who sucks himself off.
I'm not intimidated by you, and you ain't gonna find out because I ain't coming there. So just move on.
You don't do nothing. You have no results.
Just move on.
Snake oil salesman, dude. Fuck off, dude.
I know. I heard the same thing before I went to a festival. I said, everyone, hey, come out if you got an issue with me. Nobody showed up. Walked around by myself, talked to all the people. Nobody showed up. So just keep yapping. We're not buying it.
I don't care about that. You think I care about
Guarantee if your goofy bitch was next to you, she'd be eye rolling because she knows you ain't shit.
You're the insecure one whose whole life revolves around
all I gotta do
StreamYard.
when I'm in arguments with guys like this is look at the woman next to him, and I watch her eye rolling like this because she knows her man ain't shit. She's with him all the time. He does all this puffing and huffing.
Oh my goodness!
And immediately I look to the left, and his wife will be sitting there eye rolling.
That's not a woman.
Just like she's doing right here. She knows you ain't shit. She could tell you ain't gonna do nothing.
I drove through Drew Chalk Body Outline and
this is the amazing part about the internet.
and asked if they
You
wanted to
can
meet
stand
up.
and talk all this big talk, but you have nothing to show for it, Paul. Paul, you have nothing to show for it, bro.
Hey, wait till you see next year. Wait till you see next year. I'm gonna pull that Honda off the lot for $19K, and I'm gonna put it in your face.
Nothing.
Wait till you see next year, you punk ass bitch. You're talking about what I got, what I'm gonna do.
You got nothing, bro.
Right. You'll be doing a broadcast to 11 people like last night that you put on private when I restreamed it, and I'll be doing another 150 to 2,000 after the fact, making a living.
You're a parasite. You're a parasite.
Got it. I'm a parasite. I just saw voluntary contributions, and I'm a parasite. That makes sense. I work for free every day, but I'm a parasite. What a great logic.
You depend on other people to send you donos.
I don't depend on that. I decided to work and do what I do, and then it showed up. See how it works? I didn't depend on that. I decided to do what I do, and then it showed up. That's called being successful. Fuck, not you wouldn't know it.
You're a lazy
I got it. Hey, what did I do yesterday? 350? Yeah, thought so. Bye. Bye. Another 350 yesterday, talking for 4 hours. Bye. I was doing 75 an hour talking online. Bye.
You guys are like worse than the Real Housewives. Like honestly,
bro. Lie to yourself some more.
Oh, I'm lying now.
Nobody likes to
I lied, Lou Bass. Do you hear that? I'm lying. I got to show receipts for him to know it.
Because lying justifies the lifestyle.
Right. So if I show the receipt right now, are you going to shit your pants? You going to shit your pants and shut up?
Show me.
Of course, he wants me to indict myself. Send me your email. I'll block out all the relevant information and send it to you, fuck slave. Suck my dick in public. You ain't shit. You ain't shit. You ain't ever going to be shit. And they're going to keep paying me to be me. You hate it.
I do things, Paul. You don't.
You hate it. You don't do shit. No one knows who you are. And they don't want to know. You ain't shit. Another 300 people came to my channel this week to find out who I am. Guess where they didn't go? To you, because you ain't shit.
You're a sedentary parasite, bro. You don't physically move. This is
Toilet bowl. Come on.
Run away, Paul.
Toilet bowl. Come
Keep
on,
the
man.
change,
You
you
gotta be
filthy
smarter
animal.
than this, man. You gotta be. You gotta be smarter than this,
What has
bro.
he got? He's got nothing.
If you can't, okay, so tell me what does he have to show? What should he have to show in order to be someone who has something to show? What should it be? Give me a list. Okay, but give me a list of what he should have to show for whatever you think he has to show for. Give me a list.
Let me explain something to you, Lou.
Yes, I know you think I'm cultish, but answer my question.
Platform where
forget about that. I'm asking you a different question. What should he have? No, but you didn't answer my question. You're trying to go somewhere else. What should he have to be someone that you believe has something to show for whatever you think he has to show for? Tell me give me a little list in your mind.
Okay, so what I'm trying to explain to you, Lou, is
okay, so you're just not going to answer. All right.
Okay, what I'm trying to explain to you, Lou, is this individual does not work. His girlfriend pays the rent. And he's sitting.
You're making things smarter. Wait a second. Aren't you? Shut up, lying scum. Aren't you a Christian? Is it one of the rules not to bear false witness against your brother and sister? You now have to correct the lie in front of the world, good Christian. Where'd you come up with the idea she pays for the rent here? Where'd you come up with that, please?
And even if that was true, who cares?
Please.
Why did
you told me that?
I told you that she pays the rent, so you're double down on your lying. You're doubling down on your lying, good Christian. See how they convict themselves? You come in hot, you get their dander up a little bit, and then they convict themselves every time. It's day after day. I never told you that. I said I pay half the utilities and everything here. Furthermore, if she decided to let me stay here and not have me pay anything, that's just more proof of my value. You think a woman's going to stay with you anywhere and pay for shit? No, because you ain't got no value other than a check. You probably ain't even got that.
I'm married, you fucking...
You're married
it
like
has
all
nothing
the
to do with anything.
Beta boys. She baited you up. You got some low-value, goofy bitch who said, in order to have me in this pussy, you got to keep me forever with a contract. And you accepted. Because you're low value and had little to no options of mates. And I'd love to see the shape of this woman.
Look how insecure you are. You have to cut me out.
I'm insecure,
You're
right?
such a little bitch,
right.
Paul.
Since the guy who puts a 14-viewer stream on private yesterday in the middle of me reviewing him. Stops it and puts it on private. He's so scared and insecure, and you're going to project that onto me?
Then they went till 4 in the morning complaining about every man.
Went to 4. I didn't know that. See?
They went to 4 in the morning saying Benton's a white N-word.
Right.
You're just complaining about all the men in their life. Like a bunch of little girls.
Up all night, sleeping all day. Like the good Christians do, right? With yellow skin and dark circles, looking like they're ready to die. Up all night with the demons, sleeping through the day star. Isn't that right, scum? Isn't that right, false Christian scum? You don't fool anyone. You're all demonic.
It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant whether or not
demon scum can come to your rescue. What else is new? Y'all hang out together.
Oh my God.
Water seeks its own level. You're all the same personality
You're
type.
insecure, Paul. Let me speak. Shut the fuck up.
You ain't shit, Paul.
Oh, right.
You ain't shit, Paul. Here goes your boyfriend. Your boyfriend showed up to defend you in your horrible lifestyle. Aren't you proud?
Throw me out, Paul, because it's going to get too hot for you. You better throw me out.
As grown men, seriously.
I brought you up. I let you talk for an hour. Never dropped you once, and then the shit gets hot for you. You start dropping motherfuckers out because you're a weak bitch, dude.
Right? You mean like this, like that? You mean like this and like that? I love watching you in the back like this.
When you guys wake up and you see what
to come
you're
back
doing
up,
here,
desperate for attention and for a voice. It's pathetic. You guys are an embarrassment.
You're such a clown. You're such an insecure.
What's that? Can't hear you. Go ahead.
You live with a
Hate
fucking
yourself.
old ass lady and try to
Hey,
act
you
like
look
it's a
real
morally
cute today. Do
superior
your
shit
face for us,
to mooch
Zoolander.
off of somebody. Never paid a bill in your motherfucking life.
Never paid a
Never
bill.
done no
got it.
labor in your
Got it.
motherfucking
More
life. Never
lies.
did
There's
shit.
all the
Never.
Christians in there. Hey, there's all the Christians in there hate cocking their neck with the spirit of their mama, making false claims about what they don't know about me. But these are the good Christian folks, right? You guys ain't fooling nobody. You convict yourself every day. You'll never have credibility and respect. You'll never get anywhere in this town broadcasting. Just go back to working at the diner and hating your life there and having no friends there.
You work at the
Just
diner,
go back
bitch.
to
I
working
dig
at the
ditches.
diner and paying your bills that I don't pay, right?
Go back to Denny's, Paul.
You're dependent.
Swing the mood over my hammy, Paul.
Just keep having jealous little boys online. I have what you want and you can't get it.
Paul, you on
Drew does all
OTW.
these little thumbnails and graphics to make his broadcast something, and he does it for free. Every time he does it for free with a dope face look on like this. On some kind of pills or something with a bunch of drunks all through the middle of the night till 4 or 5 in the morning. Women not checking on them, don't care what they're doing, not fucking them at night. And they think that I want their life on any level. I do whatever I want. I speak and make a living. They're forced to have to go and slave away and then pay a third. They're not forced to pay a third to the U.S. corporation. They choose to do that because they're cowards as well. And then they masquerade as godly people. Pretty fucking pathetic, huh?
Oh, you don't do
Paul,
it.
you're on OTW yesterday morning. You streamed all day. Then you went on Jax all night. You were on the fucking internet for fucking 12 hours straight yesterday.
I'm proof that you could be something one day, dummy.
Right here.
I'm proof that you could be something one day, dummy, if you actually
You're a
tried.
child bitch, bro. Yeah, smoke another blunt, bro. Yes.
I get paid to smoke weed for
It's not addictive, bro. I swear. I swear I can quit each time, bro.
They gave me $1,500 to take 100 milligram edibles with Talcott. He thinks his life is better than mine. $1,500 to take edibles with Talcott, which I'd have done anyway. You're such a dumb slave.
It's all about the shekels.
You're such a dumb slave. No, it's not about that. It's about the love and the truth behind it. I didn't have to lie and cheat and steal to get nothing like you. You're lying right now for no reason. You're lying right now for free. I told the truth and stood on it. Motherfuckers loved it. Said, I'm going to contribute and support regularly. That's a beautiful thing. You wouldn't know it. You don't have love in your life.
Bro,
you don't
you're
have truth in your life.
you would never
You
say
don't
this-
have the Holy Spirit in your life either. That's why you got yellow skin and dark circles and you come on camera like this. Scared to be in your own skin. You're so uncomfortable. You guys look so uncomfortable in your own skin. It's embarrassing.
I'm right here.
I came up because I saw the bat
Drew
signal on
walking
there.
around
So I
in
thought you
circles.
came.
He looks so uncomfortable in his own
What's
skin.
with that
He
bat signal?
hates
It's time
to
to
be
get that
him.
dick out, Paul.
He
You're old like
hates
me.
to
It's
be
time to
him.
accept the fact.
Look at how much he hates to be
Step
himself.
back, bro.
Look how he purses his lips every time he stops
That's
talking to look
Your
cute
shit
on
pressed
camera.
back worse than mine,
You're
and
the
I'm bald.
biggest
So it's
bitch
time to
I've
just
ever
face
met
the fact.
online.
You're
Don't
fucking
you
old.
get it?
What a fucking
That-
loser you are, Paul. You're such
This
a
woman here
bitch.
is more stoic and put together than you men.
You're
Like, it's
so
an
fucking
embarrassment. Every
insecure.
time I
You're
get a
so
woman on
feminine,
panel, even
Paul.
if she don't agree with me, I go,
That's all you
the
do.
woman
You're
is
a
more
bitch, dude. You're a fucking
manly
bitch.
and stoic and in control than these men. The men act
Yeah,
out
you
like
get
little
ruined.
girls and children. I don't even know what to say anymore.
She's
Like,
stunned.
I'm gonna have to go be like the Peshmerga
Never mind
and create
you.
a whole
You
army of
don't
women to
physically
fight the
do
next
anything.
battle with the NWO because I can't get the men to be
You don't
men.
do anything, Paul. You
I don't. Do you want to
anything.
see my clip now, Benton? Can I roll my clip of all the things I don't do that everyone
You don't
loves
do
about me and
shit.
supports?
Oh,
Can I
man.
show the
Now we're
clip
gonna
of
do
all
a
the
remember
things I
when-
don't do?
we're
Hey,
gonna
why
do a
don't you
remember
take the
when
challenge,
podcast.
TBE?
Remember when
I issued a challenge. Make me a 3-minute video intro clip with all the things you do. Oh, wait. No one wants to see clips of you working at the diner, doing a broadcast to 14 people in your car, putting it on private, right? Ranting till 4 a.m. with drug addicts and drunks. You can't put together a 3-minute intro clip of your life because you don't do anything redeemable. See how
Hey,
it works?
clown. You're a clown, Paul.
Oh, here's me going to Target. That's part of my 3-minute intro clip of what I've done or what I do in my life. Are you kidding?
You don't have a car. You don't have a
Are you
license.
kidding?
You
Hey,
can't
let's go to the
quit
clip. Since Benton's not here, I'm not taking
We
over
don't
his
we
show.
don't do
It is
streams with
about
the
me
Green
right
Power
now,
Ranger.
because
We're not as good as you.
I told you to keep talking.
I know the
about
Green
your
Power
video,
Rangers,
but you
dude.
made it about me.
I'm better than you. I know the Green fucking
I'm gonna
Power
play
Ranger.
the intro clip now.
Fucking dumb fuck. You think these motherfuckers are real? You think chili is fucking real? That's how fucking dumb you are. You think Pop Smoke is real? That's how fucking dumb you are, dumb fuck.
Do you
think that's a real guy?
No, I
he
don't
got
think
fucked by a
so.
Jew to
I
have
don't
that
think so.
spot.
You know how
it's
I
not
know?
because he can
You
rap.
can't even speak online barely and put two sentences together. Nobody's going to pay you to go somewhere and speak and be part of an event. Are you kidding? They'd pay you to leave. How are you, Benton?
You got to kick us to feel real. You got to feel.
Yeah, he's such a little bitch. Paul's so weak. Oh, a little bit of stress. Like, better hit that weed, bro. Better hit that weed, bro.
Dude, I'm not addicted
I
to
quit every time.
I'm not addicted. Fuck those drinkers, bro. They're fucking evil, bro. They're drinkers, bro. But I need this weed for 8 hours a day. Fuck
Yeah, let me help you out with this because you're not too bright, right? You're not too bright. Weed is natural, comes from God. It's a plant. See, alcohol's manufactured. Another thing of man, it's a corruption of an original, right? So when you take spirits and you get spiritually possessed, it's not equivalent to using cannabis, which some folks might say has qualities of revealing, enlightenment, revelation, if you will. A very Christian idea. So they're not the same, right? Not all drugs are created equal. So you want to defend your demonic drugs that lead to beating, abuse, loss of self-awareness, and touch with reality, right? Reefer doesn't do that. So you're confused again.
You're such a little bitch, Paul.
I know, I'm such a little bitch. We got that. But what are you going to do about it? Nothing.
I'll fucking slap the fucking.
You're not going to do shit about it.
Bro, if you ever saw me in person, you'd be fucking.
You're not going to do a motherfucking thing. I'd have my way with
I'd
you
knock
if you
you
put
the
your
fuck
hands
out,
on me.
bro.
If you put your fucking
You're
hands
such a
on
little
me,
coward.
if you
You
put
sit
your
in a
hands
room
on me,
all
I'd
day.
have my way
You're
with you.
such a
Bet
coward.
on
You
it.
sit in a room all day.
Bet on
and
it.
scream words.
Bet
Words,
on
words,
it.
words. You're a coward.
Are you
dude.
done
You're a
talking
scheming
online? Because
person,
you
bro.
ain't gonna do nothing because you'd regret it instantly. Are you done talking
I would
online?
slap you. You wake up fucking.
We got
2 days
what you would do, but you ain't gonna do it.
punk.
Are
You're
you
a
done
fucking
talking
punk.
online?
Why don't you pull up? Pull up, Paulie.
I'm gonna now
Oh,
waste
wait,
my
look, you
time,
don't have a
energy,
car.
attention, and funds to come play
don't
with
have
you.
a car.
Doesn't work that
You have money
way.
to do it.
Doesn't work that way. You're the hater on the player. I'm the player. You're the hater. You're supposed to pull up and do something to me. My life's good. Yours ain't. You got nothing to lose. I do. You're supposed to pull up on me and make me feel it for talking shit that's getting you triggered and hating. I don't come to you. I got no problem. You do.
You don't come to me. You didn't come to my fucking stream and start talking shit. Yeah, well, here we go, Paul.
Your stream?
Your bullshit.
You didn't come to my stream.
Did you not start talking shit about my stream?
So if I come to your stream and you got beef with me now? Online banger?
Liar.
Because I came to your stream and embarrassed you in your own house. Now you're going to do something in the streets with me?
Real cute, bro. Real cute. Smoke that weed. Look at him. Look at him like a fucking.
Yeah,
fiend.
I'd have a blunt hanging out of my mouth
Like a
while I
fucking
hand you your
fiend, bro.
ass.
You
Are
smoke
you
blunt
kidding me?
all fucking
I'd
day like
hand
a
you your
fiend, bro.
ass on a silver platter. Are you kidding me?
No, you can never.
You look
ever
like
have
you're
a
already
debate
half
with me. You
dead.
can never actually really have a
I love
debate
the
with
kids
me.
online who are half my size and half dead, and they're all going to beat me up and think they're not going to get hit.
Paul,
If you beat
wanna
me
have
up,
a
I'm
debate-
hitting you at least 3 to 5 times, and you're not going to like it. You're
Paul,
going
if
to
you
feel
want to
it.
have a debate sometimes, we can do that.
Right. I'm not interested in playing with you.
Okay,
If
there
I'm
we
going to
go,
go
because you're
beat
a
someone up
fucking
or
coward.
be beat up, I'm going to get a
Because
big
you
bag and a
thrive-
whole lot of
you
numbers and
thrive on
attention doing it.
so
I'm
much
playing with
bullshit.
you.
You thrive
Come
on
here and
talking
do
over
something and you'll
people.
get what you want, but you ain't
You're a
gonna, so
fucking
stop
punk. You're a
talking
coward.
about it.
You're a punk.
Stop talking
You're a
about it,
punk,
bro. You're
Paul.
embarrassing us. Leave it
You're
alone.
a punk, Paul.
Leave it alone.
You're a punk, Paul. You're a
Got
coward.
it. We heard you. Why are you repeating? Nothing's gonna come of this. You're triggered.
Low life.
You're triggered. You're on your menstrual cycle. You're triggered. Stop menstruating online.
Paul, do you have a job?
Do you have a job?
Do you?
Do you pay slime tax? Do you vote?
He doesn't. So what does that tell you, people? He's
Yeah, I wasn't
relying on
working
this
when I first came
50-year-old
on here.
woman
I
in
was
Jennifer
broadcasting
to
part-time and
pay
working. Did you
his
forget?
rent.
Did you forget, dumb slave, that I was working full time and broadcasting part time when I first came on here? And then something happened. This became my job, and I know you're pissed.
Right. You said you had such a nest egg from that. Yeah, right.
About 15.
15, right. Cap.
So now he's saying I'm capping when I tell him I have 15 in the bank. I'm capping now because I got a cap for him. What is your problem? What makes you think I need to lie to you? What makes you think I damage or risk my credibility and reputation lying to a scum like you?
You're the one with the grandiose claims, bro.
What's the grandiose claim? That I had 15 in the bank? You think that that's something impressive?
Bro, you don't.
You save for a year, you get 15 in the bank. You wouldn't know it because you can't manage your time, energy, attention, and affairs. Stupid motherfucker. Do you think it might be double by now? Cap. Grown white man with yellow skin living in Kansas talking about cap. You need to get off the internet, bro.
I live in Kansas now. Amazing. Good job, Paul.
You ain't shit. You ain't never been around nobody and done nothing. I smell it all over you. You ain't never been in the streets. You ain't never been in a fucking jail. You ain't never dealt with nobody who make you feel it for just talking. So cut it out.
Look, Paul, pull up.
Pull up. You're a joke, man.
Hey, TBE. TBE, let me ask you a question. Let me ask TBE. Calm down 1 second. Let me ask you a question.
Such a loser, fucking bitch, dude. You got to fucking backstage
TBE,
me every time
1 second.
You're a real fucking insecure little bitch. Coward fucking loser.
TBE.
All right, go ahead, Nacho.
Okay, so look, I'm not a big fan of like this kind of online aggression.
Look at this guy. I'm macking and pimping my own girlfriend to pay my rent and my power bills. Look at you guys. Be like me. Emotionally manipulating people and have them pay your bills. That's not parasitic and predatory. That's not weird. Be like me, a master StreamYard guy. Fucking punk ass coward bitch.
So TBE, like you. So you seem to have gotten in some scrapes, like here and there, right? And you have some experience online. Getting in some fights and stuff. So may I ask you, if you don't mind me asking, how big are you? How much do you weigh? How tall are you? What is your experience in hand-to-hand conflict?
So who cares how big he is?
But I'm gonna beat up Polly Boy.
Well, no,
I'm not trained.
No. I'm just asking.
I'm half a size.
Luigi or Lou. Let me just ask. If he's willing to answer, that's fine. Yeah. I'm just curious. I want to know what the chances are.
We can't hear you.
What's your background, man?
Again, it doesn't matter. Notch. A little guy can take down a really big guy if he's trained and he's intelligent and he knows how to fight. So it doesn't matter how big, how small, how
I don't believe he's trained. He doesn't have the will and dedication to train martial arts. I don't believe he's trained.
It does matter.
Even without the
training, I'm more trained with certain martial arts than he is at all. So that's the reality.
But even without the training, a man has to have an actual goal.
That's what we're trying to establish,
a conviction in order to fight something. Without that conviction, you could be a weak little mouse and still beat freaking King Kong. But if you have that conviction for something,
he doesn't have it. I have infinitely more conviction than him. I've shown it over and over again. He has no conviction, will, and dedication. I would wipe the floor with him if he got me in that position.
Into like a dick measuring contest.
That's what I said. I don't want to do this anymore. Can we just move on, please? We're talking online and it ain't never going to lead to nothing. So there's no point in talking about it. You ain't going to do nothing to me, and you know what's going to happen if you do. So let's just move on.
Why don't you guys be?
And you're gonna regret it when you look at this, TB. We can't hear you, TB.
Yeah, he's talking to himself, and he won't shut up to listen to hear that we can't hear him. We can't hear you, dummy. The last 3 minutes, you've been inaudible.
You're talking to yourself, bro.
Fucking moron.
You're talking to yourself.
This
you're
is
muted.
A boy who thinks he's competent, right?
TBE, you're fucking muted. You've been muted all this time. Dumb fuck.
That's my mistake. That's fine. I'll take that.
Your whole life is a mistake.
Yeah. Okay, so look.
Your whole life
Let me just ask him some questions, Lou. Jesus.
Amazing effort, Paul. Amazing effort.
Go ahead.
What the fuck? Every time I'm speaking, please.
Because I love
Lou,
you.
So, hey, TB, no disrespect. I understand. Thank you. TB,
You know
no
what?
disrespect.
Let's get back to everybody suck off Paul session. Here you go. Everybody.
No.
Don't suck me
Let's
off.
not do that.
No.
Here you go.
Please.
Here you go. This is what.
It's not
Why
about
should
that.
anyone suck me
TB,
off? when
it's
they
not
won't
about
suck him
that.
off? Am I right? Another player
what
hater
everybody's
comment.
crying about in the
I
chat.
don't have any interest in
Like,
sucking
I'm
anybody
sitting there
off.
getting blown in VIP by 2-3 bitches, and
Oh
he goes,
my God.
"Go ahead and suck Paul's dick, whatever. I'm gonna go back to doing 14-person streams with yellow skin." Like, why do you even care if they suck my dick? They're not even doing that. She just gave me the middle finger. He's telling me to shut up. Benton's incommunicado, and Lou
It's
doesn't
called
really.
the bird. The bird. And mine got a set of balls.
Lou doesn't really want, motherfucker.
Lou doesn't really care either way, and he's probably.
Why
gonna
does it
call me
always
a
have to be
fat gorilla
gay?
If I keep yelling, so.
Two-ball king.
You're just a player hater all the way around, and it's like not a good look for you, bro. You should get it together.
If you ever make it out of this, toilet bowlers, and you really come out the other side and you see what's been being discussed here, you're going to look back and you're really going to hate the way you look right now. This is just my
I'm fine with that. I'm fine
experience.
with that. I'm not perfect. I'm not God. I'm an earthly creature who has problems just like everybody else. But some people on here claim to have a higher superiority over others, which is what
display yours. Why can't you display yours?
That bothers him. See how he proves his inferiority? If you say you're superior, he acts out. It proves he thinks he's inferior.
I'm not going to talk anymore. I'm not going to talk anymore because the guy just won't let me talk. Okay.
You're proving your inferiority right now, and you don't even know it because you don't understand psychology. You're a moron.
Gaslight.
I'm superior than you. Now act out again and threaten me for another 20 minutes showing your inferiority. Go ahead.
I mean, I'm just saying the facts there.
I'm superior than you. Now act out and prove me to be correct. Act out and prove what I just said to be correct again. I'm superior.
It's not a fact until it happens.
You would never do these power things in front of
because you make
absolutely. I would.
But TB, it's not a fact until it actually happens.
Down with some hot sauce.
StreamYard is your muscle, bro. Think about
give
that.
You some
Think about
seasoning.
that. It gives you strength.
I'm
StreamYard
dying
gives you
to try
strength.
out this 40x pepper spray. It's 40 times the strength of law enforcement, right? I'm dying for one of you hating slaves to come up on me and put your hands on me so I can season you. So I can spice you up a little bit. Spice up your sex life. 40 times the strength of law enforcement. And it's legal. And it's legal too.
You're a
right?
loser.
I'm not going to roll around with a player hater like you. I'm going to spice up your life.
You're a loser, bro. You're not a player. You don't make any money. You sit on the internet all day.
No one cares.
Toilet bowl, there's got to be more than you have other than just this. You got to have more than just this, right?
Anyway.
I'm sure.
Where's my spray at? Hold up.
You got to have more than just this, toilet bowl. You're coming at it in a way where you're not showing your value. You're not using. Hold on. You're not using. Hold on, toilet bowl.
Do you not see what was happening, Blue?
Can you? Hold on. Okay, I see everything. Trust me. But I'm telling you, you're not using your value to advance your ideas. You're using what you believe.
Talk to this dude.
You're using what you believe is his.
This is my slave kit. I carry my slave kit everywhere I go, strapped to me. And there's a couple things in here. Look at one of them is, right? Spice up your life real quick. He tried to attack me. Call me a bitch. I don't care.
Oh man, he's got
the move too. I've been practicing the move. So you got to flip this.
What kind of man owns pepper spray? You're such a fucking bitch, bro.
Oh, there's a couple things there. You don't know, like policy enforcement? There's a gun, a taser, pepper spray.
Don't do it, Paul.
Oh my God.
I go, hold up. This is not my life. I can't shoot this slave. I got to spice up his life just to stop him. And then I've been practicing the move.
Objection.
Right?
Badgering the witness.
And then down. So while I'm coming out,
I don't even
I
need
already
to talk
flicked it.
anymore. You're such
So
a
by the
fucking
time I get here, I'm ready.
little bitch. You have fucking
Watch,
power.
look at this. You can't even. I'm
He's
ready.
triggered
See,
enough.
I flicked it at the same time, bringing it up.
He's
You're
triggered
not even
enough.
gonna see
Let him
that.
express for a bit.
You're not even going to see me do the flicking. By the time I'm there, it's done.
Paul, I run the stream right now. You know that, right?
I got it.
You know that, right?
He's triggered enough, Paul. Let him express.
I'm not triggered, Lou. Are you kidding me?
Okay, let me ask you a question, TBE. So there are a couple points that you've addressed. One, you don't like Paul because his girlfriend is paying the rent.
Stop you in your tracks.
Let me just finish.
Isn't that a player-hating move? Isn't that a player-hating move?
Paul.
Presuming that I had a woman who was paying for shit because she's a career woman. He's mad at that?
I mean, doesn't she, Paul?
What?
Your Honor.
Did you not pay your rent, Paul?
I'm confused. So you're mad at that I got a woman paying for me instead of you paying for a goofy bitch who
I
don't
just
respect
wanted you
you?
to admit it. I just wanted you to
I'm not admitting it. I'm just saying if that was the case, you're mad at that I'm just better than you? I have more value than you? I'm worth more than you?
Yeah, why does it matter? Why does it matter? It's his business and his girlfriend's business.
So if I had 3 women paying for me, I'd be worse off than you? Or that would indicate how much more valuable I am to women that they would pay for me rather than make me pick one of them and pay for them. You can't figure out how this works?
Yo, can I correct Nacho? I do not hate Paul.
I didn't say hate. I just said that you have some issues with Paul. And one second. So some of the points that Okay, fine.
He's mad.
That's
He's bitter. He don't have women in his life who
That's
respect him
fine
and pay
that
for
you
him.
don't
He's
hate
not paying
him.
for him.
That's fine. It's about like the points that you're bringing up. You are not happy with him because he is not paying rent, but that's not your business. That's his business with his girlfriend. If his girlfriend wants to pay his rent, pay for all his groceries, pay for his weed, pay for everything, that's their fucking business.
Hey, I'm paying for everything. And
Yeah,
I wanna
whatever.
suck your dick, baby.
That's
Because I want to make you happy.
their
Man,
business.
that would piss you
Who
off.
cares?
That would piss you off, wouldn't it?
So this guy.
Why
goes
does it
around
matter?
calling People beta males and losers
Yeah.
and hater
You ain't
nobody,
shit.
but his girlfriend pays his rent. Provides rent.
Okay, so
That means
I
He don't
see.
understand.
I
He don't
see.
get it. He don't get it.
Explain that away from me.
You have to pay for shit to prove you're a man because you have no other value. When you're a real man,
I'm
a
a
woman
man
might pay
because
for
I
you. You
provide
see how that
strength,
works?
Paul.
You see how that
I
works?
embody strength.
I got
take
women
care
I'm
of
not
women.
even fucking paying for shit for me, sending me contributions and support. Does
You
that make
just
you mad?
really said she
Does
does.
that make you mad? Hold on. Let me pull up some of the women who I don't even fuck who give me their money because they love me so much and support what I do.
Women? You picking
Yeah,
immaculate women,
they
Paul?
love me. Why are you
Oh,
mad
yeah,
that women
flipping
love me and
immaculate
respect
was
me and
something you
support
frowned
me?
upon.
Why are you mad about that? I'm
I
confused.
thought flipping immaculate is something you frowned upon.
I'm confused. I
Are
didn't
you
lie or
using
manipulate.
women?
I didn't lie or manipulate.
You're using women, right?
That's using.
okay.
So women are
Yes,
so
I'm
lowly
fine.
and stupid and weak and beneath men, they can't make their own choice to support what they love and care about. More sick and twisted logic. Great job.
Yeah, kick me out.
Women are victims. They're not grown. They can't make decisions to give their beta boys check to Pauly Boy online because they know the motherfucker they're with is worth less than the motherfucker they're watching online. That's their choice. Are you mad about that?
Here's another point I want to bring
Are
up.
you
Here's
mad
another
that
point.
your wife is probably sending me donations weekly because she knows you ain't shit and she's hoping I can get you right to be the man you need to be in that home? Is that what's going on here?
Well, the theme of delusion.
And also, like,
at
hey,
least
TBE,
consistent here,
TBE,
Paul.
TBE, are you are you beta? Do you consider yourself beta?
Beta.
Yes or no? Do you consider yourself beta? Okay.
No, I get
If it's not true and if it doesn't apply to you, why take it personally?
Everything in the house.
You're not
Paul
beta
do that?
then. You don't consider yourself a beta.
No,
So
he doesn't. He pimps and max on women. He manipulates them to pay.
who
for it.
cares? If Paul calls you a beta,
Who cares?
if it doesn't
Okay.
apply.
So be openly amoral, Nacho. Just say that out
No.
loud. Don't fucking play around.
You're so dumb you don't even know the difference between ethics and morals because you're so unlearned. Morals is when you cause loss, injury, and harm. I haven't lied or stolen or manipulated anybody. You made a false narrative. I
That's
just
not
ran
what
with it to
morals
trigger
means.
you. What now?
That's not what morals means.
Oh, yeah? Would you like to give me your source of understanding?
Morals are given by the culture.
Really?
What are they given by?
It's cultural
Really?
norms.
Well,
Cultural
no,
norms
but
are
there's
morals.
moral relativism, and there's a kind of
ethics.
Ethics is
Ethics are decided by the cultural norms.
No,
You
ethics
just
is your
corrected me and you're
personal
wrong.
You're wrong.
You're wrong.
You're wrong.
If something's immoral, it's immoral. It's a static
immoral
understanding. Ethics change place to place based on the people who live on the land, like ethnicity. Get it?
If
I
morals
got
have
another
to do with
moron who's going to correct me like she knows something because someone told her.
Well, it's a semantical problem, but yeah, for the most part, you have to have
Killing is
an idea.
immoral. Doesn't matter
Yeah.
where you go on the land. Killing's immoral. You
Well,
could
unless you're
argue
defending yourself.
honor killings are not immoral, but that ties into ethics, which come from a culture, society, or religion. Thank you.
if morals was what you're talking about, lady, then it would be moral to have slaves 200 years ago. That was moral.
That's right.
Right?
No.
Yeah, so what you're speaking about,
moral.
yeah,
Moral is
yeah,
right and
that's
wrong doesn't
that's moral
change
relativism.
based on who perceives of it or not. Moral relativist.
Right.
You're a moral relativist. That's why you think morals are set by the whims of people. So you
That's
sit
right.
up under daddy, like when I first came in and said, daddy's home, and you said, you ain't my daddy. You needed daddy, because a daddy would have taught you the difference between ethics and morals. So sit back, buckle up, listen, and learn. Ask questions
it's a semantic
to listen
problem.
and learn. You don't know what you're talking about.
Dude, I just listened to you rant for like 20.
You might have to listen to me rant another 20 minutes. Benton's not here. You ain't going to get what you want. So don't even go there. I'm not interested what you think and feel and want. Don't waste our time.
But dude,
It's pretty pathetic. You won't even let me.
Again, I just said, move past it. I'm not interested what you think, feel, and want. You just convicted yourself like they always do, tried to argue with me when you're wrong. I'm tired of egoic people who want to argue with me when they're definably, patently wrong.
You're a pathetic tyrant.
I'm not interested what you think of me, ma'am.
I think your thoughts are stupid. I'm out.
I know
Bye.
what you think. You don't think very much, and now you ran because you're a coward as well. Women can have ego and be cowards. It's only oneself. Tell me I'm a tyrant because I put you up and back acting like a petulant child. Are you kidding?
you obviously heard how their conversation devolved into two little children saying,
They're all children on here. That's why daddy's home. The majority of them are babies and broken spiritual children on here. It's only a handful who want to be better and want to see the error of their ways.
They just couldn't get past it. They were stuck in that immature, childlike state, and they were just happy there. They would have went for 5 more hours.
Yeah, but well, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, like people need to kind of express it, and you know, they need to go through it, and you know, they have to come to their own terms about, you know, what they're going through. So, I mean, no matter what we say and do, I don't really think that we're here to like change people, you know, per se.
No, but
so
that's
thank
a key
you,
at
Jim.
the same.
One second, Lewis.
I started first, bitch.
Hold on. Let's go over some fucking super chats here, okay?
Go ahead.
Benton's probably fucking dying somewhere. You motherfuckers don't care. And there's people trying to give him some fucking life support. You're just rambling on and on.
Bitch.
So I got one here. Where are we at here? Where are we at? Okay. Cuck in Tennessee. That's my name for him, but on this channel, he has to be known as Chuck in Tennessee because Benton doesn't call him that. Chuck in Tennessee, $10. Happy birthday, Sir Benton. Benton appreciates that, I'm sure. He's a very equitable and honorable man by all presentments, by all appearances. Jimbo Khan, don't spend it all in one place. Two, count them, 2 pieces of 4-ply. Ha, ha, ha.
Both of them.
Right. So thank you for the contributors and supporters of Benton. Because I'm here, I'll immediately be taking a percentage of that, but, that's business. Let's move on. Saying Nacho Keto and Lewis.
Let us move on. No, it's just that any kind of this like online aggression type of thing should be avoided. It doesn't make anybody look strong. Even if you're the toughest guy in the world, and then you can challenge everybody and then be like, just come over here and I'll fucking beat your ass and shit like that. I mean, it doesn't look good here online. Just saying, that's just
choose love,
one thing.
Hey, Notch, you know what? I
Ultimately,
understand what you're saying. Sorry, finish, and then I'll respond.
Go ahead.
No, I understand what you're saying. This fucking gorilla sometimes, it triggers me too, because in my view, right?
It triggers you?
Can you shut the fuck up and listen to me? I'm telling you that we have become, I'm saying use the we, but I mean people in general have become so feminized. Men have been so fucking feminized that women are taking on masculine roles, right? So I understand that, getting all this shit, he triggers, he says inappropriate shit. I get it. Maybe he's too far, but you have to consider if that's what the Spirit sent at this moment in my purview, I have to look at it and understand what it's there for. So maybe his over expounding with the bullshit that I don't like either is needed right now because there's nothing on the other end.
There's nothing else to do.
Okay, so you're coming up with some excuses then.
No, it's not excuses. It's, in my view, that's the truth. Like men are afraid to be men, right? At one time, I don't think it was like that. Even as far as when I was a kid, there were more men, and men don't take shit and don't stand for shit.
Look, here's the thing. That's fine. That's fine. And I think, I understand, and I don't disagree with you. It's just that I think here online, the best weapon is logic, and not being emotional. That's just me. Right. And then as far as quote unquote being a man, it's about spirit for me, if I'm in a situation where I have to defend myself or my loved ones or my friends, that moment's going to arise and I'm going to do what I need to do. I don't need to talk about it. I don't need to show off about it. I prepare myself for those moments, but I pray to God that I don't have to experience them, for myself or anybody else. And I would not feel good. I would not feel good putting anybody down or putting them in the hospital or putting them underground at all. That's not something that I would feel any pride of.
Yes, but the Spirit brought you here, not Chiquita. So when I say here, I mean in this moment where I'm here, the white gorilla's here, other people are here. The Spirit brought you here for some reason for you, right? It could be that you need to maybe back up from the love and do a little more fucking of the, fuck nut shit, right?
What does that do me any good? What
the Spirit
it doesn't benefit me at all.
It doesn't hurt you to look at it.
So what do you want me to do? You want me to yell more? You want me to fucking call people coward ass bitches more, or what?
Yeah,
Is that what you want me to do?
That's what I'd like to hear you do.
For
yes,
what?
Do more of that.
It doesn't.
Just try it. See what happens.
I have done it. I don't feel good about it personally. Miyamoto Musashi said, I don't know if you know who that guy is, that Japanese samurai guy. He said that complaints are neither appropriate for myself nor others.
Paul's
so I try not to complain.
Paul's not complaining.
I'm not talking about Paul. Paul is his own man. He can do whatever the fuck he wants to do. I'm not Paul, and Paul's not me.
Right. And I'm not saying for you to be Paul, but I'm just saying that the Spirit brought you here to hear
no one can do that.
Right?
Yeah, and Paul, and nobody can be me either. Either way.
Right.
That's fine.
Right. But do you agree that possibly we're men in general, I would say, are being pushed to more of try to be, oh, just love, brother? Is that like, do you see that's something that's happening, and that the more and more and more that happens, men become more like women and less like men? And do you agree
I don't
that
disagree
maybe
with
it's
that.
a good idea to change directions? And I'm not saying being a man is yelling, hey, fuck, not that. I'm not saying that. But I'm saying maybe that's part of the process.
I already told you, Lewis, that in my day-to-day life, when I see that somebody is touched in the head and they're not on the right path, I stay out of their way. I don't get around them. I don't co-create with them. I don't create an opportunity for it to come up, to get to yelling and fighting. Don't happen in my life. The last time we had a disagreement on the land with the guy who owned the land, I wound up tearing up and crying because I was being real with myself and him. And I said, you know what, Ramiro? I said, I see why you're so frustrated, because I've been doing all this broadcast and I haven't been out there working with you. And I don't want it to end like this, right? Because I can tell it's going to a bad place and this relationship's going to get damaged. And I feel like I could do more. I didn't buck up to him. That's the difference. When motherfuckers bring shit to me, I address it. Right, wrong, and different, and I'm real, and I'm in touch with my emotions. I bring shit to these kids online, they start talking high power shit. That's what activates that. And I don't even need to express that. I could just not express it. I choose to.
Right. So it's different for you, but not for them. Okay.
The point is, every time that you've come to me, TB, and every time you've come to me and brought me your concerns or your commentary or your questions, I sat there like a man and I discussed from my heart what I perceive.
I can talk to you like a man, Paul. I can always talk to you like a man.
You choose not to. That's the point. So then I go to disrespecting you. You choose not. You're cutting me off now. This is my point. You've been backstage this whole time. I bring you back up. I'm trying to recenter and refocus and de-escalate, and you want to get back into it and escalate again.
I'm not trying to do that.
Yeah, can I speak? Can I just speak 1 second? Because I want to address something with Lou here, okay? In my point of view, this is just my point of view. When I come online, and this is one of the reasons I have no interest in like chatting with a bunch of people, you know, I want to have a conversation with people. And if I'm not saying that somebody's above me or below me, but if I'm not up to their pay grade and I don't fucking understand what they're talking about, it's not worth my time, because my brain, you know, wavelength is not at their level. On the vice versa, if I'm having conversations with people and then I see that there's logical fallacies going on, and then there's no agreements that's going to be you know, had between people, then for me that's another waste of time. So like, I want to meet people where I can meet them. You know, that's one of the thing. As far as quote unquote being a masculine or being a man is concerned, I mean, like, whatever, like, you know, this in the real physical world, I'm okay with what I got. You know what I mean? I'm not the toughest, I'm not the weakest or whatever, but like if I need to, you know, do whatever I need to do, it's going to be done. But the situation's going to present itself. I don't need to manipulate anything.
I'm not talking about that kind of toughness. I'm not talking about that.
Right. We're talking about standing for something in this life, like you've seen me do over and over again and sacrifice for. If you don't do that, you ain't a man. I don't care if you can kick my ass. I give it to him every time. TBE, just let me finish what I'm saying. All right. I give it to him every time. TB, I give it to you. If I came down there, you'd beat my ass, and then you'd have to give me a hand and lift me back up. And get a forklift too to lift me back up, and then we're gonna dust ourselves off and go back to the world as slaves run by policy and code.
That's not what I want.
So we don't get points as men by beating each other up in front of the masters, pimping and hoeing on us.
I said those things.
You're an intelligent guy, TB.
You understand that, Paul? You understand that I'm not. I was making a point about those things. I have no issue with you, except when the issue, you know, when you say, you know, you need to stand up for what, you know, what's right and good. And, you know, to me as a Christian, when I hear somebody saying fucked up things about my religion, saying Jesus is fake and this, that, and the other, and applying scripture to their lifestyle, am I not behaving in the way that's true to myself? But you look at that,
you're behaving in a way.
You call me indoctrinated.
You're behaving in a way that's true to your dysfunctional self, but not to the religion you say you serve and the God you serve. That's the point.
Bro, I mean, you gotta let me speak, man. You can't just
work yourself up into a lather.
You're yelling and screaming and insecurity and fear. It's not indicative of
insecurity and fear. You're
talking over me every time I'm talking. You're insecure in your ground and your footing and position. You're sacrificing your footing for a killing blow, and it is your undoing every time. You're not secure in your position. If you were, you could just speak about it and not get animated and emotional and triggered. And you can't, because you do day after day. And I say the same things and you react the same way. You don't have self-control. God's people are supposed to be experts at self-control.
Yeah. So here's another thing, TPE, if I just want to mention.
You can backstage me because you need to be heard and be dominative.
That's not why I'm doing it. You're being egoic and projecting. I'm doing it to rebalance and recenter the energy because I don't want to escalate, and your tone and energy is escalating because you can't secure your grounding and footing in your belief that you can't prove. I didn't say Jesus was fake. I said you can't prove he existed. They're two different statements, but you don't understand how to debate and use logic, so you get triggered. I can't prove that Jesus didn't exist. You can't prove that he existed.
Right. So let's play the double speak game where you say, I don't believe Jesus existed and you can't prove it. That keeps you out of it.
I didn't say I don't believe it. Belief requires a choice. I don't walk around holding choices I can't prove. That's what a fool like you does. I said I can't prove he doesn't exist, and you can't prove he did. It's a simple statement that you can't wrap your head around because you're not that intelligent, and or you haven't used your intelligence properly to learn how to think instead of parroting what you think.
There we go. Insult, and
another thing is
not an insult. If you take it as one, it means it's true for you. This is my perspective of you. You either want it or you don't.
Right.
And another thing is, TPE, is that there are always going to be
objective truth while insult people.
There's always going to be people talking shit
about the audience perceiving me as more truthful and righteous than you, so you're fighting them and not addressing what I just said. More evidence of insecurity in your belief because you don't know.
All right. Appeal to consensus.
Audience is going to do what audience are going to do.
Democracy, bro.
Why can't you just talk to me about the facts of the matter without appealing to emotion and ideology?
You're making it so fucking difficult, bro.
No, you have a very difficult time in life coping. That was evident on your stream yesterday when you couldn't get out of the car to go in the store. You're not in the flow. You're not walking with the Holy Spirit. I get on stages. You sit in the car scared to go into Walmart with yellow skin. You may as well be demonically possessed calling yourself a follower of the Christed being. It's laughable.
That's amazing. You can make it.
That's why you hid the stream and made it private when you became aware I was restreaming it, because you were embarrassed of yourself, your life, and your presentment. If you weren't and you were God's people, you'd have spoke your truth on record. You'd have bear witness and testimony. You'd have had a conversation. But you can't because you're scared of what you believe because you don't know if it's true or not.
Bro,
but you're going to act like you know it is.
I had a conversation with you when you pulled me backstage all the time.
You don't understand. You don't understand. The truth cannot be validated or invalidated by the ignorant. And you've shown a pattern of ignoring all the facts of the matter that prove who and what you are and aren't. The rest of us aren't going to ignore it.
Dude,
you want to ignore who and what you are to pretend with yourself in the world. The rest of us don't. We're tired of playing all you games online. All you people are the same. You bullshit yourselves and try to do it to everyone else. When it's revealed who and what you are, you fight about it. It's over. The die's been cast. We see you for who and what you are. Now it's time for you to do the work and see yourself for who and what you are and change it.
Bro, it's amazing how you could just say things like it's like a cold call for telemarketers. You could just say things about people you don't know. What does that say about you, Paul?
It says that I believe believe, right? I could say I know, but I guess it's a belief and a perspective. Wouldn't say it's a belief. It's more of a perspective because it's not a choice. I don't have a choice to invalidate what I've experienced. I have a perspective that I have consciousness and awareness that allows me to connect to other beings at times, listen to what they're saying and read their energy and make a pretty good determination about what's going on. And I have a whole bunch of folks who pay me for that because they see value in that, changing their life for the better, looking at themselves and developing more self-awareness.
Okay, so you think it's righteous to make cursory judgments about people you don't know?
I can't make a judgment. You say only God can judge. I'm not God. I'm using a discernment. You can disagree with it, but then you'd have to rebut it, and you can't. So you want to appeal to emotions that I'm judging you. No, you're being judged based on your apprehension and application. Simple. And I'm not God. So I'm speaking for God, you could say. Dangerous endeavor. But all it really means is pure consciousness and awareness of cause and effect and how it all relates.
Paul, there's a difference between making an assessment and accusatory judgments. You do understand that, right? You do know that there's a difference.
Could you delineate the difference? Why are you yelling again? Why are you yelling? Oh, you asked me a question, didn't give me space to answer, and then yelled over me when I asked you to qualify the statement. Why are you so combative and belligerent and insecure and defensive and angry and hateful and bitter if you're Christian? Why?
Angry, hateful, bitter, and Christian, making judgments you don't know about somebody.
That's my discernment of your energy and your presentment.
You don't know.
Why are you blaming me for what you're showing that I'm describing that you don't like when it's described back? Because you don't have self-awareness to see yourself while you're doing it.
Paul, you don't know my motives, so why do you speak on it?
I don't need to know your motives. I see the results. You think motive matters more? You think motive matters more than results? Oh, another moral relativist.
I'm not.
All you Christians are hypocrites. You're subjective moralists.
Oh, there we go. He's making
You're
judgments.
relativists. You think your emotions come into the universe and the law and cause and effect, and they don't. You think your beliefs and opinions come into the equation. They don't. And you can't separate your bullshit beliefs and opinions from all the other billions of people with their own because you think yours are unique and special and they were given to you. You're exactly 1/3 of the planet, at least, caught in an emotional twist, full of guilt and resentment, haven't reconciled who and what you are, and haven't actualized and realized the truest part of yourself. And it's evident in every venue. To everyone but you.
This guy speaks for me. He cuts me off and he speaks for me and tells me what my life is. You see how amazing that is?
Yes, we see it. I do it every day. I've done it every day with you and others for a year, and you're still getting reactive and you're in amazement. You get easily amazed, I guess. Either that or you're insecure right now and being defensive and trying to distance yourself from what I just said.
No, you're not going to groove me, Paul.
You're not addressing anything I'm saying. You're putting distance between yourself and what I'm saying. That is proving to me more. There's probably some truth to it based on my observations as well.
I mean, now I understand. I'm not one of these fucking saps that sit here and.
Could you show me and tell me what you do to bear witness and testimony and to change lives with this good news gospel you've got?
What do you
Could
mean?
you show me your ministry?
Show me the ministry.
Could you show me anything you're doing to live like a Christ being, or do you just want to sit around and decay and believe on something?
I don't publicize my charity, Paul. Is that what you want?
I didn't say charity. I said ministry. Do you not know the difference, or are you now creating another straw man?
Oh, so that's what I should do. I should start recording all the things I do good for.
You have so much good word and information and understanding that you have to come everywhere and push it on everybody. Why not start your own ministry like a broadcast you did to 14 people yesterday that you stopped and put on private when you realized I was restreaming it? So not only do you not want to minister, you're insecure in your beliefs and you don't want them put out because you're embarrassed by them. So am I. The difference is you won't admit it to everyone you're embarrassed, but you'll act it out.
Paul, I wasn't embarrassed about that stream.
You were embarrassed because it was fucking embarrassing. It was awkward, cringy, disconcerting, full of dysfunction, and it was more conviction and evidence of your personality disorder.
Paul, that wasn't an invitation to assess me psychologically, but
I don't need an invitation. This is all I do here. Consciousness, awareness, presence, and communication of self. It's all I've started doing after I realized we can't do rights, freedom, and principles because we're not the men and women we need to be. We're unconscious, unaware, incompetent slaves on the whole. Time to get with the program.
Well, yeah, okay. According to you, that's fine, Paul.
Benton's back. I don't want to
stop fucking backstaging me, you
just
fucking
talk to him now. Don't address me any longer. There's no point.
Fucking douche.
I love you, brother.
I love you too.
Oh, please
maybe stop trying to be domineering over people. Maybe you can have a real conversation.
The truth is combative, sir.
With somebody like you. Yeah, exactly. Truth is combative. So why do you block me from your chat, Paul?
Listen, if you want to come in there, fight and argue and call me names, if you want to come in there, fight and argue, call me names, and not come up to have a courteous discussion, I'm going to block you in timeout like a child because you act like one.
Because you do exactly what you just did, Paul. That's why I don't come up.
Okay, because you can't handle the loss of even momentary power and control.
Because
you don't understand faith and surrender, and you don't serve truth. So you're more worried about a momentary loss of power and control than you are making the point of truth. I don't do that when I go places. They put me up and down. I sit there and continue unwavering. Okay, I don't let my circumstances and situations and people define who and what I am, my mission, and the outcome.
It's always you painted in the lightest light and me being the insecure.
That's how you feel because I'm describing my process, my intention, my motives, and my results. And you're realizing when I do it that I'm not wrong. You are
a communist faggot.
Oh, the F word now, because you're so heterosexual and manly and masculine.
Just don't do that. Don't be
more proof of your possible homoerotic, unresolved aspects of your chimpanzee nature. Every one of you people that calls people that word usually has homosexual qualities, latent, unresolved, and you want to prove you don't, so you're going to project it onto others and tear it down. Okay? Where did us sleeping with men come into this conversation? It didn't, but it came out of your subconscious. That's why you have dark circles around your eyes, yellow skin, and you're full of bitterness and resentment because you haven't rectified and reconciled aspects of your animal nature. You see, and I suspect you're a bisexual, sir. So why don't you come out with it and be honest?
Damn, I hit a nerve, didn't I, Paul?
You hit a nerve with me?
Are you a faggot, Paul?
Whoa, there we go. There's God's people. There's God's loving people who are here to minister and bear witness and to create a change. Let's insult people and demean people about their sexuality now. That applies and is always appropriate and functional. Show us more about how unevolved you are. Because I didn't say it was necessarily proper behavior. I'm just saying if you're going to help it and change it in some way, you have to come better than that. I would think that the Lord's people, oh, wait, you read a book that says you should stone gay people. You should kill them. Right? Right. So that would make sense why you're such a loving Christian here to bear witness and testimony.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I forget. Okay for thee, not for me. I get it, Paul.
I don't go around and demeaning and insulting. I've never once done that. Hours of a broadcast a day. I've never once insulted somebody's color, ethnicity without doing a bit non-bit. I've never once directly insulted somebody based on their color, ethnicity, or their sexual orientation. That's what people like you do because you're hateful and bigoted. And if you thought there was something wrong, you would just help to cause a change, and you can't. So that's your default position.
Explain.
You wouldn't go to that kid that I was in jail with, the little black kid with the dog paw right here. Because once I saw the dog paw, I said, oh, homie's down in the hood. Don't matter that he was twisting his hair up and talking with a feminine way at jail. I said, the first motherfucker that gets on his wrong side is going to get their ass whooped. And sure enough, it was a guy just like you, popping shit, running his mouth, calling people names, and he got his ass beat by an F word, sir. So I'd be careful about what you say, because not every F word you're going to be able to wrangle and tangle with. They're going to put a whooping on you. Then you're going to have to go sit with yourself because you got whooped by a homosexual. That's not going to feel too good for your pride and ego. See? So you're again talking and popping a whole bunch of shit on here you ain't going to do if I go get some big gay black man from London Man's Hood, right? Who may be on the DL, but everyone kind of knows because he did a lot of time in prison and he don't exactly hide it. You're going to wash his drawers and suck his dick because he's running shit. So if I go get that guy and I bring him here, you ain't going to call him that and drop your location and tell him to pull up, because he's going to pull your pants down. He's going to pull up and pull down, and he's going to hurt your little pride and ego.
Wow, that's really graphic stuff, man. You have
right. You've never been in a situation where you had to experience immediate consequences for rattling your mouth. Some of us lived in that world constantly. So we had to become very respectful and conscious and aware of what we were saying and doing. You're still a child who needs disciplining.
Yeah. The soapbox continues, Paul. I get it.
Right, soapbox.
No, right. You can just keep saying those things and it applies.
I can say whatever I want as long as Benton allows me here.
Paul, but it doesn't apply to me. You're speaking hot air to avoid.
I'm telling you what I'm perceiving. If you're not bothered by it, we can still move on. We're an hour in and you're still cycling in your dysfunction. We could just move on, but you won't. You can't. You're compulsive and impulsive, but you're God's people.
I mean, we can move on, but you keep backstage.
No, you can't move on. I just told you, and you just showed it again. I mean, we can move on, but we can move on, but you won't and can't because you're impulsive and compulsive, and your emotions run your inner space.
TBE.
Stop
talk to me. Ignore Paul.
How about that?
Then we can move on.
Stop being a bully, Paul.
Oh, he's bullied online now. God's people, the Christed being who was crucified, doing what's true and what's right. He feels bullied online with words.
I mean, whatever makes you feel good.
Well, TBE though, but TBE, you did say earlier that TBE, you did say earlier that Benton was a white N-word.
Only insecure victims say, "Stop bullying me." So I was right again.
Yeah, you're so weak, dude.
But you're gonna beat me up. You're gonna beat me up in life, but online I'm bullying you. I bully your bitch ass in life too. So stop popping shit.
No, in real life you would never fucking talk to me.
Yes, I would. You're already feeling bullied online. Imagine if you were in the room with me, towering over you twice your size, telling you stop acting like a bitch and get it right. Let's talk like men. Imagine how you'd be then. You'd say, "Oh, I might have to call policy enforcement like all the good Christians to come save me from what I'm creating." Like always, come save me from what I've created, Jesus and policy enforcement.
You know what happens?
Come save me. I need a cosmic daddy everywhere in my life to save me from what I do and don't do.
That's right. I love Jesus. I love God.
Yeah, you love policy enforcement too. They're just like Jesus. They're going to save you from what you've done and not done.
Policy enforcement like what? Like a driver's license?
It's all the same pimping and macking concept, and you're too dumb to figure it out.
Right?
You're too dumb to figure out your cosmic parents gave you a savior so you wouldn't reconcile your cosmic abandonment issues with the cosmic mother and father. They gave you a savior rap everywhere in your life, and you bought it. Donnie, policy enforcement, and Jeebus. They all work together, don't they?
You depend on other people.
You're a fucking moron, and you're a non-player character. Move on.
Paul, you require other people to survive.
Move on.
Hey, I gotta go, guys. Benton, thank you for having me up. Hold on, Toilet Bowl. Just let me thank Benton. Hold on. Can you shut him up, Paul?
No.
I just want to thank you, Benton, for having me up, and happy birthday. And Toilet Bowl, I would suggest maybe you look at other things of value when you ask somebody what they have to show for something. It's not necessarily any value to say, I have a wonderful house, I have a wonderful this. There's other things that are more important. That's all I would suggest.
Thank you, Dallas. I gotta stop you.
Like he's a supremacist.
I gotta stop you. We got something more important here. People celebrating and contributing, not all of this negativity and constant hating that you like to engage in. Because you don't contribute here. You don't support here. You're just like all the rest. Claim to know, don't know, expose your hypocrisy, and you don't even bring value and support here. Thank you, Dallas Don Juan. Looks like a very clean and articulate African-American man. Maybe one of our next presidential candidates, like Barack Obama, one of our favorites. Thank you, Dallas Don Juan, for your contribution of 5 pieces of foreplay. Brother Benton, happy face. And we look forward to having more conversations with the beautiful African-American males and females of this realm. Of course, not only here on Benton's amazing channel, but over on mine, Proper Instruction Motivates People. We're pimping. Go ahead.
Okay, bye.
Oh, you're leaving.
Later, Lou. Bye.
Right.
So, hey, TBE, let's move on.
Benefits you, right, Paul?
Let's move on. Oh my God.
Right? Only things that are self-serving should be televised, and things that.
Oh my God.
Paul, right?
TBE, would you like to have a conversation with me instead, rather than with Paul? I think you're starting to loop a little bit.
Right.
I don't appreciate your condescending attitude, sir. I can talk to Paul whenever. I'm fine with Paul. We disagree. It's fine.
Yeah, he
I
just
wasn't
wants
trying to be
Daddy's
condescending.
attention. He really it's indicative. He really
I don't need your attention.
He really loves and respects his daddy, and that's why he's so interested in getting Daddy's attention. No one else in the room really does what it does for him when he gets my attention. All right, so that's why they do that. You know, they always need to have my attention. They don't want to talk to any other men in the room. They want Daddy's attention, even if it's negative attention.
I mean, Paul, dude, there's nobody else talking. You're the only one talking. Who
He
else
just
am I
told
supposed
you
to
3
attract,
times.
bro?
Do you want to talk to me? He wants to
Are you
talk to
fucking
you, and you
retarded,
keep
Paul?
Seriously? He keeps saying he wants to talk with you, and you keep yelling at me, and I keep going silent to try to ignore you, and you won't stop yammering.
They're just stupid fucking.
I tell you, the problem with these toilet bowl worths is they come on the panel, they try and act like me, try and move like me. They never got nothing, never did nothing, never preached nothing.
There you go, grovel, Tommy. There you go, grovel. Be a sample.
No, TBE, this is what you don't get when you interrupt me. I'm here for all
you
5
ain't
of
gonna
you.
come here. You don't come here and interrupt a man like Tommy like that. He doesn't.
Oh,
You
don't
don't buy
speak
him
too
out. He
soon,
buys you
fat
out.
baby albino biatch. I'm here for you too, because I seen you yesterday. You come in to London Man's chat. You just say something. You're sitting there typing, hating in the chat. You don't want to come up on London Man because you know your jig is up. I got Moose cornered. I got Moose cornered the same way I got Benton cornered. Oh, it's my
You don't
birthday.
understand, bro.
Oh.
You don't understand, bro. I went to London Man's chat last night, as you say, and I went to the back, and he kept me back there for 10 minutes and didn't address me because I suspect he's the scared little bitch. He didn't tell you that, did he? He's the one who's been throwing subliminals and knows that I'm onto him, and he won't address me directly. So now when I come there, he acts like I don't exist. When the first time I came there, pull on slave, big up. That's the bro right there. That's the man. That's the big dog on the street. That's the one. Right? First, it's always sucking my dick in public until I don't love them the way they want, or I keep just doing me and they catch feelings and start hating subliminally till I call them out like Satanic Warrior, and they always go the same way. Right? They start picking sides, choosing sides, creating fake beefs, just won't keep it all the way real. See, we don't get down like that, bro, where I'm from. And I thought motherfuckers, you know, and again, maybe it's my mistake because I even qualified it. I said, it might be me perceiving something that's not real. I'm going to go talk to London Man in his face and ask him a question. And what did he show me? What I perceived was true double time. So maybe I'm on a double time mistake now. Maybe I perceive double time something that ain't really there. But I'm pretty good at this shit and reading people. And I can tell when motherfuckers are dropping subliminals because they're catching feelings about me but don't want to talk about it directly. It's pretty clear usually.
No, dude, and this is how
next
it's.
time you tell me that I was scared to go on London Man's channel, you might ask him if I wasn't backstage 10 or 20 minutes and he acted like I wasn't there. Maybe someone else is scared to have the real conversation. I don't know.
Dude, this is so played out. Now, how about you leave me up here for the response that you know is coming, everyone knows is coming, because this is the same loop. Wait, you say all again, now we're done.
Oh no.
Paul, that's objectively funny. I can laugh.
No, it's not, and you're playing into it. Been
I can laugh at that.
About it.
That puts me in a better mood.
Oh my goodness.
Twilight Zone.
And this is why you're lukewarm.
Sorry.
Toilet bowl. This is why you're lukewarm. Because I seen you getting dunked before a toilet bowl, but whenever it happens to a guy that happens to be on your objective, you want a little dick on into it. Say, oh yeah, this is funny. That's funny. And Nacho Quito, you have traveled the world. You have lived upon snowy peaks, and you got nothing out of it, boy. You're still sitting here sucking your daddy's dick day after day.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Oh my gosh.
And you do look like that Asian tranny I mishappenly hit on for like 3 months.
Is this what I sound like?
Oh, I love you, Tommy.
Like 20 minutes
you want to make love to me, Tommy? Is that the deal?
Christos, when you go panel to panel spreading the lie that, oh, Luma Tommy hates me because I show up on Paul. I don't give a fuck where you show up. It's just like right now. Hey, Nacho Quito, don't talk over me.
Oh my goodness, bro. Why are we doing this right
Holy cows, man.
Oh, I'm sorry, Torbo. Doing what you try to do.
That's the thing, TBE, is that you don't understand that when you put out the bitching, whining, insecure beta male mating call.
Do I sound like Tommy?
This is what shows up,
This
right?
am I Tommy?
It's like taking a rabbit out into the forest and letting it squeal bullying, right? It just starts attracting all the other miscreant animals around. So this is what happens. This is why I asked you, please stay away from the hating on me and the bitching and complaining like a hoe, because then you're going to draw in all the other ones and it's going to be a fuck fest here, right? And we really don't need it. I guess we do. It's content nowadays. That's how sick and twisted the betaverse has become.
Come on, Paul. Don't tell me.
Every day is the first day with Paul, as if this isn't the.
That's the point. Now he's getting it a year in. I live every day as its own day. It's basically a loop. I live the same day over and over again with various updates. And I take it all as if we just met. It's like I have Alzheimer's here. I have to, because you folks don't learn and don't update your program. So every day's the first day. You're incompetent. You're a beta. You're triggered and insecure and emotional. You have no purpose and meaning in your life. And go.
Yeah, I want to hear
Paul, it's
Tommy,
not
if you don't
you're
mind, just a
taking
little bit
every
longer.
day as a new
Just-
day. Hey,
just
Asian
please.
fucking loser, reject, failure, never done nothing but lived at the top of a mountain. Shut your flat fucking earth mouth for a second.
Okay,
now,
okay,
Paul,
go ahead.
It's
Go
not
ahead,
that
sir.
it's a new day like people take on the new day. It's you are a goldfish. Like every day is the first and only day you know. Because you do this dumb shit over and over and over again. Now, when you want to bag on fucking London Man, talking like London Man's fucking deceiving, hiding behind your back. No, he's been very stand-up about, hey, you ain't getting these keys brought up.
Okay.
What the fuck you talking about?
What does
these
Sun Tzu
keys?
say?
These
Conduct
ain't
yourself in
your
a way where even your enemies respect you.
Oh, you're just
I'm right
gonna
on the
play
money,
your
folks.
hype vid.
I'm thousands
Okay,
of years
I can
old,
make
ancient
videos
information
too,
in the
Paul.
flesh.
And
That's
Benton,
been
you
true
killed
yesterday,
your
will be true
channel
today, and
when
true
you
tomorrow.
fucking
It
handed
was
these
spoken
keys
and
over
lived
to
by
us,
all
bro.
great
It's
men throughout
obvious
history
what
that you
that
motherfuckers only
portrays.
look at and talk about when I'm
this
living it.
dude is gonna look. Oh, he got loud. He got loud
If you
and
can't
somebody
even handle
edited it.
this
Look at
broadcast,
that baby
what are you
big
gonna do
face.
in combat,
Look at
boy?
this baby big face.
You're gonna
He's
sit in the
broken.
hole and turn
He's
to me
talking
and
about
ask
the
me what the fuck
military. He
we're
fucked
doing
on
here?
the military. Now he's acting like the military. He ain't no 300 either side. If that individual found himself in war, he would cry like a little bitch.
uphold the law.
Paul, you're still there. I still had a question,
Stop
Jeff.
fucking following
We gotta watch this
insane
worthless
policy.
shit, man.
Why don't you tell me who the fuck you are?
Calcott Clips
What
has
you're about.
editing.
Would you like to
skills,
see the
doesn't mean he
Supreme
can't
Court decision
direct
saying
them to
statutes, policies, and
undeserved
codes are not laws? I have
places?
about 10 of them.
Do something with your
What do you
life.
got,
Go somewhere. Do something to move somebody. Habits
Yeah, look at
that
your
you create
stupid video,
today
Paul.
lead to success
I
tomorrow.
got plenty of
The more
videos
you
about you
produce
that'll
value, the
far
more you
exceed
guarantee value back. If you think that you're going to half-ass this and fake it till you make it and get some kind of notoriety and some kind of value, some kind of resources, and not do something with it, bullshit. You're a fucking loser, punk coward like all the rest of them. You're there to win. If you're not there to win, what the fuck are you doing there? Go start a sewing circle.
From the
This is the
trailer
problem.
that is
Motherfuckers don't
taking
want
a
healthy
long time to
competition. They want
transport.
participation
Like,
trophies where they can
it's
show up,
in-state, Paul.
half-assed
So whenever you say the trailer is headed to the land,
That's
I
the
did
bane
it
of human
the
existence
land,
right
not
now. I don't get
your
comfortable
land.
and say, Paul,
Just
we can
like
take
the
a day
Fight
off
Club
now.
killed
I
us.
get fired the fuck up. Now
So
I
it's
gotta
like,
put on for these
how long does it take a
Now I
trucker?
gotta
Co-
get good
Benton could tell
Now
us
I
how
gotta
long
put
does
a
it take a
fire
trucker
under their ass
company
because they're
to
on their
move
way
a fucking
possibly to a
trailer
slave
to
job,
the
working
land?
on themselves, wanting to be better and wanting out. Well, I'm gonna help you.
God, how can you
I don't
guys
fucking
listen
get
to
any
day
benefit out of
after
shitting on
day?
people and
That's
tearing them
what
down. That's
gives it
easy.
away.
If
Everything
anything, I
that
want
he
you to be
says
better.
is
And you're
the
gonna see
same as
this
today.
gorilla monkey
Before
face
it was
in your
today.
face every motherfucking day.
That's
So you put
why
me
I'm
down,
going to all these
telling
panels
you
talking about these
'Cause I've been
loser
waiting.
failure haters. They never did
You
nothing,
just do
got
what's
nothing.
true
They
and
don't
what's
move
right,
like
and you
me. They
create
don't shoot
value
like
and
me. They
faith.
don't
You
talk
will
like
get
me.
everything you
'Cause they'll
need
never
and then
be
some. As long as you stay consistent and stay real with these motherfuckers
Yeah,
and yourself,
he got
and
it
do the
wrong.
next
Stay
right thing.
consistent.
Steel, sharp as steel.
Consistently,
I hope
he
all
is
you
the
motherfuckers
Talcott.
are watching. I hope you're all
Consistently
watching. Okay,
irrelevant
stick
day
to
to
it.
day.
Stick to your
Never
fucking
did
truth.
nothing if you ain't me. Never do nothing if you ain't me. But when I do it, it's not that. It's better
Yo,
than that. It's
Tommy,
a
man,
different
shut
that.
the fuck up, man.
Shut the
Shut the
fuck up,
fuck up,
toilet
man.
bowl. You got no friends, buddy. And the
Bro, just
reason
shut
your
the fuck
friends
up,
are
man.
scarce is because they know I got him on that Davy Crocco tip that you were lucky enough to not be present for. Turn me the fuck back up, baby albino bitch. Turn my
brother,
fucking
you
mic
just
up
like.
with your fucking mod god.
Let's have some silence, please.
You know how this goes.
What's that?
Right? There's levels to this shit. We're standing on truth and not wavering. But these folks want to talk all this high power shit, want to act like they're righteous. You bitch ass motherfucker. I'm so sick of these people, bro. Never done a motherfucking thing and seemingly never will.
Ain't never done a motherfucking thing. They don't move like me. They don't talk like me. They ain't got nothing. Never did nothing. Never be nothing.
You bitch ass unexperienced? Are you kidding? Bitch ass. If it could, we wouldn't be here having these conversations because the devil would already have this place. You bitch ass motherfucker. What
No
we're talking
one
about
before.
concerning to realize the majority of the public will just sit around and watch shit that's bitch ass meaningless and valueless that gives them no application in the world to change their life. You bitch ass motherfucker. Experiential, observable, explainable, and demonstrable. What I represent in this thing,
Let's do it. I don't care about your show.
Re-energize, you bitch ass motherfucker. Do I want to go along to get along and get to a bag? Or am I calling everybody out on how we've fallen short so we could get somewhere with this? Because if not, it's all over at some point. The question is when. You bitch ass motherfucker. So how are you changing to meet life on life's terms and provide solutions to the problems we face? You bitch ass motherfucker. If you're not doing that, you bitch ass motherfucker. Well, then I gotta step out into the front, into the leadership position. I gotta put a target on me.
Oh, Paulie, all the time.
Won't be done, bitch ass. Right? It's not that it can't be done; it won't be done because
at least he made Slideshow a monkey.
You're gonna have to hold fast to who and what you are and what you know. You bitch ass.
Did I come to the viewing party of this shit that gets played every day on fucking
bitch ass
bullshit
motherfucker.
self-glorification channel?
You're a bitch ass motherfucker and you know it. Bitch ass breathing in the toxic.
Oh, because you're being the Talcott, like playing your own quote. Like you're using your own quotes like Talcott.
Gorilla season. Gorilla season. Anybody can get it.
Do you remember when you first were talking about your gorilla thing, and you said whenever I told you about how the AMC8 are also
content, non-tent, bit, non-bit, using all my words and lingo, trying to be me and do what I do, and then just wind up embarrassing yourselves and everybody because you ain't me. You haven't done the work I've done.
You never done nothing like me. You never been me. You never sat in a trailer like me. You never said the same thing every day like me. Loser, hater, failures, because they
nature and all that lust. with some kind of level of
Tommy, you make me look terrible.
Can
you just stop?
You haven't, and it's all over you.
Toilet Bowl, here's how you're a stupid
look like a
fucking
douchebag. And now I feel like
Iranian.
I look like a douchebag.
Like, you think you're doing a thing here, Toilet Bowl.
At least I have a coherent fucking thing to speak to this man about.
See, you're supporting your Satan, bro.
You're just kind of a big black sort of.
What do you got? I'll have a back and forth with you, Toilet Bowl, because you don't get it. See, here's what you don't understand. Paul and Benton, they'll sit here and give us a clear, concise back and forth because they know.
Right now, Tommy, I'm embarrassed for myself.
He's trying to manipulate again. Yeah, I'm a little bit better at psychology than you, Tom. So don't try to manipulate, please.
There is no manipulation, but you can.
When you say that I'm going to give you a clear back and forth with him, it just means you're saying that you want me to do that. And by you saying I'm going to do that means I'm going to, means I'm not. So stop trying to manipulate. You don't know that I'm going to give you a clear back and forth.
And that shows how you're.
It doesn't matter what you think it shows. You're still manipulating. I don't care what you think and feel. I tell him stop manipulating, and he tries to continue to appeal to emotion in the crowd to manipulate. We don't care.
So you know the.
We don't care. Move on. Just talk to TB like you were going to do, because I was definitely going to give you a clear back and forth. Because I know you got cut off.
I'm good. Please don't talk to me.
So you said I was going to do it, and you say you're not going to do it because I said it, but now that I said it and you said that you said it, now you're going to let me do it. So tell me about your psychology.
Maybe. That's the thing. It's still a maybe. I still may let you have a back and forth with him, but don't say it as if it's a fact because you want to get your way. I'm not that easily manipulatable. You should know that.
I'm going to go with
I just showed that you are.
It's not.
No, we're playing the line game.
Why are you continuing to argue with me? Just talk to TBE if I maybe allow you to have a back and forth. Unless Benton calls off my shots. He can veto.
Christo, there's a difference between you showing up.
Hey, maybe you call out to Benton like you were doing before and usually do. Benton, why does he have keys here? I want a place to come and speak unfettered but not start my own broadcast because I'm a loser failure and can't apply myself or dedicate myself to anything.
So you have two of those places and you still got to come hijack.
Right, I still gotta. No, I don't gotta. I choose to, and motherfuckers here choose to let me, and that burns you up because you're an egoic control freaking motherfucker, and you never get your way. You never get your way. No, you don't give me any contributions, Benton. You're doing a bit, non-bit, but I'm not taking any of your donations and contributions. It's ridiculous.
No, it doesn't burn me up. It just is what it is. It's why I don't.
I'm doing this out of the strength of loving the game, loving fucking with you, and supporting Benton because he's not in the best health. He said over and over again. And you don't care that he might die on this fucking broadcast and that he relies on me to pick up the slack and he prefers that. You want to continue to manipulate and show your lack of care for him and his situation. You just proved I'm a better man than you again.
Except those emails that you say.
You don't give a fuck. You won't take the keys and come here and run the damn show when he needs the slack picked up or wants a different energy. You won't do it because you don't give a fuck about him or this broadcast. You only give a fuck about your bullshit narratives and WWE games because you're an egoic control freak. You're a narcissistic, manipulative piece of trash like the majority of people who come on here. And I'm an expert at dealing with you all in your power games.
Every day is the first day because you already lost that.
Every day is the first day that your voice now goes down and all the power sucked out of you in the room and you start to really get real with yourself and others. Yeah, try that out for a change.
If you want to get real,
cut the bullshit persona and act for an hour straight for once. And we'll see how boring and uninteresting you are.
Projecting. You're forgetting you wouldn't let me.
Cut your insanity games out like you playing the Joker online. You're LARPing as the Joker in a Batman novel, right? Cut the Heath Ledger nonsense out and just be yourself so we could see how boring and uninspiring and unempowered and uninteresting you are.
It's really sad how you don't see yourself right now, dude.
There you
Like,
go. That's what I'm asking for.
No,
Boring,
stop playing your
uninteresting,
little
lacking
narrative
in
game,
power
dude.
and inspiration.
You don't
Right,
understand
just
even
keep bitching and complaining and whining to your daddy online. That's what I meant. Yeah.
Hey, Razvan, don't throw fiat at this worthless fucking fake autist dying motherfucker who used to.
Oh, Razvan is another one who loves to hate on me and get triggered by me, who's given me at least 200 pieces of foreplay at this point, because apparently he's an equitable man. Even he understands if he's going to come here, watch me get entertained, hate on me, he should at least contribute value from time to time. So, I mean, I guess, and even in a hating way, I have to respect that. Because he gets that option. If you want me to be your scapegoat and straw man and player to hate on every day, and I show up to do it, you should thank me. You'd have nothing else to do.
I don't show up at your show. I can't fucking.
No, this is my show now. We're co-hosting. It's the Benton and Paulie show, starring Benton
It's his birthday.
and Paulie. With special appearances and guests like Nacho Keto,
Where's your birthday
Christos
hat?
Leopolis, and a toilet bowl person.
Where's your birthday hat at?
So that's why you were all nice on London yesterday, because you know your grift is up. You're trying to polite your way back into the community and try and get some time, and nobody wants it because you're played out. You're fucking played out, bro.
Yeah,
that's a nice bear right there.
Let's
Paul, do you realize that I'm going to take this clip of you saying I don't give a shit about Benton. We're going to pop up the email.
To make all the beta males feel better. Hey, beta males online, come give Beta Bear a nice big
Do you remember when you told me to my face that it hurt your feelings to show your fat ass standing in front of West Watson? You had to tell us how many push-ups you can do, that you can run the mile in a certain. I know that your psychologist used a puppet with you, Paul. I don't really need it. And also, you weren't being groomed for the elite, Paul. When they asked you if you would kill babies for money, it's because they were scared you were a fucking psychopath motherfucker, and they had to run you through some fucking logical questioning. I choose making videos in post. Hey, Benton, if you don't get it straight before you die, your heart will be heavier than a feather on those scales, my dude. You fucked up. Christos fucked up. Toilet bowl fucked up. Nacho keto diet fucked up. You guys are all fucking cult to a narcissist albino baby bitch.
We're all fucked up except you, Louis Tommy. We're all fucked up except you. You're the only normal person here.
I'm not a narcissist. I'm not a narcissist. What are you talking about?
He ran because he didn't want to hug the birthday beta bear.
I'll fully accept narcissist. That's fine.
Bro, you can't say
What the fuck is his problem? My God.
He's a malcontent.
How much time you got, Nacho? How much time you got?
No, not enough.
Because we're going to hit the 12 hours. So 2 hours and 5 minutes.
Sweet. Half a day.
It's been a
Happy
minute.
birthday, sir.
I've hit it before. Thank you very much. I did not come up here for that, but just more or less wanted to bask in the whatever this is, as Paulie Boy mops
the accolade.
Yeah, I kind of
more or less
regret
everybody.
fucking going in so hard. It's kind of stupid. Who cares? Who cares, Paulie?
Let's just try to be productive.
The birthday. Can we hug the birthday
guys?
beta
Let's try to
bear
be a little
together?
bit more productive.
I love you,
I don't want to
birthday
hug
beta
that.
bear.
I don't want to hug that thing. That thing looks
Where is
gross.
Talcott? Where is
That thing looks gross,
Talcott?
bro. Looks wet, like a wet dog. That's what that shit looks like.
We want Talcott.
So you're going
No,
another
we
2
do.
hours, Ben? I got to do a broadcast here at some point. Do I got to wait 2 hours for you?
No. Would
What do you
Yeah,
guys
you're
like?
right.
Fucking Viacom over here. I'm gonna end the broadcast. You start the broadcast.
Hey, bro, we're working together. Why is he
Yeah.
mad about that? Man.
I'm not mad about it. Don't put that on me.
I'm by example showing TBE how to work together with other men. He has not had this behavior.
That's
modeled
fine.
to him
That's
in the
fine.
past. That's what I'm doing.
He needs the love of a man and men.
No, Paul. Don't ever say those words to me ever.
He
again.
needs the love of men, Benton, to
That's
show
so
him
gross ass shit. I don't know what's.
What do you mean? Why are you projecting something weird onto me? What, men can't love each other? You have to make it into something gay again?
That's some nasty shit, bro.
I said you need the love of men. What's wrong with that?
I don't need the love of men.
Well, we love you. We're men and we love you. You have the love of men right now.
I accept platonic love. That's fine. I'm with that. But you need the love of men sounds fucking really fucking gay as fuck. So
Autism speaks.
what am I supposed to sit here and accept ambiguously homosexual activity, dudes?
Whoa!
Autism speaks.
I know you guys like
and
to start
telling,
petting
huh,
each other in your beds
See,
together.
Benton, as you start to study under my radical new program I'm pioneering to rectify personality disorder, I'm like a new Freud. I'm a gorilla Freud, right? You're going to start to see how revealing and indicative a lot of these conditions are in their language, right? These folks just tell you who and what they are. I say,
but nobody is saying that you got to accept homosexuality.
That's just kind of showing the latent homosexual traits that I spoke about earlier. Again, he's very uncomfortable with that.
I will take my leave briefly so that I can add to the tribute. We're adding to the tribute. Be right back.
All right. But like TBE, I mean, nobody's saying that you have to accept like homosexuality. If you're not a homosexual, then you're not a homosexual.
That's what it seems like to me.
Oh my God.
Seems like it, right? Oftentimes what seems to be is coming right out of your subconscious. That's the crazy thing about it.
I mean,
seems like everyone else is gay.
You're the one that
here.
was trying to groom.
I don't know. I just seems like everyone around here is gay. I don't know. Maybe it's you. It's a weird thing.
Dude, nobody's trying to groom you, bro. Nobody's trying to groom you.
You keep begging me, and then he's like, "Would you just come down here and pull up?" I think he wants to fly me out, right? Everyone around here's gay. Would you just pull up to my house so we can roll around together? I'm so angry. Like I think I know where all this anger is coming
just want to assess the situation. Just want to assess the situation to make sure if people are really gay or not. Then he'll make his move after that, right?
Cool, Nacho Keto. Just join in the mob democracy rule, bro. Real cool, bro.
I don't. Yeah. I don't believe in democracy.
It's real safe. It's real safe when everybody's agreeing and jumping on the dog pile, right?
No.
Real
this is also. Oh man.
Okay. So is the CBO community also autistic on top of being religious zealots and alcoholics?
Yes.
Is that a common theme with Provo Kid and okay.
Yeah.
If you let it speak, you'd understand it, but unfortunately, you don't.
Sir, they're all scared. Thank you.
All of you are cowards.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
We're all cowards.
They're all very much arrested development. I don't know if you can hear me over the beta screeching beta. You can hear me, okay? Yeah, they're very much arrested development. We're not. We've never really left the high school mentality at best. The emotional intelligence of a high schooler at best. Yeah, we've never really evolved beyond the emotional intelligence of a middle school, high schooler, as you could tell.
Yeah.
So obviously, Paul's projecting, but you're not projecting at all, right?
Are you talking to me?
No, I mean, look.
Oh, Razvan's triggered. He's
TBE.
hating on Jennifer now. We're back to that, Lou. Jennifer's a granny. She's old.
I'm not going to yell. I'm
a granny sexual.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm happy to have a conversation.
Wait for Jennifer to find me a second wife that she loves, so that I could really get you guys hating. Right? When she's
Jennifer seems like a very cool chick.
Raising the child of another woman and we're co-creating together. You guys are so fucked.
Never gonna happen, Paul.
You guys are so fucked when we reconcile all this generational dysfunction.
Let me know correctly.
You guys are so fucked.
It's never gonna happen.
Okay. I know.
Can't say never.
You want me to replicate the same life your mommy and daddy, and the rest of them have been doing forever. That sucks and doesn't work. I'm going to go back to what's within me and figure it out, even if I have to wind up dead and alone.
So
that's the sacrifice. But if God, praise God, if I'm able to reconcile, and there's a lot of progress so far from what I'm seeing,
There we go. Drown me out to make
I'm
yourself
able
feel
to reconcile
better.
this. People
Drown
like
me
you,
out,
low
Paul.
value beta males, are so
Drown
fucked
me
that
out,
you're going to
Paul.
pay
Make
to
yourself
hate
feel
on me.
better.
You're going to pay to hate on me, and I'm going to laugh at you.
Nobody cares about you.
Because you're
dude.
so unreconciled and you're so oppressed, repressed, depressed, and dysfunctional. It's pathetic. So
many verbs while you sit in a room and do.
I got it.
absolutely
They're
nothing.
all
It's
applicable. You
amazing.
should slow it down and take them
You
one at a time
actually-
and look them up.
so
They
many
all
verbs
apply
in a
to you.
sentence, Yet
How
he
about
performs
dissolute?
0 in a day.
That's an adjective, by the way, not a verb. I know you
0
probably don't know the
verbs where
difference.
You do nothing.
I know you probably don't know the difference between an
you're
adjective and a
supported
verb,
by
but let
a
me help
woman.
you
You're
out.
not a real
Describing
man.
word, action word.
A man
Hold on,
supports a
where's the
woman.
birthday beta bear? Where's the damn it? I can't get out of this chair, Jennifer. You're gonna have to retrieve the birthday beta bear. They can't stand up, as you know.
Yeah.
Please get the
Yeah,
birthday. Yeah, that's it right there.
Oh
No,
my
that's
gosh.
it. That's it. No, that's it. That one you just had. That's the birthday beta bear. No, the other one. Yeah. Yeah.
There he goes. The
Let's
democracy
do
boy.
a lesson on adjectives and verbs with the birthday beta bear. An adjective is a describing word like you're a broken
Damn,
hoe.
look at my
A
dude.
verb
Like,
is an
real
action
good.
word like you're getting pimped.
Poor Paulie, dude. Are you really gonna do this?
Hug the beta bear.
You really gotta do this for yourself, man?
Yeah, I'm having fun.
That's fun to you. Oh wow, that's demented.
It's fun to me. When I'm surrounded by children,
That's
I have to
demented in
digress
itself,
and
so-
revert.
TBE.
I have to digress and revert like a teacher would into that modality to speak to you eye to eye. So I'm surrounded by broken children, betas online, broken spiritual children who act like betas online. I have to call in the spirit of the beta bear. See? That's one day
Hey,
I'm going to
TBE.
wind up. See, you don't understand because I can reconcile me and be okay with me. I can do whatever I want now. So one day I might just go do children's books with the white gorilla and put on a goofy outfit and teach children about morals and ethics and principles and values and right. And then I get to do a song for all the beta males out there. Boy, would that trigger you if I had a group of children in front of me and I wrote a story, 20 pages of how to be a beta male versus an alpha male in creation. And then I sang a song with an outfit on. You would like show up to bomb the place. You'd show up and bomb the place with the children inside and claim it was righteous because I was in there. That's how sick and twisted you are.
It's amazing, like how you just literally won't let me talk. What does this say? about
Okay,
you?
have a conversation with me then.
Oh, there you go. Hold on. No,
You
we're
don't
bringing
get
it
to
all
talk,
out now.
TBE,
We're
is because
bringing
you've
it all
gone
out.
around
Oh,
to
God.
these channels picking
Tommy.
and
No,
choosing.
we're bringing it all out now. Okay. Finally, I got the hater out of London, man. I've been waiting to get that hater out of you. Aren't you supposed to be an underground gangster street guy who keeps it real? You've been a fake ass bitch for the longest time. Let's just call it out now. Because I came over there to talk to you directly and ask you if I, the great Paul Unslaved, was mistaken because I wanted to respect you as a fucking man. But you didn't command that now. So you can now talk about Christos and then try to connect me with him because he dresses like a pack of Skittles, as I've talked about before. And then you want to ask me why you and Christos keep stuffed animal toys around you with no children in the house and then put a duck like I'm a duck. It ain't my house. There are children in this house, or were children at one time. This is an old room with all the stuff in it that hasn't been moved. So you just made yourself look like a fool again to jump out the window because you're a hater, but you sucked my dick the first few weeks I came there because that's what haters always do when you see a player. You suck up to me to try to get some of the good game and energy and to show respect because I'm something in this and you're not. Right? You got no content, no presentment, no character online. There's nothing with you. Your broadcast
Pizzagate
sucks.
allegation
Right?
is
If
pretty
you didn't have
serious.
a panel, you wouldn't be able to do shit. Another guy who couldn't do shit without a panel, and even your panel sucks. So let's just call it as we see it. I've been begging you fake ass motherfuckers who claim to be street people to be real for the longest time. And I had to jump out the window to get you to just be real about who and what you are and what you think of me. So thank you. I got what I needed one way or the other. And you made yourself look like a fool. Them ain't my stuffed animals. What are you, silly?
Paul, you're such a
I do
bitch,
photo
bro.
shoots with girls on that stuffed
Benton,
giraffe.
set it up or I'm fucking out. I don't need to waste my time with
Nobody
this shit.
cares about you
You're
leaving or
fucking
going.
wasting your time, Tommy.
Your time doesn't matter. It's invaluable. You do nothing
Nobody
with your life.
fucking
Who gives a
cares if
fuck
you're never
about
gonna come
wasting
up here
time?
again.
Hey, Mr.
Right.
1 second. Pipe down 2 seconds. Pipe down 2 seconds.
Yeah, definitely the cheerleading is
This
definitely.
is what I'm talking about,
Who's
Nacho
speaking,
Guido.
London?
You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Fuck
You
you,
got
Tommy,
here late.
you
I'm
motherfucker.
talking directly to Benton.
Fuck you, you
fucking
motherfucking bitch.
You goof
I'll fucking
little
fuck you
faggot.
up, you fuck, you
No,
fucking
you won't do
faggot
shit
motherfucker.
from your peak
I'll
mountain
fucking kill you,
nowhereness.
bitch.
You faggot fucking slope. You won't do shit. You don't know what you're
Oh,
saying.
there you go. Let's insult his sexuality and his race, his ethnicity. That's another guy who serves as Sky Daddy. Notice how all the religious hypocrites and frauds are the same? Their default mode is bigotry, division, and hate. And they think it's justified, right? Oh,
Wow,
let's call him names based on his
position,
Asian
Marxist,
heritage.
bro.
That's good.
Cool position, Marxist, bro. Cool.
I don't know what that means. And no, I'm revealing your psychology.
see
It's
the
got,
religious
it's
people?
got nothing.
You see the
See,
religious-
he did it again. He thinks revealing someone's bigotry and hate in their psychology, which is their default go-to mode, has anything to do with a political idea of Marxism. You're an idiot. You're not as smart as you think you are, and you don't even know yourself and the root of your own consciousness and what it does. You're the
no,
blind
it's like-
leading the blind out here. The blind leading the blind. That's what we're dealing with.
Sorry, Paul, you don't understand.
What has
psychology, bro.
So this is
what
it,
has
Benton? You're just gonna let the
being an
typical thing
Asian
go
have to
down
do
and
with
go walk
anything,
out of
Tommy?
here, and you can fuck.
What does him being Asian have to do with anything? Nothing. What does it show about Tommy? That he has bigotry, division, and hate for each person depending on what they present. Because that's what he views, and that's where his power is centered in and of the world. Because he's divided from true self and creation on life's terms. Exactly.
Paul, if you ever want to actually have
What does you being Asian have to do with anything, Nachikita? Absolutely nothing. I love Asian
Then why
women. I
mention it?
love Mexicans. I
Then why
love black
mention it?
people.
Then
But
why mention it? It
You
has
don't
nothing
know
to do
what
with
love
anything.
is, you destroyed, broken Cretan addict. You don't know what love and care and commitment and dedication to anything truly is. You're a joke.
Hey,
Nachikita, we're spelling out why I'm doing it. You don't understand why your daddy says he does it.
You can't produce a woman or child in your life from the past 45 years who could testify to anything redeemable or valuable about you.
Yeah,
the fuck
it's
would you
funny-
know about
it's funny
love and
these
care?
These internet men talk
I'm
this
out, man.
big
You
talk. They never
Shit,
walk
I'm
the
dead.
walk
Shit,
out
I'm out
here.
there. Talk to me.
100%.
Hey,
They never walk
There's
the
the
walk.
poetic justice of London
It's
Man having
all
horrible
fucking
mic connection
masquerade,
again.
this bullshit you see on the internet. This guy Paul and everybody that purports themselves to be higher than they are, they're a bunch of fucking fake, phony losers.
I didn't say I was higher than everyone. I said the
Yeah,
way
you
you
are. You
present.
say it all the time.
I
Paul.
said the way you present in a way where you're perceived as beneath me. I didn't say I was better and beyond you. I said by your presentment, you've shown you're beneath me. Do you see the difference in the logic, the inverse logic?
Clown.
Yeah, but meanwhile, TBE,
you operate on deductive reasoning. You're not able to use different forms of logic and debate. You can't. You're not able. Your mind doesn't work that way.
But
Very
meanwhile,
chimpanzee
TDE
like.
is calling somebody else that they are blasphemous. So it's not coming from a higher position. Are you not coming from a higher position by calling somebody else a blasphemous person?
Are you asking me? Am I allowed to speak here?
I'm asking you, TBE. You're saying that Paul is saying that he is better than other people. In some cases, that he is. But the thing is, are you also not putting yourself in the position that you're better than somebody else by saying that they are blasphemous or not?
I'm being objectively consistent with Scripture about.
So you're objective.
Okay, there we go. The man doesn't know the difference between objective and subjective. See, scripture was penned by a subject, making it a subjective claim or presentment. You think that a subjective claim or presentment can be objective because you don't understand logic and perspective, because you're adult.
Insecure.
Just because you say it's
I'm
objective,
gonna
that doesn't
be
mean it's
objective
objective.
and cite a scripture written by a subjective being, subject to people,
Exactly.
places, things, and time that it was a part of. But if I cite the Tao, which speaks in an objective way about consciousness and awareness, he'll tell me I'm being subjective. See the hypocritical games the religious zealots play from the beginning of time? They just pick and choose based on their feelers, and they have no perspective on the creation and how it all works.
You're still weak, Paul, man. You won't even let me talk.
It's not about weak. I've already outclassed you day in and day out. That's what many of you don't figure out ever. I've outclassed you and outcompeted you using the consciousness and awareness you don't have. So it's not that I'm above you. You're unconscious and unaware. That puts you beneath me.
Bro, you can't outclass me when you can't let me speak.
Mic check. Mic check.
That's obviously clear, bro. You're a fucking coward and you know it, Paul.
You're good, London man.
You will never survive this in a real fucking debate, bro. Where
All
you
right,
just
let's have London Man speak for a little bit because he just got here.
You don't know the rules of debate, and you don't know proper debate etiquette and presentment. You can't debate, dummy.
God.
Punk, dude. You're a fucking punk, Paul.
You don't even know the difference between a subjective and objective logic, and you're going to debate me? Are you kidding? You don't even know the difference between a straw man, a logical fallacy, and an actual fact or proof. You don't know the difference between proof and evidence and facts. You're a fool. This is why I destroy you at court and folks like you and everybody who thinks they're going to be part of a court and try to use their subjective logic to overwrite the law of the land, which is written in objective fashion. It's universal.
Nobody asked about
You don't understand anything, and you cannot hold a candle to me in the majority of venues, and I'm tired of even playing this game with you all. It's embarrassing.
Fucking nigger fuck, dude. That's all you are.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah, cancel me, bro.
That was an indicator of something productive and valuable. Throw the N-word out there. Sacrifice Benton's channel because you are a triggered emotional hoe.
I'd like to thank Mr. TBE for reminding me to screen cap the broadcast on that laptop over there. And back to work, sir.
What else? What else?
You won't let me speak, so I'm going to yell the N-word. That makes sense.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. It shouldn't have to make sense to your fucking fat, retarded ass loser bitch.
Oh, I'd love for you to be back on the streets of New York with some of the folks I used to hang with.
Oh, right. You're a hard ass dude, right?
Oh, man, I'd love for us to all be in the middle of debate where I could say whatever I want because I'm proven and solidified and certified in many areas. And then you're there for some reason because I allowed you to be there. And you just yell the N-word out to me. Well, you wouldn't because you know what would happen. But I'd love it if you did. I'd love to be part of that simulation, you know. And then when you have a 45 inserted into your rectum, you'll reconsider maybe speaking like that, living like this, acting like this without consequence, seemingly, because you're in a bubble of false security. That God ain't going to protect you from what other people are going to choose to do based on what you chose to do. Wow. So you'll learn that at some point. You'll learn true respect at some point when your bitch ass gets locked up like everybody else. You'll learn good citizen, how to be a respectful, honorable man at some point.
Syllables. I'm so scared of 2 syllables.
I can't wait till scum like you, all the majority of the suburban scum has to go to a FEMA camp with all the other people that you hate on subliminally and subconsciously. I can't wait when you're all reduced back down to the common slave peasant, ruled over because you didn't choose to embody your birthright. Birth in quotes, of course. I can't wait. I want to see you talk and pop all this shit at a concentration camp where you're completely ruled over and have no personal choice and live like animals in the barracks. I can't wait.
The hypocrite comes out of you so quick.
I can't wait for when you get what the fuck you want and what you choose. I can't wait. Because you ain't standing for nothing on the ground, but you're going to come here and argue here. It's fucking nonsense. So I can't wait when the inevitable comes, and then you have to be there doing this, and you get your comeuppance.
Silence me, bro. Keep silencing me. Keep shutting me up.
You're already silenced. You're blind and deaf. So when you speak, you only convict yourself. You're voiceless and powerless. What's the difference if you're uttering sounds and tones and there's no information contained therein? There's no usable, valuable information contained within the utterances of your tones. So you're basically voiceless and powerless. Even given a voice in the word, you can't use it properly. You're so dissolute and incompetent. You don't even know how to use your own vessel properly.
Paul, you're afraid, and I know it, bro.
I wish we could watch a movie for Benton's birthday.
You're
I'd like
literally
a movie party.
You can't
a movie
handle the
rewatch
things
party.
that I say, so you have to shut me up.
I'm so scared of what you're going to say. I've never heard
That's
it before.
not a man. Is that
I've
a
never
man?
heard any of this narrative before, day in and day out.
Bitch
Right?
ass punk. That's all you
This
are.
is so
bro.
new to me and scary. I don't know what I'm going to do.
So why do you have to silence me?
You're boring. You're uninteresting. I like fucking with your ego. I like fucking with your ego because you think you're going to overwrite the creation and play your own God. And I love watching you twist in the wind. It's a fun game.
Whatever. Suck your own fucking dick some more, you fucking nigger. Stupid loser nigger, dude. That's all you are.
Yeah, throw the N-word
Oh
on
my
again.
God.
There you go. Keep putting Benton's broadcast.
Yeah, that's what you are.
You trying to cling and grasp for anything you think's going to incite the hate in me that exists in you constantly. It's not working, slave. It's not working, dumb slave.
Paul.
Fucking nigger. Fuck
Watch
you,
this,
Paul.
folks. Watch this. To people posting in the live chat, Paul, I'm going to pull rank briefly, if I may. We don't humor cage. Thank you.
Okay. Well, listen, you ain't going to get in the argument with me over that. I'm just trying to be fair and equitable and give a piece of my attention, daddy's attention, to all the slaves who usually want it. So if you have your own criteria with cage here, I will not resist that by any means. I have no reason to.
Paul, I'm out of here, man. Enjoy yourself grooming these submissive fucking losers, man. You'll never ever.
So you're better, right? Like you could really work. You could really work with daddy because you're not like the rest. You're a special boy. You're not submissive like the rest. You really got a cause for your rebellion. You're a rebel with a cause.
Yeah, I do have a cause. You fucking.
I know.
Retard. What's your
We
cause?
can tell. You've totally, I got
driver's license and registration.
Driver's license, yeah, it begins and ends at a driver's license, right? Let's completely minimize the argument to try to make a point non-point. Great job.
It's a spiritual battle,
right? Because you think spiritual means you're completely inactive in the physical world because you're a dunce.
Yeah, go bully.
I'm pretty sure the Christed being was one of the most active motherfuckers on the ground when it came to rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith, and willing to go to a box and die for what's true and what's right. You don't live that way. You just want to trust on what that motherfucker did. The same thing you do now with me. Isn't that interesting? You won't do what I do. You just want to trust on what the fuck I do and hope it's all going to get better. And it's not. You're going to get me killed or put in a box, and you're going to go to a slave camp. Stupid slave.
You can't.
Stupid infidel slave. And I'm going to hover in my pure consciousness and awareness and get to observe for the rest of time. But you slaves get to choose and not choose. And I'm going to feel nothing about it. I just get to observe it. And you get to have choice and do little to nothing with it. Well, then I'm beyond it at that point. I did what I could do. The rest is up to you, boys. Floating daddy, pure consciousness and awareness with no ability to choose in the world anymore. Just observing. And watching what his children are doing, stepchildren online are doing.
There he goes, talking about himself, sucking himself off. I love the way you masturbate yourself, Paul, for everybody. It's so amazing, Paul. It's so inspiring. You might fool some.
Thank you, sir. Do we need to go to another clip, Benton? Another inspiring clip of I, the one Paul enslaved?
Yes, but
I'm out of here,
before
man.
that,
I didn't mean to disrupt
run
the
off.
podcast. I'm out of here.
Run off. Yeah, you didn't mean to 2 hours completely on your own dysfunction. Great job.
Bro,
you don't want you can't communicate with a real man. I mean, that's up to you, bro.
You're obviously a real man. Do you have any evidence or proof of that?
Sir,
I didn't think so.
Sir, it's a broadcast. You
I provide for myself and another person and the house I live in, the roof.
Sir, not only
the same old chimpanzee nonsense.
He stepped on my bit non-bit, then he stepped on my trying to verbalize that he stepped on my bit non-bit. That is excellent timing, sir, especially on a broadcast with 89 concurrent viewers. There's something to be learned there at the Benton School of Broadcasting, of which Paul would be welcome to come and serve as Professor Emeritus anytime of his choosing. And I would drop this mic, but it might break.
Is there a remote class for that? Because I don't want to show up anywhere with these slaves. Can we do it remotely?
Oh, you can write the curriculum if you'd like and appoint the deans for all I care.
Right. It's again, any class that I teach always has to come back to the root of who I am and what I know, which is consciousness and awareness. You want to be a better broadcaster? Get more conscious and aware. You want to be better at XYZ? Get more conscious and aware. I know that's weird.
What an amazing experience this is. Truly fascinating, to be sure. And I can only the tribute currently stands at 42.99 cents there, and I'm so stoned I can't even speak in money.
But why are you doing that, bro? I don't expect you to give me anything that was contributed here, right? This is your space.
Well, it's given freely as tribute out of respect.
Okay, well, I'm not going to stop you from doing that, I guess, but I don't really, I don't necessarily require
accept it graciously, Paul.
No, I understand that, but he's not a Kennedy and he's not a Rockefeller, and he's in a certain way right now.
That's why it's even more valuable then.
Give me the floor, sir. The
floor. Dude, only Benton would give. Wow.
The floor one moment, Pineal.
That's the point, is that I'm kind of sick and tired of the few who are equitable and honorable and trustworthy always having to give to support and give value to what they see as true and what's right, or stand on it rather than the majority. It just gets a little bit, I go, why does it always have to be the good? I guess that's how it works. The good people are going to be the ones who contribute and support. The rest of the scum are going to try to use us and defame us. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Paul, have you noticed that on my own channel, I almost never get to speak directly with you? It almost never happens because of the people around who cannot shut the fuck up long enough for me to get to actually talk to Mr. Unslaved. So now that I have this opportunity, I want to point out that much as I told the last person I paid some tribute to outside of the Dollar General, and then we had a brief conversation on a one-on-one human, interaction, which I firmly believe is healing on some level to both people. It's some sort of exchange. And as I got into my car to leave, I said, and I'm not one of those people. I'm not one of those people who gives a fuck what you spend it on. It's your money. Do with it as you see fit.
Yeah, I mean,
that's the spirit in which I would like to give this tribute on behalf of the people who were here for my birthday broadcast.
Well, I appreciate that, sir. I mean, at this point, all that I pretty much have, there's really not much to really do for me on this walk here. So it's pretty much value just has to be transferred to the usual things that I speak about, hard assets that retain and accrue value over time, right? So, I mean, if one thing is for sure, two things for certain, if folks do contribute and support, at least they know, unlike their Hollywood freaks, I'm not running around town tricking it off on bullshit. Trying to be someone and act like something. They're giving and supporting and contributing. It's going to some hard asset and value that's going to retain and accrue. You might find yourself, oddly enough, one day, we don't know where it's going to go. Folks from this broadcast, we might all get desperate and say, we're going somewhere, at least 12, 15, 20 of us, we're going to Paulie Boys. Whatever the fuck we contributed and donated is going to be there. It's going to be the land you're on, the guns and ammo you're going to use, the body armor, and whatever else. I know they're saying I'm starting a militia. No, I'm not.
Hell yeah.
That's lawful property that's used for protection and it holds value and accrues value. We ain't training to do nothing to nobody with any of that. But at the end of the day, you think that if folks show up and they've been contributing regularly, I'm going to tell them that I ain't going to hand them a shovel or a tool or something else and tell them, there's your piece of land, stay the fuck over there and stay out of my way and work toward the community area, gardens and whatever else. It's just, that's how it works, bro. Like people don't realize, I start to see the move of how God works in mysterious ways. And I go, you could sit here, Paulie boy, and this could come in, but remember one day you may have to provide, right? Even more than just broadcasting and doing whatever, you may have to be daddy in a way and provide and re-give back what was given forth. So that's how it would be given back in that way, is there may be a place for certain folks who are deemed to be credible and honorable and worthy of that position. Because again, you can't buy your way into this walk and you can't buy your way out either. So don't get it fucked up. Don't think because you're going to give me shit that it's not that. I'm saying there's certain folks who may be equitable and honorable, who contribute regularly, who by the time something may come, I'd say, you know what, I'm going to have these people down because they seem to be certain kind of people, and whatever they put forth, they're going to get a little something back for. And it might mean more than what they put forth.
This whole thing is a part of that vetting process, the way I see it. You know, I mean, it's like a bit, non-bit, a little bit of entertainment, a little bit of talking about rights and principles and all that, and some spirituality, absolutely. But at the end of the day, the people who do come on the panels and the way they present themselves in the chat, they are exposing themselves for good or for bad. Either way, people cannot hide, you know, unless they're completely lurking and they never expose themselves, then we don't know anything about them. But at the end of the day, we're going to know who people are and what they actually represent.
And real quick, $42.99 for me personally is a small price to pay for showing these people with the, arguably, in my view, with the help of Mr. Unslaved, showing these people how it's done.
You know what? You're right. You convinced me. And I'm going to go ahead and say it's such a small price to pay that you should go ahead and double and triple it. Just to kind of really cement this idea. No, nothing.
Really greasing that wheel.
You see how they'll play you, bro? You go into this world doing that, and they'll play you against yourself. Right? And that's the thing is I have to remain humble with humility before the creation, because if not, I'll play myself and I'll play you the same way everyone else.
Sure.
If I'm able. Not that I believe necessarily Benton or anyone else would be played out of position. If they saw what my heart was and it deviated, they tell me to fuck myself.
Yes. Well, here's the issue there as we talk about responding versus reacting. I have not been permitted space to respond.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. It's because I'm very rude and abrasive and animated.
There's no apology necessary.
Please let me yield.
No apology necessary.
I'm yielding.
I have not had my opportunity to add my tribute to the pot yet, which that will be done privately, most likely, if that's okay. Thank you.
Absolutely, sir. I appreciate that.
Prefer not to negotiate and discuss terms. One moment, Notch. I would prefer not to negotiate, and I prefer not to negotiate and discuss terms in public, if that's okay.
Yeah, I mean, bro, at the end of the day, you got to understand the life that I've come from to where I'm at, just to have other men who I deem as competent, who work hard and have somewhat of their life together, contribute value to me is a blessing. You know, I really can't feel any other way about that other than blessed and thankful and grateful. So,
well, I'm sitting here. Hey, listen to this, brother. If I may jump in real quick, I'm sitting here filled up with the Holy Spirit, and you know they hate that, brother. I refer to it as that. That's what I call it, because that's what terminology they gave me from a young age in the culture in which I was socialized. So those words can mean many things as far as I'm concerned. That's the words I choose to refer to that. But I'm tingling. My whole body's tingling. It's a wonderful day.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it is, man. They don't understand that God uses the least among us, it seems, a lot of the time, right? So
is that me?
At one point,
Go
well,
ahead.
Listen, I'm speaking for me. I don't know your walk. At one point, I can honestly say I was a detriment to my community. I was a pariah in a sense. I didn't contribute in any way. I walked the streets like a lowlife. You know, I was involved in activities that were less than reputable, you know, doing wrong. And I have to repent for that. Right. So by doing what's true and what's right, I get to feel like a good man. And when I get value back from that, it's a win-win. I'm way ahead of the game. Right. So I could, like I said yesterday, show up at any court in the land and now say with my head held high that I'm at least somewhat of a value and asset to the community, according to them.
Absolutely.
It's not even an egoic statement.
Yes, sir. Value given. Absolutely. Would typically be returned, I would assume, or repaid in some way, some free exchange of resources. Presumably. I'm extremely baked on my birthday, so I may not be making sense.
Yeah, I mean, that's part of what, in a way, I'm not going to do that whole thing. It might come off as victiming, but it's very much equivalent to an addict showing up, speaking to other addicts who's sober at the time. You know, we can argue about what that is.
I see your meaning, yes.
Yeah, one of the ways you cultivate self-worth and self-value and self-respect is by being an asset day to day. So just that process alone is such a blessing and a miracle that it allows me to make it that much more easier to maintain my distance from pills and powders or anything else. At my lowest moment, I don't even think about doing it. But if I did, I'd say, no fucking way. You think I'm going to overturn my purpose and meaning and everything I've worked toward and help to co-create to play games with something that would destroy me again? This thing has helped to build me. and reform me and turn me into what I need to be. I'm going to go backward on that? Not a chance. As much as I could, you know, I guess be conscious and aware of it, because I don't even really need to summon a will to do it. It just is at this point.
You've left nothing to be said, in my view, sir.
Bro, I had a fucking dream last night. I have dreams at certain times. Like I'll go months without them, and then I'll have a dream. And I smoke a ton of reefer still, so it's in my subconscious, man. I got dreams of wandering around with fucking with needles and shit, and looking for a place to shoot up and being sick. It's fucking sick and twisted. So like it's in my subconscious that it was so fucked up for so long that now that I'm away from it, it's like a nightmare, man. Like I can't imagine I was part of it or even wanting to go back to it. Fucking nightmares of wandering around a prison somewhere, and not knowing where it is and how I got there, and dealing with these people and realizing, what the fuck am I doing here? There's more there for me, right? So yeah, that shit is heavy, bro. I mean, that's what fucking animates me and motivates me day to day is that shit. You know, that on the ground experience that you can't take back and wouldn't, because it is a source of inspiration and empowerment, even though it's dark, right? If you let it be.
I had a dream last night about black goo turning people into zombies. Like seriously.
Well, I was just thinking about black. That's the one dream that came to mind when because I had an experience on certain substances where I was hanging out with a couple of my friends, and they were both juiced up, let's just say. And this was early on, like a few years ago. And yeah, I just remember having like an experience thinking that this black goo was gonna fucking fully encompass me, or was on a spiritual, on a metaphysical level or something. This fucking, you know, I don't know what to call it other than, yeah, like black goo, like you see in Lucy and Hunger Games and fucking Prometheus and all these movies, man.
Cage. We do not accept Canadian dollars, sir. Please.
Yeah, and I mean, he's such a piece of trash, right? Like they say that I don't, you know, I don't get emotional. Okay. I'm narcissistic. I'm egoic. Then I talk about certain shit and I start to get emotional, and then they want to like double down on it. You know, that's how hateful and angry and bitter they are. Oh, for the junkies, you know, like you don't give a fuck about anybody. You don't even care about yourself, and you really have no real world or life experience to draw any kind of inspiration or empowerment from. You're a non-player character. So your story's never going to be told because nobody's ever going to want to listen.
But he can blow up your broadcast, Paul. He can make your broadcast like, 10, 20 times bigger than what it is now.
Please. Could give a fuck about what he could do for me. What can you do for yourself and the country and the world and the rest of what the fuck we're in? Sitting here trying to appeal to... They don't understand. I'm an expert at this point in detecting the motives and intention and root of what you're doing. You can't do nothing for me. If you could, you'd have done it already. The fact that you got to bring it up to me and then ask me if I want it is a fucking power game. If you saw value in me and had an infinite supply of fiat, like he says, you'd already hit me with 100,000 just to wake me up and show me you had the power. You think that I'm not stupid? Mm-hmm. You think you're going to get me to fold over an offer that you can't come through on to prove that I'm powerless? It doesn't work that way, bro. I got you outclassed and beaten. I'm 8 moves ahead of you.
Ask not what Unslavia can do for you, but ask what you can do for Unslavia.
They don't understand, bro. I don't want people like them to do shit for me. If I wanted evil motherfuckers to do shit for me, I would work with them, and I don't. Right? You see that in a way, I kind of feel comfortable about taking contributions and working with people who I see as good people. So I'm not like these people. They don't understand that, right? Not all money is good money to me. So I leave so much on the table because I just don't want to work with certain motherfuckers or their products and services or what they stand for or don't. So, that's the difference.
I think that's where your power is. To be honest, like in my opinion, like you not being manipulatable, like with praises or like fears of like, I'm not going to watch your channel or whatever it is, you know, like that is power to me. You know, that's where like that makes me want to trust you more, because then like if I see people, they're like, you know, kissing ass here and sucking dick over there, and people are like giving them, I don't know, what do you call it, the blue moderator badges because of that, right? And then they all chummy with each other because of that. If that's all fucking manipulation to me.
Right. And that's the thing, is I've given nobody any ways in. The only way in with me is the way out. It's got to be the truth. You got to stand for something. I got to respect you. You got to respect me in the truth. So you ain't going to buy your way in with me. You ain't going to buy your way out. None of that shit. You know?
But we're going to be accused of being culted up. If we stand for principles and rights and, you know, values, that we're all culted up. I guess I want to be culted up if that's the case.
Well, that's the thing that they can't stand, is that there's pragmatic and then there's culting. If you speak the truth and you live it on some level and people resonate with it, they're going to want to walk with you, and it's going to look like a group and a movement or a cult. It's not what it is. It's true leadership, leading folks back to themselves and what's true and what's right.
Is it possible that like all the popular cults, you know, Jim Jones, Charlie Manson, et cetera, were, you know, Heaven's Gate or whatever, were all federally funded, federally created at some level? You know,
probably.
Any of the ones that got a momentum, that is, and became part of a Netflix special, let's say, for example.
There's a lot of possibilities. There's a possibility that anything organic can happen. These might be single organic events that are then focused on in order to dissuade people from engaging in a process you've seen here. Because the first thing that's going to come to their mind is, well, we don't want to commune with a higher sense of self. We don't want to have some kind of label of being a movement standing for rights, freedom, and principles. They're going to Waco us. Right, exactly. The people who say they're going to keep you safe are going to burn your house down and kill children off of a claim they can't even substantiate. And then the slaves are going to run with it, and you're going to become a meme. So it's not like we don't know what the possibilities are on all levels. It's either organic, made to happen, let happen, right? We know that. My hop, lie hop. So, I mean, you think everything in creation probably doesn't exist? Yeah, they're just going to over-focus on that and ignore everything else. Label, characterize it, and then say everyone else is doing that. Like sovereign citizen, for example. If you even start talking rights, freedom, principles, and personal choice, they start throwing sovereign citizen at you at this point. So what's the difference? It's mind and heart control.
Yeah, what about like the Amish and the Mennonites? You know, like some people can say that they're a cult, but they're quite successful in their own way, if you really think about it. I mean, if you kind of got rid of the religious dogma, but the thing is, like, these people survived off the land without electricity or gas and cars and stuff like that for a couple hundred years, if not more.
I'm not going to London Man's channel. He didn't invite me. He was up here and didn't say shit. I'm not playing the little broken hoe games. You motherfuckers are supposed to be real ones. I gave you respect from the jump. I presumed you were a real one. You keep proving me wrong. So you were here. You didn't invite me to shit. I don't want to hear from third-party folks in chat that he went and created a stream like a hoe and then wrote something down there about inviting me. I didn't get the invitation. I ain't going to get it third party. I ain't showing up, bro. You were right here in my face. I do a broadcast every day. Stop playing online hoe games for energy and attention and content. You won't be seeing me there. So there's a failure before you started. Great job. Think you're going to bait me and play power games with me like you're that important that I have to show up to your broadcast to give you numbers, energy, and attention and content when you were just in my face and didn't say shit again? When I spoke my piece? I'm done. I'm authentic and real. I stay true to myself and what I perceive. You motherfuckers don't, and that's why you majority don't get my respect. Simple. I thought that was what men were.
Yeah, but you had some dolls that you were playing with, and then London Man accused you directly after that about the Pizzagate much. You know, like, what the fuck?
Right. So because I held up a doll that happens to be lying around in a room that was for her daughter from 5 years ago, 8 years ago, whatever the fuck it is. I don't know the timeline. You know, I mean, shit's been in the house. The house has been here 20 years. Everything you can think of from their upbringing is still here. The room has not been used. Okay, so, you know, like, what does one have to do with the other? Nothing. You're a fake ass bitch who's presumptuous and false claiming in bad faith, and you're going to try to tie me into pedo activity because I got a damn bear lying around her house from her daughter. You're a sick freak like y'all are. You're not enlightened. You're not conscious and aware. You're not co-creative. You're online community freaks who have nothing to do in your life other than come on here and try to generate some false energy and content. And it goes nowhere. And when Paulie shows up in chat and says, another day of you folks cycling, what are you doing on the ground? You all start yelling at me and hating on me. Like I'm not being your daddy, telling you get out in the world and do and create something, correct your status, learn how to deal with the courts, practice your spiritual principles and process. No, you come online and fuck off with a community of twisted, dysfunctional people going nowhere fast. That's a you problem at this point. Right? I represent something different here. Whether you figure that out, I don't know. You think we're equal here in what we do in any fashion. We're not.
Fire emoji.
Yeah, to me, it's fucked up. Like, if you go there to that, like the pedalgate shit, like right off the bat without any fucking evidence, that's fucking fighting words to me. You know what I mean? Like you done fucked up now by saying that kind of shit.
These folks want to be known as something. Oh, we're enlightened, we're truthers, we're whatever the fuck. And then they do bullshit broadcasts on signs and symbols and number counting. And when Paulie Boy shows up with the same rap he's been doing for 2 fucking years now online, that was part of festivals and different conversations with folks they can't get into the conversation with. I don't even leave beyond it. I stay with the people and go, hey, fellas, let's do these certain things so we can all have access to these certain things and present a certain way. Nah, we want to do online gossip column, truther, fake ass shit, subliminals. That goes nowhere on the ground. You wonder why I'm like gorilla season at this point, checking everybody. I see through all of it. So clear. And yeah, it'd be more beneficial to me probably to come on and just market and promote and get to a bag and use people for platforms and connections and networks like Talcott and the rest want to do and can't do. I've already been there and come down from it. I went up the ladder and came back down because I saw what it was. And they weren't going to let me be me and do what I do without catching, blacklisting, and blackballing. So let's gamble, motherfucker. That's what I live for. You ain't playing me out of position as a man on an online metaverse for a bag. Fuck you. And guess what? When I stood true on that and followed my heart and what was real, it all got better in certain ways. Right? And then just everything else is going to retain. And then what I put back into it is whether it's going to grow or not. So, and I already said yesterday, I'm doing that. So I'm going to put another 200 fiat in this month to fucking market and promote it online with ads and put my gorilla face in everybody's face while they're searching for their nonsense. Now you got to look at me on side ads and all types of shit. Now you got to have my videos popping up as the ad on your video. I'm taking over your shit. So please report to me if it's working. Go to their other horrible channels, because what I figured out is I figured it out. Everybody who hangs out in communities gets attached metaversally and then sectored off from the others. Everybody who then interacts with them gets attached on another web. It's like a chart. Bro, I had a list yesterday. I forget where I popped it up from. It showed every person and nobody else outside of that group, all connected with suggestions through people that I've talked to on here. And I know that I'm shadow banned from people even subscribe to me, not getting notifications and never coming through, and then asking me what happened. So they created or updated a system at some point where you get what they call sandboxed. Everyone that you talk to, connected to me, connected to an idea, is going to be sectored off in the metaverse from all the other pop culture hoes. So you ain't going to come in their list. They ain't going to come to your list. When they subscribe, it's going to be undone. And then you got to literally pay to get out of the prison, essentially.
Yeah, that's how they work. Yeah, they compartmentalize you. They lump you in a group, and then they're like, these people are fucking miscreants. right? And then they just like, you know, shadow ban you like as a
That's
group.
what suggested ads are. So they create a loop of people who all see each other's same shit, and it never goes out of the box, even if you pay for it. Because now the only people that are going to get my ads are on suggested channels that talk about the same shit I do, which is far and few between. So if you're a number counter and a shape watcher and a bullshitter truther, you're going to get access to more shit. Me, I'm going to be pigeonholed. And then the only places I'm going to get advertised on other videos are people that relate to suggestions.
That's how it works.
But it doesn't matter, bro, because it's still going to come up somewhere. It's still going to generate more energy and conversation, right?
Not
and they don't understand
that matter.
They don't understand that I'm investigating all these people behind the scenes, and I've told them that, and I'm collecting evidence over time. And at some point, if I decide necessary, I'm going to sue all of them. And I'm going to show them in conspiracy to deprive people of their right to informed consent, to hear a content creator's original creation and make that informed consent. You have created a world where people can't get informed consent because they only get suggestions from suggested connections and links. That's an echo chamber. You don't want people to break out of their cyclical dysfunction and generational curses. I'm on to you. We're all on to you at this point. So, we're fixing at some point in the future to have a real big class action lawsuit and get a real big bag and put these people back in their rightful position. You're a fucking servant. You're not here to curate and editorialize and to divide concepts and ideas and information.
And you can use that money for the greater good, you know, for creating like a community, you know, buy land.
Yeah, I like money.
You know,
I like money very much, I must say. Big fan. So I like.
Listen, it's just a tool, man. It's just a tool.
It's just a tool.
I don't have to feel any way about it. It's a form of value and power that can be used as a tool that is indicative of some result. And then you have to determine what the root of that cause is, right? Were you lying, cheating, stealing, pushing toxins? You know, are you pimping and macking, or are you actually doing something that is honorable and worthy of celebration, right? A celebrity is someone who's worthy of being celebrated. Well, that would have to carry over into who they are in their life and on the ground. It can't just be the act they perform on stage. So we're here to replace these motherfuckers. That's what a metaverse is. Their TV shows are going to start failing because they got nothing. They can't keep the act going. So the slaves are going to keep going there. The really dumb, fucked up ones are going to keep going there. Everyone else is going to go here. That's when we replace these people who are unworthy of celebration as men and women. So you better learn to be that in your life. So when you come on here, you can replace these motherfuckers instead of complaining about them and watching them get to everything you can't get to.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, like their world is corruption. Their world is Ouroboros, a snake biting its own tail, just consuming itself. And, you know, they're just going to like predatorize the lower slaves, you know, and they're going to run out of people. But our world is going to be a balance. Our world is going to be of spiritual hierarchy, you know, and living off the land, you know, being our own people, knowing and understanding what the rights and principles are, all this kind of stuff, real education.
Now everybody knows that you've seen it, Paul. You can't memory hole that London's saying, pull up, boy.
You're not getting it. All you beta boys online who try to play thug with this street lingo, that's not how it works. He pulled up here. I said what I said. He didn't say shit. He's the bitch now. You can't go back over to your side of town, start a party, and say pull up with your boys. Don't work that way. You already bitched up when I got you alone. You already didn't say what you had to say. I already called it out. You didn't respond. You ran off and then went back to your hood to start a party and pop fake shit. I'm not showing up. Why would I? I already got what I needed. You're silly. You don't understand how anything works.
No, I understand just how it works. Fuck.
You don't get points for that. You don't get points for that. You're here in my face now. Here's where the action happens. Anything else after this, I'm not concerned with it. Go do what you're going to do. Go start another broken hoe conference. Big surprise. You didn't say shit in my face, then went to your hood to start a broken hoe conference. Yeah, you just proved again you're a bitch. Great job.
No, it's the mod god powers.
What are you
It's the
showing
mod god.
to? What
I
are
didn't
you
throw
showing
London
Brian
Man out.
Warner
London Man
for?
was sitting right there, silent like a mouse. Oi, oi, London boy. He was sitting right there, silent like a mouse, and then mumbled something and took off. I didn't throw him in and out. Cut the bullshit. I did that to you, not him. Why are you all running together like bitches and hoes, claiming shit for each other? We're all individual men. I did that to you, not him. Why is there a we even in the conversation? Are you him? Is he you? Are you in a gang together? You claiming something or what?
I'm claiming I will ally with any.
You're claiming representation for the
Marilyn
broken beta
Manson.
boys online and their conferences. Is that what you're doing?
What I'm doing is putting myself through this obviousness that if people can't catch on themselves.
We don't care. You're desperately trying to generate energy and attention and conversation for your failing channels, and we still don't care. No one's coming. You guys are boring and uninteresting, and you're not informative. So we don't care. Why do you keep trying desperately? It's pathetic. When you're here, you don't shine. Then you go over there and claim you're going to shine. When we show up, the same old boring bullshit. So stop trying to trick everybody and stop tricking yourself out of position. You're cheating on a test that you're failing in life.
It's like when you backstage me and go off on one of your.
I'm not interested in what you think and feel. And if Benton doesn't want me to do that, he'll tell me to stop. I think that we've come to find it's quite entertaining.
Even Nachikita, the stuff that Nachikita says he likes when.
You're now deflecting. You're trying to pull anyone else in the room into an interaction. More power games and bullshit manipulation psychology.
Who gives a fuck what I think?
No, he's
Who
in the
gives a
room.
fuck what I
Paul,
think?
he's in the room. He was addressing me earlier. So you.
Earlier,
Tommy.
but we're here now. That was earlier. We're here now.
You insult me, call me Asian, whatever, and then tell me
Yeah,
that
you're
I like a
stuck
fucking
on that,
tranny
but
or
you
whatever.
can't see the
Who
bigger
gives a fuck
picture,
about what you say?
Nachikita. Just like you don't
And you
have
say
a
that I
problem
have
with.
not achieved anything,
where's the
fine.
Where's the fat EBT slave who pretends to be a broadcaster? Oh, wait, it's not 12 in the morning and he's not drunk yet, so he can't come up and talk like a man. Another cowardly, codependent, addicted beta boy who can't stand their ground and position, but types in the chat all day, every day. But I'm pathetic, EBT?
So Tommy, tell me what you have achieved in your life. That's what I would like to know. What have you done with the money that you earn on? So sad. Really, people have nothing to do except just to go around and hate on people. I mean, like, go and do your own thing. You know, go flock with your own birds.
No, this is their thing. You're not getting it. This is their thing, hating. They don't have anything else to do. There is no their own thing. This is it.
I mean, I get it, but I don't get it.
Well, they have no love in their life. They have no true care or heart or balls. They have no intuition or ingenuity. They're incompetent.
I got stoned. I can't remember who we're talking about.
It's all the same group of people, right? Day in and day out. EBT, Cuck Body, Illumatami, Provo Child, on and on and on.
I've got I feel an affinity for Provo Kid, I must say, for whatever reason. Could be the whatever autism is. Again, autism.
Okay, let's do the simulation. In any situation where you would have to rely on him, would you be trusting and comfortable? Let's do the simulation. In any situation where you'd have to rely on him to trust him and his competence in any kind of test or challenge of will and dedication, where he might have to deal with consequences and sacrifice, would you really respect him and trust that? He'd run like a bitch.
Hey, they took the stream down, it looks like.
For what?
What?
Oh, not.
Are you serious?
Sorry. No, I'm just high. I was in the wrong window. It does seem like Paul repeated the same thing several times, though.
Yeah, I mean, like there are very few people here
I was
on the
having
internet
technical
that I would be able to trust my life with. Like if I was like on a battlefield and then we were fighting against the Nazis or whatnot, I'd be like Paul, Benton, and a few others. That's about it. No,
you
really.
trust the guys that'll let you ask me a question and then you all agree to sit.
We definitely wouldn't trust the guy who let
you would
policy
stab people in the back just for the fun of it.
We definitely wouldn't trust the guy who let policy enforcement stage in his apartment to do raids on his neighbors. We definitely wouldn't trust that cretin. Oh, that's you.
Yeah, keep running with it, because
I am. You're a police ass motherfucker. You work with policy enforcement to get people raided, and you don't even know what the reasons are. You're a Nazi scum. You'd be right there holding the paper, signing it, letting them stage to raid me, not caring what the reason was.
Don't they call
them rats? That's why you're a liar.
Tommy,
because I've told you the reason.
Tommy,
no, you told me what they told you the reason was and what you believe it was. You didn't get the search warrant, and you don't know what the reason was. So stop lying, scum. You're trying to protect your false presentment online. This bad boy who stands for something. You don't.
Dude, you're so lost in your sauce. I'll just clip the time I explained it and you refuse to fucking acknowledge it.
Why are you working with policy enforcement anyway? Why are you not taking an active role in your community, man to man? Why do you need a daddy to show up and protect you from your neighbors, you punk ass bitch?
You answered that when you explained.
You answered that. You're lisping like Daffy Duck as always. Why don't you tell us why you can't take a fucking active role anywhere in your life to change anything and need a daddy to do it, then work with them and act like policy enforcement isn't the bane of the American existence?
Benton, you want to take that one? I've said it right here on your show.
Oh, I wasn't listening.
Oh, I know. You just handed the keys
How are
off.
you,
Paul,
sir?
you got this thing about all cops bad.
All cops are bad because they follow orders and don't use their own discretion to come to an objective root of right from wrong behavior. Order followers are bad humans by definition. You're sucking cop cock because you don't want to get thrown in a cell. You're a bitch.
Once again, you explained why I assisted the cops and let the cops do the thing.
No, there's peacekeepers and there's policy enforcement. They're coming there to enforce policy. They're not there to keep the peace. Fuck not. You don't know the difference.
No, you don't know what you know what you're not letting me say. Like, you think this is here about the back and forth. I just came back to let you keep playing your little games here with your mod god powers, because we both know it hurt. I hurt your feelings when I showed your fat ass by Wes Watson, and you said to my face that it hurt.
We're still on that now? I never said that. You think that I care that you showed a clip of me on stage, a video I put out, and then called me fat? You think that moved me, and I haven't heard that before, and I haven't reconciled that, and nor can change that?
Nobody cares.
Right.
Nobody cares.
Right, except since you don't care, you had to go on a tirade about how many...
I can't come on and be here and work with you because it becomes the Paulie show like everywhere else. What does that mean? I attract a bunch of hating ass bitches.
All right, I'm wrapping this one
anybody that doesn't see through it by now, like, you're doomed. But Nat Chiquita, you know there's places we've had a good back and
go over to Paul's if you want some well, I'm not sorry, I'm giving directives. If you'd like to have your final words, I'm ending this one, sir. Thank you for being here.
I want to know why he had Marilyn Manson on his fucking laptop.
All right. Well,
maybe I don't want to know.
If y'all care to attempt, if you care to attempt to broach that topic over at Paul's, then more power to you. Oh, Paul doesn't like the smashed in three-way. Thanks to Mr. Unslave for being here. Much appreciated. And we're going to end this. Actually, I'm going to end this, and I may start another one, quite possibly. Or I might. I'm considering just going audio only. What do you think, Paul? Keeping it going for an hour, and I'll just talk. I'm just going to kick everybody off and talk so you can do your thing. They'll go over there. They're not going to listen to me talk.
I mean, I'd rather. It's up to you.
What do you want to do?
I'm never going to tell you what to do. I'd rather have you come over there and bring some of your topics and perspectives, even if it's kind of out there, man. I'd almost rather at this point talk fucking the Unabomber, then continue with these hating ass slaves, and we can mix in breaking news and whatever else. Like, it's just so boring and old at this point.
I fucking hate the breaking news. Just I could not stand it any less.
Can't win, Wizard.
Well, I read a newspaper damn near every day of my life going back to the 80s. So if I'm going to learn the news, I'm going to read about it. I'm not trying to watch those bozos. But that's just me. I understand a lot of people are into it.
Well, I think people are into the breakdown
Go ahead,
more so.
Wizard.
When you have a more objective view of the news and stuff like Paul and I do, and we pose that, I think that's what the people are interested in, is that opposition. They want to, they're indoctrinated with that news media, and most of them believe it when that stuff comes out. So when you have
Wizard,
that,
I have to say everything you're speaking on, that's their fucking problem, and I cannot even bring myself to concern myself with any of that. That's their problem. Let them have it.
Exactly.
From my perspective, speaking only for me. So
yeah,
they can have have fun.
And I'm the same way, but it comes to the point where somebody's got to do it in order to express the lies and deceit that they're pushing forth. And sometimes
when I hear what somebody has to do, I'm automatically tune out. So I have no idea what you said beyond that word, because I don't just my brain can't process what has to be done. You have to do this. Like, I got two things, brother man. Live and die, and then basic bodily functions, food and shelter. That's the list of things Benton got to do: live, die. There's nothing else on that list, partner.
And when
appreciate you though. Hey, appreciate you. This is the part of you I don't like, by the way, Wizard. I don't like this part of you where you come on and tell motherfuckers what they got to do or have to do.
I don't mean it.
How about you tell them what they could do or what they might
choose
to do? Please make your requests in the form of a question, sir. That would be much more appreciated. Yes. Well, at least pretend like I have an option, sir. If you're going to boss me around and tell me what to do, I would like to think I have.
Or I could preface it that they do have a choice, and if you want to do this, then this is the way to go about it. So it's not anything that anybody has to do, and I apologize for that. But the premise is that the people that are caught up in slavery, if they want to get out, these are the things they need to do according to past history, is to defeat the lies that are being pushed, and that's it. It's if you want to live.
I would come at that from another angle. If they wanted to live that way, they would do those things. So they're proving that they don't want it by their actions. So there's really no need to go where you're going, because that's an extra layer that we can just, in the name of effectiveness, that can just go to the side. That don't help us. We observe their actions. We know that they don't want that because they're voting with their feet. So let's skip that layer.
Right, and that's why I say I use the wrong term, having to. They would do it if they wanted to. Correct.
So thus, in the negative form or the feminine or the passive, proving that they don't want it. It's confirmed. It negates itself. Until they confirm that they want to do something, we know that they, in fact, do not. It's very easy.
Right, and that's one of the things
myself
I like
included,
about
by the way. Myself included. I'm in that group, but go ahead.
And that's what I was just going to say. And that's one of the things I do appreciate about you, because you don't put up with that have to shit. Neither do I. And that's part of my problem in the language, is I still express it that way sometimes.
Wizard, I don't put up with it in here, brother. What you got going on is your problem. I don't put up with it in here. And when I detect it, we kick it out. We get shed of it. Like
I appreciate it. And I appreciate it. That's why I say I need the correction.
Ruthlessness. Vigilance and ruthlessness and constant awareness of what is happening. And invariably, the practitioner falls away from that observation. Here, the thing that needs to be shed of comes, get shed of it.
Yep.
And if you do that, I will see it. If you don't, I won't. It's that easy. And all the talking, it doesn't matter. I ain't judging based on that. Judging meaning to form opinion on, not to convict someone or to pass sentence on, which is another meaning of the term judge. And those get reversed all the motherfucking time. And people don't make it clear which one they mean. Well, I notice, and I know which one they mean because I understand the context, but a lot of people don't. So let's be clear. That's why I can't do anything without judging, meaning to form an opinion on.
Right. And that's why
I'm not the judge who passes sentence.
Right. And that's why I say I appreciate you and what you said.
basic, embrace the fundamentals before you go headlong into confusion and complication. If you don't spend the time with the basics and you skip that and you go into the complicated shit, you're not going to be where you need to be. In my experience of my walk, that's my view of it. I have no idea for you. That's been speaking what I did, walking around, sleeping rough for 6 straight years. I figured that part of it out. I ain't got it all figured out, but I figured out that part.
Right. And that's why I say I appreciate what you say, because you come at it with a critical view that helps me understand where I'm going wrong. And that's in the words. It's not me. It's the words that I use. So I appreciate that.
Yeah. Well, and I'm critical because that was one of the tools I was given to work with. But thank you. I appreciate it. It's good to see you today.
You as well.
Happy birthday to me, by the way.
Hey, there you go. I got one coming up in about 8 days.
Can I just say something real quick?
Yes, that's right. Go ahead, sir.
Thanks. I hope that Razvan goes up to your channel, Paul, and then goes up to the panel and talk to you, because he fucking just runs off in the chat again, right? And then when he goes up in the panel, like, he just turns into a fucking a puppy dog. I mean, Razvan, fucking get your shit together.
See, this is where I come at it from
you, Razvan, for your generous contribution. My apologies, Paul, for stepping on you.
No, it's all right. I come at it from a different perspective, because it's not that I believe, I've been shown in my life that I do have an ability to influence the situation. I mean, they talk about influencers all the time, and I go, influencing people to do what exactly? All I'm seeing is slavery and decadence. So when I became aware of the power that I guess was given to me, as Wizard says, formed in the belly to be a prophet unto the nations, I just became aware of that, right? That's part of self-awareness. Hey, I do have an ability to influence the outcome here. The only difference is how much patience and care and truth can I apply to the situation over and over again, seemingly with little to no change. And then when I do that process over time, some light comes through at some point. And they go, oh my God, this whole time we complained and bitched and didn't see the point. And now, Paulie boy, we're seeing some light at the end of the tunnel. That's not a train coming with this person. I go, yeah, because I'm in this to actually make a change. I fashion myself as one of those people, right? If not a philosopher, then someone who's going to work with the people and learn more about myself and the human condition and try to influence in places where, as Benton says, I've got something. Right? I may not have it all, but I've got something to share. It's worked for me. I think it'll work for you. So I'm almost taking a therapeutic, clinical practitioner approach where at times I mix it up and I get into it, because to me, I think that is the therapy. You got to get into it. You got to mix it up. You got to reveal the subconscious so it can be talked about. So day after day, you can have it revealed. This is what you're doing. This is what you're creating. There's another way. And then after time, I see the result. Usually, with folks who are not completely bereft of any kind of consciousness and awareness of the situation.
And I noticed a key point in there from my perspective that I believe maybe I can add on is that people may not realize that it's my assertion that our creative force never lies dormant. In each new moment, it is bringing something new into existence, at least in some way. Now, to what ends and what is that serving? That we can discuss. But that's from my perspective. I think maybe that would connect with what you just said.
Right. I mean, again, let's just point it out for him. This has happened for months. He's contributed to me multiple times. When he gets in his feelings, he says things like this: not going to be masturbated. Paul is boring to me, but good luck with the bag. So we're back to where you were before. You're angry that you contributed and supported to me. I haven't changed who and what I am and what I do. If you were bored with me, why would you have contributed in the first place? Were you lying then, or are you lying now? Or are you just lacking in complete self-awareness of why you do anything that you do, really? None of it makes any sense. Then if I asked you today, hey, do you want your donations back again? You're going to say yes. Then you're going to come up and talk to me. Then you're going to resonate with me one-on-one. And you're going to say, no, Paul, keep it. And here's more. Like last time. Why do we have to do this process day in and day out like broken hose that I have to pimp on and remind who and what we are and what we're here doing?
Maybe we're dealing with somebody who's got bipolar, Maybe that's what's going on. Maybe we got to be more understanding.
Well,
maybe there's multiple personalities going on.
We certainly aren't able to make psychological diagnoses over the internet. We can speculate in a broad, general sense, but we certainly wouldn't
That's
wanna
why I said
come up with an
maybe.
actual diagnosis. Well, I'd prefer not to use the technical terms of the diagnosis if possible, but thank you.
Yeah, I just call it personality disorder. I mean, I don't really need to get significant. I don't need to get, specific with the characterization of what's generally the same thing over and over again. A personality disorder, a disordering of the person's inner space and the activities that extend from that. And it's evident day by day. I don't even need to spend time and live with people to identify personality disorder. It's evident. How much time and cyclical cycles do I have to spend with somebody online before I see what the root of their beingness is that they can't transition out of?
Probably not very long.
Well, I hope you had a good birthday, Batten, and thanks for having me on.
It continues. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, gonna take off now.
All right, brother.
Peace.
We're wrapping up at some point, and we're coming up on 11 hours and 12 minutes. That was Nachiketa.
Yeah, I was surprised when I come up and saw you'd already been on for 10 hours. Thought,
Yeah,
wow.
it's crazy. Yeah, it's been a great birthday, man. I've enjoyed it thoroughly. And shout out to the chat and everybody that was here. We had some generous donators. Polyboy's tribute currently stands at $42.99. Well, plus I will then add to that later. But yes, looking forward to that. Value return for value given, in my view. So thanks to everybody for doing that.
Absolutely. Hope you have a great day, brother.
Oh, yeah. Y'all headed over there, I guess?
Yeah. Well, I've got other things I got to do too. So I'm going to head out and start doing those. And then I'll pop on Paul's here after a bit.
Cool. Sounds good. Thank you, sir.
Bless you, brother. Appreciate it. Like I said many times, the differences between people. I appreciate people that are willing to stand up and criticize me for what I do or say. And it's important. I need that, because if people don't do that, I don't know my own errors. So again, when it comes to the language and stuff, that's what I need, so I can correct myself, so that when I am going in front of these officials and everything, I am using that proper context. So again, thank you.
Thanks for being here. Have a good day. All right. I forgot what we're doing. You're doing your thing, or I'm just completely forgotten where we're at?
Yeah, I'm just hanging and kind of letting you
awesome.
take the reins back and,
Beautiful.
play it out here. And I'm kind of preparing at the same time. So,
I love it. I love that. Yeah, man. Most of the TBE and you taking on the entire room more or less. I was just watching without the audio. It's almost better that way, since I feel like I know the players to some extent. That was very interesting. I'm worried about there may be valid reason for concern with respect to the amount of alcohol TBE apparently ingested over. This could be a medical situation.
He goes, we can't diagnose mental illness officially over the internet. What we can do is prove that someone is an insufferable drunk. So I'll accept that. I'll accept that characterization. He's saying it's a medical emergency. It's beyond personality disorder and addiction. The man needs intervention immediately.
Man. Yeah, where's that Jeff Van Dondren when you need him? Hey, they're going to say what they have to say. You're going to say what you have to say, and then we're out of here. It won't take long. We'll do that quickly. Yeah, I was at one point I felt that I was almost interjected to say, "Hey, toilet bowl, just log off, man." Like this is, and I wonder. Well, I don't want to. Let's just leave it. Yeah, my inclination is to go in further at this point, but. Yeah, don't believe I shall.
I mean, listen, I'll listen. You go deep on it. What else are we doing? We're sitting here. Whatever's apparent to you, speak on it. There's really no judgment behind it.
I want to
What
speak
is
on
content at this point.
Oh, I wanted to. Well, okay. And a specific piece of content is Brian O'Shea playing internet poker, and have familiarity. Well, that's a tough one with what he's going through and subjecting himself to. So I know why he has the focus in. It's because he plays tournaments and he can't just not play the tournament. But a cash game, he would have the option of being like, "Oh, let's go on the broadcast for 10 minutes, quit the game, and then start another game." That's the issue in my view. If I may be so
Yeah, I mean, you
broach the topic.
You essentially have an addiction within an addiction. I mean, obviously gambling has an addictive quality to it. And if you're going to do screen digital gambling, it almost doubles down on that. You're disconnecting yourself from other people in real world situations, and you're chasing.
Oh, I'm doing that anyway.
Though.
But yeah, I'm doing that anyway. But sorry to interrupt.
What do you mean you're doing it?
Oh, I'm doing what you just said. The isolation part. I isolate a lot, but I'm a hermit, so it's not so bad. So we don't really know if. I mean, can we just assume that this is necessarily detrimental? That he's using this as some sort of barrier in a way?
Yeah, but what are you doing in isolation? Isolation can be the precipice or the precedent for enlightenment.
Yes, absolutely. Time alone with oneself. Time alone with oneself.
Exactly. Isolating that is productive long term or reformative is different from isolation out of addiction and codependence and a chasing of an experience you can't achieve on your own time with yourself.
I get that. Yeah, I see what you mean.
Especially too, I mean, if you have a history of struggling with creating value regularly for yourself in your life, to be going to that modality to create it is I think, a cause for concern. But who am I? He
I would
doesn't
agree. Yeah. I would agree with that. Yes, fair assessment. Go ahead, sir. I cut you off.
Yeah, no, it's a very sort of insecure position to not have faith in yourself and in producing and creating value, and then go to try to get it through a form like gambling. I think that it could be a setup for disappointments.
Absolutely, of course, yes, most definitely. Very destructive. Yes, can be, and I would say more often than not is destructive. Now, whether the person comes out of the other end of that and then is able to play a game like poker involving skill and then take fiat out of the game without getting sucked back into that thing. So this is, speaking for myself, I played some poker recently and actually accrued some fiat. And in the process of doing so, one day I had a thought if I should go play poker because I had enough money. And even if I lost that $500, it wouldn't have mattered. But then I was like, oh no, dummy, because I was upset about something in my personal life. So that's off the table. Anytime the person's upset about something in their personal life, can't go play poker, because that's when the person may very well just dust off the entire bankroll. So that's what I would be on the lookout for, me personally. Not in my life, but as we observe this, whatever is unfolding. But then there's always the possibility of going on a big run also. And, then that's even worse, right, in the long run. Then whatever the fall is even larger, right?
Yeah, I mean, you could even, I've kind of looked at this in different ways. You could equate a love affair with the same thing. There's a desire, a chasing, a getting, keeping, having, and then a losing process. If you don't perfect something outside of that experience to deal with that experience, you're going to become that experience over and over again.
And for many people, the feeling of losing is the strongest and can thus be, if not examined, all of these emotions, in my experience, if they're not examined properly, they can be mistaken, right? So that the powerful feeling of losing, I believe that's what the person over time actually becomes, identified with or begins to want out of the experience. And I believe that in some ways, casinos in general, not talking about poker specifically, are set up for that, to reinforce that in the person who goes in there.
Yeah, I mean, it's cliche at this point. Who you are as a beingness has to be the gateway for the experience. The experience can't be the gateway for you to justify your beingness, if that makes sense.
I would need to see that written down. I have this problem where it can be difficult for me to take in information in a spoken form. But yes, sounds like you're on the right track. didn't completely understand.
The process of self-actualization and realization should be your greatest high, and a comfort when you're at your low. If you're going into the world to try to achieve some kind of alternate process to fulfill that, inherent sort of program, it would seem to me you're setting yourself up for failure.
Well, and without an introspective examination of what in the hell's going on in here, for many people, I don't believe they're going to be able to accurately distinguish one state from another, state of being to be specific, or state of whatever we're calling it. I don't know.
Yeah, and that's where the whole idea of what they call breath work and different practices come in to kind of slow down, to watch yourself more, to become aware of subtle changes in your chemistry and in your beingness, so that you could make it that much more easy or effective to root out what's going on and change it. Again, this is the value and the power behind self-awareness that oftentimes gets mistaken for just highbrow guru, psychobabble. But you're trying to language out an experience that you've had that as your greatest power and value in all situations, and it reverts back to the ancient mysteries and the ancient wisdom. Hasn't changed. Always been the same walk.
I would tend to agree with that based on what my understanding is at this time, or what I believe to be my understanding at this time, rather. Well said, in my opinion.
You want to put the link down, Benton? Do you want to gamble now? It's getting a little bit too. You feel that? It's a little too peaceful. Numbers are dropping a little bit because they want to hear people fight and argue and act like crazy people.
Oh, it's my birthday. Fuck them.
All right, this is about. Can we get back to you?
Can we get back to me?
All right, you could Talcott it out for one day. Why not?
If only all of you slaves would get your shit together, life would be better for me. That's what Tribe. I remember that time Tribe more or less said that in a Talcott voice. So make haste. I'm not going to be here too long. So let's, as I posted in the chat earlier, let's enjoy this wonderful man while he's still here.
Thank you, sir. You're really laying it on thick now. You're gonna.
I meant me. Yeah, was there some confusion? I was talking about myself. But yeah, you as well, sir. Sure. Yeah, you as well.
Sorry, I'm easily confused. I have an egoic presentment that I have to upkeep here.
Yes, indeed. Yes, let's serious. The serious broadcast. Yeah, I'm honestly, I don't believe I'm capable of meeting what I would consider to be my minimum standard on your much larger broadcast that you're presumably will be conducting. And I'm a fan of said broadcast. So
I'm going to make a foam Talcott hand for fans.
What is that?
Like the foam hand that they have at the stadiums. I'm going to do a Talcott.
Oh, version. the foam finger. The foam finger. Okay.
Talcott always has really big hands, it seems, when he comes on, like his angle or whatever it is. When he puts his hands out, they're like humongous.
He might have large hands. He might have big mitts. You never know.
Yeah, that's what God would do, is give Talcott the biggest cock on the panel, right? The guy who's going to be able to use it the least because he's so confused and dissolute. That would make sense.
Hey, did you like, I know you don't know sports, but you remember, have you ever heard of the football player Jim Brown? Or I'm assuming you don't like sports. I don't want to speak for you.
Yeah, I'm not really into it, but Jim Brown rings a bell. Seem to remember that name.
Very tough black man, ran the football, the best ever, and supposedly in some, and I'm not going to go too deep sports, but because he was such a tough hombre and he's been in movies and stuff, this is how the story goes, that the coach was not able to directly chew out that player. So they actually had like a stand-in, like a guy that would just be next to Jim Brown, and the coach would chew out the guy next to him.
Wait, that was a real thing?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And what Jim Brown made, like he made conditions that, hey, if you're gonna insult me, you're gonna insult the guy next to me. or I'm not doing it.
No, I think the coach was smart enough to know how to coach him properly. That's just my view of it.
Oh, I see what you're saying. It was a simulation where the coach said, "We're going to put something next to you and insult him as you, so you could take a third party view." Yeah,
like some sort of voodoo, some sort of mechanism, like a mechanism. So I feel like
that makes sense, man.
Yeah. So I feel like what happened with Wizard may have been some version of that, although maybe not exactly. Kind of felt that way as it was happening.
You're saying you were using Wizard as my Jim Brown third party? You were insulting me by insulting him?
No. I feel like I was chewing him out for you so that you didn't have to deal with it. It's similar to the Jim Brown. It's like a variation of the Jim Brown. Yeah.
Okay. He was my Jim Brown dummy. I'm the Jim Brown in this scenario.
Well, obviously. I mean, of course. I thought that went without saying. I mean,
right. Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's
we
right.
have to say basic, obvious shit. This is not a TV sitcom, sir. No exposition.
Sorry, I have to get back.
Exposition is poor writing. Expository
That's it.
dialogue
After
is
you do
poor
a
writing.
certain amount of time on the panel with Illuma Tommy and TBE, you have to retransition back into a different space.
That's right. Oh, I am a big fan of Tommy, I must say.
What do you like about him? Could you clarify this once and for all? Like what exactly it is you're getting from that experience?
The novelty of whatever the way he the novelty of the words that come out of his mouth. It's like a performance art.
So
I'm artsy fartsy like Yurt. I just don't come across it that way. But go ahead. Please.
No, I get that, and that might be why you're attracted to my likeness, I guess you could say. But it doesn't go anywhere with Tommy ever, regardless of the novelty of the words he chooses. As you say, there's never any sense behind it. It never goes anywhere. There's never really a coherent thought most of the time. So it's all just kind of rooted in his own dysfunction. So I never really get any value out of the experience. Just like, okay, here comes Tom again to display his dysfunction. And never have a real conversation. I mean, there's only so many times you can come on panel with folks you can't have a real conversation with before you just start to see them like a doll or a dummy, like a clown.
That hasn't happened for me. Perhaps it will in the future.
Well, listen, I'm not going to come across like I want to be the main one. I'm jealous of him kind of thing. I'm like, hey, if you're gonna go experience Tom, could you just report to me what you get out of that experience? Right.
Well,
I'm curious to know. Yeah. I'm like, Benton, go out and experience Tom, then come back to this co-hosting experience and tell me that your co-host what you got from that experience. We're like metaversally cucking in a way.
In what sense? I need clarification.
I'm making you uncomfortable.
See, and
you're like a thing now. We've merged. We're like an entity, like a couple almost.
Would you like me to speak in a novel way that I guarantee you've never heard?
Yes, please do.
Okay, because of my pattern recognition, and because I'm in touch with my intuition, and because I'm military minded, and I made a 99 on the ASVAB, I immediately when we first started having conversations way back in the day, I knew at some point this would be the dynamic, and I've already the framework for the kung fu, the metaphorical kung fu is already in place. So, do we have to do that part, or can you just accept that I've installed that code and we'll move on?
Okay, so you're saying you don't even like talking about the merging; it makes you uneasy.
You're addressing feelings when what we're doing. Like I already learned the fucking
It's like when it comes to anything that has to do with love or even what may sound like it, I'm going to distance myself from that immediately.
Well, I'm not going there. There's no distance required if one never actually goes in that direction, right?
Right.
See how it works.
Well, yeah. I'm playing to the balcony a bit.
Indeed,
I'm painting a
absolutely.
picture.
I need you to know that because I'm not trying to put, in my weakened state. I would prefer not to put a lot of energy into whatever that would be. It would be entertaining.
Oh yeah, no, please don't embarrass us. Just because I talk about the loving nature of our merge doesn't mean that I want any of that time, energy, attention that you have put into me and what we have. I'm exactly like you. You know, I'm like, the more loving and caring you are, the less you're in my life and in my way. It's very Talcottian in its own sense.
I see. I see.
The best news for me is no news a lot of the time.
Oh, yes. No news is good news, sir. Absolutely. Well, this has been great, man. I'm glad you stopped by, and much appreciated.
I appreciate you, sir. How much time do I have here? Okay, I'm running late on my thing because I'm enjoying this conversation. Yeah. So
right on, man.
Hold on, I got 20 minutes. I'm good.
Okay, cool.
Let me get the hell out of here, Benton.
We got to hit 20, but go ahead. Or if you're out, that's cool. But I'm probably going to sit here and talk just my icon, because for some reason I'm feeling talky. So
yeah, I'm going to hang and listen to you while I prepare my shit. But I
awesome.
appreciate you and what you're doing. I look forward to a recovery and resolution in whatever you're going through. And I would like to talk more about what remedies you've explored and maybe what else is out there. Why should we lose Benton before his time? If we can resolve the issue, there's so many other folks who we could stand to lose before Benton.
Well, I want to thank you, sir. And I appreciate you saying that. And I want to say this, I'm going to float a suggestion if you're open to it. What about a possible one-on-one pre-recorded conversation instead of a live? What do you think?
I'm open to that.
I think, in my opinion, that would be the best format for that.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't done that in a while, so it's probably good to maybe get back to where you once belonged, so to speak.
Well, and, my suggestion would be for both sides to record the thing, and then you'll own as far as I'm concerned, you will own your recording. So do whatever you want to with it.
Right.
That's the way I view it. That's the way how I view it.
Right. And just to be clear, like Razvan says, I'm not giving health advice. What I said was having a conversation.
I heard what he said. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. You heard me. Okay, great.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. Because I have, I'm paying attention, and I have, well, he's not a native English speaker, so I'm not talking about Razvan, but yeah, I'm able to comprehend. So yeah.
Right.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yep.
Blessings to
real
you,
quick.
Benton.
As a fan, sorry, I stepped on your deal. As a fan of the channel, I do fanboy out on occasion, and I used to fanboy out on CBO to some extent. That is true, but I may have lost my point. What was I saying? Shit. Oh no, I don't know. I can't remember. Great stuff. Great broadcast. Well done, sir. Talking about me.
Thank you, Mr. Benton.
Yep.
We'll see you later.
Thanks for being here. Yeah, I wish I hadn't completely forgotten, but after you go, I will remember. So,
all right, let me get the hell out of here.
All right, brother. Appreciate it. And that was Mr. Paul Enslaved, and my internet connection is most likely going to take a match. Happy birthday to me, and thank you very much. Sherelle Snow says she hopes I have a happy birthday and to enjoy my day. Well, what happened today is that Benton hosted the broadcast. Let's just sum this up for the audience, if I may. So what happened is Benton, for some reason, awakened about an hour to an hour and a half earlier than normal at approximately 12:38 a.m. And of course, checked the time on his phone, and then fired up YouTube. We can talk about addiction if you'd like, and with respect to me and YouTube. And immediately saw TBE was live, clicked on it, and they were talking about me. Of course they were. So I got up and I had to set up all the. Well, see the language? See the language wizard? I didn't have. I got to. I had the privilege and the opportunity to set up all of my broadcasting equipment that had been still in the backpack that I should have set up the night before, right? But I procrastinated a tad. So I've been going to the library, as some of you may notice, for the superior internet connection. So then it was an epic early part of the stream, lots of drama. In fact, if that content had been actually, I should probably replay that. How about that? I will replay that at some point, although not right now. Anybody that wants to rewind to maybe the first 5 hours of the broadcast, perhaps. And then Paul came in after that, and we worked together, in my view, to take the broadcast to another level. And in fact, I believe this is the highest numbers ever right around 87, I think, is the all-time peak for the channel with respect to. Well, no, that's not. I got one person simulcasting. Let me see. Hang on. How many? Somebody connect. I think it's probably Pineal, right? How many's Pineal got over there? It doesn't tell me. Well, however many Pineal has. So I think the most I saw was yes. Anyway, forget that. See, I'm trying to brag on myself on my birthday. It's not even working. What even is this, man? Oh, I better read the private chat. Oh, that was Tommy trying to come up. Rob Cleveland fell asleep a few different times. Almost 12 hours. Yeah, I'll get out before 12 hours, certainly. Just summing up the broadcast. Thank you very much, Moose, my fellow Leo, my fellow male Leo, wishing me a happy birthday. One of my several, actually. And if I wasn't under the influence of the not occurring naturally in the cannabis plant synthetic cannabinoids that I got from a tobacco shop in Arkansas, then certainly I would be able to accurately speak to that. But I couldn't even make my point with Mr. Unslaved there at the end. But don't blame the reefer, don't blame the synthetic cannabinoids. My health is actually a contributor to that. And I'm looking forward to having a conversation with Paul. Pre-recorded. I do like the pre-recorded one-on-one format. I'm a fan. Debatably, I have some skill in that area, perhaps demonstrated over time. Tommy is like listening to an angry version of Terrence McKenna. I don't agree with most of it, but it's brilliant. Well said. No, well said. Well, and by the way, for fans of the channel over time, Tommy and Paul have fought several pitched battles here on the channel on even terrain, even footing, meaning nobody was backstage for the most part. I sat back and Paul did not have the keys. That was at least 3 different times on this channel. So at some point, maybe I'll get off my butt and I will go find those clips. And those are classics, more classics brought to you from the Benton channel. And if you like what you're seeing, I'm planning on bringing more of this to you. If you like what you're hearing, much appreciated for all the generous donations. If those were to continue, certainly that would assist Mr. Benton. And I've already accepted that I'm physically not fit to go back to work, and my DOT physical is going to expire. And while I could, I guess I could put some rocks in my pocket maybe and like wear a heavy jacket and just kind of bluff my way through the thing. But I'm sure I could get it re-up, my DOT medical card. But at this point, I'm really not physically fit for truck driving, and it's probably for the best. So obviously would never, me personally, I'm not, I'm grateful for the donations, and were that to continue, again, I would most likely be able to subsist on one part-time job, which would be lovely. I do need to get out into the realm at various times. For me personally, I found at times I need to go out there and mix, even with these, what passes for a human being these days, right? But it's been a good day. I'll resist the urge to go full doomer. I don't know. Can we? Not in the next 21 minutes, Razvan. No, we can't hear Tommy out because the broadcast is about to run up against what they call a hard out, Razvan. I'm going to teach you pop culture, American radio lingo. That would be known as a hard out. In almost exactly 20 minutes, we have a hard out. Actually, slightly before, because I don't want to risk breaching that wall beyond the 12 hours, right? And this is my eulogy in some ways, man. Play this motherfucker at my funeral, Jack. Oh. Yeah, it was my distinct honor and pleasure there to temporarily, at what I would view as an ad hoc grassroots fashion with Mr. Unslaved, who I felt confident would clear the room, pump up the numbers, be great for engagement. And I'm more than happy to freely choose to provide donations to him. That in part came from the viewers of this broadcast. Yes, indeed. If I go over 12 hours, I'll lose the stream. And I want to talk movies. Since it's my birthday, we're going to talk movies. Why not? And I may go back to serious topics. Sunshine time, getting ready. And there's nothing wrong with a little crowd work for filler, right? Let's fill the time. I'd hate to leave too much time for fancy boy film nerd time, right? Fancy boy film nerd chat. Yeah, I saw EBT. I seen him. As my people might say, I seen him. And I like when Paul says that I like when he addresses the folks who peaked so early, like in high school through athletics or, some sort of competitive endeavor. Because if I'm honest with myself, I'm 18 in my brain. And my favorite moment in my entire life was after much time formally learning how to be good at pickup basketball and never playing, for any, organized teams. I just happened to have the blessing of, there was an elementary school in my hometown, which I actually lived in the white town that directly connects to what is more or less an entire city limits of ghettos called Pine Bluff, Arkansas, which I frequented and was entered on a near daily basis once I became a certain age. So I effectively am from there, and I was born at the hospital there. So the more, I guess some of the people who actually wanted to play basketball without any sort of drama on the basketball court, because Whitehall PD never came out there one fucking time. Why? Because these people where I grew in fact on the broadcast. Accidentally unplugged the microphone, playing around with it while I reminisced here, and I'm a poor storyteller in some regards. So, and I said nothing. I realized my icon had stopped vibrating. Some people left though. Probably some people like me who have trouble following a story. Yes, indeed. Lots of shorts could be made from the stream, and they don't have to be made or by me or posted on this channel. As far as I understand how YouTube works, anybody can make a short from this broadcast, should it remain up. So I had a self-selected group of athletic black fellows who enjoyed playing full court pickup basketball, but on a short court where one of the rims was damn near 10 feet. That was the one Benton never dunked one time. And the other one was right around slightly above 9.5. And that's where Benton showed off his white boy dunking skills. However, never dunked in a game on a black person anyway. And the times I was able to dunk on a white person don't count where I'm from. Meanwhile, this was back when Christian Laettner and Duke were kicking everybody's ass in college football. And because Bobby Hurley is a bad motherfucker, that was my nickname. Of course, I was the only white boy out there. And of course, I'm playing point, right? Of course. And so they called me Hurley. That's what I heard when people thought they wanted the ball, right? Maybe somebody that never played with me didn't understand that it will be where they need it when they need it. That's my job, amongst other things, such as defense, rebounding, and the most blocked shots in a playground basketball schoolyard history for a 5'8", 100. I'm a little taller now. 5'8", approximately 130-pound white boy. Believe that, partner. So the highlight of my life was I had these three guys I played with, and I had the advantage. I lived in the neighborhood, so I could always get the court first, thus always ensuring first game. And winner keeps the court. And we held the court all Saturday long one time while about 40 brothers surreptitiously sipped their 40s, smoked their Newports, ate their fried chicken. Did not offer me any, by the way, although I was certainly a minor at the time, and I guess they knew that they best mind their P's and Q's and not run afoul of the policy enforcers. That was a wonderful, but even better than that was being on the court and some people who probably heard about the game but had never played in it showed up. And one of the other guard on our 4-man squad, my fellow guard, picked first, and he selected Benton with the number 1 pick of the day. And the looks on those brothers' faces, oh, he took the white boy. But they didn't say it out loud, see. They didn't say it out loud. They whispered it. And their eyes and their faces said it all. Oh, he took the white boy. And then, of course, we went on to hold court that day, as we did many days. But the crowded Saturday with the large people grumbling and wanting to get in the game, right, or waiting their turn, having to wait their turn, right, winner keeps the court. And you want to know why my fellow guard teammate picked me first that one time and one time only, and the only white boy in the game, all of 5'8", and weighing more than I weigh now, perhaps 128, 130 pounds? You know why? Out of respect.